Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. It's day 2 of PTR testing. I know I'm late. Oh man, I couldn't wake up this morning. So much crap to do. Yeah, I got up at 8 o'clock, and I was gonna come up here at 8 o'clock, and then I ate, and then there was something that needed to be done, and then I had went into a food coma. Food comas are nice. I like food comas. Uh, you like my background? Do you like it? Do you like my background? Let's get the intro started and let's hop right in. We're gonna probably level up a new character today. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do yet. I'm gonna think about it. I haven't really put a lot of thought into it yet. I also have put a lot of thought into this and wasn't sure if I wanted to tell you guys, but I feel like I do. I, Unfortunately, Mr. Nimoy passed away yesterday, and I didn't really want to say anything yesterday because it was, day 1 of PTR, and I didn't want to bring everybody down. But he's not with us anymore. I took him to the veterinarian, and it was, it's I think kidney failure or something like that. It's always terrible to lose my little buddies. Kind of why I've been feeling down a little bit. But still got Mr. Dusty Bones. He's gonna be my bestest buddy from now on. And unfortunately, you can't really have one chinchilla by themselves. So this may eventually lead us to getting him a friend because they usually don't do very well by themselves. For those of you who don't know about chinchillas, they don't really do very well on their own, so he may end up getting a friend, whether he wants one or not. Anyway, let's get started with the day. I wanted to get the sad news out of the way at the beginning. And, all right, let's hop into chat with everybody.
So if you do T3, the Nightmare Dungeon will be around pit 50, right? If you do T4, the Nightmare Dungeon will be around pit 65. Now, I haven't verified this myself, but what people are saying is if, I cleared a pit tier 68, that means everything, the HellTide, the Nightmare Dungeon, everything is 68 now for me.
So everything is going to be to the highest. What if I finished the highest, but it was difficult and I want to scale back?
Well, that's I haven't verified this. This is what people are saying. It's definitely 65. It's definitely 65. I don't know if it's actually going above 65.
Well, tier 4 is, or Tormentor is 65, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
so until you clear higher than 65, you're not going to find out.
But he did.
Yeah, I can do a 71 right now.
Yeah, so if you do a 65 and then go back down to Torment 3, it's not going to change anything for you. It's because Torment 4 is 65. So
no, what I'm asking is I can clear, let's say, tier 100, right? Now, when I go to the dungeon, what tier is it gonna be? Tier 65 or tier 100?
That's according to what everybody's saying. It's tier 100.
But what if tier 100 was too difficult for me and I finished it barely, and I want to scale back? How am I gonna scale back?
And that's the rub. We don't know. You might be screwed. As we were talking about yesterday, because Leon pushed himself to see what a highest dungeon he could do, and he may have inadvertently screwed himself over. If you're struggling to get through the content and you struggle your way through, and eventually you manage to get through, then now you're stuck at that level for tier 4. You can always fall back to Torment 3, but Torment 3 is not going to give you the same rewards and stuff that Torment 4 is.
I want to go back to them. Why would I want to go back to Sacred?
So, is that guy just drunk that left you that comment? Because Rax only released his video 4 hours ago. You did yours last night. Woody Joe released his 3 hours ago. I don't know about Riker and Rob yet.
Oh, I beat everybody to the punch? What?
You beat Rax and Woody Joe. I can check Riker and Rob. I don't know if Riker even did it yet.
I beat him to the punch. What did they say? Did they say the same thing I did? Too easy?
I haven't watched them yet. I was just looking them up because of that guy's comment. It's kind of funny.
Okay.
So
I think I decided I'm going to do my Charge Bolt Sorceress since she's pretty powerful. It'd be interesting to see. I also really want to try out that Charge Wave thing. So, did we decide whether we're going to do like new characters or whether we're just going to level up existing ones?
it's whatever you want to do. So here's the thing: we shouldn't put much work into them because tomorrow we get max level glyphs, we get all uniques, we get all of the runes, you get unlimited materials tomorrow.
Well, we already did the leveling thing, so like it's not really that big of a deal. Like we leveled from 1 to 60. We even gave it a fair shake. We gave it like people were complaining even in chat, like one of my video. They're like, oh, you're just too good at the game. Like Diablo 2 just makes for much stronger players that are capable of doing much harder content easier. And I'm like, boy, we use chip gems and 300 item power weapons. Like, what do you want from us? Like, how much easier are we supposed to make it, or how much harder are we supposed to make it? Do we need to like get down on our hands and knees and like play with our nose? Because I'm pretty sure that in normal difficulty, I could have done that. I'm pretty sure I could have done a full playthrough with my nose.
Yeah, so Riker doesn't even have a video out yet. So you beat Rax. Riker doesn't have a video. Rob has a video, but it's technically not even a review video. He was just like crafting mythics for half of the video. And it was like 14 minutes. It wasn't even a summary. I think you're the first one out of like all the major ones. And that guy left that comment, which makes it even more funny.
Okay, so my first goal is to get this new aspect, which I really want to get. Dude, I'm kind of curious whether maybe I should swap off of Lightning Spear and go to the new familiar just to try it out too. Or like Ice Blades or something, I don't know. Because I think I was using the Conjuration Mastery on this one to scale the Lightning Spears. I don't even know. They have definitely made, like I was talking about this yesterday, like the number of skill points that you have access to now is insane. Like I know that they gave us 10 more, but because of the way that they restructured the trees and gave you access to passives and allows you to skip other passives that you don't necessarily want much easier and able to go to the back of a passive tree very quickly, and like separating out some of the passives from each other so that they're not like tied together, it feels like I've got way more than 10 extra points. Like, like when you look at the sorceress tree, like they made it so that you could access the frigid breeze in the back of the path by going directly to it instead of traveling through icy touch or hoarfrost. Same thing with the convulsions. They made it so you could travel directly to it without having to go through conduction or electrocution, and so forth and so on. With Conjuration Mastery or Mana Shield, they took Mana Shield and they took it out of that to that double, like completely, so you don't have to take the one before it. Like it's all over the place in all of the trees where they made it easier to access the things that you were interested in accessing, and you don't have to spend a bunch of points in stuff that you're not interested in to get to the things that you're interested in. And so it's actually activating like 15, 20, like sometimes even up to like 30, depending on like what you're building in and how many passives you're using, like extra points, like, in combination with the 10 that we're getting already. It's kind of crazy. They said there was some kind of bug with Vier's Mastery, so I wonder if I should even use Vier's Mastery with this build. I need to pull up the patch notes real quick. Or not the patch notes.
The known bugs.
The known bug notes. It was in the known bug notes, so maybe I should try to avoid Vier's Mastery. Let me pull this up real quick. D4.
When I watch your video yesterday, Ginger, I think you said something about, getting stuck leveling to tier 50. So before
an expert. Like you basically can't do anything. Have you leveled up yet a level 1 character to 60?
He's not doing the PTR.
I'm not doing PTR.
Oh.
But my question is, when you level up, do they make you jump 3 at a time? That's why you take too long to do it, or
it's locked behind character level, so you just don't have a choice. It's locked behind the character's level.
Yeah, I said it during the video. You get you don't get access to penitent until level 50, so you're basically stuck on normal expert, and hard,
Or-
or normal, hard, and expert until you get to penitent. So the only hardest difficulty that you have access to is the hard mode, which is not hard at all. It might as well just be called very easy. Then you get to penitent, and penitent might as well just be called easy.
But how higher level are those monsters you are fighting?
There's no
They
level.
scaled
There's
your
no
level.
level of monsters anymore. They took them away completely. So the monsters are now equivalent to your level. That's what they've said on every single like post that they were talking about. Now they do scale in difficulty, while also being equivalent to your level, but it's complicated. I mean,
So you are gaining experience much slower than what we are used to.
okay. So
No,
here's the
it's
passive.
faster.
It's
It's
way
faster.
faster. You could get to level 60 in like 20 minutes. Like it's
From 50
stupid.
to 60.
Like it's really stupid.
It's way faster than 1 to 100, Lily. Without even trying, we did it in like 5 hours.
Yeah, we were literally like leisurely playing, having fun, like
So the
testing
problem
things
is
out.
just, yeah,
And
the
we got
problem is the content is not challenging enough. That's
Yeah, it's just boring. It's not fun. It's not. There's no challenge. You don't feel like you're getting like crazy rewards. It's just.
You're not gonna do the PTR with us, Lily?
no.
You should come hang out with us.
I know. Maybe tomorrow I will decide.
I'm gonna clear.
They're coming out with the rune
room.
words tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow I'll decide. I just have to be in and out of the house and stuff. So
You need me to make an excuse for you? Do you need me to call up your boss?
no, it's not my boss. It's my mom in the hospital, and
Oh, I could talk to your
Just have
mom
to
too.
go.
She might. I got one of those deep voices that moms like.
I no, that was my wife and sister. They loved your voice. You're like, he has a podcast voice.
The podcast voice, yes. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Okay, so here's
You
the
know,
bug.
also-
It says Vier's mastery passive is stacking a massive amount of multiplicative damage bonuses to one-shot bosses. That's what it says. So maybe I should avoid Vier's mastery. I don't know. It'd be fun to play around with the bug though, just to see what it does.
I would be all over that bug.
Yeah, it's right here. So apparently, I don't even know. I mean, Vier's Mastery is exactly what I'm using for this particular character, but I guess if I wanted to go back, if I wanted to remove it, I guess I could swap over to Crackling Energy for a time period. How does it even stack damage? I don't even understand. Wild Charge, critical strikes have 10% chance to cause damage to arc lightning damage to another nearby enemy. Where if there are no other targets, you hit that target again for 250% damage. Maybe the 250% damage is stacking more than once. Maybe it's going like if you did 1 damage and it's like 250% of 1, so you get 250 damage, and then it's like 250% of 250, and then it's 250% of whatever that goes to. And so maybe like it's ballooning out really ridiculously to the point where it's like say you did like 10,000 damage plus 250%, and then for some reason it applied another 250% on top of the original. Now you're doing like 122,000, and then another 250%, and now you're doing like 428,000, and then another 250%. Maybe that's what's going on, because now it's like 1.5 million after only a couple 250%. It could be. It could be that it's just simply applying that 250% multiple times as a calculation error. I
You
think
guys figured out how to boost your friends or not yet?
I mean, you can do it in a roundabout way by like going down to their tier and like helping them level up, and then like once they hit 60, you can go down to their tier and like push them through pit tiers until they get to a higher difficulty. But if what they're saying is true about the tier 4 scaling to the pit tier that you're capable of, you may want to avoid that like the plague once you hit tier 4, or Torment 4, because Torment 4 is going to scale based on the highest pit tier that you clear. And obviously, if you have your friend push you through like a 100 or something, you're just going to be screwed at that point. Screwed.
So there is no more pushing. Okay, let's push you to tier.
Well, no,
You can still do it up to 65. Is basically what we're saying.
Yeah, I boosted Knight last night. All I did was ran him through 65, and he was right in T4 right away.
Up to 65 sounds like it'll be fine. Mental synergies.
And how did you do that? You just went to his level and pushed him from 1 to 50?
I went to T1, which he was in, and then I invited him, and then I launched the pit 65, and then I did it for him.
Oh, so you can do that.
Yeah. My character's strong enough. He can carry. It's easy.
Okay, I'm gonna play around with the familiar because why not? I'm gonna go ahead and pull the... I'm gonna pull the ice blades. What are the 2 bonuses for the familiar? Your familiar's elements no longer depend on your previous cast skill. Instead it follows a set sequence. I like that. You know what, let's do with that. Let's do that. And I'm gonna pull the lightning spear, and we're just gonna like go straight into the familiar because why not? We're in the testing realm, so let's test. And there's my unstable currents, charge bolts. Okay, what am I missing? I guess I still have 10 levels. Oh my god, it's not account wide. I changed my buttons last night. And they changed back on this character, so yay.
I test out Mighty Throw.
Did you like it or did you hate it?
I'm about to start testing it. I'm not going to be using bludgeoning to start, so let me get these points back.
By the way, map screen tab is like one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. And if you guys, you know, like have the opportunity, you should probably unbind the tab key from the map button because it's so stupid. It's right there next to Q. It's literally directly adjacent to Q, which is of course your potion button. And if you just miss your potion button by like a tiny little bit and accidentally hit tab, like say you know I'm in combat right now, like, I'm fighting, right? And then like I'm almost dead, and then I accidentally hit tab, and tab brings up my map, right? And it's like boom. Like, how is that? That's going to be like the worst thing for you. Because if you're in a situation where you already needed a potion because you were dying, bringing up your map is probably just going to assure your death. What's up, Asmund Solo?
I really like what they did with the barb tree. It's really nice where they move things around. Very, very nice.
Okay, so this character is basically everything needs to be replaced. I mean, I guess I have a Ring in the Starless Skies I can throw on here. Let me go grab my mythics for my other character too. I've had enough of testing the lower level stuff. I want to get into the higher level meat and potatoes with a character that actually can like pull his weight.
Yeah, I'm respecting my Deathblow barb to weapon throw since they're both weapon mastery. So it should be an easy swap.
We're kind of finding out, Asmund Solo, that there might not actually be a stat squish. Like we don't, like we're not understanding what's going on because like you can get very easily like above like 2,500 of your main stat, whereas before you were getting like basically I don't know like a 2,000-ish. And Leon was talking last night right before he logged off where he literally had. What did you say it was? Like 4,000?
I have almost 5k dex. I can easily get 6k if I swap my neck to a greater FX one, which I have.
Like 6,000 dex? We were never capable of hitting 6,000 dex before. Never.
So we've gained damage. We didn't actually lose damage overall. We've actually gained damage. The numbers are smaller, but they're also pretty big already. Like I do 6 million crits
and
already.
Making the numbers smaller was their goal, which they achieved. They also said that the overall feel of the game wouldn't change, which it kind of hasn't, like in the end game, although at the beginning it's just stupid. In the end game, it does feel very similar. Like you're doing similar damage numbers to what you had before, even though the damage numbers don't say what they said before. Okay, so I guess I need the Staff of Lamasem to actually make this work, so I'm probably going to have to go farm that. Let's put the Shaco on. I don't even know if I can do any bosses, plus I don't know what this character's difficulty is set to. I do like the ability to favorite a waypoint, though. That's pretty nice. I'm assuming that since the pit thing is in Saragar, that's where everybody's going to set their waypoint to at this point, because
yeah,
it doesn't make any sense not to.
When I'm leveling up, I do the Tree Whispers. When I'm endgame, I do the pit or Saragar.
I couldn't make it into Torment 4 yesterday, but I have bad gear still, so I was close to beating Pit 65 multiple times, then you get one shot. I mean, you got to work on your resistances, obviously, and your armor to get yourself into that tier. Like, you need to have 1,000 armor, basically, like, no matter what. If you're in any, like, Torment 4 area. I don't even know if the difficulty, that penalty scales with, anything. I really don't know. Go ahead and let's just go ahead and socket this crap.
Change the...
Actually, is that a... I might not have enough skulls to throw in, like, grands and everything. I probably have to just, like, go and steal them from my necromancer, probably. I tell you, those grands are going to be a pain in the butt. No YouTube chat on screen. That was because somebody came into my chat spamming the N-word yesterday. Specifically saying, kill N-word. So, I had to take the chat off the screen because somebody wanted to be a child. I'll put it back up on the screen today. If they come back in, though, I'm going to take it back off the screen, so... Yeah, I don't think anybody's doing billions this season, but we're probably still going to see millions. Hundreds of millions, most likely, if possible. I mean, I logged into my level 50 Barb, who was the kick Barb, and he was already getting like 1.1 million from his kick build, but he's on the high end of like single target damage, because he does like these really big giant kicks that do lots of damage per kick. And, you know, and for reference, he was doing like 700 to what's the term? 700 to like maybe 800 million if he was lucky on like his kicks with like optimal setup, and that 800 million got brought down to the level that we currently see, which is the really low 1.1 million. So I mean, it's still there. There's still the possibility of doing large numbers, but it's not going to be as large as it was before. You're definitely not going to see trillions. You might see billions, but you're definitely not going to see trillions anymore. Not unless they start scaling things further than that.
The only build I can think of getting to billions is like maybe an Endariel build, like for dot ticks, or a Bone Spirit Necro, maybe.
Yeah, Bone Spirit and maybe the Kick Barb might be able to do it because they're so single target focused. Okay, there we go. Grand Skulls. Alright, so I guess to make this build work, I'm going to have to go and actually farm out the pieces of equipment that I need. Not ultimate.
My Barb in hard mode.
I'm currently not in any mode. I need to go farm a Staff of Lama Sem, but I guess I also need to just level up.
I'm in normal.
Yeah, I need to change my difficulty to...
Oh, man.
It looks like I have access to Penitent already, so let's go straight to Penitent.
Oh, yeah, because we're 50.
Can't do pits, though. So we've basically decided that strongholds are the best place to go, right?
For the fastest leveling is strongholds. If you're not doing strongholds, I think HellTides are technically faster than Nightmare Dungeons. That's my opinion, though. Haven't proven it factually.
I mean, this particular character could probably level up on autopilot. She has the Seeking charge bolts, so she could just literally just sit there and hold down the button.
Yeah, if you want to be like level 60 in 10 minutes, then we could just go to strongholds.
Honestly, I'm done with the leveling process. I think I've seen everything that it has to offer, to be honest.
Yep.
Maybe it would be fun to try one of the new characters, like maybe like a throw barb, specifically, like level him up from scratch just to see how good the throw skill is and whatnot. But
that's what I'm doing right now, buddy.
No, I mean like from level 1. It might be fun to do like a throw barb from level 1, but
there's a lighthouse out on the rocks.
But other than that, like other than trying out some of the new skills from like a level 1 character, I don't see the point. Especially when the entire game is literally what would we say? Like Torment 2 plus? Like the game doesn't actually start until you get to like Torment 2 plus?
I mean, sure. For me, it didn't start to T3. Torment 3, like it was. I didn't put on.
I mean, I feel like I'm being generous when I say Torment 2 plus.
Yeah, you are. You are. That's what I'm saying. You're because I only had one glyph in Torment 3. I had nothing masterwork. I had like no effort put in, no Paragon. And then I she's like, oh, I have to actually do my character now.
Yeah, I didn't actually like start trying to actually build my character until I got to like Torment 3. I was like, oh, I actually have to put on a weapon now, and I actually have to like put in my Paragon points and like put real gems in my equipment once I got to Torment 3. Okay. I mean, you guys think we're exaggerating. I'm sure there's people out there watching right now. They're like, oh, I'm gonna unsubscribe from this guy. He's just overly negative. They're like, no, we're just being realistic. Like, the game is so easy with this current update that you literally could probably go through the entirety of like normal difficulty to Torment 3, like up to Torment 3, with like 300 item power gear. That's it. Like 300 item power gear all the way across the board. There's actually somebody who did a simulated run. Did you see that?
No.
So they took a character and they basically kitted them out with all like 300, I think it was 350 item power gear exactly or something, or whatever you would get at level 35 is what they used. And they went through the process of showing that they had all that equipment. And then they also went through the process of like making sure that they only use the number of stat points that a level 35 character would have access to.
Right.
Now, of course, they can't simulate it exactly because you can't bring a level 35 character to like Penitent tier. Then they proceeded to clear Penitent dungeons with relative ease, which I thought was actually pretty hilarious. I mean, you're talking about the difficulty that we're locked out of it. you can clear easily with no equipment whatsoever. I don't know why I picked this one first. This is probably one of the longer ones. There's definitely shorter strongholds that we could do, and it does seem like the EXP bonus is at the end of the dungeon, not necessarily like the beginning of the dungeon.
It's all tied to the altar.
Yeah, it's all tied to the altar. Seeing Heart Seeker builds do 50 million crits. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about in line with what I'd expect.
Makes sense.
I mean, like I said, like when if you get everything like fully set up, you're gonna still do like millions, and you might even be able to get to like the low billions, but I don't think anybody's getting to trillions no more. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's fine with that.
I have a geared Heartseeker rogue, and I can overpower for 1.1 billion in season 5, which means, and I also have an Andes rogue, and that does like 10 billion plus. So if Heartseeker is critting for 50 million, I say Andes is doing about 500 million easily. That's my Andes. Like, people have way better gear than me. They're doing poison.
Let's go do Turtle since it's right here.
I need time to do that.
So yeah, that's crazy. After a stat squish, we may still see a billion for sure with the top gear people. That's also before runes. That Heart Seeker's gonna do double damage.
It's interesting to also discuss this, is that depending on how much monsters to have, the HP they have, sorry, my brain's not working. Depending on how much HP the monsters have, you might have to be doing a billion, because we don't know exactly how much HP the monsters have in, say, like, Torment 100. Or the Pit 100, sorry. Because, you know, everything's based on the pit, so, like, if you could do Pit 100, which is the highest pit you could get at this point, like, how much HP does a boss have in that? Like, if they've got a trillion HP, then you might be required to do that much damage.
I need more time.
Can't get in.
You gotta duck.
This whole place is in ruins. What happened here?
Here, I'll go this way. You just go ahead and start it, and I'll, I know that there's one down here, and then you can go to the other one. That way we can complete it faster. I believe one of them spawns right here. And there's one directly north of you. How's D5? I don't know. It's turned into D5 Resurrected at this point.
T5 Resurrected.
They've changed the game so much at this point, I don't even know who my wife is anymore. I'd like imagine if you came home one day and like your wife is a brunette with like brown eyes and she's like really skinny and bony, and then you come home one day and it's still your wife, but now she's like blonde with blue eyes and she's kind of chubby, and then like you come home the next day after that and now she's you know, like she's like super tall with like really long legs. She's like red hair and she's real spunky, and like it's like every time you show up at your house, like your wife is just completely different woman, but somehow still the same woman, and you're just like that's what it feels like playing Diablo 4 every season. It's like a completely different game. Welcome, where Diablo 4 is never the same game from season to season. How's the new Familiar? I don't even know. I haven't even cast it yet. I need to.
I'm not gonna probably swap on my gear until it's 750 items.
I'm gonna wait till I get to 60. I've got a couple items sitting around. I need to farm like uniques too for this character, so.
That one, or we're doing some tormented bosses on T4, and it was quite hard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Also, Zyler had no gear. He has no ancestral items besides the 2 mythic.
I mean, I've only found 3 so far total, so it's not they don't drop as often. I mean, and I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing. Like, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with the ancestral items being rare, especially since they made them so powerful. Because quite honestly, if they weren't rare, you would just completely replace all your normal equipment immediately and just throw it away. Like, at least it gives the normal equipment somewhat of a purpose as a stopgap in between your finding of the ancestral equipment.
They're rare. They're rare. They're not super rare though. Like, I've already farmed a full inventory tab of them.
Better than me. I was playing all 12 hours last night and I only had 3 total. Maybe I was just getting really unlucky.
Well, I'm farming Torment 4, which you get way more drops. So,
yeah, well, yeah, but to get to Torment 4, you need to have access to, you know, Torment 4 like a character. So.
Yep.
And I don't think every character is going to be able to get to Torment 4 without Ancestrals.
Agreed.
So you're farming for Ancestrals in the place where you need Ancestrals.
Yep.
That's not quite.
That's why I'm saying day 1 or 2 of the season, those Ancestrals are going to be worth a fortune. I'm going to be making so much money. Because everyone's going to want them to get to T4. I won't even equip them. I'm like, yep, sell them.
See, what had happened was the plot of Total Recall, where your wife gets replaced with someone else. Is this? Oh, I was like, is it gonna let us through, or?
We already did it. You just gotta go do the boss.
Oh, yeah, okay. Look at this super easy content. What the hell even is this? I'm glad I didn't start off on another character and get like jaded with a level 50 character, like, you know, with previous equipment and setups, because it's this easy no matter what character you're playing.
I was right next to you, but okay, game.
Dude, it does that all the time. It doesn't matter if you're literally right behind me, tapping me on the shoulder. It's like, would you like to teleport to your friend? I'm like, I can literally touch his hair. Like, what do you mean teleport to my friend? Stop it! Would you like to teleport to your friend? It reminds me of, you know what it reminds me of? You remember in Harry Potter where, what was it? Not Harry Potter, not Hermione, not, it was the brothers, you know, the twins. I can't remember their names for some reason. You know, the ones that, I'm trying to think here. They ran, like, the joke shop, remember? The, where they made all, like, the funny, like, pop whizzlers and, like, floating pens and all sorts of other crazy stuff for the classes, and they sold them illegally in the school. They, as soon as they got their license to allow them to teleport, dude, they were teleporting for everything. Like, they would teleport from the bed to the toilet. They would they would teleport from, like, the toilet straight to the frickin', like, dinner table. Like, there was no, like, bounds or like a too small teleport. It was like every single time they could teleport, they were teleporting. Whether it was literally from the dinner table to the door, or just stupid things like that. They were just teleporting all over the place. Alright, I'll come down here and I'll get ready for this so we can clear these faster. That way, as soon as you click on those books, I'll be ready to destroy the masses. Can't believe no one knows who I'm talking about on Harry Potter. My brain not work, but you guys' brain work. You guys' brain work good, okay? You guys' brain work does good work, alright? Me brain no good. Use brain better. Well, there's 54, and as soon as we complete this, that's 55 too. You know, I can understand them wanting to like, make the leveling process short since they're focusing on the end game. I can understand that. But like, why not at least make that short process fun?
Yeah. I mean, hopefully the Undercity and Infernal Hordes makes up for the crap show.
Alright, well there's 55. I mean, the Hordes are fun, but if they're going to be that easy, I don't think people are going to have fun in the Hordes either. I don't know about that.
But this is like the argument that I've always said. It's like, as soon as you make leveling irrelevant, then it becomes irrelevant, and then it becomes pointless, which becomes unfun, which might as well give everyone max level characters. It's like,
yeah, I mean, you might as well just give them the characters. Do you even have a waypoint near that thing that you selected?
I just TP'd to one, and I'm riding up.
Oh.
I'll be there in a second.
Okay. Alright, I'll teleport back to town then. We'll just teleport to you.
Does it give you the message when I start it? Or no, because I'm not late?
I mean, there's a difference between efficiency and, like, ease. I mean, like, you can play speed chess against, you know, a 5-year-old, or you can play speed chess against somebody who's your skill level. Like, which one would you prefer? assuming, of course, the 5-year-old follows all the rules and goes as fast as he's supposed to make the speed chest. But I mean, that's kind of like the whole meme of this, right? Is that we got the speed, but not the difficulty that we would probably prefer. And then the whole entire point of the system was to be like, hey, you can choose the difficulty that you want, you know, so that you feel challenged no matter where you are. But then, like, we don't feel challenged because the difficulties are so easy. Even a caveman could do it, to use the Geico term. And you know, it's just like something's got to give. Like with the way that they have things set up, it's. I mean, they nailed. They certainly. You know, I'll be positive. I'm gonna be a little positive. All right, they certainly nailed the easy part of things. If they wanted to make the most easiest brain dead mode that they could ever make, that anybody could complete, they got it. Boy, they nailed it. They nailed it hard. Okay.
Maybe I'm just an old gamer, like just an old man or something. But like, to me, even if it was challenging, who cares about leveling when you can get it in under 5 hours? Like, who cares about a max level character when it's less than 5 hours?
I know. At what point do you just simply say, okay, levels are off the table entirely, and then you just give you the points, and you just. But but I feel like that's the whole thing where they're trying to like trick people into thinking they've gotten something. You know, it's like okay, we want to make sure that the people who are playing feel like they get something, even if they're not getting something. So we're gonna leave the leveling process in, and force you to get to 60, just so that the people who maybe are not so good at the game feel like they got something when they hit 60, which is kind of brutal, to be honest, to the people who might not necessarily understand. I mean, can you? I hate to put it this way, but can you imagine you go to I don't know, like a party, and there's two parties. Like there's one party, like the kiddie party with like little balloons, and they've got like a cake and like plastic chairs and and they're serving like some fruit punch. And then like over in the other room is like the real party, and they've got, you know, like they got music blaring and everything, but it's like soundproof and you can't tell. And when you show up to the party, they just like you're in the kiddie room, so they just shunt you to the kiddie room without telling you. And you think you're in the real party, like you think you're at the real party, and you're like super excited for yourself, when in reality the real party is over there in the other room that you're not invited to. And then not only that, but when you go talk to, incidentally, somebody who's been invited to the other party room, they look at you and you have like a big name badge on that says like special party room, and they just know immediately that you're not part of the actual game. You're in like the special party room part of the game. And it does seem almost insulting to the people who are. it seems insulting to the people who are going to be stuck in that little special party room, and they're not going to realize that they're stuck in the special party room. They're very special people. Did I do a guide for my Windshear Druid? I did a trilogy build. If you want to check out my trilogy build, which does include Windshear, but it's not specifically Windshear. It's like everything. It's like Windshear, it's Earth Spikes, and it's also Storm Strike. It's all three of them.
Just forget where all the bodies are in this place.
Yeah, you gotta click the bodies and get the thing. There's also one in the center that's like a little cabin or something, I think.
I'm looking for him now. Yeah, I found him.
I think there's one up here in this corner too, right?
Yeah, I think your body's the last one. Yeah, somewhere over on that side somewhere.
Checking. I think it's down here. There you go. Okay, now we can chase him to his hole. I already hit him. He's running. It'd be funny if we killed him before he got to the boss arena and we bugged it up. I mean, there's a lot of negativity about the PTR, but don't confuse that to mean that we think Diablo 4 in general is bad. Like,
the same with season 5 PTR.
The entire point of this is to go over the game and point out the flaws, and do so in a way that the developers can understand. And if we have to like paint it out in crayons, then we will, because that means that we're more likely to get a good game when it comes to actually the release. So to those of you who are looking at the PTR right now and are saying, well, guess I won't play this season, like, shove it straight up your butthole. How about that? The PTR is here for the exact reason to test and basically fix the game. We need to test the game. We need to put it through its paces. We need to find the things that are broken. We need to understand how things are broken and explain it in vehement detail to the developers so that the developers can be like, huh, I never thought of it that way. Maybe the baby mode is too easy. Or, you know, like, wow, maybe I was wrong locking this to level 50 because, you know, the leveling process is really boring. And then when Season 6 comes out, we will have a better product, which is the entire goal of Public Test Realm. Okay? So take that to heart. Understand that what we're doing here is testing. That is literally what we're doing. We're testing the game. And hopefully, if the testing proves successful and they listen to the community feedback, Season 6 will be just as amazing as Season 5, if not even better. So far, their history with the public test realms has been amazing. Season 4 was not a good public test realm. It was terrible. Season 4 was a good season. It was amazing. Season 5 was not a good public test realm. It was shameful how bad Season 5 public test realm was. Season 5 has been an amazing season. Season 6 has not been a good test realm. And hopefully, just like the others, Season 6 will be a fun game because of the public test realm. Honestly, they needed this from the beginning. If they had public test realms in the beginning, like before they made Season 1, I guarantee you Season 1 would have been good too, and Season 2 would have been good, and Season 3 would have been even better, because they would have had the community feedback they needed to tell them that the decisions they were making were stupid.
Why'd you kill the guy, Ginger?
Like, oh, did I not kill the guy? I'm sorry.
There you go. You should be active over there.
But we needed a PTR on day one, and they never freaking made the PTR. We screamed, like, why are you making these changes? Like, can we at least have a PTR so we can give some feedback before you make these dumb changes? And they just never get put out a PTR. And I can't believe it took 4 seasons for us to get a PTR, basically. It's just 4 whole seasons is what it took for us to get a PTR. Actually, technically 5, because you also have to count Season 0, which is the first season. Okay, so we're now 57, a couple more levels. We might as well just do Nostrava. That one's really easy. We can go from Kovashad.
And Malno too after.
Yeah, and then we can just go straight to the other one.
Yeah, two-hander. Two-hand mace specifically.
I mean, as I told somebody before, and this is a conversation that me and Bob had, Bob was like, he's like, I don't want to beta test the game for them. He's like, the game isn't finished. He's like, and I don't want to beta test the game for them. And if they wanted me to do that, they should pay me. Basically, that's how he felt. And you know what? He's not wrong. Like, and I agreed with him. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, it feels like the game has been in beta for like 6 seasons, basically. It's been in beta for a long time. It was released in beta, and I think it's completely fair to say that the game has not been finished, and we have been helping the developers create the finished product. Like, I think it's 100% fair to say that. But I also came back and at him with another kind of like an interesting point, which I feel like is very valid. I have been enjoying the process of helping create the game. Like, I have most definitely put out a lot of content on Diablo 4 and helped undoubtedly shape the game. I mean, I know for a fact that Blizzard watches my videos because it's literally in my analytics. I can literally see where external sources have been sharing my video, and there's like a very small number of shares that seem to be at the Blizzard headquarters, which is kind of hilarious. They literally say Blizzard.com, which is not the forums, because the forums say forums.blizzard.com, and it kind of makes me laugh. But I take pride in that. You know, the finished product of the game, if it ends up being amazing, like, you know, if one day you're looking back and you're like, oh my god, Diablo 4 is such an amazing game, it's right up there with Diablo 2, like, I'm gonna feel pride in myself, because I was here through all the bull crap and all the horrible patches and all the horrible PTRs trying to help make sure the game actually turned out decent. Of course, I do get paid for it, right? But Bob doesn't, so perfect. Because you guys help me get paid for it by watching my content, which I appreciate.
Look, pay me.
Yeah, Leon's hireable. He's willing to work. He's willing to work for Cheetos and beef jerkums. That's what he said. But it's a lot of beef jerkums, though. You're gonna have to like we're talking pounds.
They fly me out to California. They bring me into the testing room. I'm like, all right, all you testers, stop what you're doing. We're testing this my way.
Well, that was fast. This certainly is very difficult content for us, isn't it?
No, I gotta teleport to you. I made it. Oh, it cancels the loading screen if I get close enough. I like it. That's funny. We'll go over to like Malnook or something.
I mean, weren't we like right next to one? Yeah, we're right next to the ruins of Karayisu. We might as well just ride there. Yeah. It's like within riding range. Let's just go to Karayisu. There's no waypoint next to Karayisu anyway, so we just got like the waypoint that was next to Karayisu.
I need time to do that.
I mean, I'm already 58, and like this will put me to 59. Like two more strongholds, and we're done. Like, woo! Let me get my little slizzle stick out. I wonder if anybody knows what the hell I'm talking about. It's like a wooden stick, and on top of it is like another piece of wood with like a center gear, and when you spin it, the wood clacks. Like it's like a clacker, and it goes like. There's like the piece of wood clicks around the gears. It's usually handmade, although I think there's some like cheap little plastic ones that sound like crap. You know, I think from a certain perspective, and this is totally not what's the term? Being facetious or having a big ego. I think my channel is the best place to go for the developers to actually like learn about this stuff. I mean, not to down Rax, not to down any of the other content developers, but most of them are playing by themselves. Like, they're not playing in like big groups. They don't have a kinship. They don't have like a bunch of other people with them. Like, most of the time, if not all of the time, we've got like big groups. You know, I mean, the PTR is a little bit small, you know, for like our normal groups, but you know, we got like Luli, and we got like his brother Iman, and there's Leon, and then we got like Razor, and then you get like Devron, and all sorts of other people. We get like a pretty big group running of people, and so there's a lot of opinions, you know, like back and forth, and we're chatting and talking about the various features and all the stuff that's going on, you know, and it's got to be more useful to the developers than just simply one content creator's opinion. Having, you know, like an open dialogue between a group of players, which some of them are on the elite side of things, and some of them are not on the elite side of things, right? So we've got like both, you know, spectrums of players, and we've got some that are like straight in the middle.
Razor told me when he switched to expert, he started dying, by the way.
I mean, what level was he and what was his gear?
I don't know. He's like 48, 50 now. He's gonna switch to penitent.
I mean, I think that's one of the problems that they've got in with people who may not be like completely up on how the game functions is that like so I had a person in Discord, you know, not to like call him out or anything, but he's brand new to the game and he doesn't really quite understand what makes an item better than another item, right? And he's looking at like two items. Like here's a picture of it right here. He's comparing these two staves to each other and he's like, which one is better? And you know, he looks at the stats on the item and he sees that the you know, the stats on the item on the one on the left are better and that's the one that he's using. But because he's new to the game and he doesn't really understand that item power on weapons is like almost like an all-important stat that governs everything about your character, he doesn't understand that the 299 weapon is just objectively better than the 240 one. And it doesn't matter what stats, basically, the 240 item power staff has on it. And this is like a problem with their whole item power system in general, is that, and especially with the, so like before, when the leveling system was slow, you would level your character at a slower pace. And because you were leveling your character at a slower pace, it was more likely for you to have an upgrade when you needed it as you leveled. But now that they have the leveling system so ridiculously fast, you're like level 1, you kill a couple monsters, all of a sudden you're level like 5 or 6. All the monsters are scaling with your level, which is the Skyrim syndrome, by the way, for those of you who remember Skyrim, is you would go to town and like level up your blacksmithing real quick, which would get you like 4 or 5 levels on your character. Then you would go outside of town and get like raffle stomped into the dirt because your blacksmithing didn't actually increase your armor value or your weapon damage, but it did increase your level, and the monsters increased their level as a result. And so now you're a level 7 blacksmith who can't fight anything, right? And because the leveling system is so fast now, you're much more likely to outpace the item power of your equipment to the point where you're literally fighting monsters that are like, say, item power 300 equivalent while you're wearing like item power 100 equipment. And of course, they're just going to stomp your face into the dirt. And that's the thing that I experienced too when we were leveling up, is we were leveling up so fast that I just didn't have the equipment that I needed. There was no way I was going to gather the equipment fast enough to be able to counter how quickly I was leveling. I had to replace a piece of equipment like every 5 seconds. Like every single time an item dropped, it was like, okay, is it higher item power than what I have on? All right, put it on. And was there any consideration for the stats on the items? No. Because it didn't matter. Because if I didn't put on the new piece of equipment, I was going to die. Because I needed it desperately. And some people don't understand that when they're playing the game. And the speeding up of the leveling process has exasperated the issue tremendously, to the point where now you're going to have a character who's going to level up maybe even 10 plus levels like almost instantaneously, you know, by most standards. And they're going to very quickly and very, like, just ridiculously increase in level so fast that the gear that they're wearing is going to be under leveled for the place that they're in. And it's just going to be all the time. It's always going to be that way. Okay, well, I'm level 60 and you're level 59, so we need to do one more. Are you like almost there, or?
Yeah, I'm like a couple kills. I just need a couple kills.
Okay.
No biggie.
So do I need to level up all my glyphs again, or they're at 21? Okay, so they are at 21. That's going to make things somewhat easier. Fundamental release. Why does that just sound like a dirty porno?
Good name.
Somebody who's in the porno industry, get on that. You need to make fundamental release the porno, and then just make it a series. Like, just make it a whole series. Like, did you hear the new fundamental release 9 is out?
Oh, no. FR9.
Yep, then they do abbreviations. They're like, oh, man, did you hear FR9 is out? No, I mean, really? FR9?
Crazy. How many years have passed? But then they have the nicknames like Trekkie and stuff, but it's for...
Oh my god, we're so stupid. Why are we so stupid?
Alright, I'm 60. That was hard.
Woo, we did it. We did it, boys.
We did it. We did it. We did it all right.
You know, I used to be so concerned about getting like the optimal path to stuff, and I just don't even know if the optimal path to stuff is even like moderately important anymore. I feel like you have so many points that, and you're honestly like rewarded for picking stuff that you probably wouldn't have picked before, as an example, that it's not even really all that big of a deal to just like, I mean, yeah, there might be a little min-maxing like once you get like all your points in place, but you can literally just like be the laziest Paragon board creator in the world and still somehow like get everything okay, which is kind of crazy.
That's right.
What am I getting next? I definitely still want Frigid Fate because it still scales my stuff, which is nice, but we're not going to pick that first. Fundamental Release does sound interesting. Each time you apply vulnerable, burning, or critically strike an enemy, take 10% increased damage from you up to 30%. So that seems nice. I also got the enchantment bonus. I guess let's do Fundamental Release. That looks really good. And not just as a porno.
Bonebreaker. I want Bonebreaker, I want Decimator, I want Carnage, and I want Blood Rage. Alright, so those are my boards. That didn't take me very long.
Okay, what do we got here? Up here is damage reduction from burning enemies, and down here is damage reduction from vulnerable enemies, which are both kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie, those are both interesting options. Does it feel kind of like they've made a mistake with putting the Paragons at level 60, like to a certain degree? Like now that I'm on my second character and I hit level 60 for the second time, it just kind of sunk into me here that every single time you level up a character, you're going to have to go through the process of designing your entire Paragon board. And like before you could, you know, sit there and like design your Paragon board gradually, like 1 or 2 points at a time. But now every single time you level up a character, like as soon as you hit 60, you are now smacked in the face with, all right, time to sit there for like an hour or two and like figure out your Paragon board. It's a little. I was just as I was thinking about it just now because we're both sitting here right now. We're both doing that, right? We both hit 60,
Yeah.
and we're both just sitting here playing with our Paragon boards.
Not all I'm playing with. Hey-o.
I got the new fundamental release. You want to borrow it after you watch it? Oh man, I'm sorry, man. You got to get your own fundamental release. That is not how this works, my friend. No, sir. You better get your own fundamental release. We ain't playing that. That's dirty. That's what that is. That's dirty. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Dirty. 32% damage to elites. They got a lot of elite damage in here. It feels like they're finally listening about the bosses. Okay, we want elementalists. I'm not even going to min-max this, but I am going to put all the glyphs on here that I need. I'll min-max this stuff later. Okay, so I've got glyph there. What do we got here? Destruction. I believe we still want destruction. We'll see why not. Okay, next two boards. Okay, so what boards do I want next? I don't want Searing Heat. I probably want Enchantment Master. I don't really think I want the Crackling Energy board. I mean, it's either between the Crackling Energy board or I grab the Frigid Fate board for a 60 times multi. I think the 60 times multi is better than the Crackling Energy board, so I think I probably grab Enchantment Master, and I also grab the Frigid Fate board. I think that's the way I play this. That's kind of weird. The way they have the board structured on some of these is just weird. Sorry, I didn't like the way that it was positioned, so I wanted to redo it. I like it on this side. I mean, I said I wasn't going to min-max stuff, but I'm also not going to deliberately go buy things that I don't like. Be like, hey, look, potion healing. Woo!
Adding the final board now.
I probably grab this armor value, I think. And I also want that non-physical damage.
Five board limitation warning has popped up.
5 boards. We got damage to elites. Right, let's just go grab this glyph socket. What other glyph am I putting on here? Picking up crackling energy grants you 5% increased damage. Reinforced with the barrier. Unleashed. After spending 50 mana, deal 8%. I think I'm going to do unleashed. Yeah, I like that one. It's really easy to get that one activated, and also it stays active pretty much all the time. There's nothing wrong with that one. Okay, so that one's active, and we also want Enchantment Master. I don't have to go reactivate my enchantments, do I? Or actually,
You should have the quest done if you, once you did it, so you just have to put them on, right?
I don't know if I want to do Elemental Summoner. I think I just do Frigid Fate. Because it doesn't Frigid Fate apply to my summons anyway? And it also applies to me, so it's pretty much just both. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Yeah.
Plus the Frigid Fate board has a lot of vulnerable damage, which I like. Okay, what am I putting here? I can do the Crackling Energy, which I should have plenty of those. We could also do the Barrier activation. 15% damage reduction while you have an active barrier. Didn't they add some new glyphs too? Should just take a moment and look and see if there's any new ones I want to throw in for test purposes. Oh yeah, they did that ice spiked one. 20% critical strike chance and 10% cold damage.
I guess I have to level my glyphs up higher to get the bonus.
What summon build you doing, GGM? I'm not doing a summon build right now. I'm just doing the sorceress again. I just want to see how far I can push the character. Oh yeah, let's do Eliminator. That way I can have higher boss damage, which I think is probably a really good play for just about any class right now that might have issues with boss damage. Like if you're not necessarily doing the best boss damage, I think that is the way to kind of like work yourself into a boss sort of esque build.
I do the best boss damage. No one does boss damage like me.
No one does boss damage like him. You hear that? The most amazing boss damage. Boss damage is so amazing. People are jealous of my boss damage. That's how amazing my boss damage is.
Let's see what tier I can select. So I can't select any tiers even though I've locked them on my main. Okay, interesting.
Okay, so Frigid Fate is currently at... where's my Frigid Fate? It's currently at 51% bonus. Okay, where's my exploit glyph? Because that's going to help me cap out the... Okay, so there it is right there. Alright, so we need dexterity. Just pull all the dexterity from this particular area to try and cap out that Frigid Fate node. And I think that's pretty much all the dexterity I can get. Alright. Does that cap out our Frigid Fate node? No, but it's close. Is there any vulnerable we can pick up on the actual board? There's vulnerable damage reduction. There's vulnerable damage there. There's some vulnerable damage over there. Let's go grab that. Does that cap us out? That's vulnerable damage, yeah. And no, it's not. We're at 53%, but that's pretty good. 53% is not bad. Alright, so that's my last board. I mean, I think at this point it's pretty much just going to farm some or like no, we need to get our pit tiers, right? And then we can go farm some uniques to actually activate the builds. You have a Scooby-Doo laugh too. That's right. Nothing wrong with Scooby-Doo tier. So is it not active unless we actually do it on this character? Okay, so it's not active unless we do it on this character. All right. So what's the bare minimum to get access to like Torment 2? 35? I don't think I can do 35 with a bunch of 540 equipment that I'm currently wearing. Let's just do tier 20 to see if I can clear that as I am right now without getting any more equipment.
It's actually a good point. Let me see if I can jump to 35. It's a good point, man.
I mean, I'm only, you might have actually put on equipment. I'm using the 540 equipment that I had from.
Yep, I'm using 540 equipment. The only thing I don't have, the only thing that's 800 are the 4 mythics I'm wearing.
Oh, yeah, I got the mythics on too, but I don't have a weapon mythic, so.
Unfortunate. I got the.
I need to go get a staff. Like that's something I need to go play around with. So. First thing I've got to do is, when I get to, like, Torment, whatever, I need to go farm the bosses to get a lost staff of Liam Neeson.
Yeah, I'm zooming through this 35, by the way.
I'm zooming through this 20. I don't even know why I picked 20. This is terrible. Like, the monsters are literally just melting like an ice cream in front of an industrial-powered heater.
The game doesn't challenge you until 50, 53. Like you said in your video, it really doesn't. It's just like... I should have just went straight to 50 and seen what that felt like.
I mean, it's crazy though, because it scales up really fast. Like once you get to 50, it's like from 50, every level up after 50 actually seems like a decent increase in difficulty. Whereas the scaling from like normal to Torment 3 is like a handicap ramp. It's like so gradual that, you know, like you barely even notice the incline. Like you barely even notice the difference between expert and penitent. And I think another issue that they're having is that even if penitent is harder than expert, it doesn't matter, because by the time you reach penitent, you now have 50 strong, yeah, you're super strong. You got 50 skill points in all of your abilities. You got way better equipment. You got gems in your gear. Like, so like the any difficulty that was scaled between those two is relatively inconsequential once you start applying all the equipment that you get. And then the problem with Torment 1 is that once you hit Torment 1, now you're level 60, you get access to all of your ancestral equipment. You start putting in like freaking ridiculous
another power spike.
It's just a huge power spike once you start getting access to ancestral equipment. And so again, if there is any difficulty bump from Penitent to Torment 1, you don't see it because you get a huge bump through the Paragon board and all the other stuff. But then again, that's why we decided not to put points into the Paragon board, and we were still clearing like tier 20s. So I don't even.
Well, the thing is, one of the big problems I don't understand is 4 tiers for Endgame kind of makes sense. There's an argument to say it doesn't, but kind of makes sense. 4 tiers for leveling does not make sense, especially locked tiers, like behind level requirements.
What they need to do, and I'm gonna tell you, devs, what you need to do right now. Okay, compress all the torments into 1 tier. Okay, just call it Torment 1. Have the pit govern the level that the person is capable of, just like you have it now, right? So you clear a Torment pit, you get access to that difficulty setting, okay? Then you go to the statue, and instead of choosing a different difficulty, what you are going to be choosing is you're going to be choosing what pit tier everything is scaled to for you. And you can choose up to basically the highest pit tier clear that you've got access to. You then make that choice, and everything scales to that particular pit tier for you, and only you. And you can group with other people who have their pit tier set to something else, and that's perfectly fine, and you should have it set up that way. That way everybody's in the same difficulty, but everybody has a different difficulty that they're currently set to. Now, you can also set it lower, too, just in case, like when Luli was in here and he was very worried about, like, well, what if somebody pushes me through and they push me through a 100 and I'm not capable of 100 and I get stuck? Well, then for that very same reason, you should be able to drop the pit tier lower, you know, like to something that you're actually capable of doing. I don't see anything wrong with that either. In general, when it comes to, like, the system that you currently have, the problem is that everybody's split up. The scaling difficulty is at the end, where it's the most useless, when the scaling difficulty honestly should be at the beginning. And as you said in the the dev chat, player choice, right? That was the mantra, right? Player choice, player choice. Like, the player should be able to choose what difficulty they're at. Well, we're not choosing like what difficulty we're at. That is the current issue, is that, like, we have no choice in the beginning over what difficulty we want to play, and then by the time we do have a choice, we're now isolating ourselves from all of our friends by doing so. Like, oh yeah, let me play, like Torment, like 55, and then my friends can only do like 35, and they just don't want to join me because I'm doing content that's too high, or they can't join me because I'm in a different Torment. But if you did it the other way, like I was talking about earlier, which is where you make it so that you go to this statue right here, and instead of choosing a Torment difficulty, you're going to have like a drop down where you choose the tier of the pit level that you would like to scale all content to. Now you're cooking with bacon grease. Now you've got something that people are going to enjoy, because they're going to be able to set everything in the game to an exact pit tier level. And of course, as you have stated many times, the higher the pit tier, the higher the difficulty, the better the rewards, right? So there's an incentive there to do something that's more challenging as opposed to settling on a lower difficulty. So you make it so that, the rewards scale the higher the monsters get. And so, like, pit tier 100 is obviously going to be, at the current moment, which is the maximum, is going to be the highest rewards. So that gives people an incentive to choose those higher difficulties, and move into that stuff. And then that also, at the same time, allows players to actually play together, which I think is also really important. Because if you can't play together, what's the point? Like, we're in a clan here, and like most of the time we can't even play together in this current PTR because, like, we're all always off doing different things in different difficulty settings, and none of us can group up with each other.
I'm already overpowering for 2 million. 2.7 now. I'm zooming through a 50.
Oh, nice. I'm zooming through a 35 right now. I'm just kind of going. I don't want to, like, push into the higher tiers until I at least get a staff. I need the staff of Liam Neeson before I start pushing.
Where can we farm that?
Unless they change, I have to check and see where they changed it to.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sure I've got the mats though, and I got a whole inventory full of mats left over from previous seasons that are just sitting in there waiting to find a home. Do you need any specific uniques for that build?
I I need the third blade, but it only comes from hordes.
So we can't get access to it. What if I gave you a third blade?
I have them.
Okay, all right. Well, actually, no. I deleted my third blade.
Yeah,
That's right.
I have a 540 one, so I'm like, the build's playable. Don't get me wrong.
Do you have to use the third blade to get the effects?
No.
Okay, well then you can. Then it's fine.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm already 3.7 mil over powers with only mythic. All my other gears 540.
Are you doing the death blow?
No, I'm doing the mighty throw, the new one.
Oh yeah, mighty throw is a weapon mastery, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weapon mastery.
Oh yeah. That means you could combine it together with death blow.
Yeah. This is crazy. It's strong. I like this.
The the mighty throw has a bunch of like pulses, right? And that's like kind of like one of the things that you're doing is enhancing the pulses.
Well, there's two ways to spec it too. You can do 200% initial damage, like 200% multi on the initial throw, or you can do a thing where you scale the pulses, where it's like you get way more pulses. Swapping weapons near any of your thrown weapons creates an additional pulse.
Yeah,
so like
it feeds into the walking mastery passive. So you would probably do the walking arsenal.
Yeah, right now I'm doing the simplistic version. Mighty Throw's impact deals 200% increased damage and stuns enemies. Before I try to do a complicated version.
So they changed it, Derelict? Did you check the new chart? Because they removed it from a couples, and I think Staff of Liam Neeson came from two places. I believe it was Beast in the Ice and one other place. I can't remember. They simplified the list by removing it from some places and leaving it in others. So to say it in the simplest terms that I can make, there is no more duplicate drops for uniques. If you're looking for unique, it only comes from one boss, not two or sometimes even three bosses. It's only going to come from one now. Whereas before, like, you could get the same unique item from multiple different bosses. As an example, Frostburns was dropping from both Beast in the Ice and Varshan. Now I believe it only drops from Varshan. And that's just one such example that I can give you. Alright, well, I just absolutely breezed. Like, I mean, just straight up breezed through like 35, so I guess I'm gonna go to 50 and we'll see if I can throw a 50 real quick. Might as well see how far I can push it for the moment.
I need a new Banished Lords too at some point.
I mean, I'm currently using a Tal Rasha's, which needs to be upgraded. I'm using the Staff of Liam Neeson, which is the most important. That's the most important unique I have on. And then I also need a better Asus. So I guess maybe those. I don't know. I mean, the staff is really the only thing that matters, to be perfectly honest. I think everything else can probably just stay. I do need that aspect. I wonder if I just got it. It's I just deleted a whole bunch of legendaries. What is it called? It's called like the charged aspect or something. It's no, it's not charged. Okay, what was that new aspect called? I'm gonna have to pull up the patch notes to find out. Boop.
I mean, the progression between like T2, T3, and T4 will take a day on a fresh start. Because you'll have to grind up your Paragon from one. You'll have to actually start getting some items, maybe drop one mythic.
Okay, it's called Aspect of the Charged Flash, which is definitely one that I want to test out. It says, after charged bolts hits enemies for 50 times, your next 3 casts of charged bolts become waves that pierce and deal 200 to 240% weapon damage. Critical shock damage is what it specifically says. So I need to get access to that. Aspect of the charged flash, which I don't have access to yet. So that's another thing that I need. Here, let's do a 50 real quick, because why not? I'll just see if I can push it to 50 with my current build.
I'm sure you'll be able to complete it. It might not be fast if your damage is low, but you'll be able to complete it. It's easy.
I feel like it doesn't even really get hard until after 50.
Agreed.
It's like once you start getting past 50. And I know that they said it was like a gradual increase, but it doesn't really feel like a gradual increase, because like it's not until you get to 50 where things actually start to become difficult.
You want to know my opinion right now on doing 50, like E3? I think all you need is roughly 200 Paragon points and one ancestral weapon to swing with to do it 50.
I mean, and I'm using a 540 weapon right now. Can you imagine what I'd be doing if I had a actual like 800 staff of Liam Neeson? I'm looking at my timer, and I'm not exactly doing the best damage. I will say that much. But I'm totally gonna clear this 50. Like, if looking at how fast I'm going in accordance to the timer, I should clear this with no problem. Where are my enchantments set up to? I'm so curious, like, because they copied my characters at weird times. I don't even know if this character's set up properly. I might have to go back through her skill tree and just double check. Because when I was making those unique item videos, I must have changed like everything like 1,000 times during that time period. Modifying things, putting points in where they didn't belong, like all sorts of stupid stuff. I know people were like all riding the ween of the lightning spear build and the freaking frozen the amulet. My brain's blanking. Dude, this charge bolt build is fun. This charge bolt build is very fun. Like I did the lightning spear thing. I played around with it. Honestly, this is more fun. I don't know what it is about this build, but it's amazingly fun. Like all the numbers that appear on the screen constantly, the way the charge bolts like seek enemies and hunt them down, like all the little nova explosions that happen, like focusing the enemies in one spot, like it's really fun. I'd recommend this build to anybody, and it's honestly still really good. I don't know how high I can potentially scale it, but with all the new multipliers and stuff, I'm sure it'll go far.
You can at least do 10 times the damage you're currently doing. I mean, I'm not even exaggerating.
Oh yeah, easily. I mean, I don't have any of my glyphs 46, and that's one thing I want to do here. I want to like take this character, because I know this character is a functional, like high tier pusher. I did it in season 5, and like it looks like she's only going to be stronger this season with the addition of that that new aspect. So I'm just
and don't forget the runes, where you can literally have berserking multiplier.
And the runes. This is yes.
Berserking sword.
What do I want from the runes? Like, that's a good question.
I mean, without going through it, the obvious ones is like berserking and petrify or something. Those are the obvious ones, but there's probably others.
I mean, I get a lot of crits, so petrify might actually be a really good choice. Because doesn't petrify also increase your critical strike damage?
By 50 times.
Yeah, so that's a really nice multiplier for like all my crits that I'm constantly getting.
Barb is gonna love Petrify because of Grandpapa. Grandpapa and Petrify combo has never been done before because it couldn't.
Did you see how much you can spam that thing too? Like every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
What the hell do they think? It's getting nerfed.
It's basically like Barb is gonna be eating good without any bust because of the runes.
I mean, I feel like Barb's gonna fall behind though because of not being a clear character.
You can see my weapons are right
I mean,
now.
there's some builds that are definitely clear builds on the Barb, but like I think part of the issue is that now they're starting to get the clear builds up to speed on like the boss killing and stuff like that. which is fine. But that's also now leaving behind the characters that were not capable of clear speed, like the single targeters, the ones that were doing really good at bosses but kind of sucked at clear speed.
This weapon throw has really good clear and boss damage.
And to be clear, like, I'm not complaining. I actually enjoy having single target characters, and I enjoy having clear speed characters. Yeah. And I am of the opinion that you do not need to be both, nor should you need to be both. I think that there should be content that is for both of you. I think that one of the mistakes that the Blizzard team is making is that they're not taking into account the fact that they should be designing content in both ways. There should be content that is designed around clear speed, and there should be content that is designed around boss killing, and there should be content that is designed around both. But not every single piece of content should require you to kill a boss. There should be content within the game that is considered clear content only, with no boss at the end, and does not require single target damage. The cow level is a clear example of this in Diablo 2, where there's basically no actual boss in there. The Cow King doesn't even really count because he's honestly pathetic in most situations. And even in, like, the best of situations, the Cow King is a minor hurdle. You know, like, even under the highest possible mods that he can get, he's basically just a hurdle. And you don't require to kill him, but it's nice, obviously, to kill him, right? And if they start moving away from this silly mentality of every single encounter, that every single thing has to have a boss at the end, and every single thing requires single target damage, even if you're not a single target character, then we might move into the realm where, you know, it's okay to have a character that is built for clear speed, and it's okay to have a character that's built for single target damage. You know, like the Torment bosses in current Season 5 would be the example of a single target encounter, right? That is a boss encounter, it's single target, that's what you take your single target character to. The cow level in D2 is a clear example of a clear speed encounter that doesn't really have a boss. You take your clear speed character there, like your Javazon, and you know, like, murder the cows with extreme impunity, right? The single target characters do poorly in cows, and the clear speed characters do poorly in the Torment bosses, which I think is absolutely fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, Blizzard is just like, hey, let's put a boss at the end of every single thing that you do. And that's the reason why there's an issue in the first place. And I understand that they're trying to fix it by increasing the single target damage of the clear characters, but in doing so, you're going to create a situation where the clear characters are always going to be superior to the single target damage characters at that point. Because if you can clear speed and single target, you're now the superior species. You're the superior race. You got a Hail Hitler sign on your chest at that point, looking down at all the other builds because they're pathetic beings that can only do one or the other. Alright, I'm in Torment 3, but I don't know if I can kill a Torment 3 boss. You want to join me for some like, boss runs real quick so I can try and get a staff?
Sure.
I figure...
What boss you have to do?
Hold on. I was gonna take a look at the patch notes here. Hold on. Because let me find it. Staff of Lam-Esen. There it is. So Staff of Lam-Esen was removed from Beast in the Ice. So it's Grigore and Beast in the Ice, so it must be just for Grigore now. So they removed it from Beast in the Ice, so we gotta go to Fat Butt Lightning Boy. That's right. I called him Fat Butt.
I don't even know if we can kill him. We'll find out.
Well, we bump it down to tier 2. That's fine. Like, let's bump it down to tier 2. That'll be all right. I mean, he'll still drop a Staff of Liam Neeson on tier 2. I'm not worried about it. I just need the staff, and then once we get the staff, then we should be fine.
We can try 1T3. It's fine. Worst case, I'd have to switch characters. That's all.
Let me see what mats I have. I think I put all my Grigore mats on my Necromancer. Yeah, so I need to go grab them. Yeah, for those of you who are interested in like the adjusted lists of let's just call them condensed. The condensed lists. This is the condensed list right here in the patch notes. I'm gonna link it for you if you want to like take a look at it. It basically just shows like which ones it's been removed from, and sometimes they moved it like a little bit, but like for the most part, all they're really doing is just making so that it only drops from like one source instead of like two, which that's what this goes. So if you see it removed from a specific boss, it's still on the other one. They just removed it from that specific boss because it was a duplicate in the grand scheme of things. My voice feels really deep today. Is my voice really deep today? I feel like my voice is in the deep bowels of the earth, so deep. In the deepness. In the deepness. I feel like there's two entirely different topics about like this BTR too. A lot of people I think it was a really big mistake. I feel like I'm stuttering here. It was a really big mistake to include the level 50 characters in the first phase of this, because there's people who picked up from the level 50 characters, and those people that picked up from level 50 characters are using that as a basis for judging the patch, which I think is a very bad thing to do, because that's not where you're going to start. You're not going to start at level 50. If you did start at level 50, maybe the patch wouldn't be so bad, because at that point you're starting at least that penitent tier, and you move relatively quickly into torment 1, and it's not such like a horrible like drag out craziness. Which is but then you're also like geared out and kitted and everything, and you've got like all the best equipment and uniques and whatnot. But if you actually go back to level 1 and you level up from the beginning, you see how boring it is, and getting to level 50 doesn't even really take that long until you start to see the problems. So there's probably people that'll play the PTR that never pick up a level 1 character and think it's fine. And then when season launches, like if it stayed like this, season would launch, and then they would be forced to level up a character from level 1, and they would be like, what the is this? Many expletives later, like, and their friends are like, what do you mean? That's how it was in the PTR. And they're like, oh, well, I didn't level up a character from level 1 to whatever, so I didn't really get to see the level up process. This is terrible. Why would they release a game like this? Oh, there's people talking about it in trade chat. I got rate limited on the frickin' trade channel. That's hilarious. I'm literally trying to help out people, and I got rate limited. You are not allowed to type more than 3 lines in 30 seconds. How dare you be useful?
Quick, maybe I can get one of my glyphs to 46 already.
Oh, what are we doing at 50? I thought we were doing bosses.
I said one run real quick, okay? Bosses, you and Xyler, man. Xyler
I just need a staff. I'm using a 540 staff, okay? Dang it, I linked that in trade chat by accident. I just need staff, okay?
You're not getting a 540. You're not getting an 800 staff. It's really rare to get it on the session.
Yeah, but I mean, I just need a 750 at the very least. Yeah. That's all I'm trying to get. I just need a... Not a 540. That's like all my damage is based on this staff. I need a better staff, okay? I can clear 50s, but anything past 50 is obviously going to be a pain in my butt if I don't get a better staff. I mean, like, stop attacking for a second, and I'll show you, like what my current
I don't
damage
want to
output
see.
is.
I don't want to see bad damage.
You don't want to see bad damage? Well, that's too bad.
I'm just using another new skill.
The sound effect on your mighty throw is kind of obnoxious.
I'm loving it. Dun, dun, dun.
I'm not talking about the skill itself. I mean the sound effect of it.
You can turn it off nowadays, can't you? I don't know. I haven't looked.
Dude, it's just like yesterday where Leon was like, "Hey Xylor, can you wait for me? I'm about to finish this run." And Xylor's like, "Sure, I'll wait for you." And and Leon's like, "Did you wait for me?" He's like, "Oh, I finished."
Oh, he went to go do tormented bosses, and I was like, "All right, I'm almost done with my pit run. Just wait for me." It's like, "Yeah, I'll wait." And you said he's gonna go run the boss without you, and then he's like, "Oh, I killed him." And we're like, so you literally did what Ginger said you were gonna do.
Well, no, I mean, you'll know. I mean, yeah.
Like, no, I waited. Wait, you can't do both. You can't have just killed him and waited. Oh, Xylor. I love this permanent fortify, by the way. Wow, Warbringer.
Dude, that's so stupid. Like, when I saw it, I was like, wait a minute. Did they realize they added the third blade? Like,
It's intoxicating.
like, do they realize that they basically gave the barbarian permanent fortify? Like, is that what they did? Do they realize? Holy crap, my HP is so low. I only have 1,373 HP. That is really low. I'm pretty sure my necromancer was at like 4,000, like almost 5k.
We were doing tormented 4 bosses, and Xylor had like 1,600 HP.
He was surviving?
No, he wasn't. He was dying with 1 stack every time. Like every time he got hit by like a little minion from Burial, he was just dead. Ooh, 2 ancestrals.
No ancestrals. You're a hacker. You're just a straight up hacker. That's all there is to it.
This is nice.
He's a hacker, guys. That's all he is.
Ooh, I forgot to swap my weapon. New ring, baby?
A straight up heckler.
Hey, when you're good, you're good.
Is he really good? Is he really good? He is.
Alright, you can head to Grigori since you want to do him so badly. You have to do the shame, the rite of shame.
I just want to get a staff. That's all I want. I just
Rite
want
of
a
shame.
staff. I just want a staff. Do you need a an ancestral axe or an ancestral mace? Actually, well, they both have intelligence on them, so I guess you'd have to reroll them. But
Ancestral one-hander?
yeah, I got an ancestral mace, one-handed mace.
I mean, that's useful for me, sure.
Here, I'll drop it. And
You're
I
not
also
gonna
have
use it.
I also have a two-handed axe. If I don't know if you need that. I'm not going to use either one of those on this build, so.
The axe? No, because you can save the axe for... Because I use Grandpapa, you know?
Oh, a hacker. Okay. Heckler. You're a heckler.
Grandpapa.
Did I grab my mats? Okay, I did grab my mats. Do you need any uniques? Because I got tons of mats. Like, I could just grab Bloods, Distilled Fears, whatever we need.
The only unique that I would need to upgrade is Third Blade and Banished Lords. Banished Lords is like Duriel and Indariel, but...
He's got the Unmaker helmet? Where did he get that from? That's the one for the Soul Rift duration. Deals 140% of shadow damage per second to surrounding enemies, and you gain 30 essence while it is active. That's kind of neat. I actually really like the Soul Rift ability, so I'm gonna post that in the Discord. It's a new unique, so might as well post it so people can see it. Okay, now I'm doing the Walk of Shame. Sorry. I gotta teleport to Kid Bardu. Kid Bardu. Teleport to Kid Bardu.
guess we can just use this. It's probably better. It's probably better. Goodbye, intelligence. Hello, strength.
Goodbye, intelligence, my old friend. I've smacked myself in the brain again. Who needs some ugly, dirty brain cells? And those are for the incels. I don't know what rhymes.
I need more time.
I admire the scarecrow. 'Cause he has no brain, you know. I gave my streamer luck drop to Leon. I think he stole it. Alright, I'm here. I'm in the halls of the penitent. The penitent man. It's on tier 2, I see. Since I guess I was the leader. He'll probably die super easily.
Yeah, but it'll drop less uniques.
Man,
Do you really want to go with less uniques?
I don't know. Do you want to try?
You living dangerous or what, man?
He's got the Shattered Vow, unique polearm, 444 maximum life, 29.6% attack speed while berserking, 666% damage over time, 44.4% chance to become berserking, execute enemies afflicted by more damage than over time than the remaining life that they have. Mathiel's last wish. Last and only gift to mankind, a vow that our suffering shall end. Okay. I don't think they told us about that one.
Yeah, that's the one that was in the patch notes.
Oh.
That's the one we read in the patch notes.
No,
and then the one that we found in the data mine was the mine one, or the spirit one.
Yeah, this is World Tier 2, and he died in like 2 seconds. He gave me a staff, too.
Oh, did you get it?
750. 58%. We're good. Let's just get the hell out of here. We don't need to farm this guy anymore.
Okay, unless you want to do some T3s.
I mean, we could try and get... Do you think the T3s has a better chance of dropping, like, an ancestral version?
I mean, the higher you go, it does. And, like, I think it does in 2 ways. Well, mathematically, you just get more loot. So then there's always a higher chance mathematically. And then I also think that there is a just innate higher chance.
Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and upgrade this one with master working, and I'm gonna socket it. And now that I have a 750 weapon, my damage should go up tremendously, right? So let's go ahead and I need a socket in there. I mean, honestly, that should have pushed me up damage-wise to a very high amount. I was already doing good damage. Like, I don't feel like I was doing bad damage at any point. I got some flame weavers.
That cannot be salvaged.
Where are we going?
I don't know. You want to go like try him one more time on World Tier 3 just to see like what we're like damage capable? Okay.
Yep.
Alright, so I gotta go back there again because my portal disappeared.
We gotta switch world tiers.
I did switch world tiers, don't I?
Why didn't it show me? Yeah, you did.
It did. It popped up. It was like some weird message. It said like error missing something 1705 or something crazy. I don't know what the hell I was talking about.
What the heck?
Dude, you just hit accept out of reflex. You're like, take my soul. All right, that sounds good.
I accept.
I accept.
I have 52 Paragon points. I don't know where to put them yet because I don't have any of the crazy bonuses. Do I need to upgrade these glyphs so they have different bonuses? I'm so confused.
Oh, there's a silent chest right there. You wanna? I don't have any. Do I have any keys? I do have keys. Here, I'll put a portal up if you, or you want to teleport to me. There's a silent chest right here by Grigori.
Let me buy a key. Key to your heart.
I'll wait till you get here just in case it messes up.
I'm in the loading screen.
Oh, I don't know how good the silent chests are now, or if they drop like ancestrals and stuff. No,
750.
no ancestral for me, but we're right outside the thing, so.
So all you need to farm T2 bosses is like nothing. Let's see, how about T3?
T3, when I tried it on my Necromancer, was a little rough for him, but then again, I don't really consider him to be the strongest, like, single target character either. Like, and he would have to be refined tremendously, I think, to get access to, like, that stuff. This girl was doing just fine, like, in most content, so.
If this guy gets deleted, I'm gonna laugh because I have 0 gear.
Well, I'm going to spam some doochecks here.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
my
he's
God.
done. He's done.
Yeah, he's done.
He's done. It's not even close. Yep,
So, is that me, or is it you?
it's me.
I mean, I feel like we're both doing really good damage, but you're hitting big chonky numbers.
Yes, I am. I did 7 million already.
Well, I got an ancestral. Not a staff, but I got an ancestral.
I got this,
I got an
dude.
ancestral axial conduit.
Wow. Check out that. The butchers. That no one ever uses.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, it's still going to be better than most weapons right now. Oh, I got another staff. Is it better than mine? I mean,
Wait,
meh.
why am I leaving? We can just respawn him. I'm
Oh,
so stupid.
I totally forgot that I gotta like reactivate everything on every character. I totally forgot. You know, like things like advanced tooltip compare and like your
Oh,
controls and all that other stuff. It doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't stay active across characters. So you gotta go change it. I was like, why isn't it showing me the stats on the item to like see what it rolled? And that's when I realized it's not showing me the stats because it's a poopy duty head. How about that?
Farming Torment 3 bosses with 540 gear. Yeah, baby. Okay, I do have a grandpapa. Okay, guys. All right, I do. But really? Really?
I mean, judging from how it looks to finding the mythics, I think people are going to get really lucky early on, and they're going to find mythics that are going to be kind of ridiculous. I'm just going to stand in its face and get punched. Punch me. Punch me, daddy.
I'm gonna use it for calm, actually. It's probably better.
Oh, I got new boots. Oh, is he the one that drops Asus? No, he drops. I got penitence. I'm gonna hang on to some of these uniques that I don't have yet.
You dropped me 4 items that time? I was getting the cape. Oh, you're dead.
Oh, I was in my inventory. I was just looking at my gear.
Yeah, he's still dying fast.
Man, you got so many explosions going on. I don't even understand.
I already got the double
It's like
counts, so-
fireworks.
Yep.
Pretty. Sorry, I'm just like trying to hang on to some of these uniques in case I want to try and do like content later. Or like try and level up some other builds. Most of this stuff is garbage. I'll endeavor not to die this time. Try not to stand in the middle like an idiot.
Yeah, we're gonna farm T3 bosses like day 1 in the season. There's no way I can't put together a build that can do this damage. Ooh, I got a better mighty through.
Nice.
Throw a craft on it. This would be way better. Spawn another one. I was hoping you get a random ancestral.
Yeah, it would be nice if I got an ancestral staff. That would definitely help.
Zyler is rolling over right now. He wishes he was killing these boss. This is all he wanted to do this morning.
I mean, we don't have to kill him anymore, but it'd be nice if I could grab the...
That
item.
is beautiful. If I ever do dual wield version of this build,
What you get?
8 to duelist, that's so much attack speed.
Oh, nice.
I could have a max attack speed version of this build. Like use Frenzy, and then you get 51% attack speed on top of that. That's just a crazy combination.
I need time.
I like that you don't have to go to town anymore. It's basically kill him like 10 times in a row or
Well,
something.
since he doesn't drop 18 trillion items anymore.
So much better.
Which, I mean, you would think that him dropping 18,000 items would be good, but, like, when you can't even kill him more than, like, 2 or 3 times in a row, like, actually not even 2 times. You can't kill him more than 2 times in a row without going directly back to town. Yeah, ancestral gloves this time. Flame weavers.
Do you have any living seal left or no?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay.
You were just pumping it before me, so
Yeah.
I'll put it in mine too.
Get going.
I mean, we're killing him really fast, so it's
Yeah,
whatever.
I'm just trying to get you an ancestral weapon at this point.
Yeah, and then let's try and push some tiers. See how high we can go.
I need
I just need gear.
I need that aspect, so I'm not exactly sure where the best place to get that aspect is. Maybe the best place would be I don't know how to explain what just happened on my screen. Do you remember when I did the fireworks display, and like the cows started disappearing when I was in the cow level? Because I had so many effects going off on the screen at a given time? Like, when your weapons are going off, like the items are disappearing off the floor. Your weapon throw thing. Like, and so the items were like flashing in and out of existence as your weapons were exploding.
I've seen that, yeah.
And it was really, I was like, what the hell's going on? Why are the items like appearing and then disappearing and then reappearing and then disappearing and then reappearing and then disappearing? Ugh.
I have to go to town. I don't know what's with their graphics team and creating like skills that are a little bit too flashy.
I mean, this is an 80% attractor. It's a little bit better than what I had, but...
I'm gonna spawn them another time, but then I have to go to town.
I mean, yeah, I gotta go to town too. I'm just as full as you are.
Full of poop.
I want to put some of these items in the stash too for potentially other characters. I don't want to have to farm these bosses over and over again, so like, that would be nice. Also, once I get a good item, I'm just gonna save it for the duration of the PTR.
Oh, I can use my other Ring of Starless. Duh. Yeah.
Okay. You have 0 gear while holding a grandfather? Isn't that how it's supposed to be? You're supposed to have 0 gear while you're holding a grandfather. Come on.
That's it.
That's how everybody knows you're the grandpa pa, because you're the crazy old guy in the World War II hat with a grandfather running around town with a diaper on.
This is basically 0 gear. Like 540 gear. Yes, I have the grandpapa. And I could have this day one, so like this is not even I will have this day one. Challenge me.
I mean, easily, yeah. Of course, we're all going to be playing Spiritborn on day 1, so.
Yeah.
Do I want the 80%? I think I want the 80% attract. I want to, you know, I'll upgrade both of them, and then I'm gonna waste some masterworking here. I'm gonna have both of them set up so that I can swap back and forth between them. I think the 80% attract is more powerful because it means more hits, and the more hits means more damage in general. And like I think that's how it works anyway. Am I bougie enough to afford 2 more grand peepaws? I am bougie enough. Okay. There we go. I put on the 80% attractor. I wanna see how terrible my my damage is on this boss. Just give me like, I don't know, like 5 seconds to just kind of like see what my damage output is. Or maybe 10 to build my buffs.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad masterwork I got on that Starless. I had another Starless, but had the core skills, so it's more beneficial to me.
I get an incept to the guild altar. Who is altar? I don't know who you are, sir. I don't even know who you are. Honestly, this is PTR, so does it really matter? I guess let me just boot somebody. I don't know who to boot, though. Somebody who's not online. Must scroll down to the end of the list. Acid Strike. Kick from clan. There you go. Milos. There you go. You've been accepted. Accept your exception of the accepting. All right. Let me just see what my damage is, because I don't know. And you obfuscate things very much. So we'll find out. Just give me like 20 seconds, and then you can jump in. I don't really care.
That's pretty good.
I just wanna see, like, let me get my buffs up. I gotta get my conjurations pumping.
He's going down.
Yeah, like I totally would kill him. Like, not as fast as you're killing him, but it's fine. Yeah, go ahead and just jump in. I don't care. And that's all I really wanted to see. I just wanted to see like what rate he was declining at and how fast that rate was. Honestly, I might even really be like similar speed to you. It's just you get more chunky boy hits. Because I noticed you slow down in between your chunky boy hits, and then like you have like moments where you go a lot higher too.
It's just Banished Lords, right? I just have to spend Fury.
Ah, so you're using that combo. That makes sense.
I could switch my I could switch on Bridal Rage and see how that feels.
I do think that farming uniques is going to be a pain in the butt with this current setup, though. I mean, if you think about it...
You mean Ancestral versions?
Yeah.
Ancestral versions, yes.
It's going to be a pain in the butt. Because obviously with all the rolls on the Ancestrals, and like with the difficulty of actually obtaining an Ancestral from these bosses, which seems to be uncommon, at least in Tier 3. I mean, he just dropped me, like, he's been dropping me multiple staves. Like, every single time he drops me a staff, pretty much. But it's never an Ancestral staff, so...
Maybe for his size.
That's a pretty good Ancestral one. I think I've got, like, 2 more, maybe. How often do I go to the dispensary? What's the dispensary? What the hell is that? And what are they dispensing? Is it beef jerky? Because if they're dispensing beef jerky, I like that. What's up, Razor?
Oh, I just got nailed by a streak of white light. Come from off the screen.
A white light?
Man.
Yeah, just a streak of white light. And boom, I'm down.
It's down for the count, y'all.
Wind strikes.
It's like a, I don't know whether it was a frozen strike or a lightning strike, but it was a white streak. Son of a gun. Yeah, this leveling up between 50 and 60 takes time.
It's a little boring.
I can't even go craft a unique to buff myself up. Everywhere I went to, the option's not there.
It should be on the blacksmith to craft them, and I don't know what level you can start crafting at.
Okay,
I don't know
this
if it's
is-
50 or 60.
This is the last
Well,
one.
you used to go to the occultist before.
Well, it's on the blacksmith now.
Yeah, it's
Is
on the
it?
blacksmith now. Yeah, you can take your old mythics and you can destroy them, and you could craft the new mythics.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking of doing, because I'm going to need a Shaco for the build I want.
I mean, my suggestion is one of the weapons, because depending on what build you're using, of course. Like, maybe you can't use a weapon with that build, but ancestral weapons are kind of hard to come by. So,
Yeah.
so getting a... Ooh, nice, an ancestral staff. Okay, good. Let's get the heck out of here.
You got it?
Yeah, they're kind of
Yeah.
hard to get, and all of a sudden,
Nice.
bang, there
Yep.
it is,
Nice.
eh?
Yep, I got it. All right, let's go.
Like that.
Oh,
Oops,
so I was
there
like,
it
what?
is.
10 kills?
Yeah, we did like every bit of materials we had. It dropped on the last one.
10 kills on T3? I mean, that's not bad. It didn't take that long, to be honest.
You got a greater FX on the double charge bolts too. So I have like permanent double charge bolts. That's kind of funny.
I'll go see if I can,
New mythic drops in Duriel. I mean, the new mythic should drop from everywhere, right? Alright, so I guess let's just destroy all these, and then... We got the Ancestral on, right? Like, don't make that mistake.
you have to have your resistances maxed out by the
Okay.
time you're level 50.
Oh yeah, we also want to destroy that one. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, I mean, you definitely want to have your resistances maxed out when you, like, are going to different tiers, because it helps out tremendously, and, I did not need... Oh, wow, it costs 5 million to redo the thing.
Yeah, because
Oh my god.
most of my resistances are in the mid to high 50s.
Have you seen the really funny, like, little clip from Anna Cake Live? Where she tries
From
to temper a
which?
piece of equipment?
There is power in these stones.
And she
No.
goes, okay, I really want corpse tendril size. Corpse tendril size, please. And it's like, curse duration. Corpse tendril size, please. Curse duration. Corpse tendril size, please. Curse duration. Corpse tendril size, please. Curse duration. She does all the tempers on a GA item in the entire clip, and it's curse duration all like 8 times.
Dude, they're coding.
And then she starts cussing at the end. She's like, of course, mother beep 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 curse duration. Dude, I started dying. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
I retweeted it on my Twitter page. I had to. Like, it's so freaking hilarious. Oh my god. Curse duration, curse duration, curse duration.
Holy smokes, I gotta update this anime a little lot.
Okay, I think I just need to put some gems in here, and let's start pushing some pits. Why not? Or actually, do we want to just like level up our glyphs first? Because it doesn't seem like pushing the pits is advantageous for leveling the glyphs. Until you're a much higher glyph level. I don't know what your glyph levels are.
No, it's definitely advantageous. Are you drunk?
It didn't seem like I was going up any higher than like 9 ranks from like a tier 1. Didn't matter if I did like a 55 or if I did like a 35. It was 9 ranks no matter what.
I already have a legendary glyph. I only did like 3 or 4 rounds.
What level are you doing?
50.
I mean, that's what I was doing. How the hell are you getting so many more points than me?
I don't know.
Like, I have no legendary glyphs. None. I have not gotten a single one the entire time, and I've been running 50s. And I've been upgrading, like, the same one multiple times. Leon's a hacker, confirmed.
Yeah, there's a spot here at the blacksmith that says forge equipment.
Yeah, my damage is
None
way, way, way higher than it was before.
Unavailable to me right now.
I don't think that gap of, like, 50 item power is just 50 item power. I don't know. Do you have, like, a ancestral item, like, weapon sitting in your inventory that's two-handed?
Yeah. I have
What's
a
the
mace.
what's the damage per second on it?
Oh, yeah, that is different. 523, 596
Yeah, 523 to 596.
is the difference, but the base is what matters the most.
Yeah, because everything multiplies from the base.
Yeah, damage per second. I would never look at damage per second because that's kind of irrelevant depending on
Well,
the build.
I mean, yeah, that's not really what I meant. Like, you're right. So, like, 715 is what I have on my staff on the top end.
715's on my grandfather. On my mace is 698. But that's a mace. The mace are slower, so they hit harder. I would need a 800
Like
mace.
two equivalent items to compare them side by side.
Yeah, that's what I would.
Yeah, I probably should have saved one of the staves for checking it. Probably get like a staff.
On your
at the end of
stream. It's probably on your stream. You
Yeah,
got the 750. You looked at it.
I did indeed. My damage is like exceptionally higher than it was before. This is extremely noticeable.
Did you masterwork it yet?
I went through 4 ranks on there though.
Come on, dude. Like,
Well, I
material?
masterworked it multiple times and it kept getting the charge bolt strike twice. It rolled greater affix on the charge bolt strike twice. So I was like, I don't need the masterwork on the thing that already is 100%. Okay.
I also think that is a thing. Like, it targets a greater affix a lot.
Dude, it seems to be weighted. There definitely seems to be some sort of weighted thing in the calculation. We're not insane. We were definitely seeing the weighted calculations. I'm seeing some pretty big numbers, like when I start getting all my buffs running. It does take me a little bit to get my buffs running.
What's the
but
biggest spread you've seen so far?
I haven't had a chance to like stop and really like pay attention to it, but it looked like it was in the millions.
That's pretty good. You're in the millions.
It was like an overpower.
That's pretty good still.
I need to pick up all these. I'm looking for that wave thing. I want to get that wave thing.
So I gained 8 glyph levels. I went from 23 to 31.
I mean, I now have a 34, but
So that's one run, 23 to 31. I only have to go to 46. It's only going to take me 2 or 3 more runs.
well, yeah,
It's like
but
4 runs.
you,
It's
I
like
haven't,
4 runs.
but I haven't gotten like a single one yet. And I was literally playing the Necromancer like all day from the leveling up from 1 to the other. It was like I would go from 1 to 9, and then I would go from like 9 to 17, and then I would go from like 17 to 24, and then I would go to like. It wasn't as quick as like you guys seem to be going. I don't know what's going on. I seem to be on the short bus. Ginger, not smart mentor.
It's like 4 runs, man. That's what I'm saying. It's like 4 runs, all right?
Okay, so here's a staff. It's 629 to 715. That's actually a pretty big buff. So 715. That's what is that? Let's find the actual amount since I don't bad at quick math. So we got 715 minus 629. That's an 86 damage bonus for going up 50 item powers. 86 on the base, which is a lot. There's no wonder it feels so much more powerful than it did before.
I just got Mighty Throw plus pulse size on my boots.
Oh, nice.
You know,
I'm still trying to look for that aspect that I need, but I know I'm still not getting it, so. The charge bolt wave aspect sounds cool. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to find that so I can get a better idea of what's going on. Okay, I don't have enough
Finally
resources
got
to
some
masterwork
royal
it to 12.
gems.
I mean, it seems like we're pushing through 50s easy. Do you want to? Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it going higher, but I got 54.
I just do 50s. It's easy. Like, so it's gonna take me 4 runs to go from basically 21 to 46.
Okay.
So 4 runs per glyph, and the runs are literally 2-minute runs. Like, anyone who challenges me on glyphs are hard to level, I'm gonna flip my.
He's gonna flip his mind. It really depends on how fast they're able to do the bits, though, right? If it takes
If
them
you
like
can't
10
do a
minutes, if it takes them like
T3,
10 minutes to do a 50, it's going to be a hell of a lot slower than you at 2 minutes to do a 50.
But if it takes you 10 minutes to do a 50, there's either something extremely wrong with your build, or you have 0, and I mean 0 gear. Because we're wearing 540 items, like, for the most part.
Yeah, a lot of my stuff is still 540. I haven't upgraded it yet. My gloves, my pants, my boots, my ring, my amulet. Like I got a weapon, which is probably like the biggest upgrade that I could make, but
Like, if you have 200 plus Paragon points, right? Just 200 Paragon points, and you have an idea of how to build a character, there's no way you can't clear this level 50 pit within a couple minutes.
I think 50 is base level. I think we can just say it. Like, it's just like 50 is like the base level for the start of your game, essentially. That's like where your character actually starts. Like where you start figuring out your character. Like you build it correctly, and then you're like, okay, I've built my character correctly. I have like moderately okay equipment, not good, but not the greatest. I have like some Paragon points, not max, but I have some. Like I think 50 is where the game starts, basically.
I agree, and I think it's actually easy enough that if you know what you're doing, you can level your glyphs in like 4 to 5 runs easily to legendary. Like this, it's the people who hate pits. It's like you don't got to be in pits all day for the entire season. It's like one day you're in pits. Oh boy, one day I was in pits. It was the worst day of my life. I remember. I was in the pits for one day.
It was. Like being in the trenches in World War II.
It's like everyone's crying on the forums.
There was
they
a
can't
couple.
Get a special gear after 2 hours of fighting.
There was a couple areas we were doing that were like more open, and they were, you know, it was more like the Plains of Despair in Diablo 2. I can't believe how much more fun it was, like to actually be in an area that was open and not a tunnel where like I only have 2 choices. It was so fun for the first time to like be in an area that was open and I actually had a choice of where I was going. I was like, oh my god, what is this? What is this? This is fun.
This build is already stronger than my rogue.
I need time.
We just kind of stomped that guy into the dirt. So.
I'm just a bard guy, I guess. I just know everything. Bard man.
No, I'm at 38.
Yep. So you'll need roughly 2 more runs. These long, 2-minute runs, you'll need 2 more, Ginger. How can you ever spare 5 minutes of your life to level?
Hey, they weren't taking me 2 minutes on my Necromancer. All right.
Well, you did a crap Necromancer. What I gotta say about it?
Why you gotta talk about my Necromancer like that? That's rude. I'll talk about your. Well, you know what? I can't even think of nothing. But I don't talk about your. I don't think of nothing like that. Man, I still don't have the aspect. I'm trying to get this aspect, and it's just not falling for me. I need to replace that amulet. I need to replace the gloves. I need to replace a bunch of stuff.
I need my allies.
Okay, I'll just start collecting items, and once we actually have like some decent equipment, I'll start worrying about it.
I need time.
Okay. This has actually changed my mind. Like, I was all about that rogue build. I was like, oh man, if I don't like the spirit burn, I might go do that rogue.
Well, that throw bar with all the explosions are nicely sized, and I'm also noticing that they don't really like go to the same place, which is kind of cool. Like your explosions for your throwing weapons seem to be like all over the place, like almost like little popcorn explosions.
And I only have 19.6% on the size. I can get another 80%. It's a utility. It goes on like pants, boots, things like that.
You probably would
gloves.
want to get the size because it looks like it helps out tremendously for the sporadic nature of it. Then you would have more of them hitting the same target as they succeed.
I need new gloves. I need new pants, and I can go for like max size.
Oh yeah, I don't even have like tempers and stuff on. Actually, I guess I do still have tempers on the 540 equipment. So.
Yeah, I can see myself playing this build next season already. Like I feel the power of it. It's super fun. Like this is.
Wow, that was like a whole entire like chain of overpowers. What even was that? It was like 118,000. They were like there was so many overpowers though. It would like covered my entire screen. I don't know what happened. So I guess like that one attack of Charge Bolt like overpowered or something. Maybe it was the Nova that overpowered, because like when you hit the monsters with a certain number of Charge Bolts, it can do a Nova. I think maybe the Nova overpowered and it hit like everything. That was kind of cool.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, Harp is back, baby. can get the runes tomorrow. I'm gearing out.
That build looks fun. It does look fun.
Dude, I might start Barb in the expansion. It's gonna be weird. I'm having so much fun. What is this guy doing? This Barbie.
Let me see what my boss damage is on this guy real quick. Just give me like a second.
I'll run around laps like NASCAR. I'm doing laps. Hey, he's doing good damage.
I'm gonna stand here. I'm gonna stand here and like let him hit me with the effects.
Dude, this is two-player pit 50, and you already killed him basically.
That is acceptable boss damage by far. Like that's fine. Like what did I delete him? What did I delete him in like less than 30 seconds? Less than 30 seconds. Yeah.
It's probably like 23 or 25.
That's fine. Like that's absolutely fine. And I don't even have any glyphs to level 46 yet.
Yeah, oh man, next run you'll have a 46 glyph.
First 46 glyph, boys.
I should go on the forums and complain about how long it just took you to get that glyph to 46.
You should. You should.
I hate the pit.
People
man.
love People love sarcasm.
I have to run the pit forever.
Make sure you put /s after it. Try and be like really sincere about it. Oh wow, somebody just found a totally not related to D2, but I don't care. You guys can suck it if you don't care. Look at that, 320, 18 life. Whew. Whew. Mwah. That is a very valuable. That is very valuable. And Charlotte, you're not helping the case on the super lucky. Okay, like, we had this whole conversation about you being super lucky, and you pull that out of your butt cheeks. That's like, you might as well just pull the whole rabbit out of your anus at that point.
Oh gosh.
Like the whole rabbit, and he's white, and he came out clean somehow. And you're just like, how did you even? How is he clean? How? You just pulled him out of somewhere really dark and really dirty, and he's perfectly pristine. Like, I don't even understand what else going on right now. You are a magician, sure. A magician of magicians. A magician's magician. Are there two paths in this? Can I go a different direction and make this go faster, or did you already go this way?
No, that's like a circle.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm just catching up.
Life
I'm running.
I need time.
Yeah, that 32018 is beautiful. It's beautiful. I wouldn't turn that down. Put that right in my character's inventory. What shrine is this? Channeling? I like the green, the yellow orb with the channeling thing. I think that was a really good change. Like signifying when you have the channeling effect and making it very obvious that you have the channeling effect, and then making it very obvious when the channeling effect is gone. I mean, yes, you have the thing above your head, but like it's way more obvious that your mana bar is yellow, and it's really, really clear to you, hey, I have infinite mana for this duration. I think that's a good change.
Oh, get lost with the max life.
I need time.
I want armor.
So what are you having trouble with, Razor?
Oh, nothing in particular.
What level are you so far?
Hey?
I need time.
What level are you so far?
53
53?
and a half.
Okay.
I'm just doing a little master working on some of my equipment.
Okay, there's a...
Just to give me a little bit more staying time in a fight if I get caught off guard.
What am I using? I'm using temerities for the... Okay. I'm trying to see if I've got that new aspect or not, but... Man, I just want to play with it. Like, I just want to play with the aspect.
So it was 86 top end Ginger on the two-hand sword versus the ancestral versus non.
Oh, upgrade failed, Leon. Failed. Didn't get my legendary. You promised I would get it this front. That's what you promised. You said. You said.
All right. We're gonna up it, dude. We're gonna up it. Don't worry.
You promised. You left me Alone.
I got a big upgrade. I got a big upgrade on an aspect.
Okay, so I gotta go. Let me. I'm gonna replace my amulet real quick. Give me just a second. What can I get in place of that 25% damage bonus? I think I need attack speed for this build, or something like.
I'll be right back to you. I'm
one of
gonna go get.
passes.
I'm gonna get my gram gems off of my rogue. My rogue is retired
Okay.
now. The barb's taking over. The rogue is
I
peanuts.
thought she was amazing.
She was amazing until I played this build.
Oh, she's good.
I put a lot of work into that rogue already, and this barb is stronger already. It's over.
It's over. Snap back to reality. Yo, there goes gravity. Yo, we're gonna. It's a tragedy. Your mom's a hoe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean your mom's a hoe. Your mom's a nice lady. I apologize. She's a nice gal.
Poor rogue. I'm
Boom,
gonna have to
boom, boom.
There is power in these
work on the Inhuman builds tomorrow when I get all the legendaries and everything.
Okay, well, I'm still at barely at 1,000 armor in this tier. I guess I need to bump my armor up a little bit. Which would definitely happen if I would replace my gloves, my pants, and my boots. I would get more armor that way, since they're currently really low armor values. Why is my Ring of the Starless Skies not masterworked at all? Is that's right, I crafted that thing, didn't I? Why does it do that? When you're trying to masterwork the item, all of a sudden your character just starts running away from the panel.
Oh, I can't do that anymore. Okay.
Okay, so I replaced my amulets. I think my old amulet was a little better, but at least I get more resistances, which will help me out with that. Hey Ginger, I last played D4 in Verge Season 2, and I wanted to see if it's worth playing again. My biggest complaint was that D4 was kind of easy, and you just smashed your keyboard and blew up the whole screen. If you haven't played since Season 2, there's a lot to go over, and I mean, at the moment, that's one of the complaints that we have about the PTR, is that most of the PTR is really easy up until the point where you get to the hard stuff, and then once you get to the hard stuff, then yes, it's actually quite difficult. But there is a complaint right now with Season 6 upcoming with the PTR that it's like really easy. But hopefully they're gonna fix that. I mean, I don't really know what to say. Like if you're a Diablo 2 veteran, if you're like a Diablo 3 veteran that didn't just rely on the sets, if you're, like if you've played ARPGs for a long period of time, like you're gonna spend a little bit of effort min-maxing your character, and yeah, the early difficulties are definitely going to be ridiculously easy for you. They have a difficulty there for you to play, which is going to be, challenging to you, but you have to get to it. Like, you got to crawl your way through the World War II bunker to find the difficulty mode that's actually going to be challenging for you. Once you get to that difficulty mode that's challenging, then it becomes like refining your character and trying to like push your build further. This is a build that I've already refined too, so it's not really fair to like push this on the, say like, oh, you just smashed your keyboard and made it work, because this one took me like an entire season last season to refine this build. My Necromancer, on the other hand, which has not been refined properly, and I don't have him built the correct way, doesn't have the same thing going on. He's not capable of doing this content at all. I think he would probably struggle immensely with like this tier 60 that we're in right now, whereas we're not struggling because we're in more established builds. Leon might be using a new skill, but he's also very familiar with the whole weapon mastery like spam thing that he set up last season with the Deathblow build.
Yeah,
So it's probably just a modification of his Deathblow build that he had established last season. So again, this is a build that he's spent like an entire season like having fun with and refining. Yesterday we did new builds. So me and Leon both did new builds yesterday, and we had fun with that premise. Things that were, not tested and things that were not, like, metered out. these two builds that we're doing are definitely in the ballpark of, you know, tested and actually like fleshed out builds. Although there is a new aspect for mine, and he is using a new weapon mastery skill, so there's a little bit of an unknown element there. From a D2 veteran who really enjoys solo self-found, I mean, there's definitely a fun element to Diablo 2 in creating your characters and building fun builds.
So you don't need to engage in trading at all in this game, or in parties.
Yeah.
You just get benefits from both, that's all. But you don't need to. Like, people who choose solo self-found and solo self-found hardcore players are creating a challenge for themselves.
Exactly.
So just accept the challenge. Like, don't, like, there's people who do it and then they complain, but the guys in the party are getting more boss spawns. It's like, you are creating the challenge. Accept the challenge.
Exactly. I mean, as it is right now, you're gonna have an easy time right up until the point where you find the difficulty that, like, is for your character. Like, I forgot I have trouble with the, I have trouble targeting out specifically the, like, the damage reduction monsters. Like, if they're hiding in the middle of the pack or at the back of the pack, sometimes I can't kill them. I thought that guy was, like, hiding in the back, and I was, like, just trying to murder the group with the DR buff up. That was kind of funny. It was working too. I was slowly but steadily killing them with the DR buff up. It was gonna take me a little bit of time. That's also something fun that I used to do, like when we were in content that was too easy. I would just leave the DR guy alive deliberately just to see how, if I could push through the DR bonus. Which is actually kind of fun to do, to be perfectly honest. I'm gonna take the other path. Oh, never mind. Guardian's up.
So 60s take us longer, like 4-minute runs. Try 55 next in between.
I mean, there's definitely fun to be had in Diablo. If that's your question, like, you know, like, where is the fun? Like, I didn't have fun last time because the game was too easy. I mean, the answer to that question really revolves around, like, it's never going to always be too easy because they always have a harder difficulty for you to go to. I mean, it's like finding the point at which your character caps out. Unfortunately, right now, that is not level 50, and it's not level 60, and it's not Torment 1. If you're a D2 veteran, it's probably going to be Torment 3 or higher, is where you're going to find the challenge. So once it's 46, I'm good, right? Then it has access, and I can start working on another one.
Yeah, you get them all to 46, and then from then you can just boost the one that is your favorite.
Oh, do I have capped ovals? I have capped ovals. Okay, time to go gamble. I'm assuming this is an offensive aspect, so I should probably gamble focuses. Let's gamble up some focuses. Let's see if I can get the aspect that I'm looking for. Do I prefer cereal with milk or with water? Who eats cereal with water? Who's really
eat it dry.
Who's really doing that, Paul? I would rather eat it dry. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I would rather eat that dry than with water. Like, that's not even. That's why is that even a question? Are you trolling me, Paul? I think Paul's trolling me.
Oh. Tell them to try it with powdered milk.
I've had powdered milk before. It's not terrible.
So have I. I'm old enough to remember it.
Well, powdered milk actually doesn't even taste that bad if you what you got to do is you got to mix it and then you got to put it in the refrigerator is what you do. And then you let you let it sit in the refrigerator for overnight, and then like in the morning it actually tastes a lot better. You don't drink it right away. If you drink it right away, it kind of like it doesn't mix properly and it doesn't really have the right, like, I don't know. Not sure how to explain it to somebody.
Half and half with milk.
I mean, you could do that too. That kind of like spreads it a little bit.
Yeah. That's the only way I found it tolerable. Luban's Rest.
That
Is
way you
a
don't
good-
get milk breath. Oh man, I love milk breath and milk mustache too. Let's have all of it.
Oh, you can have the milk mustache.
Not dead end.
Interesting.
I need time.
What to do, what to do. I haven't found that absolutely phenomenal weapon yet that I want to make a build around. So I have a basic necromancer right now, level 1 up. But what am I going to build it into?
You're trying to use basic skills, or
I'm just using basic skills right now.
so you need a shard of Verita, which is going to be very hard to get.
Yeah,
Infernal Heart's not here.
unfortunately, shard is not obtainable right this second. Probably better off doing a core build right now since we can't get access to Infernal Hordes. I was just about to say, does anybody like really miss the Infernal Hordes? I like the Infernal Hordes.
Yep.
I miss them, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, they just have to, I guess, do a bunch of code changes to it for the new system, which is weird since they knew this was the system, right? And they just,
Yeah.
it's kind of weird.
I don't know. I like milk. I think milk keeps you from getting fat too.
Bone density?
Nice,
Not good
nice,
for you if you're
nice.
lactose intolerant.
There's lactate.
I need time.
You can get lactate. Check it out before you drink it. It tastes fine. Channeling
Yeah.
shrine.
I'm going to do a nightmare dungeon. What the heck?
I'm gonna
Well,
try
Chapel-
like doing frog leaps. Let's try doing frog leap tactic. You know what frog leap tactic is? So if I'm fighting a pack of monsters, you leap over me. If you're fighting a pack of monsters, I'll leap over you, and we just go to the next pack, and we'll just keep doing that. That way we're always working on the next pack. I can handle packs for myself, and you can handle packs for yourself. That way we can get kills done faster. We just do a little leapfrogginess. It should work just fine. I mean, if it takes me longer, like that's fine. But at least we're both killing things in different places.
I have to not click the challenge shard, and it's actually a nerf to my build.
Does it like prevent your
Banished Lords, yeah.
Banished Lords from triggering? I think that's a
Yeah.
bug right now. That was in the known issues.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was in the known issues on the PT of the thing I linked.
Okay.
I mean, you can pull it
I
up
didn't
and
read them
check,
all.
but I see exactly what it says, but I don't know. Yeah, so we're both capable of killing everything. So what we could do is if it's a broad area, we can spread out, and if it's a tunnel, we'll leapfrog. That way we can constantly like stay ahead of each other and stuff. What did I get? Another axial conduits. Come on, where is the one that I actually want? Deep freeze spikes. No. No. How easy it is to switch builds? It's super easy to switch builds. It's not like PoE where you gotta like spend 10 years trying to switch out all your equipment. Or you're probably better off just making another character in PoE than you are frickin' like actually trying to switch out all your equipment and all your stats. They make it ridiculously hard and difficult, in my opinion, to like switch out characters in like PoE as an example.
Oh, for sure. That
And
is a
then
true statement.
and like Diablo 4, it's not that difficult. Like you could easily respec your whole character, swap out your equipment within, and redo your Paragon board. I'd say it take you about an hour maybe to like do everything. Even then, that probably includes going to bosses and just picking up rudimentary versions of the uniques that you need for those particular builds.
They're also giving an armory in like early next year, January-ish, where you can literally just save a build and switch to it.
Alright, I'm gonna apply some more focuses and see if I can get this aspect. I'm trying to. There's one new one in there. Okay, is that the one I need? Nope. Of course not. I mean, I make sure that I don't already have it, just in case, but Let me go back here. It's called charged something. Charged. Piercing static. No. Charged aspect. That's not it either. It was in the patch notes. Charged. It's called aspect of the charged flash. Offensive aspect. Yeah, I don't have it. I could try to type in flash. Maybe it's not pulling up under the right thing. No. Oh yeah, for you, for the for that thing. Let me pull this up real quick. Was it channeling shrine or was it banished? I think they had one thing in there. Okay, there we go. Effects that grant unlimited resource, the Majolnik Ring, Inner Sight, etc., do not work with effects that track resource spent, like Ancestral Guidance or Banished Lord's
You're
Talisman.
buffing that?
Well, no, it's just it doesn't work with those. So that's what you were saying
it
earlier
didn't work
with the
in
channeling.
Season 5. Because I played Majornic Ring, right? It didn't work.
I guess it was a bug from Season 5 then.
Yeah.
So it looks like it is going to work with those now. So
That's good.
that sounds kind of ridiculous. Are we doing another 16?
We did 55 there.
Oh. Well, I thought we were doing 60s.
I did it 60, but it was taking a little long. We'll go back to 60 again.
No, it's fine. Let's do 55. Whatever.
We'll go back to
Don't matter. It doesn't matter to me.
I'm just trying to get like the ratio right, you know, the like speed to
Yeah,
upgrading.
speed to upgrade. Yeah, exactly. Beat the game on PoE, then left the game forever. It was not a fun experience. I mean, that's basically been my experience with PoE. As much as people come in here and tell me PoE is like the best game ever and like the Diablo killer or something, like I just don't feel that. You know, like I think that there's some things that people enjoy, like in anything. You know, like maybe you enjoy the dexterity aspect of something or the agility aspect, or maybe you enjoy the collecting, or maybe you enjoy like, you know, like the having the something in your hand or whatever it may be. Like there's a lot of different things to enjoy. Like maybe you enjoy the big numbers, or maybe you enjoy like the speed of it, or like the theory crafting, which I really enjoyed from Last Epoch, but like, or maybe you really enjoy the gameplay and you just don't really want to think about that. I mean, PoE in my eyes fails in some of those aspects, but succeeds in others. And I guess the people that like PoE just really like those specific aspects of the game that it's doing correctly. But there's a lot that it doesn't do correctly also, which I feel like is an issue. Last Epoch, in my opinion, just like completely failed because while the character development is really fun, and that captivated my attention immensely, the character creation. The thing that didn't captivate my attention, which was really unfortunate, is the actual gameplay, which was very boring and very, like, just not fun. So, like, they got one aspect correct, but they didn't get the other aspect, which is probably one of the most important, which is the gameplay aspect. I mean, that'd be like, imagine you designed the world's fastest car, but you don't have a racetrack or any place where you can drive it. And, like, you can never actually put it on the road to test it. It really sucks. Because there's no way to put the car through its paces. Like, you can take it on the regular road and drive at normal speeds, but what's the point of that if you're trying to design, like, the world's fastest car?
Which is why I'm not playing PoE again to PoE 2. And I'm going to try it again and see how PoE 2 feels.
Yeah, I heard that they had to delete a lot of the stuff that they added and basically, like, simplify the game down because they had added way too much. And, I mean, that makes sense. It sounds precisely like what you would have to do. Especially when you have that much content and it just adds up the wrong way.
Trying to sit up here.
There's a portal over here. I'm gonna go ahead and take the portal, and I'll start on the next zone. I like that area, by the way, the one that you're in right now.
Open, yeah.
Yeah, it's so open and so nice. But we're trying to speed through it, so just trying to get like as many kills as I can, so we can clear the timer as fast as possible.
Get an 800 two-hand mace so I can switch to maces and just do way more damage. I have way more fury generation.
Wow, there's a lot of elites over here. There we go. I planned on trying PoE 2. Like, everybody in the world always recommends PoE to me, and I just don't like the game. I'm willing to give PoE 2 a try. I'm going with an open. I'll go in with an open mind. But if I don't like it, don't hate me because I don't like it. All right? I'm not gonna like pretend I like something.
I think you'll enjoy it more with me there, because I have 3,000 hours of PoE 1, and well, I can definitely get.
Well, I am hoping it's not like PoE 1.
Yeah.
that's one of my main hopes. Is I'm hoping that they like derail enough from the way that PoE 1 was to give me like a significantly different experience. That's my hope. I mean, it doesn't have to be like completely different. Obviously, there's going to be things that are going to line up with the old game, but I'd like, you know, a somewhat different experience. Would be nice. I did upgrade my glyph, right? Sometimes I completely spaz out and I just like forget to upgrade the glyph.
I'm gonna add the board that has berserking. Okay, so they just changed it. I see.
I got a sword. Do you need a sword? Ancestral sword? It's, well, well, actually, no, it's not very good for your build anyway. It's DOT, damage over time, and intelligence. You wouldn't be able to roll off both of the mods.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm working through it.
I was actually thinking about your build too, like what you could do for spenders. Are you using kick in the build to get like a free spend all your resource thing?
So I spend resource so fast now that there's no, like, I can't afford that.
Oh.
I actually like drain my resource.
Would including death blow into the build enhance your resource generation? Because isn't there that passive on death blow where you get like a huge amount of resource back as long as you hit like one enemy? So you could like maybe just toss it in now and then for like the free resource bump?
I just think I need better gear. I need like rings probably with like maybe resource gen and stuff like that maybe.
And you don't want resource cost reduction either, because that's going to ruin your Vanished Lord stats.
Right, exactly. Well, I'm using Unbridled Fury, whatever it is, the one that gives you 100% more resource spent. Like you have to spend more. I'm using that.
I'm curious. I'm curious if Vanished Lords is really the best way to go though now. Like,
dude, the overpowers are insane right now.
Well, yeah, they are. But what about like scaling strictly crit and going with like Bakrans that gives like the big crit bonus and all the extra critical strike?
That would
like
be
combined
good too.
with Grandfather, like multiplying the crits as much as you possibly could. You might be able to still hit like even better numbers with that. I don't know.
I mean,
and it also has max resource on it. Like that would also.
I would do that if I was doing Ramadingdon for sure.
Ramadingdon. Oh yeah, what does the weapon? That's actually a good question. What options do you have for what you're throwing?
I plan on going to. I'm using Grandfather right now.
No, I mean like on your skill thing. Like what can you choose?
Oh, anything.
You can choose all of them. The hammer, the two-handeds, the one-handeds, the lot.
Arsenal system.
Does the animation look really like different when you choose the different ones?
I would imagine.
Like right now, you're throwing your Grandfather, so I'm assuming that's the two-handed sword I'm seeing that's hitting the ground.
Yes. Right.
So if you throw your two-handers, or your one-handers, does it throw two weapons?
I think it would. I don't even know if it would let me do that in the pit, the switch.
I don't know if you can change that in the pit. Yeah, it is two weapons. Oh wait, no, or maybe that's just your two Grandfathers next to each other. Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, it's two weapons.
I was looking at your thing and I didn't even. I guess there was an explosion over there. I wasn't paying attention.
It let me change it. Here, you can watch it right now. It's two weapons.
Oh, nice.
You can see them.
That's kind of cool. That's neat.
But that would nerf my damage.
Well, yeah. You use the best weapon. I was just wondering if it was restricted like some of the other ones that only had like 1 or 2 options, or if it was all the options.
Banner Sword's so good too because you get the course plus core skills as well. So it's like going to be another plus free, you know, a free +6 to skills or something, which is huge.
I mean, I know the grandfather is powerful, but wouldn't the hammer technically be better for higher pulse damage since the two-handed hammer has a higher top end?
I don't have an 800 ancestral two-hand hammer is my problem.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to switch to hammer as soon as I get it.
Also,
because the hammer is also going to give me more fury.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I need the hammer. Yes, baby, I need it.
He needs it so bad. So bad!
The two-hand 800.
This build feels so much like a charge bolt build from D2. It feels like I'm just playing a D2 charge bolt build. Which is fun. I like the D2 charge bolt build. It's the get in your face, like tank the bosses right in the eyeball, like shoot off all your douchebags. You gotta get in there and like really fast cast. Dish out as much damage as you can. I hate that the crackling energies don't have like a pickup radius. I literally be standing right next to them sometimes and they don't even pick up unless I move. It's I don't know what the hell that is. Weird. It's weird. Required emerald fragments. 577,000 fragments. Does that mean I have? Okay, what? Okay, no, I'm 1 shy of the level required. Okay. It's only 15k fragments to upgrade it to a legendary? That's not bad at all.
Upgrade what to legendary?
The legendary glyphs.
15k fragments.
Oh,
you.
That's what I said.
Let's see if I can temper these pants. Got pulse size. Let's see if I can get challenge and shout cooldown. There it goes. The pants. I don't really have a problem with living. What can I put on my pants offensively?
It's a bolt's will.
True.
I mean, it gives you max resource, and it also gives you a multiplier for being unstoppable. Do you have permanent unstoppable?
Pretty much. That would give me more fury too. I gave Xylar my 2 bolts wheel. Wait till I get better ones. Let's see what aspect I can use for now. Oh, I can do earthquakes with like leaps and stuff. I throw that in.
So what are the Stygian stones for anymore? If I still have them in my inventory, did they say they were going to be converted or something?
No, they don't. Unless there's a thing on the transmutation, but I don't think they exist anymore. I think that's just a carryover.
Okay. I mean, I could use a better pair of Asus, and I mean, actually, I don't even know. Like, do I really need to get them? No, it's like whatever. I don't really care. I don't even think it matters all that much as far as my build.
I got 20% multiplier against dazed enemies.
Cannot masterwork this item. Yeah, I gotta temper it first. That's right, I forgot. What do I put on here? Offensive? Lightning damage, probably?
Weapons Master's aspect, not sure. This is going to be way better. Oh, I had the wrong ring aspect on because I'm an idiot.
I got a bunch of abyssal scrolls. I need to go over my board real quick and see like where I can min-max a little bit.
I'm still holding like 50 points for when I get one of the glyphs that gives you like a crazy amount of damage, like to bonus normal or rare or magic. The normal one's really what I want. That gave my so much dexterity to my rogue. I gotta figure out which glyph does that.
You generate 6-second barrier for 0.5% of your maximum life. Every second up to 30%. This effect is lost for 5 seconds after losing health. That's amazing. What?
Where did you see the gem fragments thing for the glyphs? Is that on a vendor or is that in
When
the
I went
glyph?
to go actually like click on the thing, like it was there.
Upgraded to 46 or whatever?
Yeah. I'm gonna pull convulsions. That's what I'm gonna do. I can't pull any more convulsions. Okay. And then I'm gonna put another point into... Actually, let's grab dampen layer. I like that. I like these survivability ones. They're kind of neat. These ones they added, the energy focus and the dampen layer. They work really good with my build. I'm trying to see how I can take advantage of them the best, but I could probably pull a couple of points from something and beef them up a little bit. I'll think about it. Teleport on top of you since you're probably already halfway through the dungeon. Papa would take me to the circus every year. I would see JoJo. I used to throw little clumps of dirt at him. What?
I need time to prepare that.
Oh, we're going this way. Blood 1997 quotes. Unemployment did not cover evil cultists in those days, so the only place an out-of-work tattooed man could find work was the circus, and so for a time I became JoJo.
I need time.
Channeling turn, I don't touch it, that's my build.
I will take it. Makes all my cooldowns go quicker. Gives me more barrier. I like barrier. I need more life though. I only have 1,373 life. I don't know why my life is so low. I guess that's just a sorcerer's thing.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, with my barrier, you know, obviously, because I can have like almost infinite barrier, I do have a decent amount of HP, but I guess like what is that, like 1,300 times 2, so 2,600, like 700 something, 2,700 something is what I'm actually sitting at. It still seems
So,
low.
my rogue has like 8k.
I'm not dying though, so I don't know what to think. Oh. I mean,
McCam.
here we go. I got another one to legendary status. We work on Elementalist.
I wonder if gambling in T4 has any difference.
I don't know. It's always been notoriously based on character level, but I assume since it doesn't matter anymore between like torments, it's got to be some sort of difference in the gambling between the different torments.
Can we switch to T4 yet, or I think we have to do 65?
Yeah, I think we need to do a 65 first before we can switch. You want to run a 65 real quick, just so we can switch to 4? I think my HP is probably so low because I'm, like, first off, I'm using temerities, which do give plus maximum life on them, which the maximum life isn't maxed out because they're 540 versions. And then these also had maximum life on them, which they also are 540s. So there's no maximum life being gained there either. I need to replace those. That's the first. I got a pair of ancestral gloves, so I'm gonna put these on.
Well, there's a ton of
actually not bad.
difference between a 540 item. Like my 540 ring had 24 life. My new ring had 457 life. Like that's an insane difference.
Okay, so charged bolts pierce. There we go. I'm gonna re-roll the shadow resistance. What did I want? Either attack speed or life. I think life is probably good for what we're doing. So, 450. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, is this a new aspect? Check that out. So you can actually do that build.
Steel Grasping, Iron Maelstrom, launch up a 10 metal. Yeah, I was looking at that one. That's one of the new ones. It gives you like a bunch of little like projectiles that come out of your Steel Grasp and Iron Maelstrom, and you use that
Maybe you should
obviously
make that.
to like plop back and forth between them.
You always liked Iron Maelstrom, so and now you can put like pump points into it and actually make it do damage.
Oh, I was thinking about an Iron Maelstrom build. I haven't actually done it yet, but hold on, I gotta. I'll be right there. I'm just gonna temper my gloves.
It's a 65. I'm go.
Grab bigger regeneration.
Can't believe how hard Heartseeker's hitting then.
Alright, one of my first ancestral items. One that I've gotten to upgrade my pieces of equipment. Nice. Trash that. I actually have an ancestral pair of gloves. They have life on them too, so. And that light, those life numbers, like, while they might not seem like a lot, by comparison to how much you actually have, it's a lot.
Huge amount. 400 life when you only have 1600. That's like 25%, 30% increase.
Okay, so this is a 65, huh? Yeah, I'm at 2,000 life now, which is a pretty big buff over what I was at. And that also doubles because I have permanent barrier, so that's a nice little increase from like what I was at, like 2,700, basically now to 4,000. So that's nice. So any little bit of extra life I get on a barrier build like this is gonna have pretty drastic. Oh man, I ate that entire explosion, and then he exploded again. I was actually proud of myself because with the barrier up and everything, I ate the whole explosion and I was fine. But it completely destroyed my barrier, and then I guess he exploded a second time, and that's what got me. But I was actually proud. I ate that explosion like a champ. I was very proud of myself. Still very proud. I was still very proud.
What's the equivalent of a tier 4 nightmare dungeon?
Whoa, I don't understand the question. You mean World Tier 4? But Nightmare Dungeons had keys, so it's like that's like a loaded question.
Yeah, they had
Well,
they had specific.
It shows me at the end of the dungeon when I defeated it. It says tier 4 nightmare dungeon.
Oh, he's talking about the ones that are. So that's your difficulty rank.
Okay.
So, like for instance, that means you're in penitent, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That just means penitent. That's all that means.
Oh, okay.
So when you go to the next difficulty rank, which is Torment 1, it's going to say 5, and then when you go to Torment 2, it's going to say 6, and so forth and so on. I don't know why those have ranks anymore, because they're just based on the difficulty that you're currently in.
Yeah.
So
Well,
they don't really give good EXP at the moment because they're bugged. It's a known issue that they don't really give the appropriate amount of reward EXP at the end. And there's also something to do with the chest not spawning. So, like, you might not... with the exception of the Obducite that you get from it, you might be better off just doing, like, Strongholds and... HellTides.
Strongholds are all done.
Wow, and then
They
do,
were
like...
done right off the bat.
I think HellTides might be better EXP than the Nightmare Dungeons, too, because of the glitch.
Yeah.
The bug, and there's just more, what do you call it, density and outside.
Yeah.
Plus, pretty much everybody's in Penitent trying to get to 60, so...
Yeah, well, I'm almost halfway there. I'm at 54 and a half right now.
I mean, I'm saying...
You were 48 this morning.
Yeah. But, no.
Last time we talked, you said you were 48. You were almost at 50. That was this morning.
That was this morning, but then I had to go donate blood today, and then I went for coffee.
So you haven't been playing. Okay, good.
So you said all your
strongholds.
You said all your strongholds are done, right?
Yeah, I did them when I did the waypoint.
We could just give you more strongholds.
Give me
That's
more
true.
strongholds.
We could do that.
Yeah, we could just log into it. All we have to do is just log into a level 50 character that's in Penitent, invite you to the group, then that character has no strongholds, right? And then we leave your group, and then when it pops up and it says, would you like to return to your own like world state, you say no. And then you'll be stuck in our world state that doesn't have the strongholds done, and then you can do more strongholds. And then anytime you accidentally reset it, we can always just like hop back on real quick and like pop you back into the thing. I mean, do you want me to like hop over and get you some more strongholds so you can? I mean, it only take me like a second or two to hop over, invite you, and then leave. That way you could have access to the strongholds for leveling.
I'm involved in the grind here. I'm trying to figure out how to do the leveling process.
Well, that's what we're trying to say, is that the
from
current...
what I've done is I've done it backwards again.
Well, that's what we're trying to say, is the current leveling process is kind of broken because they didn't do the EXP properly from the Nightmare Dungeons. You would be doing it correctly if the Nightmare Dungeons were actually giving the EXP they're supposed to.
I suppose. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the leveling process here. Like, it's way different than it was before. Like, I had leveling down to a science on season 5. Like, wow, that was the best season I ever had.
Yeah, season 5 was very fun. It was a very fun season. I'm not really entirely sure why they would do so many systemic changes from a season that was probably the best season ever. They probably should have taken a long, hard look, in my opinion, at season 5 and been like, maybe we probably should keep some of this stuff from season 5 since people liked it so much.
Yeah,
I will be back in like probably 30 minutes or so.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take the time to actually go get myself like some replacement uniques then. I need a new ring of this. Well, actually, I could probably keep that Talrash's because it does have a perfect multiplier on it. Asus and Temerity need to be replaced, though, so I could go do those while you're gone.
Would I benefit from doing some boss runs?
I'm not. Can you do boss runs?
I should be able to do Varshan and all that, shouldn't I?
Don't know. I don't know how the boss runs work anymore. Like, I don't know if you can do them in like a lower tier. Now
Well,
that I
even
don't
if I
know.
get, yeah, I'm just
T1
looking
for sure.
You can run them in the lower tier.
And T1, I don't know about Penitent. And Torment 1, yes, I have no clue.
Yeah,
about
that's
Penitent.
what I'm wondering. He's not in Torment 1, so I don't know if he can run.
Can I get the Torment one?
Level to 60.
You got a level 60. That's.
Oh, it won't let me.
Well,
I see.
Well, I
Okay.
don't know. You could try going to one of the bosses and see if it
Well, that's what I'm going to do.
lets you spawn him in Torment 1. That's a good question because I don't think you can, but you could always just ride down there and see what happens.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go grab some mats and.
Slickety slide. Oh, I didn't even notice that my. Are you kidding me? The whole time I'm sitting here struggling for Obducite. The Neth Iron and the other materials are literally just in there. Like I was wondering where they went. They're still there. Yeah. They're just not. They're just not on the menu anymore, and you can convert them into Obducite because it's outdated materials. So I've got a whole bunch of Obducite just sitting in here that I didn't know I had. I mean, I should have assumed that. I assumed that they automatically converted it. That's what I assumed. I guess I assumed wrong.
Okay.
In that case, looks like we're upgrading our Dujinks one more tier.
I got a bunch of obsolete Varshan materials here that I should convert.
For somebody who like absolutely did not try to make this happen, look at what happened on material. Just completely, utterly random.
Crazy.
Just didn't even attempt to make that happen, and it happened. Silliness. Absolutely silliness. Okay, there you go. I blew all my Obducite that I had stored up from those things. Alright, so I need to consult the list. Let's consult the list. So let's look up Temerity. Temerity used to drop from Blood. Temerity's not on the list. Okay. So that means it's probably still Zier. So I'm going to go back to Zier real quick. That's the one that I really think is good to get right now because it has that huge maximum life bonus on it. And it's not scaled properly because it's a 540 item. If I can get a like a 750 or an 800 Temerity with a 100% barrier, that'll probably be a hell of a lot better than what I'm currently using.
I need more time.
Because it'll increase my life, which also in turn increases my barrier, which also in turn gives me more, you know, HP and barrier together, which is definitely nice, and increases the amount of barrier that Temerity gives me, because Temerity's based off of the barrier, and your Shaco did armor every single time you were pissed. Honestly, it's not terrible this time to have the armor Shaco. Like, I mean, I definitely would probably still want to try and get, like, the cooldown reduction or something, but... Oh, I just realized I'm on World Tier 4, aren't I? I'm about to go try and do a Marchand on World Tier 4. I guess we're about to find out what I'm made of.
Yeah.
I don't suggest it, sir. I don't recommend this.
You do not suggest? Or no, Lord Zier, sorry, not Marchand, Zier.
I really don't recommend this.
I really do not recommend you do. Do not
Oh.
do.
Varshan's little dungeon entrance is not available to me.
So it's not even available at Penitent. So you just
Nope.
can't even farm uniques then until you hit 60.
No, I just have to
So you gotta get lucky and find the unique then.
I just need lots of experience.
I mean, my damage output on these guys is not like terrible, but I'm gonna go just for lulz and just see how badly he stomps my face in. I wanna see. I wanna see how badly he stomps my face into the dirt, guys. I just died to the regular monsters outside because I was trying to play around. That's what I get. That's what I get for playing around. This character is a very active damage reduction build, and I need to constantly be attacking to maintain my barrier, so... If I stop attacking for whatever reason, it usually ends up in my death. So, you know, not generally a good thing.
The only masterworking mats that I see here is opposite. I don't see anything else.
Yeah, they took away the others. That's what I just said. So if you go into your alchemist, you can down convert the Neth Iron and the Ingolith, which have basically just been removed from the game, into Obdusite because it doesn't exist anymore on the panel. But they didn't take it away from you. They just simply gave you like the ability to down convert it to the mat. I would have thought that they would have just done it like for you. That's what I would have thought.
Yeah, would have been nice, wouldn't it?
Okay, so now I just need to die to Vier and then call in Leon for backup, and then we both die to Vier, and then we reset and do World Tier 3. So that's the plan.
That's the plan. If you're gonna go under, you're taking somebody with you.
It's a little bit nasty. Like, his damage is a little nasty, but I'm actually doing significant damage to him.
Oh, that's good.
I kind of probably have to do the mechanics, huh? Because I'm not strong enough to take his hits, not directly anyway. And he's chasing me around the arena because he's rude.
He's rude.
Burned up all my potions.
Yeah, that's
No more potions.
That's an awful feeling
Okay.
when you have no more potions.
Could I kill him? Yes. Should I do it in World Tier 4 right now? Probably not. Alright, let's I don't want to waste any more materials, so let's go back to town. And I'm gonna replunk him at World Tier 3 for the time being. I think if I threw like Undying on or something like that, I probably would have been okay. I was definitely having trouble with sustain there. Sustain issues.
Could not maintain sustain, eh?
Could not sustain. I had to rely on my potions too much.
I need time to do that.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go chit chat with my wife for a minute or two. I'll be back.
The whiffy piffy.
I'm not ready yet.
What's up, Saints? I see a new face in here.
I'm not ready yet.
And that Rings of Power show's got me in a Lord of the Rings mood. Now I want to watch all the Lord of the Rings again.
I'm not ready yet.
I like Durin in the show. I really like him. Durin is quite the fella. A very admirable guy. No, admirable dwarf. He's a very admirable dwarf indeed.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, do you need anything from Zero Leon, or
I need time to do that.
are you still AFK? I probably should have thought about that before I spawned him. He gave me boots. Ken's blessing. Okay, I'll save those. Anisadora's. Save that. And he gave me, oh, the Sid Hayes bindings. That's the new one for the. That's the new one for the Familia. That's the one where you have casting a familiar now summons all 3 variants. Will you stand still, mouse? Familiar's duration is increased by 40%, 45% times, and its cooldown is reduced by 2% seconds, but its maximum charges is reduced to 1. Huh. Plus 3 familiar, chances familiars to attack twice, familiar explosion size. It's kind of neat. Sid Hayes bindings. We'll put a screenshot of that one in there too. Who the hell is that? What the? Who the hell is that? Why is there a random skeleton barbarian on my screen? What the hell is going on right now? What the hell is that? Why? Why do I have a random skeleton barbarian on my? He's like an undead barbarian. You can like just barely see that he has like a skull for a face. What is going on? Or like, what is he, Skeletor? Hello, Skeletor? What are you doing in my Dujank, Skeletor? Why are you here? When did he show up even? I don't even understand what the hell's going on. Was he always there? Did he just appear randomly? Is that like something I killed? See, now I have to go back and look. Like, why is there a random skeletal barbarian sitting in my Dujank? I gotta see this. I gotta see this. That crazy guys. I'll just still commenting about how I stole Rax's, Riker's, and what's his name's impressions. It's hilarious. He's still going. IP theft infringement is what he's on now. Cody, what's the matter? You got to do this, but you gotta go peepaw doodah. Do you gotta go doodah peepaw? Do you gotta go peppa monster? Are you a peppa monster? What's the matter? You want snackums? That's probably all you want is snackums. Don't lie. Use a snackum monster. Okay, so I kill him. Oh, it's a Bloodseeker. He spawned it right before he died, look. It's something that he does, apparently, I guess. Man, this is a laggy Dujank. Is my stream really that laggy, guys? Like, is it all messed up? Because it seems like the stream is messed up. Here, anyway. Or it's just taking a long time to load it, I suppose. Yeah, mystery solved. He spawned the thing. And I guess because I killed him when he spawned it, it stayed up on the screen. I'm trying to go back to the point where he spawned it. It's kind of neat. I guess it's just a bug of how the fight works. See right there? That's the Bloodseeker. It says Ralgar or Calgar of the Oxen tribe or something, and it says he's a Bloodseeker. So I guess I killed the Tormented Echo of Lord Zier while the Bloodseeker was still active, and it like left his body like on the screen because he wasn't technically spawned until after Lord Zier died or something. So he's just stuck there now. That's pretty funny. All right, I'm gonna take Cody out to go Peppa-Doo real quick. He looks like he's really got to go Peppa-Doo. I'll be right back.
I found an envelope. No, I didn't look for TV. I was in the bedroom playing with TV. I was in the bedroom playing with my TV. I have money. I have the money today. No, hold on a second. I think actually come to think of it, I think it's still about it's still my purse here. Let me check. Yep, it's in my purse. Still $10 in my purse. I have $10 in my purse from you. Yes, that's nothing that's funny you gave. Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, I think I got funny done. I think I had the bag. Didn't think I would. Okay, was it Davis? Yes, that's easy enough to do. There we go. So then, like I said, the car is about the same color. Also, the same color as the car. So it's the outside anyway, not the inside. I think that's the inside first. There we go. I thought I want those what same color as the outside first. There we go. Perfect. And it took a butterfly on it. It's just $10 and a birthday card. Just give me that. Yeah, yeah. I bought you bleach, did you? I bought you bleach, toothbrush, and the card. It came to like 10 bucks. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I kept your list too. I got to my purse there. You want your list? Okay, yes. Let's get. There's only Kleenex and wet ones anyway. Wet ones. That's all. That's all on your list. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was in the bedroom playing with my TV. Okay. All right. Okay.
All right, I'm back. All right, let's do one more round of Zier.
Yeah. I just got a really good mace for my character. Two-handed. That should boost my damage quite a bit.
Oh yeah, getting a good weapon definitely helps.
I need time.
My problem is I don't know exactly what codex power to put on it.
For what build are you building?
All right, now I'm just leveling up with a minion build, eh?
Well, I mean, in that case, you're gonna want the more minions.
More minions.
You also want like the minion attack speed one.
Yeah.
Which is gonna help you out a lot. And then like, I'm trying to think here. Is he just like he's not dropping me the pants? I don't know what's going on. I guess I don't have enough exquisite blood, so I guess that's over with.
Yeah, I got skeletal priests dealing shadow damage with a 13% chance to stun.
So you don't want to build into the shadow damage unless you're doing the shadow damage build. Or which key passive are you using? Are you using the key passive that scales based on the scales the minions damage, or are you using like the Shadow Blight key passive?
Good question.
Because that's going to decide which way you go. So you don't want to build like the shadow stuff unless you're doing the shadow key passive build. If you're using the minion build and you're trying to scale the minion damage, you want to do things like Hardened Bones to give yourself extra damage reduction for your minions. You want the Frenzied Dead, which gives you more damage or more attack speed and things like that. And there's more skeletons, so you want the one that gives you like 2 extra skeletons. And I think you can even put that on an amulet and it gives you 3 extra skeletons. That one's called a Culted Dominion. There's also another one. Are you using the Army of the Dead ultimate?
No, I am just using Corpse Explosion.
No, I'm not asking which.
No?
I'm asking which ultimate you chose. Like, you know, there's 3 ultimates, or 4 ultimates now. There's the Shadow one, Soul Rift. There's the Bone one, which is Bone Storm. There's the Undead one with the one for the minions, which is called Army of the Dead. And then there's, why am I blanking on the last one? The Blood Wave is the last one, which is for the blood skills.
Okay.
So there's
ultimate. I'm using Army of the Dead.
Okay. So there's an aspect that is specifically for Army of the Dead. It is one that gives you a huge boost in the attack speed and damage of your minions while Army of the Dead is active. So that's probably what you want to look at in terms of your characters going upward from here. So like that way you're scaling the attack speed and you're scaling other things that you need for your character. Army of the Dead is really useful too because it summons all your minions back from the dead. So anytime they die, you should be able to just immediately summon them back and you're fine.
Okay.
So you're going to want to spam that on a regular basis.
Corpses and raising them one at a time.
Okay. Well, and then the other thing is that Army of the Dead also spawns lots of corpses. So if you're running like a minion corpse explosion build, which you can totally do, it's going to give you tons of corpses to use for your corpse explosion, which is nice.
Okay.
Well, 3 rings. Okay, well I got Talrash's. It's a better version than mine, but it has less damage output. I guess I'll hold on to that and see if I get something better. 2 Mother's Embraces, one of them halfway decent. I don't know which one's better in these cities. Looks like this one is not as good.
Okay, I'll have to go look for that. Sounds like I need another aspect on the boots. Okay. I rolled that on there, so I should be able to roll it off.
Oh, we got a staff. Staff of Endless Rage, I guess. Yeah. 35%ers. They're better in every category except for the actual critical strike bonus, but that's fine. Take them. I got a Arraignment of the Infinite with a greater affix.
The codex power. Okay, I need to find something else. Okay. I'm in the wrong place. Gotta go next door.
those are 40 percenters. Okay, I'll take the 40 percenters over the non 40 percenters. Several staffs of endless rage. 50. These are 82s. Okay, so 82 can stay, 52 can go. Probably not going to be doing those builds, but might as well hang on to the items for maybe somebody who might be doing them.
I need time.
You know, I think I would be better off without the firebolt enchantment now. I feel like the fire familiar provides plenty of burning. The fire explosion one.
I need time.
I am using a decrepify skill.
Well, that just happened. Just got a
Yeah,
I just
well,
got a
there's
mythical chest armor from Barshan on tier 3.
yeah, there's an aspect of cursed aura. It inflicts decrepify and Iron Maiden on enemies who touch it.
What? It's the same exact materials that I currently have with the same greater affix in the same place. That's hilarious. Okay, so it's garbage. Alright, well, sorry. Sorry, Tyraels, you're going straight in the garbage bin. It's not me, it's you.
I need time.
Alright, what would I put in place of that? I thought it was one of the new ones. I got excited. I thought it was like maybe one of the new armor pieces, that the mythical ones that I wanted to take a look at, but no, it's just the regular one. I already got it, Tyraels. 16% Tell Rushes. What's the one that I have? 19. I'm probably better off just keeping my 25 unless I get a 25, or at least close to 25. I was just going to kill them as many times as I could until I either got a better one or I didn't, until I run out of mats. I think I can actually do some up converting to get some better mats too. Or more mats. Sorry, not better mats, more mats. That's what I meant to say. Can I change my enchantment too, though, to make this better if I'm not using the fire? Because I feel like I'm getting plenty of burn damage from the fire familiar. Fire applies burning damage over 4 seconds to enemies. I mean, I guess I could also use the Hydra. I don't know. 37%. Raiment of the Infinite. 56%. That's better. Alright, let's go back and destroy real quick. Let me see if I can convert. Xylor needs my Sid Hayes blessings. Okay, you can have my Sid Hayes. I got 2 pairs. You're more than welcome to have a pair. I got you just let me know. I'll save an extra pair for you. I'm gonna put one in the stash, but you can have the other one. Actually, I'm gonna put all this crap in the stash. Alchemist. Oh yeah, Alchemist. Summoning items. Oh, look at all these malignant hearts I can make. Sweet. Okay, I would say I have a couple more runs.
A potent quantity indeed.
Just a couple. Not a big deal. Just a couple thousand million. I'm just hoping for a good Tal Rashes, that's all. Another mythic unique. This time a ring. Ring of the Starless with the exact same modifier that I currently have. What are the chances of that? Literally, what is the probability that I would get a Tyraels with the exact same greater affix as mine, and a and a Ring of the Starless with the exact same greater affix as mine? What the hell are the probabilities of that?
I thought they had fixed specs on them.
They have one greater affix, and it's not guaranteed, so you get one greater affix no matter what. Which it is getting a greater affix, but it's the same greater affix that my other item got. There's four affixes, so it can roll between any of the four affixes.
Right. Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, that's 2 mythics in as many runs. It's not. I haven't even done that many runs.
Okay.
A whole 3 Staffs of Endless Rage. Wow. Alrighty then. Let's keep the 88 and we'll move on with the rest. I'm not even using like potions or anything. Let me figure out this enchantment slot real quick. I don't think Firebolt enchantment is the best choice anymore. Especially since I can get burning damage elsewhere. But what else is there? I mean, Chain Lightning for spending mana, that doesn't work with this build because my ability ends up costing no mana, so that's useless. I'm already using Ball Lightning, right? Yeah, so that doesn't matter. Everything else is just like burning or stuff. I guess I could do Lightning Spear enchantment so that I could get like a bunch of free Lightning Spears from absorbing crackling energies. That doesn't sound bad. I mean, I definitely create a lot of crackling energies, so.
Yeah. Well, gonna go do a HellTide. I can't think of anything else to do. The Nightmare Dungeons are messed up.
Well, let's see.
Just run dungeons and open chests.
I mean, like I said, I can throw some strongholds your way. It really doesn't take much effort.
Nah, it's okay. I dug this hole. Let me dig myself out of it.
I think what it is that the strongholds give you like almost a guaranteed amount of EXP. And when I mean guaranteed, I mean like it's like a guaranteed amount of it's like a 1 full level or like 2 full levels of EXP. But the problem is that if you burn all your strongholds too early, you're gonna not get them when 1 full level of EXP is worth more to you. Like 1 full level of EXP at level 59 is going to be a hell of a lot more than 1 full level of EXP at level 1, right?
Yeah.
So it looks like you're better off just doing like HellTides or whatever until you get to like your 40s and 50s, and then start doing the strongholds, like so you don't waste them on your early levels.
Well, I'm gonna have to make myself a little crib sheet until I learn this off by heart again.
Okay, there we go. There's a 23.5, and it's got better stats. Does it even have better stats? It has better cooldown reduction for sure, and better resistances. I guess that's an upgrade. Okay, we've got an upgrade. I would really appreciate a better upgrade than that, but we've got an upgrade. The only thing I'm missing is temerities. I haven't been able to find a better temerity. Buddy, all I want is a ring. Like, quit giving me mythics. This one is a Harlequin crest with a bonus to maximum life. I just want my ring. I just want my ring, okay? I don't need 3 mythics, okay? I just want my ring. I swear getting an ancestral item, like an ancestral unique, is harder than getting a mythic at this point.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need time.
It's crazy too, because he'll drop me like 3 rings, and all of them will be garbage. He's like, here, have 3 Talrasha's iridescent loops. Like, they came from like the bottom of the doo-doo pile. And he's like, oh yeah, he's like, yeah, these are doo-doo, by the way. Like, they're, he goes, yeah, they're pretty bad doo-doo. I don't know what to tell you other than that. They got a little poo on them. Little doo-doo right there, a little streak. You see that streak right there? Yeah. I think little. Like, that's a big streak. You can keep this. No, I don't want it. It's yours now. You picked it up.
Oh, son of a gun.
What the hell just happened? Did he just steal all my mana somehow? That was weird.
The maiden just dropped a ring of fire on me.
Okay.
She was not nice. And then it dropped me way away from where I want to be.
Way away? Way away?
Way away.
Way away, 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 away. Way away, 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 away. Away, 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 away. He dropped him way away, away, away.
Okay. I gotta pay attention.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, hellfire
Don't,
raining
don't,
on
don't.
me now.
I need more time.
Good grief.
The hellfire. Let me get hit by every single, like, freaking doodad of his thing. I wanna really get like just annoyed.
I lack.
Why is he stealing my mana all of a sudden? He wasn't doing that before. Well, I guess I got hit by way too many of his special attacks. I'm over here just like completely not paying attention at this point. That was great. I loved it. Let me back in so I can kill him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't get hit by the pizza on the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pizza's all over the floor. Boop, boop, boop. Be-do-do-do-do-do-do. Parshan always has that weird attack that drains your entire mana pool. Honestly, I don't even think I ever really noticed it.
I need
I
time.
think I've been completely unaware of this special attack.
I need time.
Stop getting stacks, you big silly.
I'm not ready yet.
I always hated his stupid blinding attacks. That was like the thing that I really hated about Varshan. How he would just randomly pick somebody from the group and just start blinding you repeatedly. 3, oh no, not 3 pairs of boots. I was about to say, 3 pairs of boots? Any better than mine? 28s and 424s, so no. Still moaning about the PTR? Who's moaning about the PTR? Why you always come in so hostile, John?
Now I'm back.
I mean, what are you, the Terminator? And I'm like John Connor?
sure drop a lot of yellow items here.
I'm murdering Barshan. He dropped me 3 mythic uniques already. I got, and you know what the irony of it was? The Tyraels dropped with the same greater affix that I currently had. The Starless Guys dropped with the same greater affix that I currently had. The Shaco dropped with the HP. That was the only one that dropped different from what I currently had, which was, I don't know, maybe I might be interested in that one. Because the one that I had was greater affix on the maximum resource, which isn't really useful for this character. But I guess I could swap it for the life. I've been trying to get a, like a really decent 25% Tal Rashas, but it just won't fall.
Rasha won't fall.
And
No,
honestly,
I got
like,
another level.
and honestly, John, it's our job to moan about the PTR. Like, that's
the whole point.
That's the whole point. It's literally the whole point. Yeah, I think I'm gonna swap this this shakalaka ding dong in here. I do enjoy. Actually, mine had greater affix on the cooldown, didn't it? Yeah. So okay, never mind. Oh no, yeah. I guess we're gonna destroy that one too then. So I got 3 mythics and none of them were useful. Do you want Frosties for your Inferno Hellhammer Fire Barb build, or I picked up a couple Frosties while I was farming. Doesn't matter to me, one way or the other.
We're gonna have everything tomorrow.
What, they're gonna give us all the uniques?
Yeah, in the patch notes.
Oh, okay.
The PTR thing.
Alright.
Yeah, because everyone complained last PTR we couldn't test any of the new uniques. Like, it was so hard to get a Crown of Lucian.
Well, it wasn't really just that, like, it was hard. It wasn't really that we didn't have them. It was that it was so hard to get them.
I didn't have one.
It was hard to get them. Like, you couldn't get them. Where were you getting them? Like, I wasn't getting them.
So now you just get them to test. It's perfect.
Now you just get them to test. You hear this guy? Okay, well, I'm gonna go, I'm just gonna, like, kill him a couple more times and see if I can get my ring, and then I guess I'm gonna start doing some other stuff. I tried to get a Temerities from Vier, but he wouldn't drop them for me at all. Not even, like, a crappy pair, so I guess... I don't know if maybe they took it out of Vier, and I couldn't find it in the list. I didn't think Temerities dropped from any other boss, did they? I thought it was just Vier.
I got a lidless wall.
I think they dropped from Zero, yeah.
Too bad I can't use it.
Lidless Wall's not really good for your build, unfortunately. You're a minion build, and it's that item is really kind of focused around, like, not having minions. If you read it, you'll see it says, like, gives you a bonus for every, like, you know, like a minion that you sacrifice. So it gives you bonuses for not having the minions.
Yeah. It's the second unique I've received.
It is, however, and this is just an idea. Do you have a... Actually, you're not 60 yet, are you?
Do I have a witch?
So the shield has a special effect, which is that it scales your damage based off of your main hand weapon. It's 80% of your main hand weapon. So basically what that means is that you don't have to have 2 ancestral items. You can just put the shield on and you'll have what is technically 2 ancestral items, even though you don't have 2 ancestral items. So like if later on you get a, I don't know, like an ancestral sword or something, and you just want to like have a set with its, you know, considered powerful, like you can throw the shield on and it will mirror 80% of your main hand weapon and give you like a comparable effect. It won't be as good as 2 800s, but it'll be better than like a 750, I think. Or it might be the same as a 750, I don't know. I have to run the math.
Yeah.
But it's definitely an easy way to just throw something in the offhand that'll be powerful.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for the godly weapon or whatever it is, and I'm gonna focus my build around here.
I've gotten more mythics than I have like acceptable ancestral or even just an acceptable version of the Tal Rasha's ring. I've gotten more mythics than anything else. Three mythics so far, and not a single ancestral Tal Rasha's.
Oh wow.
I think the ancestrals are rarer than the mythics right now.
Yeah.
Like I'm maybe not like ancestrals in general, like as in a general rule of like, did I get any ancestral that I wanted? Not that way, because like you can get any ancestral easier than you can get mythics. But if you're trying to get a specific ancestral item, like a unique item, it is going to be rarer than getting any mythic. Like if you like time it and try and see how long it takes for you to get any mythic item versus the exact ring that you're looking for or something in the ancestral form, you're probably going to get a mythic before that happens. Which is kind of silly, but I also kind of like it at the same time. Unfortunately for me,
Two-handed side.
I mean, the Sork is doing really well. She's capable of like 65s with relative ease. I mean, it's not too difficult. World Tier 4 bosses, Torment 4 bosses are a little rough. I think I could do it, though, if I min-maxed out my armor a little bit and got a little bit more defensive stats. I think I could pull it off. I need to go get my my glyphs done.
Oh, I gotta go to the Tree of Whispers. And I gotta go find the chest. I got over 400 cinders here.
Well, we gotta start opening up some chests. I'll let them go to waste.
I've been just doing the maiden fights here, trying to get experience. And some drops. I'm almost tempted to stay with the minion build. I just have to stand in one spot, and all the skeletons and the golem take care of everything.
I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with the minion build.
I've never played it before, so...
Most of your power, though, is locked in the Paragon tree, so you're not going to get, like... There's a lot of power for the Minion Mancer in the Paragon tree.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go. That's my last pick from the crop. Now I gotta start finding chests.
3 stacks, ouchies. Once I hit 3 stacks, it's a little rough. Plus he starts stealing all my mana. .5% Tal Rasha's with less fizz damage, less cooldown reduction, slightly more lucky hit. It's exactly the same as the one I'm wearing. Tal Rasha? If you don't give me your ring, I'm gonna come into that tomb. I'm gonna set Bale free. I promise I'm gonna do it. I'll do it. Garbage and garbage.
So not the droid you're looking for?
Not the droid I'm looking for. I can't figure out what to put in my other enchantment slot. I don't think Fireball Bolt is the right play anymore. I do not think Firebolt is the right play.
Yeah, I think they changed that.
Well, I mean, before I was using it to make sure everything was burning so I could get the burning damage. And also the Talrashas as a result, but like now it like requires that you cast a fire skill to actually, or a pyromancy skill to actually get
Yes.
that effect, so it would still function for giving me the fire bonus, but it doesn't trigger the actual like Talrashas, so it's not really as useful.
Yeah, that's a change they did on purpose.
Maybe I do like Meteor instead, but Meteor doesn't scale. I threw Lightning Spear on there to get like more Lightning Spears when I absorb crackling energies, but I do have to like run around and constantly collect them.
Oh no. No, I bricked it. I hate
Barrier
you,
of
game.
ice forms around you for 6 seconds, absorbing 73% of your maximum life. Unfortunately, the chain lightning one just doesn't work. When you use a cooldown, enemies around you are stunned for 1.6 seconds. I mean, I feel like I might just be back to charge bolts. I just put charge bolts in there and just... And when you stun an enemy, there's a 48% chance to release 3 charge bolts. I mean, it's not going to help me with bosses, but I feel like it's going to help me tremendously when I'm doing other things that are not bosses.
I need time to observe. I'm not ready yet.
Not sure about the familiar thing. I picked the thing where the familiars would... I just got hit by like every wave of the pizza cutter. I picked the thing where the familiar like cycles depending on like what... it's just like in an order. But I don't like it because instead of cycling in an order of like when I press the button, it cycles in an order of like when I cast my skills. So every single time I cast my skill, it's cycling between the elements, and so I can't really guarantee like which one I'm actually summoning because it's cycling too fast, and I can't really like it. I mean, especially for a build that's designed around attacking as fast as you can. Like most of the time, you're just spamming your abilities, and so it's just constantly going fire, ice, lightning, 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 fire, ice, lightning. And so you're just spamming the button, hoping that you get like the one that you want, the element that you're looking for. And I wasn't paying attention to the pizza cutters yet again. It feels like if you get 3 stacks, that you're pretty much dead. Like in here, like with my current setup, I can't. Once he gets 3 stacks, that's like he gets into like overdrive mode and he does too much damage, and I can't take the hits anymore. And of course, he keeps doing the tricky pizza cutter instead of the easy pizza cutter. Sometimes I feel like he does the easy pizza cutter just to like fool you into like a false sense of security, and then he pulls out like the freaking Umbrella Academy like friggin' craziness, and you're like,
I like pizza.
How do you want your pizza cut? They ask you at the store. You're like, I want it cut like Varshan.
Did someone create like a meme of Arshan yet with the pizza chef hat on and like the pizza cutter, like the slicer? That would be so good.
How do you want your pizza cut? A julienne, square cut? Would you like it the regular cut? Do you want the square cut with the triangles?
Every pizza comes with a mucus slick egg.
You get a mucus slick egg for every pizza ordered. We donate 1 mucus slick egg to the orphans at the orphanage.
Varshan's Pizza Shop, Malignant Tunnel Pizza.
Oh God, no! What have we done? What have we done?
Someone needs to create a whole cartoon after it.
Okay, this is my last one. I'm not doing any more of this. I'm tired of this. I got a 23.5. I guess that's good enough. I don't think I still haven't gotten that aspect. Would I be better off just doing like HellTides until I get the aspect or something? I just don't know. It's not dropping.
Aspect. The bosses aren't going to give you any aspect.
No, of course not. But we were doing it earlier, and I was destroying all the items, and I never got it. So.
Yeah, HellTide gives you the most loot points in the game.
He keeps blinding me and stopping me from moving. Like I just want to live. Okay, I'm not even looking at it. Last one going down. I got a ring. Maybe it's a good ring. Maybe it's not a good ring. What is the best place to farm a Targe in Nightmare and D2? I would like to get one for Spirit. Nightmare Cows. That's your best place for bases. Nightmare Cows. Or you could go back to normal cows. Any Targe that drops in normal cows will also socket to 4 if you want to take it to Larzik, but it doesn't drop with 4 sockets. Nightmare Cows, it'll drop with 4 sockets. 20.5%. Yeah, garbage. Okay. I'm done with that.
4 more levels to go.
Have a wee gamble.
Oh, almost time to get supper ready.
Okay, I still don't have it, right? Like do another check in the do check. Yeah, so I'll have it. Are you doing glyphs right now?
I am doing my last glyph. Technically, I'm doing glyph that I'm not wearing because I don't have a 2-hand base yet. But then I also have a glyph that I am wearing that I'm not leveling because I might swap it out for the one I'm not wearing.
I'm gonna hop into a 50. I still got ones that are really low, so let's do some speed runs.
Leads the way.
Yeah, pretty much any paladin shield that you find after after like normal difficulty. So once you get into nightmare, they all will spawn available with 4 sockets if you can find one, and they can all Larzik to like 4 or more sockets depending on where you find them. If you find one in normal difficulty cows, though, it will guarantee to go 4. However, if you go to actually they don't go more than 4, so yeah, pretty much any paladin you find after normal difficulty hell cow or normal difficulty cows like nightmare difficulty and hell difficulty, they will all Larzik to 4. So if you find like a decent base, my recommendation would be to find one that's more than just a normal difficulty base. Like try and find something like a sacred Targe or a sacred Rondash, the Zakharum shield. Trying to think of all the elite bases. Not a vortex shield. Don't do a vortex shield. Those things suck. The what's the other one? I'm trying to remember.
Sacred Rondash and
it's
sacred.
It's Sacred Rondash, Sacred Targe, Zakharum shield, and then there's one more that's like the Zakharum shield. It's called the
Gilded?
No, the Gilded's the elite one.
I don't know.
Summit, Paladin, shields. Boop. So you're looking for this one, the Sacred Targe, the Sacred Rondash, the Kuros shield. That's what it is. The Kuros shield or the Zakharum shield. Don't look for the Vortex shield. It has really bad block chance, and it's not really the greatest. So any of these, if you find any of these 4 right here, which you can just pause the stream if you want to look at them for longer. There's a link to the page. Any of those 4 right here, that's what you're looking for. Just take it to Larzik. Grab 4 sockets. It's got to be white. Obviously, do not bring a blue or a rare to Larzik. That would be silly. It has to be a white item. Now, if it already has sockets, you cannot increase the sockets. And it has to be 4 sockets. It can't be 3 or 2 or 1 or anything like that. It's got to be 4 if you want to do the Spirit Shield. So, which if you type in !spirit into chat, the bot will give you the recipe for the Spirit Shield also. I know we were doing like 65s and stuff, but like I just went back to a 50 just for the lulz, and I'm just like walking through this thing.
Yep.
No problem.
Good enough.
glad to be of assistance. If you never need any help, you can always come ask me, or if you just comment on my videos, I usually reply. I mean, it does get kind of busy sometimes, and I might miss your comment, but like if you have a valid question, I'll usually say something. If you know, but if you just say something silly, I might not respond. I don't know.
Technically, if you never want the fail ginger, 56 is the best, right? Because it's always going to be 10 levels above the 46. That will guarantee never failing.
Oh yeah, I guess so. I mean, most of mine are really low right now, though. So I guess honestly, it's gonna be a floating point, right?
Yeah, but once you get closer, remember how you had like 1 or 2 fails? If you want to avoid that, you just have to raise it a couple, you know. They're all relatively easy, I think.
See how I do on the bossy boss. Bossy boss. Oh wow, 2 ancestrals. What do you know?
Nice.
A dagger and well, that's kind of nice. And a staff. Oh, I also got a Starfall coronet. Huh. Okay. Anybody wants to set up the meteor build?
Hibernation.
I want to get the eliminator up so I can get that multiplier versus elites. I don't really have any trouble killing anything that's not an elite, so like, I figure like that's probably one of the best ones I can get right now. What's up, Shaun does his thing. Did you see Shaun of the Dead was in the theaters recently? Love that movie, by the way. You reminded me with your name.
That's the spirit.
So does it say on here like what? I don't know if it says like where the aspect belongs. It says, okay, it says offensive aspect, so it should be on a focus, right? Because offensive aspects are on focuses.
That exceeds my funds.
I still don't have one, but you know, let me ask in trade chat.
Oh, you lost your focus?
Does anyone have the new charged? What is it called? Charged flash. Let me put it in quotations.
Man, people were so upset on the forums when they finally got an ancestral weapon and they bricked the tempers. I was laughing.
Dude, it's and the temper system is totally not fair. Like people are just, oh yeah, let me just get 6 rolls on the same thing that I don't want.
And it's a 1 in 3 now, so it's like even crazier.
I think what they really did, honestly, which is kind of funny, is by reducing the total number of chances, they amplified the
lock-in.
well, they amplified the visibility of how terrible the RNG system is, because now it's a 1 in 3 chance, and they're not getting it in a 1 in 3 chance. Like before, it was like, okay, it's a 1 in, you know, like 5 chance or 1 in 6 chance, right? You know, maybe I just got unlucky. But if you flipped a coin and it was a 1 in 2 chance, and you got like tails like 8 times in a row, you would be like, either I'm going for the Guinness Book of World Records of the maximum number of tail flips in a row, or something is really wrong with this coin. It's amplifying people's suspicion that something's wrong with the system. That's what it's doing. And honestly, there is something wrong with the system. I think everybody's realizing it too. There 100% is something wrong with the system. I was trying it earlier on a pair of boots. I was trying to get Soul Rift duration, and it kept rolling curse duration over and over and over again, same as Anna Cake's video. It rolled curse duration like over and over and over and over and over again, and it just wouldn't. Or actually, I don't even know if it was curse duration, but it was not Soul Rift duration, and I couldn't get it. I ended up bricking the boots. It was kind of upsetting. All I wanted was my Soul Rift duration. What's up, player 2? Long time no see, buddy. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. We got fun and games. I don't know what you want. It's actually kind of lame. In the party. Will you be playing PoE 2? When does PoE 2 come out?
A month after. It's like November 15th. For
the month after Diablo 4's expansion?
Yeah, like a month and a week.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to give it a try. I hope that my viewership will watch the videos. I hate to say it, but like, man, sometimes I pick up a new game. Like when I picked up Last Epoch, I had like a whole 3 people watch. Like, woo!
Three items from that.
And there was at least more than 3 people who asked me desperately to play Last Epoch. So, like, I actually played, and you guys didn't even show up to watch when you asked me to play. I'm like, okay. That game was boring, by the way. All that hype before Last Epoch released, only for it to turn out to be boring. What's my opinion of the Ring of Power Season 2? I like it. I've read the Silmarillion. I've read like Tolkien's letters between C.S. Lewis and I've read, you know, like Lord of the Rings. I've read the Hobbit books. I've also read some of the unfinished tales, as well as a book that I would highly recommend if you haven't read it, because some of the stuff is really technical and it's really dry. But like one of the books that's really nice is The Children of Huron. If you haven't read The Children of Huron, that one's really good too. Honestly, I thought that they did a really good job with the Rings of Power. It's hard to capture what Tolkien wrote, because Tolkien was deliberately vague on a lot of the topics that he created, and it's an actual technique in writing to deliberately be vague for the purposes of creating more tension and suspense, and also just like using the reader's imagination against them, so to speak, because in general your imagination tends to, you know, run away with itself when you are looking into the dark. I'm sure that every single one of us at some point or another, as a child or maybe even as an adult, has been standing there looking into the darkness and unable to see anything when maybe a sound happens or a thought inside your head occurs that something might be hiding in the darkness, at which point your mind races and creates a ultimate evil inside the darkness, which you then become extremely scared of, that is nothing more than a figment of your own imagination. And Tolkien was very in love with this particular idea, which does make some of his creations rather vague and kind of undiscernible in terms of like a movie audience. And I think they did the best job that they could to kind of like translate some of these unspoken things that Tolkien wrote about in his books into a form that is digestible on television, which unfortunately is just not always possible. It's just the way it works. You can't always. You can't always translate something properly onto the screen. I just found something really neat. What the hell? It's a D2 reference. It's a D2 Easter egg. It's a D2 Easter egg. Where what is this doing in the game? I don't understand. I haven't never seen this before. It says, champions who earn the favor of Ormus are rewarded with only the most impressive of items, the garb of baleful intent. Revel in your triumph. Champions who earn the favor of Ormus, who is obviously in the new area, Nahatu. Because Ormus would be in Nahatu, because that's where he was, right? Are rewarded with the most impressive garb, the garb of baleful intent. Is that one of the new mythic items or something?
Oh.
Loop of baleful intent. Apparently it's a specific ring that can fall according to some of these databases. And it just has a description on it, which is very specific to Ormus for some reason or another. It doesn't have any power on it. It is capable of being wielded by all classes. What?
Oh, move. You're standing on top of the freaking part.
What is...
Jeez.
This is what? WoW? Apparently there's a rune in World of Warcraft called the Fate Rune of Baleful Intent. Increases all damage dealt by 5%. May only be used with Ice Crown. I doubt that that's it. Garb of Baleful Intent. There's nothing on it. Like, it's... But there's definitely a ring that shows the Garb of Baleful Intent. And it's apparently been data mined. Huh. That's really interesting. I'm going to save that just for, like, just to have it. That's really neat. I didn't know that that existed at all.
You got flavor text on a ring?
It's some sort of special ring. I linked it in chat.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
It's an Ormus Easter egg. It's talking about... I mean, or it might not be an Easter egg. It might be something for Nahatu. Like, specific to Nahatu.
Right, because he's there.
But in Diablo 2, he also gives out rings.
He gave a ring, yes.
So it being on a ring is certainly not a coincidence. And there's also a reference to a specific item in the flavor text. It says, the Garb of Baleful Intent. Whatever that is. Is one of the new mythics called a Garb of Baleful Intent? I doubt it.
It's definitely probably a quest. And Ormus probably is there, or some form of his ancestry, and you just get a reward, maybe.
I mean, we are going back to Nahatu, so Ormus would be there. If he's still alive.
Mr. Ormus.
No, I really enjoyed the Season 2 as well, because Season 2 on Rings of Power, I think, kind of delved into some of the stuff that was left out in Season 1. Which, you know, like, maybe some people might consider it retconning, but, like, for instance, when Sauron originally interacts with Celebrimbor, he is not in the form of Halbrand. He's in the form of, what's-his-face, Anna, whatever, the Lord of Gifts. Anatar. I think Anatar was his name, right? Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, is the canonical form that he chose to interact with Celebrimbor, and so people were decidedly upset that he interacted with Celebrimbor as Halbrand instead. But then, in Season 2, he interacts with Celebrimbor again, and revealing himself as Anatar, the Lord of Gifts. So it follows all along canonically with what happened. I mean, Sauron's form, that was something that was vague, so they did their best with that. I actually kind of liked the way that they did Sauron's form. That was kind of neat. I hope that they do the proper justice to him losing his shape-shifting abilities as well. So that's something that happens canonically in the story. That of course we know, like the battle of the armies, when he's in the giant armor. So basically, what happens to Sauron is at some point or another he gets. I don't remember the exact story. I don't want to spoil everything for you guys either. But he's essentially killed in such a way, or he's locked into his form in such a way that he's no longer able to shapeshift, and instead he takes on a form of pure evil. And he's no longer able to fool anyone anymore. His shape-shifting powers are basically taken from him at that point. So right now he still has his shape-shifting powers, and he hasn't reached that form that we all know from the movies. That form is not until much later, after he forges his ring for himself, along with some other problems. But we're not there yet. We're not in that part of the story. I do like the way that the 3 rings have kind of fallen to their specific users. Elrond, I kind of like Elrond's character too, to be perfectly honest. I like how he's resistant at first, and he fights the rings, and he tries to destroy them, and all that other stuff, and then eventually he gives in because of the really old wise elf that kind of convinces him otherwise. And honestly, he's not wrong. The wise elf basically tells him that they need to use them. That yes, they may be connected to the One Ring, and yes, they may be evil in some way, but it's not about something being evil or good. It's about how you use that thing to the best of its advantage. And that's the truth of the matter. And if you guys are unaware, because they don't really highlight it in the story, without those 3 rings, the quest would have failed. And I can tell you exactly how the quest would have failed, by going over what those rings are actually used for and how they end up saving the quest. So the first ring in the quest that's used to save the quest in general is actually Elrond's ring. So when Frodo gets stabbed on Weathertop, he is stabbed with a Morgul blade and he is dying. There is no way to cure him, and there is no medicine in the world that will heal him. It does not matter what mystical powers you have, Frodo is going to die. They don't highlight that enough in the movies. Elrond is actually using one of the 3 rings from the Rings of Power, and the ring that he is using specifically has the ability to enhance and heal other people. And Elrond uses the ring to heal the Morgul wound on Frodo, which is the first way that the rings saved the quest, and they don't really highlight it enough. They just say, oh, Elrond has the power to heal. They don't really specify that, Elrond has a mystical ring that was created by Celebrimbor in the Second Age, and by using the ring, he was able to heal a wound that no other being can heal. Then the second time that the rings saved the quest, which is also really cool, is actually with Gandalf. So a lot of people don't know that Gandalf uses the ring to defeat the Balrog. So when Balrog stands there, when Gandalf stands there on the gap, and he says, he says, "You shall not pass." He says, "Flame of Ornor shall not avail you." He's saying that he is the wielder of the secret flame. He's referring to the ring. He is the wielder of the secret flame. The ring is the secret flame, and it gives him the power over fire. That's the special power of his ring. It wasn't something he learned in the past. It wasn't ancient knowledge that he obtained. The ring that he's wearing is one of the 3 rings that Celebrimbor crafted, and it has the power over fire. And so when the stupid Balrog used fire against Gandalf, Gandalf was like, "I have the fire ring, idiot." and literally just like destroyed his fire right out of his hand. Now, of course, that didn't protect him from the whip because Gandalf's an idiot, but he shouldn't have turned his back on the Balrog as he was falling. But anyway, he ends up beating the Balrog through the power of the ring, which is the second time he saves the Fellowship. The third time that the rings save the Fellowship is in Lothlorien with Galadriel. Galadriel is in possession of the third ring, and she basically outfits the entire group with new equipment, gives them the items that they need to continue their quest, the rope that Samwise ends up getting, the light that ends up saving them in the spider area, and so forth and so on, right? Well, Lothlorien wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the ring. The ring's special power that Galadriel has is actually the ability to obscure things from sight. It's a very odd power. It basically makes something pretend as if it doesn't exist to an outside observer. The orcs and the goblins and all the other things that would have destroyed Lothlorien long ago had been trying to destroy Lothlorien for a very long time, but through the power of the ring, Lothlorien remained hidden and basically obscured from all sight from anything that would try to pry into Lothlorien. So the very existence of Lothlorien is due to the ring. And so when the Fellowship shows up there, thrashed and beaten, Gandalf is gone, and, their hope is diminished, the ring yet again saves them a third time. So now Celebrimbor's rings actually do have a greater purpose. And this is where Galadriel says to everyone, she says the fate of all is tied to the ring. Whether it is destroyed or whether it falls into Sauron's hands, Lothlorien shall fall. And what she's referring to is that Lothlorien, and this is the hint in the books, that Lothlorien is tied to the ring, and that the survival of Lothlorien is specifically only capable of happening because she has the ring. Because what happens is if the ring is destroyed, then her ring loses its power. And if her ring loses its power, then Lothlorien is now under assault from its enemies and is no longer protected or obscured from sight. If Sauron gets the ring, she can no longer use the ring, because when Sauron has the one ring in his possession, you basically are not allowed to actually use those Celebrimbor rings anymore. So they have to be taken off and they have to be hidden away, because otherwise you would risk Sauron being able to control you. So either way it goes, even if Sauron never were to obtain the ring from Galadriel, Lothlorien's destruction is assured with the destruction of the ring or Sauron obtaining the ring. In either direction it goes. And that's why Galadriel's very sad and basically tells them all that it doesn't matter which way the quest goes, Lothlorien shall fall. And Lothlorien does in fact fall after the destruction of the ring. It's very interesting, the Rings of Power, because you start to learn about the rings themselves and the powers they have. And I'm actually really excited for the next couple episodes, because they're starting to delve into the powers of the rings, which is something that we really don't get to see in Lord of the Rings. You read about them in the books, but you don't get to see them in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, they don't show them that much. You don't even know that. If you don't know, you don't even know Gandalf has a ring or anything. They don't really highlight it that much. What I'm curious about is they said Sauron didn't touch the original three that the elves have. That's what they claim, because they clearly show the one he's crafting for the dwarf. He does some kind of swappy and a curse thing he does. So he's clearly influencing that one.
Well, the interesting thing about the dwarven rings is they don't do anything. So the rings are kind of designed to amplify the evil impulses of the wielder. And as it turns out, dwarves aren't evil. They're just not evil. They're inherently not evil. They're greedy. And you could maybe say that someone who's greedy could potentially act in an evil way, but they don't actually turn the dwarves evil. What ends up happening is the rings end up amplifying the impulses of the dwarves to delve for, more gold. It basically makes them greedier. Even more greedier than they were before. And so they start digging deeper than they did before, and they start going for more mithril and what is inside Khazad-dûm. when they dig deep enough, they uncover the Balrog. So Sauron's evil plan actually leads to the Balrog being released, which he probably knew was there because Sauron was one of the lieutenants of the army of Morgoth. So he probably knew that the Balrog was underneath of Khazad-dûm. And he probably also knew that giving the dwarves the rings, because he probably designed them that way, was going to make them dig deeper. That was probably the entire goal in the first place, was just to destabilize the dwarves by ruining their home and making it so that they would have trouble mounting any kind of offense if offense was needed. And it worked perfectly. The men it corrupted ultimately, because men can totally be evil, and the dwarves' 3 rings were not under Sauron's influence. And if I remember correctly, they take them off during any kind of, like, issue. The really interesting thing is that I can't remember, what is the name of the elf that gets Gandalf's ring?
The one in charge?
Not the one in, not the king.
Oh, the wise one.
The wise old one that even the king listens to.
The one that was supposed to throw them into the crevice.
Yes.
And he didn't.
I can't remember his name. I can't remember his name. I'm sure it's Círdan. Is that his name? Yeah, Círdan. Círdan has Gandalf's ring, if I remember correctly. Which ends up eventually going to Gandalf. I believe, if I remember correctly, Elrond has the ring and gives it to Gandalf.
Okay. Well, Elrond has one of the rings too. I guess Galadriel keeps hers.
Galadriel always keeps hers. Yeah, she has hers since the beginning, basically.
And 2 of them passed to Gandalf and
I think that's why Gandalf was especially, like, receptive to thinking that the ring was the Ring of Power, because remember when he goes talking to Bilbo and he's like there are many magic rings in the world, Bilbo Baggins, and none of them are to be taken lightly.
he looks at that ring and he flips out real quick. He's like, precious, I know this word.
Well, I wonder if also there was some kind of connection between him and the ring, because he had the secret fire. I'm sure there's actually names for the rings, which would be cool to, like, learn, so I could just, like, spout them out.
He was too
randomly.
scared to wield it too. Which, isn't he, like, basically the opposite of Sauron? Isn't he just as strong on the other side?
Yeah, but the ring has the evil psyche of Sauron in it. I mean, it's basically Sauron in ring form. It's stupid. Like, he has the powers of Sauron in the most basic forms.
And I was watching The Fellowship the other night, and Saruman was kicking Gandalf's butt, sent him to the top of the tower. It's like, I cannot wait till Gandalf the White comes.
Yeah, poor
With Saruman.
Poor Saruman. I don't know what happened to him. He used to be a good guy. I'm actually I'm really curious who the hell the mage is in Rings of Power, because they haven't really revealed it yet.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they're not.
Wait, the dark one or the good one?
The good one. So they haven't really revealed who he is yet, but you can go by the mythos of, like, the
we
order.
know who he is.
Well, he can't be Gandalf, because Gandalf is the last one to come, according to the story, unless they're just breaking the story. So the order in which they show up is the blue wizards show up first. The blue wizards are, like, unnamed angels, essentially, that don't necessarily represent any specific. They never had any, like, name attached to them. It could be that he learns from the blue wizards, which might be more, because there is, like, a little like teaser scene in there where he's learning from some old mage. It could be that he's learning from the blue wizards. Then the only other wizards that show up are Radagast the Brown, which I think was the first one, Saruman the White, and then last in line was Gandalf the White. Gandalf the White didn't want to come, Gandalf the Grey didn't want to come, and Manwë made him go, which was, like, a whole, like, sticking point in the story, is that Manwë asked Gandalf to go, and he wouldn't go, And Manwë basically said, look, I am literally God, and you will listen to me, and you are going whether you want to or not, and like threw Gandalf down to Middle Earth. And which is kind of funny considering that Gandalf was like the strongest one of the lot. I guess that's why Manwë was like, you have to go. Do it or no, you better get down here.
Who do you think the Dark Wizard is that they're showing?
I don't know. I mean, there's every possibility that this could be Saruman. Saruman was a good guy for a very long time until he started talking with Sauron through the Palantir. That was when his corruption began. But up until a certain point, he was a good guy. You even hear this from Treebeard. Treebeard says, what was the quote that Treebeard says? Saruman. He said that he used to walk with Saruman through the forests and talk with him for hours. Basically, that he and Sauron were friends, or Saruman were friends. They were friends for a while, and apparently, like the change in attitude came rather abruptly. Yeah, here he is. The last march of the Ents. I wanted to find the actual.
Oh, did you
quote.
see that scene with the freaking axe and the tree? That was crazy.
Not sure. The quote is, "There was a time when Saruman would walk in my woods, but now he has a mind of metal and wheels, and he no longer cares for growing things." Specifically to say that Saruman used to be like an okay guy, but wasn't always, a bad guy. I didn't see. I saw them chopping a tree at one point. Was that what you were talking about, or?
Yeah, they were chopping the tree.
I figured that was kind of.
Getting his horse back.
I thought that was kind of like a link to maybe like showing the treants at some point.
Well, yeah. Did you see the force at which the axe was thrown? Like, it was not thrown by a human.
I mean, it would give you an interesting opportunity for them to show the Entwives, which apparently we haven't seen. They've been lost for hundreds of years, but at this particular time, the Entwives and the Ents might actually be together.
You go back and watch that scene, because they clearly show the guy chopping down the tree for like half of the scene, like over
I remember that.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, when all hell breaks loose, a giant axe gets thrown from the woods at like this crazy rapid pace, like it just like a million
like
miles
the guy
an hour.
got the guy got crushed by the tree and it threw the axe. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I remember that, and I had originally thought that it was the Ents, but then that kid showed up and saved him, because wasn't he like captured at that particular moment? Or was that not the same scene?
No, it wasn't the same scene. They were going there to get his horse back.
Okay.
So they were sneaking around. The kid was covering for him to get the horse out of there. So the kid walks up to him and is like, "Hey, can I share your fire?" or whatever. And then they turn on the kid because they're like, "Your people are attacking us." He's like, "No, I'm not attacking you." And then that's when the ant, or they don't show it. But that's when the giant axe.
Yeah,
like
that was the scene I was talking about. Yeah. So that's when they were getting the horse back, and he was like doing like interference, basically. He walked in there. Yes. Yeah. That's the one I was thinking about.
Then all of a sudden, a giant axe comes out of nowhere. And takes
that could
out the guy.
that could be the tree, the Ents, or it could be one of the dark trees, which the Ents herd. It could be either one. Because Fangorn Forest was full of trees that could come alive, and the Ents were the tree herders. So it could also have been one of the evil trees. That's also a possibility. I mean, I can understand people's complaints about the Ring of Power from a perspective of like, hey, it's not like 100% accurate to the story, whatever. But like, I have really enjoyed watching it. It's really sparked my imagination and my interest in like, thinking about all the different aspects of like how the story works. I like how they're tying in the rings. I like the, learning more about Galadriel. I was always curious about her. It's fun seeing her on the screen, being her awesome self. And like Elrond is a very interesting character. If you're unaware of how interesting Elrond is, then you should really read the Children of Hurin. The Children of Hurin really like tells you just how interesting Elrond really is. I don't even know how I can explain the story of the Children of Hurin. It's a tragedy, for sure.
I need time.
But it's a tragedy that also involves Elrond. And although Elrond isn't directly affected, he is indirectly affected by the tragedy. And I would strongly recommend you read the book, but I can give you like a brief synopsis of the Children of Hurin. So, in the Elder Days, there were men that were more powerful than any man that you'd ever seen. I mean, we're talking about men that would put Aragorn to shame, and probably put the men of Numenor to shame as well, because they were the Children of Hurin. The Children of Hurin were very, very, very powerful, and they were also a target for Morgoth. Morgoth, who was literally like the god of, the evil god or the devil of the world, essentially. He absolutely hated the Children of Hurin, and he set about to torture them in ways that are probably the most horrific things that you've ever heard of. For one of them, he literally erased his memory. He also erased the memory of his sister. And he basically arranged for them to meet each other, at which point they ended up becoming married and with child. At which point Morgoth, in his infinite cruelty, released their memories so that they could remember that they were brother and sister. At which point his sister, struck with grief and just disgust over having borne her brother's child, literally throws herself off the mountainside and kills herself. I mean, it's a terrible story, but it's a very interesting story in the Lord of the Rings universe, because it really kind of cements Sauron as this just super not Sauron, Morgoth as just like super evil, just bad guy. More evil than Sauron ever would be.
He's a league above Sauron, too.
He's like massively more powerful than Sauron ever was. And Morgoth, isn't done. Like, he's literally torturing the ever-loving crap out of this person. Elrond is actually related directly to this person that's being tortured. That's why they call him Elrond half-elven, because he is actually half of the Children of Hurin. He's one of the children. And the story is just really interesting, because you hear about like all the armies that Morgoth summons forth, and the battles that take place. And these humans or these men of Children of Hurin are so powerful that they fight dragons like one-on-one. And it's absolutely an insanity. And it's a really fun story. It's not even that long. Like, if you really want a good Lord of the Rings book and you haven't read that particular book, I would highly recommend Children of Hurin to you, because it's great. I can even pull up a picture of it for you. It was actually not released by Tolkien. It's one of the stories that Tolkien wrote that never got published. And it was later published by his son. I believe Christopher Tolkien is the one that ended up publishing it. He's the editor. But it was written by Tolkien. He just never had a chance to actually release it. And it got released in like 2007. And I'll put it in chat for you guys. For those of you who are Lord of the Rings nuts like me, you would probably really enjoy this book. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, though, the main character of the story. Neither are you the most mighty, for you have spent your strength upon yourself and wasted it in your own emptiness. But whenever I say that I will do this or that, it looks very different when the time comes. Travel deeper into Middle-earth.
They're supposed to buff these conduit shrines, but they're still awful.
You hear the bad guy gets defeated and the good guys win? Sort of. I mean, the bad guy already lost. That's actually the story, if you don't know. If you read the Sumerian, you'll find out about that part, which is basically that the bad guy already lost. It's a whole meme within the Sumerian. Is that during the original creation of the world, during the original creation of everything, God, like in the story, the original God, the one to rule all gods, created the other gods. And when he created the other gods, they all sung a song. And I'm not even joking. The song was like a big tapestry that was being woven out of like the actual sound of the voices of the gods that were singing it. And like a song that has a beginning and an end and a middle and a crescendo and you know, like a dip and the entire lot. The song was plotted out by the one god, essentially. Morgoth, who thought himself cunning and wise, decided he was going to add in evil undertones into the story. And the whole, like, in the story, the one god of Lord of the Rings is not impressed, not even in the slightest, and continues to sing the song exactly as he had planned. And at the end of the song, it becomes painfully obvious to Morgoth, who is not, you know, unintelligent, that the song ends in his death, essentially. It's not, like, stated exactly, but when the song is finished, Morgoth leaves basically upset that he was unable to achieve what he wanted to achieve, and the one god is, like, very smug in the fact that things went exactly as he planned, despite Morgoth's, you know, like, trying to corrupt what he had planned to actually have happen, right? And then Morgoth then goes down to Middle-earth because he doesn't believe, essentially, that, like, things are going to play out as the song has interpreted, and then they do actually play out exactly as the song interpreted, so he ends up losing, just as the song stated that he would lose, which is all very silly, because, you know, he had to go down and try it anyway. Yes, Morgoth's actions were part of the song, exactly. And so it was already written, basically. The whole creation of the universe was already written by the song. It's a very weird thing to read in the Silmarillion too. Like, it's the creation of the universe, all of it is very odd. Like the creation of the elves, the creation of the dwarves. The Silmarillion is a bit dry. It's more of like almost like an autobiography or something of like the universe, and it goes over very dry information. There's some neat little tidbits in there, like the creation of the dwarves that doesn't really get a lot of attention. There's like a lot of people will say that the elves were first in Middle-earth. The elves actually weren't first in Middle-earth. It was the dwarves. One of the other gods had created the dwarves in secret underneath of the mountain, which was really cool. And they were dummies. Like, I think it was a girl. I can't remember the specifically, but the dwarves were dummies. She didn't have the power to actually create the dwarves properly, and so they were like walking around like bumping into walls and stuff because she created them, but she didn't create them well enough to make them into actual like individuals. She made them out of stone. And I think she was unable to like impart upon them the proper creation to make them living, breathing beings that were capable of, like, you know, sentient thought and free will and whatnot. But she did create them, and they were a pathetic creation of... Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. They were a pathetic creation that gained sympathy from one of the greater gods, essentially. And they went down there and found out that she was making the dwarves and saw the pitiful state that the dwarves were in and decided to have pity on them. To which point that he gave them actual free will and life, which they did not have until he came. And the punishment for that was that they were to stay under the ground until the elves had ascended and taken their rightful place as the first among Middle-earth, So the dwarves were essentially punished to stay underground for the duration of the elves' rise to power, essentially, like within Middle Earth. And it wasn't until after the elves had established themselves that the dwarves were allowed to come out of the ground. Which explains why the dwarves are literally under the ground when you first find them. So it's all very interesting. There's not a lot of little fun details in there.
Ready yet. I need more time.
Like, you know, the dwarves being so, you know, like, durable. You know, they're durable and you know, they have much vitality and strength, you know. That's because they were carved out of stone, according to the way that the story tells. You know, because they were carved out of stone, that's why they were so strong and so, you know, durable and tanky, basically.
I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare for it. I need more time.
It's all very fun though. I love the Tolkien universe. He created such a fun universe to think about and like play around in. Maybe one day when we have like advanced VR machines, we can like create Middle Earth in the VR machine, and we can all just go have fun playing around in Middle Earth together. I don't think I would want to be a wizard or something like that. I think I would just want to be a regular person in Middle Earth and just like try my best to survive. But yeah, like a man or a hobbit or something. I don't know.
I need more time.
Hobbits? Hobbits is precious. Who doesn't like hobbitses? I like hobbitses. Alright. I'm trying to get all my things to 46 so we can start pushing pits. Let's see how that works. I'd also like to see if I could solo a Torment 4 boss. That'd be kind of fun too. It's going to take some time before I get to that point, but probably need a better temerity before that happens. And am I never going to get this 2-gen click? I swear. Do I got any more? Okay, I got some more Dujanks. Let's scale some focuses.
Shame that. Not a bad glow, shining beauty.
Man, am I just never gonna get this thing? Is it? It's not like in a dungeon or something somewhere, is it? Like,
Nothing.
I mean, I doubt that's the case. But I really doubt it's in a dungeon. I mean, is there any way I can search the Codex of Power for the charged flash? After a charged bolt hits an enemy for 50 times, your next 3 casts of charged bolts become waves that pierce and deal 1,430 to 1,716 critical shock damage. Salvage item, legendary item with aspect of charged flash to unlock, which I still do not have. No Jinx for me. Maybe it just doesn't exist. I don't know. I'm gonna mark it as favorite. I think that means if you mark it as favorite, if it drops, it'll show up as favorite, like when it falls, I think. So it'll be really obvious when it finally does fall. I could probably just go, I think I might have to just go to like Maiden or something and just do some HellTides. And then farm a bunch of like weapon chests or something. See if I can get the recipe that way. Aspect and Charge Slash can be obtained by Source Wiki. Okay. Nice. Good looking out there, player 2. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Sounds amazing. I like that. Dude, these new Nahatu areas are nice. I like these new Nahatu areas. I think they're designed better than the old areas. Like, this is obviously a Nahatu zone, and I like it. I like the tile set. I like the way that it's designed. It feels better than the other zones, and not just because it's new. I just like the way that it's designed. I don't know what it is. It feels familiar somehow. Like maybe it feels like Diablo 2 a little bit or something. I don't know. Like it doesn't feel crappy like some of the D4 dungeons. I mean, look at the designs on the wall. They're really cool looking. I do like them. I mean, you guys agree too? Chat agrees. And player 2 agrees, I think. I mean, don't be worried about it. Just put in your feedback. Alright? Just, like, if you got something about the PTR that you don't like, put in your feedback. Make it known. Do it on the forums. Put a bug post. Like me, for instance, I made a video, which is obviously, you know, not an option for everybody, but, like, they're gonna hear us. They're gonna listen. Okay? Like, just make sure that you state, you know, for the record, like, what you think is wrong. We got plenty of time for them to fix stuff, for them to do some adjustments and try and make things work right. I think it'll turn out good. As negative as I am during the PTR, know that it is for the best to be negative in the PTR, because you want to make sure that they understand that the game is not in the best possible shape that it could be. I mean, even if you're not able to play PTR, you can still, like, make your decisions based off of secondhand reports, I guess. I mean, you can watch my live stream, at the very least, right? I've already streamed for, what, 12 hours yesterday and 5 hours today, so that's 5, 6, 7, so that's 17 hours. I haven't even touched the group finder, to be really honest. Hadn't planned on it either. I don't think I probably ever will. Unless I'm just doing it for fun. Once you have a clan, clan supersedes group finder. Like, who wants to join a rando group of people when you have a clan full of friends that you can join? It just doesn't seem appealing to me. I mean, I understand from a perspective, like, what people are thinking when they ask for it, but I don't know. 15% chance after taking damage to gain a barrier equal to 20% of your maximum life for 10 seconds. This is doubled against distant enemies. Oh yeah, that's the new, I remember that. Yeah, that's the new deflecting barrier. It's actually not terrible. Yeah, it is in PTR. I just haven't played with it. There's a bunch of bugs with it as well. But... Oh yeah, speaking of which, there was something in here about the charge bolt thing I wanted to check. Waves shock charge persist after removing the legendary affix charge flash. So it is in the game. It's got to be in the game if there's a bug note about it. Apparently after taking the aspect off, it still works. Okay. I mean, that's promising, I suppose. She's gonna be good. We gonna get it. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I'm going to try real hard, though. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to try real hard. I gotta do my best, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to try real hard. Because you gotta try real hard. That's what you gotta do. You still grinding away?
No, I'm gonna go HellTide now. I still need a mace.
Oh.
All my glyphs. I have all my glyphs 46 and an extra glyph to 46 because I haven't decided if I'm gonna use it.
Can you do 4 like in HellTide just fine, or
Yeah, pretty much.
like would it be better to do 4 in HellTide, or is it not worth it? Or could I be better off just languishing in 3?
Let me read the statute. Let me see what they actually say. 600% more gold and experience. Why would experience? Oh, I guess for Paragon. Okay. Increase legendary, unique, and mythic items per tormentor. It doesn't give a percentage though. So they don't tell us the math behind this. It's the math blizzard. I hide the math from me.
Oh, guaranteed crits. It's over. Wow, snap back to reality. Crits are gonna tality. Gonna kill you all with my big old charge ball rarities. I don't got my aspect that gives me all my things, but I don't really care because I got some sexy rings. Not the Napple kind. Oh, I guess I'll keep going until I get all my glyphs to 46. Bobby Boucher. What that Bobby Boucher?
Mama, what's that?
I don't know. Speaking of Lord of the Rings, I like watching the Narnia stuff too. C.S. Lewis and Tolkien talked a lot, and you can tell. Like the Narnia stuff has a lot of like Lotro influences in it, and the Lotro stuff has a lot of Narnia influences in it because they were constantly communicating with each other and talking about writing techniques and whatnot. And although the stories are different, obviously, and not linked together in any way, shape, or form, like they're very good, like kind of side by side kind of things. I actually really enjoyed the Narnia series as well. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. It's fun to read the letters too if you can get a hold of the letters. Some of the books have the letters in it, like between Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, where you can read what they wrote to each other, talking back and forth. Those are really neat. I may not look it, and I may play games like 24 hours a day at this point, and I might have dedicated my life to gaming, but I promise you, at a certain point in my life, all I did was read books. I mean, like literally, all I did was read books. Every kind of book that you could imagine. And I had a lot of fun reading books, too.
Hey, Samuel Tarley.
Hmm?
Huh?
What's that?
Samuel Tarley?
Yeah, what's that?
What's that?
Is that a book?
Game of Thrones.
Oh, Game of Thrones? So that was after my time. Like, that was after I stopped reading. I only stopped reading because, you know. Like
It's actually a meme with the character. Like, he constantly says things, and they're like, people are like, "How do you know this?" He's like, "I read it in a book."
I read it in the book. That's right. I like pies.
T4 Nightmare Dungeon. See how much materials I get. I should have checked how many I had before I started, though.
I think, personally, reading is one of the best ways to expand your mind. Because I think intelligence is tied very strongly to imagination. And I think reading helps you develop your imagination. I don't think imagination is like something that's inherent in every single person. I think it's something that you develop almost as a skill. Like it's something that you grow as you use it, like a muscle. And the more you use it, the better it gets. And reading is one of the best ways to stretch that muscle, because when you read a book, you have to imagine the things that are you're reading. And while the author certainly helps you, come up with the pictures in your mind, you're still ultimately the one who makes those imaginations happen and comes to the conclusions yourself. They're just guiding you on your journey, which, again, just tends to help you have a stronger imagination, which, of course, means that you end up having the ability to think more critically. As an example, Albert Einstein was the imagination type of intelligent. Not the, I can solve a math problem in, 0.0005 of a second that most people would, have a brain freeze at. He wasn't that kind of intelligent. He was the imagination kind of intelligent. Like, the ability to imagine almost anything within his mind. Even if it was, the creation of the universe and, how things formed and, the theory of relativity and all that other crap. He was basically just imagining most of it in his mind of, how things would occur. And that was the level. That was his kind of intelligence. Alright, Mad Max. Love Mad Max, by the way. It's one of my favorite series. Always was
so funny.
I've always was a fan of the dystopian, apocalypse kind of movies.
But now all I can think of when it's brought up is the Deadpool scene. I am Furiosa! That was so good.
Who needs to raid when you got cutscenes? I mean, I guess. I always used to get disappointed. I hate to say it, but I would read a book and then I would go watch the movie, and what I had imagined in my mind was so much more amazing than what the movie showed, and I always used to get disappointed.
You're one of those people. Oh, the book is better.
I mean, not the book is better, but I guess my imagination is better.
I mean, I was one of those people for the few books I did read. Like Ender's Game, that book was way better than the movie.
I did see Ender's Game movie. I haven't read the book.
Ah, it's a nice book. You should read it.
It seems like it probably would be really good.
I need time to prepare.
It's not like a long read. You probably zoom right through it.
That's the one where they trick the kids into fighting the aliens for them.
Yes, the bug invaders, yeah.
I got kind of emotional at the end of that.
Yep, you're meant to.
Because, no, it was the kids were basically, they thought they were doing a drill, right?
Yep.
So they didn't know.
The
They didn't know that they were sacrificing
real fleets and stuff.
real human lives. They were sacrificing real human lives to achieve
And
the
his
goal.
whole strategy was literally a sacrifice strategy to win it.
And they did, and they won. But there was that one point. Remember when the general almost lost the he almost gave it away.
Yes.
Where he was like, why would you sacrifice? But he had to catch himself because obviously the whole thing was a lie, and he was trying not to let them know that they were
didn't
actually.
want him to be influenced. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't want them to be influenced by the understanding
Pure
that they were
strategy,
sacrificing lives.
No emotional.
Yeah. And it worked. I mean, they got what they wanted, but they did actually sacrifice a lot of people to achieve it. It was definitely a good movie. And if you're saying the book is better, I might have to actually read it.
It is. It's much better.
That was the part that caught me. Like I was like, oh man. I was like, these are real human lives they're playing with. I was like, they don't know.
It's one of those things where like the movie can't like develop the characters as well, especially the side characters, and you don't really have time to let the relationships breathe and develop.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Where the book actually does that.
I need time.
Well, wasn't that like the whole Ender's Game thing? Was that he had like an amazing imagination to be able to, what was it? What was the exact term they used in the movie? It was the ability to imagine himself as the enemy. So he could put himself in the enemy's position and understand almost equivocally how they would act and behave, because he could place himself there in that role. And that was what gave him the power to, like, you know, counter the aliens. Because he's like, oh, I know exactly how you're going to behave, because I know exactly what you would do and why you would do it, and understand all, like, the motivations and the deep down understanding of everything. Which kind of made me mad at the end when he realizes that the aliens were just defending themselves, basically. Sort of. Ish. It's complicated. I'm sure you probably have a better understanding after reading the books. But it didn't seem like the aliens were almost entirely of evil intent, I guess would be the term. I mean, did they go into more detail about why the aliens were attacking and stuff in the books?
Yeah. The main thing that I really liked about Ender himself was like when he was getting bullied in school, and that's basically how he was recruited. Like instead of like just like fighting back against the bully, he just basically obliterated the bully and like critically injured him. So he's like, so he'll never threaten me again. He
did that in the movie, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But it was just like, it was just such a good thing about the character. It just goes to show you like, that's why he's like, you know, Ender. He's basically like, you know, the way he decides and makes decisions is all about finality.
Well, yeah. Who wants a long drawn out fight that's going to come back to bite you in the butt? Isn't that what he says at the end when he's doing the last thing? He's like, we have to end it now, otherwise they're just going to come back.
Yep. Down is up.
But he doesn't wipe out the entire species because he saves the queen, right? And then sends the queen off to like another planet.
Right. Motion.
The end game. It was a good show. I'm gonna be honest. They bamboozled me. I didn't realize that the last thing was actually a real thing until, you know, like I can't remember the exact moment when I realized that it was a real battle. But they were really good at lulling you into a false sense of thinking that what was going on was nothing more than training, because everything had been training up to that point.
Yep.
Right. And so there's no reason why you would have thought that they would have not been training. And obviously that's the whole gag behind how they were fooled in the first place too, was they fooled them by making everything into a training exercise, and then eventually they ended up culminating in that. But
I'm not ready yet. I need time.
Probably do the Legion event and the HellTide.
Yeah,
Get the campfire buff.
I'm there right now.
I wonder if the campfire buff helps you with Paragon levels. Like, I guess all XP is relevant, right?
Yeah.
I need time to prepare.
Time to potion up and get more XP.
I need time.
I saw a really interesting blurb about Tolkien. I think I talked about this another day, but it was about how he got the idea to write The Hobbit. And I thought it was pretty neat.
I need time.
Apparently, you know, Tolkien was a professor, so he was at school grading papers. And he said during the off hours of, or the off times, off seasons, like during the summer, like a lot of the times you would just be sitting there grading papers. He said for hours on end. And he said it was like the uttermost boringest monotony. Because, you know, you're literally looking at the same paper over and over and over again. And you're looking at different people's answers to those questions. But it's just such boring monotony. And he said that he got to one particular student's answer sheet, which was blank. Apparently the student has just decided not to answer any of the questions and turned in a blank sheet. And he said I ought have passed that student for what he did, because at that moment, looking at the blank sheet, I was filled with an overwhelming like imagination, basically, is kind of how he put it. And he said he just started writing. And that was like the beginning of The Hobbit. He started writing the words, there was a hole. Not a dirty, nasty hole, but a clean, you know, like hole of a hole. You know, like, I can't remember the exact words from the beginning of The Lord of the Rings, I mean, a Hobbit, but he literally just started writing The Hobbit, like, right there. Which I thought was really neat. It's actually a video interview if you want to, like, go and look at it. I'm sure you can pull it up at some point. I found it on Facebook at some point. Like, I was just scrolling through the reels, and I think it popped up on my list. It was pretty neat to see, though.
Celebrimbor. The Lord of the Rings.
Celebrimbor. Hey, temerities. They're only 76% temerities. And they're worse than mine in every way, shape, and form. What do you know? It's terrible. Man, how are they worse than mine in every way, shape, and form, but they're higher power level? The maximum life is only 4%. Mine is 5.8. The healing received is 23% on mine. This one is 16.5. The damage reduction while healthy is only 7. Mine's 8.1. The lucky hit chance to heal is 371 on mine, and it's 242 on the... and the barrier's less, too. Like, they're worse in every single way, shape, and form that they can be worse. That's sad. I finally find a pair of temerities, and they're just garbage. Oh, I rolled an ancestral focus. Okay, that's neat. I'll hang on to that. Razor, do you want this ancestral focus?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you want an ancestral focus? Are you level 60 yet?
An ancestral focus?
Mm-hmm. I just gambled one.
Oh, did ya? Yeah, I might be able to use it.
Well, invite me, because I probably won't be able to invite you because you're on a lower tier.
All right, now I have two-handed staff, so I'm kind of using it, but I do have a single-handed sword.
I have a dagger I can give you. Here, hold on. Because I can... actually, this one's good. Yeah, I'll give you this one.
I got one more level to go.
Alright, so invite me real quick and I'll drop it to you.
Okay. Oh, I'm in a... It's a legion in a hellfire zone.
But you should be able to invite me. It shouldn't be a big deal.
Yep. No,
I'll just come drop them off.
I went to do that, though.
Is the key? Do you see the items for the cow level? Yes, I
Well,
did. Demextria.
Okay. You want to do the exchange here, or
In the
I'll
back
just
alley.
teleport.
where
I'll
are
teleport
you?
to you. You can give me a PB touch, and
Oh,
I'm just kidding. Here you go.
I need time.
Can you see him?
yep.
There you go. Have fun,
Thank
my
you,
friends.
sir.
That should
Well-
be a powerful upgrade for you.
Well, that should kind of guide me in the way my build should go then.
They relax the trades. Yeah, everything is tradable except for mythics now, including runes are going to be tradable as well.
Oh, this is a HellTide. I only need 8 more cinders. I can go open that chest.
Alright. That should well, when you level up, you're going to get those 2 ancestral, so that'll be a big power up for you.
Yeah.
You're going to get the big boy chonky mode. That's what you're going to get.
I better
Bonky,
favorite
bonky.
them before I
Yeah, don't accidentally
salvage 'em.
don't accidentally delete them. Because I probably won't be able to replace them, so. Oh, another one of the new areas. This is cool. This one with like it's like the maggot layer basically. I really like this one.
I'm not ready yet.
Obviously it's wider than the maggot layer, but it looks like the maggot layer. It looks like the maggot layer on steroids. Like Duriel carved it instead of like a regular maggot.
How long is it gonna make me run around here before?
Saw the what ad? What? What are you talking about?
Oh, I need 6 cinders here to open the chest. And I don't know how long before I.
I don't know what you're
Okay,
talking
need-
about, player.
I need 3 more cinders to open that mystery chest. Hellfire cinders.
I need time.
There's so much harder to get without the profane mind cage too. That's another thing I miss.
Oh, come on. I killed all those monsters and got nothing?
I need more time.
What a stingy game. I can hear creatures all over the place. But there's none here where the Legion was. The Legion event. There's some more. Come on, give me a couple more.
Ah, you got me killed, player.
Ah, I need one more. One more cinder.
Got me killed.
Evidently, there's all kinds of them at the bottom of the hill.
I need more time.
Oh, there's some more. Come on.
So rude, player 2.
There's my 75. Oh, yeah. Now the Hellfire comes down. Jeepers.
Jeepers, creepers.
Jeepers. I won't be able to stand here long enough to get my. Oh,
I'm not ready yet.
Better
fireball
not sing
landed right
that
on
song,
the
or I'll
chest.
get copyright striked. Jeepers, copyright
Jeepers,
strikes.
creepers. Where'd you get those papers?
Where'd you get those copyright strikes?
I need time.
Okay, now it's time to go back to town. Actually, I should run around in that HellTide for a while longer. Get my level 60.
Yeah, you need to get your level 60 so you can put on your OP Doojanks, and so you can get your OP Doojanks.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Who doesn't like OP Doojanks? Everybody likes OP Doojanks. Except for when you're too OP. You don't want to be too OP, because then you just, then you gotta be like Goku, and you gotta go down a couple forms so you can have fair fights and stuff. Like, even though
I
you're
fell
capable of Super Saiyan Blue, you gotta go down to like Super Saiyan 1. Just so you can have like a fight with somebody, and they're like, oh, I'm still too powerful. Hold on, let me go down to base form. I'm like, oh, okay, this is still too much. I'm sorry, I can't really make myself any weaker. I know, let's teach you Super Saiyan, and then like, pretty much what happens.
I need a two-hand mace, Chinchilla.
Two-handed mace. Okay, fine. Well, I don't know if I can find one on this character, but...
Yeah. We're doing one of those like blood tide events where you stand in the circle. These things are crazy. These are actually feeding cinders finally. Give me them.
The, what, the ones where you stand in the center and it, like,
Yeah.
keeps getting harder and harder?
I loved it, dude. That was fun.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Probably gonna have to do some HellTides here as soon as I finish this,
We can do
last
T3
glyph.
HellTide. I think I'll just be faster.
I just want to try. Why is one of my glyphs a black hole?
A black hole.
Oh.
Yeah, you want to see
Did
it?
you actually socket it in the board?
Well, look
Oh,
at it.
yeah. Is that the elite one we all have? Zyler has that. I have that bug. It's like the graphic isn't there once it's upgraded.
The black hole of the abyss. Yeah, I mean, it's there, but...
Other thing that I think still works, I still think you can farm HellTide on one difficulty and open the chests on another. I still think that works.
It's terrible.
Leonard.
Hello, what's up, bro?
What's up, Leon Luli?
Leon Luli?
Luli?
That's my next character, Leon Uli.
Leon Uli.
Uli.
That sounds good, actually. We got our next character, Leon Uli.
There is any aspect needed for the new rogue build?
There is one that ties to the skill, the dance skill. There is one.
Dance Dance Revolution? What?
And I still haven't decided if that's best on the two-hander or on the amulet. I swapped between that and the momentum one, because the momentum key passive gives you like up to 100% multiplier on a two-hander, while you have max momentum stacks.
So, any other aspect that's needed? Offensive aspects?
I mean, I could give you the list I use,
LD
just so you have the list. I can just send it to you. I can just like send you a message.
and the glyphs you use too.
Okay. Okay, Xyluli. Lulior. Okay, I'm done. Okay, so
Using damage was to Dark Shroud, right? With Dark Shroud.
yes, I am.
I guess I'm keeping any ancestral item, essentially, even if it's garbage. Because it gets 12 Masterworks, which makes it better than pretty much anything else. And 2 temper slots. Let's go to 55. I've been gaining. Actually, you said like 56 to make sure I just don't fail at all. That's a good idea. So it's always 20 levels higher. Or at least 10 levels higher.
Yep.
Hello, everybody.
Was it?
Oh, we're gonna do HellTide, Ginger. What, you guys finish your glyph? Finish your glyph.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I'm almost there. It's the last one. I think I'm on like 36 or something. You want to come help me finish my glyph? I don't think it goes any faster or slower with you here. I think it's pretty much the same speed.
You'll probably finish that run before I send Lily all my stuff. I'm on my rogue, just giving him what I built.
What are your character? Oh, he's running rogue.
He wants to try the dance blades build I did.
Are there any sorceresses? Because I really need that stupid aspect that I can't find. I think Xylor's doing a Sork, right? Where's Xylor at? Can't work.
It'll work.
Headhunter? That's the one you were talking about?
Any hope they're gonna get a paladin at some point? I mean, the community is basically just like on their hands and knees begging for a paladin, and they're pretty much just continually saying no, but I mean, they may eventually cave to pressure. I mean, if you go by what they say, the answer is no. But if you look at what they do, which is cave to community pressure, I mean, when they announced the Spiritborn, which is a pretty cool class, it's kind of like the monk. It's kind of like a Power Ranger monk. I don't really know how to explain it other than that. It's like Animal Force Power Ranger, you know, like Animal Panther or Animal Gorilla, Power Ranger Go, and you get like gorilla powers. So it looks good. It looks good. I actually really like the monk from D3, and it's basically the monk from D3, so with extra steps. But the entire time while they were releasing and revealing the Spiritborn, I'm pretty sure you guys were probably laughing too. Every single time they got an opening, somebody would ask, yeah, I know you're releasing Spiritborn and all, but what about Paladin? And they were getting kind of a little upset, to be honest. Like, you could tell they were getting a little upset because nobody was actually interested in hearing about the Spiritborn. They just kept asking, well, what about the Paladin? What about the Paladin? No, the Spiritborn looks really fun, though. I think a lot of people are going to have fun with the Spiritborn in general. It's definitely going to be a strong class with all of the ways that you can build it. Because you basically can combine the different animal forms together. There's 4 different animal forms, and the animal forms can all combine with each other for like an advanced kind of like crisscrossy pattern. And I don't know what the total number of combinations is, but it's a lot. There's a chart somewhere about like the synergies for it too. I'm sure I've got it laying around somewhere. Kind of shows you like which ones kind of synergize with each other and how they synergize. The gorilla is a Thorns build though. I think a lot of people who enjoy trying to make Thorns builds work are probably really going to like the gorilla.
And Lily, tomorrow, by the way, you basically get all this stuff for free. You don't have to put any work in.
Yeah, I mean, these first couple days was supposed to be to test out leveling, basically. So.
You'll get the max level glyphs tomorrow. You'll get the runes. You'll get any units you want. You'll get Vier.
I can't believe I finally got the sword.
Can't believe it's not butter.
To the greater. 2 greater affixes 200 charge for 15 billion. I cannot believe it. Alright.
You got base tick and attack speed for 15 billion?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Finally. People are asking for like 99 billion. 158. Oh my goodness.
You tell them, Lily. Say, look, my wallet is only so deep.
Billion.
Alright.
And then somebody offered 45 billion. I'm like, oh my god.
So take it then. What are you talking to me for? Somebody offered
They
you
do.
45 billion.
They do, and then I see it like sold for 45 billion.
Oh, okay, well then,
going
sounds like you need to
on?
offer 50 billion.
What is like? Where is this coming from?
Alright, almost done with this one.
Yeah.
How long is left on the HellTide anyway? I think I'd like to
26 and a half minutes.
think about getting like a full stretch and as many boxes I could possibly open.
Full stretch, huh?
Full stretch. Bananas and ice cream. Actually, I lied. I don't like bananas. I just like saying banana. I just like to say banana. I do not like banana, but I like to say banana. Banana.
Well, give me a two-hand mace, man. What the heck, Louie?
Banana.
Two-hand mace. I don't think I can even drop two-hand mace.
I know.
Okay, so I'm at 40, and I need 6 tiers. So what level should I do to get 6 tiers? That's, what, 10 levels higher, so... What, 20 levels is like the maximum for... I don't think I can do 20 levels. Well, maybe I can do 20 levels. Because I'll only get
You're at
4
40?
upgrades. I'm at 40 exactly, yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know, like if you want to like try to do it in one run. It's either gonna be 2 runs at like 55, or you're gonna try to figure out the math. I'd have to look at the entire formula of it.
Let's try 60. Let's try that. That'll be 4 levels higher than the glyph, but more than that for the base. So 60 will be 20 levels higher than the base, which might give me a couple double upgrades or triple upgrades, depending. It'll be chances, but at least I'll have like a chance of finishing it off this run, and then I don't have to worry about it next run.
I like the old glyph leveling better.
I think that the old glyph leveling system was more like finite, and you could definitely tell exactly what you were getting. But this one, if you are capable of doing higher, it just basically allows you to like bypass much of the problem.
This one's quicker to me, and it's easier. Like pits are way faster than Nightmare Dungeons ever
It's slower at the beginning.
Look at pits, yes.
It's slower
I got my
it's slower at the
first Paragon
beginning.
point.
It's faster at the end. So like as an example, like let me use an example.
But it's
like
not a guaranteed chance at the end.
It is. Well, no, not at the very end, no. But for the majority of the time, it's going to be a guaranteed chance. Like up until the point where you start getting into the min-maxing tiers. So basically, what it is like early on, if you're really high level, like you're in a 60 or something, I don't think you need to be in 60. I think it's just like 20 levels above the glyph. But it's going to bring you up to level 9 from level 1. So you go from 1 to 9. Which isn't really that great, especially considering like before, if you ran like a 100 dungeon with like a glyph EXP, I think you could get up higher than 9. What was it, like 11 or something like that?
12, 11 or 12.
Yeah. But then the next upgrade, which is 9 to what is it, like 17, I think? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know what tier you're talking about, because for me, I can go 1 to 16 or 1 to 13.
I never
easily.
went higher than 9.
I can do 1 to 16. Like I could take any glyph right now and show you. I can do it.
I don't know. I've done it on screen, on camera for everybody to see. Every single time I've upgraded to 1, it will not go to anything higher than 9. It always goes to 9, exactly. Leon's a magician over there.
And I also like the XP because you could choose, like, I want 4 ranks in this and then another couple ranks in another glyph.
But it definitely ranks up faster when you're in higher tiers of the glyph. It just doesn't rank up as fast in the early tiers. But when you're in the higher tiers, like it's a way faster experience to get to like 21 or like 46 or something like that than you would have before with the old system.
Well, they could have just increased the amount you got, which would have been the same thing. It's just more like you could direct exactly where you want that XP to be. Take this glyph to...
I mean, you still get 4 chances, and you can apply that to any glyph that you want. You don't have to apply it all to the same glyph.
Let me ask you a question. What pit tier are you running to upgrade your glyphs?
I haven't been yet.
Okay, so first of all, any build can do T50. Or pit
Yeah,
level 50.
T50 is like the base level that I would say most builds are capable of with basic equipment,
Minimal effort.
like minimal effort, like not even really like as long as you're running something that's actually a build and not just like a meme, you should be capable of 50.
And with T50 or pit 50, you can easily get a glyph to 46 within about 4 to 5 runs. 4 to 5 runs to get a glyph to 46 to get it legendary. And you can do pit runs with like 2 to 3 minute runs easily. Any build. Like 2 minute to 3 minute pit runs, pit 50, 4 to 5 runs per glyph. You can be done leveling all your glyphs to legendary status within an hour or 2. Like this is not like some complicated thing. It's not like difficult to do. There's like nothing to complain about with the glyph system. I have plenty of complaints about the PTR. The glyph system is the easiest thing in the world.
I mean, we could complain about the final min-maxing. So, like, I think that's going to be difficult. Getting to 46, getting to 15, easy. Getting to 100, probably not so easy. Is getting to 100 required?
No.
Probably not. But it's something eventually you're going to do if you want to squeeze the ever utmost out of your character, which you're eventually.
You're crazy anyway.
Yeah, and at that point you're going to be crazy OP, and you're going to be doing like really high tiers anyway. So for the most part, you're still going to level up fast until you get to like the really high tiers, where you're like the tier 100s, and it's a guaranteed upgrade as long as you're 10 levels above. So like if you're doing tier 100s as an example, and you have like a level 90, you're still going to get guaranteed upgrades for the level 90, up until the point where you hit level 91, which is going to be the point at which they might start failing.
And then you can complain to
Yeah.
me. But I don't even think I would do
People
that.
actually do 100s.
I mean, it really depends on what you're doing. You're going to get the power to do higher tiers by leveling the glyphs, too, because of the way that they scale.
Because at some point you might just not be able to progress anymore because...
Depending on your build, yeah, there's a chance that your build might not just be able to do tier 100s, at which point you're going to have to, like, take the chance of upgrading it at lower tiers.
But if you're not doing at level glyph, it doesn't upgrade at all, does it?
I don't know, actually.
So if your glyph is like
I mean, I could,
80 and you can't do higher than 80,
I could always check
I don't think you
it.
meant to get your glyphs to 100, number one. I don't think that's something I would even do.
That could be something we could check. So what would happen if you did like a 45 while you have a 46 in your inventory? Does it just not offer you a chance to upgrade that, or is it like a really low percentage with like a high failure rate? Because that's going to come into play eventually when you start getting into the really high ranks. It is. It's a question that we should probably answer.
it feels like they really want to add the chances because they tried it with Masterwork and we completely shut that down, and now they're trying it with the glyphs. Like,
I've only
so this system, I cringe when I say this. It's the Diablo 3 glyph system.
I know it is.
It's straight up the Diablo 3 glyph system.
And I didn't like it then either.
I mean, I think the reason why they're doing this is because they're trying to give you the ability to level the glyphs faster. I don't think that this is a slower system than the previous system that we had.
No. I like that it's in the pits, for sure.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like the fact that before you had to do a finite amount of runs, right? You got a certain amount of glyph EXP, you needed a certain amount to level, and so you were always going to reach a certain amount, a glyph level by doing X amount of runs, like 100 runs or 10 runs or 20 runs or whatever it may be. The goal of this system seems to be the opposite, which is not to slow you down by making the system worse, but to make it so that if you're more powerful than the glyph that you're leveling, it goes faster, so that you can catch up to where you are in the position of like your character. So like if you're capable of 50s and you have all level 1 glyphs, you can get those to 50 with relative ease, but then it slows down because now you're only capable of 50, and so you start to like level them slower at that point. But the system essentially just tries to keep you caught up to where you're currently capable of farming, which kind of makes sense.
I think we're also very skewed because Paragon's going to be hard to get, and we're only going to be running like one glyph.
So we tested
for
that
a long time.
So we tested that too. So you don't have to spend your Paragon points when you get them. And what we tested was we basically just set up a character, got them all the way up to like Torment 2, I think is what we did. And Torment 2 was like relatively easy up to a certain point.
Paragon spent.
No Paragon points spent, like crappy weapons. We were able to do like
No
Torment
glyphs,
2 with
nothing.
relative ease. Torment 2 is what, 20 on the pit tier?
No, Torment 2 is 35.
35. So 30. So basically, you're going to be able to do like 35 with no Paragon points. Like if you set up your character properly with decent equipment, gems, which we didn't even use gems, by the way. I was using like chips. I don't think Leon was using gems.
Yep, no gems.
I think I told him I was using only chips, and he's like, "I'm not even using gems." Like, fine then. All right, stupid gem face. All right, I'm gonna try it real quick because I only have 1 tier left on this glyph. It ended up not maxing out, so I'm gonna try this real quick. I'm gonna run. I currently have a bunch of 46s and I've got 145. So if I run a 46, I should be able to at least guarantee that I get the 45 to 46. And then I'll try and see what it says when I try to use that on like one that's underneath of the level or something. Like I'll try and level 1 to 47 and then I'll try and like level it up again and see whether it's like a % chance to fail or something like that.
So Knight, basically the like first 200 Paragon levels are going to be really quick. And I feel like if you give me 1 day, like, and I mean like 10 hours by 1 day of farming, I will be in T4 and I'll be at the same power level I am now with both of my characters. I have a second character. I'd be at the same power level easily.
I mean, did you watch any of the live stream night from yesterday? Yeah, it's not a trick question. It's just, you know, did you or not?
I was here.
Oh, you were here. Well, you weren't playing it like watching the stream though, right?
No.
Okay. So like, kind of what I showed off was like the power level of my equipment and like what I was capable of at that time. Like we were trying to really ham it up. You know, like we were hamming up the horribleness of our character to try and make them as horrible as we could. Pretending that we were just, you know, complete incompetence that didn't know what we were doing. Like no gems, like chipped gems only. I didn't replace my weapon. I was using like I think I beat Torment 2 with like a 350 item power Azure blade. It was like an Azure Raft that had fallen. It wasn't really a solid build either. Like I was just doing a Shadow Necromancer that wasn't even really all that powerful. Because I wanted to see what it would be like if I chose like a non-meta build. And I used like the Soul Rift ability, which I had no clue how to actually use, although it's really fun. And I think the only thing I really did was I set up my aspects. I think that could be considered something that might have made my character slightly more overpowered than they would have been, especially considering all my aspects were, you know, pullovers, so most of them were perfect. Which we won't have access to perfect aspects right away. That's definitely a concession that I got to make there. But other than that, I mean, I felt like when I got to Torment 2, I was a pathetic excuse for a Necromancer. I was like, oh my god. And then finally, when I got to like Torment 3, I realized I actually had to put on equipment. So I started upgrading my gear, I got a better weapon, I put gems in my equipment, I did all that. Like, Torment 3 seems to be like the bracket where the game actually starts and you actually have to like actually try to make your character work. You put in your Paragon points, you start working toward things. So I don't think anybody's going to have too much of an issue like grinding out at least the first 15 levels of their glyphs in Torment 1 or 2 with relative ease. And then you'll work into the rest as you get into like Torment 3 and Torment 4, but it doesn't look terrible on paper. Now, I just really hated leveling up my character from 1 to 60 because it was just the most boring experience of my life. I think waiting in the hospital room was more fun. At least they had some magazines.
Like,
I mean, it seems like the leveling process is basically going to be like this. From 1 to 60, you're going to be gathering up aspects. That's going to be your entire job. You're going to gather up as many aspects as you can, get your character kind of set up properly so that you actually have like some kind of, you know, what the hell is Mother's Judgment? That's weird. There's a boss bar just appeared on my screen called Mother's Judgment. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail it, but I'm going to post a picture of it. What the hell is that?
Yeah, that happened to me too.
But basically, you're going to be gathering all your aspects and getting your gear set up. Since normal difficulty equipment isn't really going to be best in slot, you don't even really care about it all that much. You're just going to like grab some stuff, throw some tempers on, not even really worry about it all that much. And then once you get all your aspects, you know, and you get to Torment 1, which is like the beginning of farming Ancestrals, you start trying to find that first Ancestral weapon, which is really where you get your first power bump. And you start working toward your Paragon points. And once you get your Ancestral weapon, that's going to be like a huge bonus for you because you get 4 Masterworks, you get 12 Masterworks, you get 2 Tempers. You can actually like start becoming a real character. You start creating your first Paragon boards, which are going to give you all your multipliers, which is really nice. And I mean, it should build kind of organically into itself. It's just kind of sad that you got to wait until level 60 before you can actually start making your character.
Yeah, that and like the rate at we're going to get Paragon, it's probably going to be pretty low. So we're going to probably have a glyph at
so it seems
50 plus before we even start using
two. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so upgrade to legendary, upgrade success. Okay, so I'm level 46. So what do I want to upgrade? We're gonna test this real quick. So let's do destruction. Upgrade failed. Oh, success. Okay, now destruction is 47, and it says my success rate on a 47 is a 55% chance. So a 46 is a 70% chance. In fact, you know, let me actually screenshot this. That way we have this.
Yeah, you probably, and I don't think it's gonna be a problem, but you probably should be more worried about Paragon than glyphs. You'll have all your glyphs to like 30 something before you have the ability to put them in all the Paragon board.
Oh, Paragon follows a really simple formula, by the way. It increases. Yeah, I'm not sure about the original levels because they gave us our Paragon from the previous like Eternal Realm characters, but it seems to increase by, I think it's 1 million EXP per point. Like up to a certain point, like because when it was at 200 it was like 14 million or something EXP, and then when it went to the next tier it was 16 million, and then when it went to the next it was 17 million, and so forth and so on. Right now it's at level 219 and it requires 29 million. Like I think the early tiers are probably going to be really low and really easy to get.
Really fast, yeah.
It's going to be really fast, but it's going to build up by a large amount per tier, like per point, up to the point where it eventually starts costing a lot of EXP to get those points. Because if it's gaining at a rate of 1 million per point, and by level 219 it's 29,771,000, like it's got to be a hell of a lot less at the beginning. I mean, right now I'm 29,771,000 at 219. What are you at, Leon?
I'm at 51 million, 231.
51 million for 231. So you can see it kind of like really balloons out as you get into the higher tiers. What's yours right now, Knight? What are you at?
205. I haven't given.
So what does it say your EXP is? You just hold your mouse over it and it'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay alive.
When you get a chance, I mean.
What I need to get to next level is 16,759,000.
I mean, if we harvest enough data, we can definitely figure out what it is. I mean, Leon post a screenshot of yours, and Knight post a screenshot of yours. If we got anybody lower, I don't know if we have anybody lower than that. We could probably like figure out the formula at that point.
Yeah, I think Rob was doing it earlier on his stream. I didn't watch it though.
But
in Excel.
But it definitely looks like it increases almost just rather dramatically, essentially, for every single point upward, up to a certain amount. Like he's at 231, so he's quite a bit higher than me. After at 219, so he's what was that? 12 levels higher than me, and 12 levels higher than me got him to 51 million.
So 22 million more.
So if we take 29 minus 51 equals 22 divided by 12 is roughly about 1.83 million per level, which won't hold water if you decrease it at that same rate, because there's got to be some point at which it balloons. That's my assumption. So like there's probably a very specific level where it starts to actually accumulate like 1.8 million per level. Because at the beginning, my assumption would be that it would be really low, like to the point where it's hardly anything to get 1 point. And then there's going to be a certain point where it starts to gain momentum really fast. And then that's why I wish they hadn't given us the Paragon points. I wish they had just let us like gain them from the beginning, so we would have an understanding of how long it's going to take to get to specific tiers. My assumption is there's going to be a very specific point where the slowdown happens. Once the slowdown happens, it's going to be very obvious. You're going to go from getting like 10, 20 in like a couple runs to more like 3, 4 in a couple runs, and then so forth and so on.
And I honestly think you'd be in more danger of not having your Paragon boards unlocked before you have your glyphs leveled. Because once again, you can do T2 without any Paragon at all, 0 Paragon. And T2 is pit 35, which means your glyphs will get easily leveled to 25. Because there'll always be 10 levels above that. So realistically, you'll get your glyphs to level 30 in T2 before your Paragon is even there to use them. So the glyphs are like this thing that shouldn't even be talked about. Like, it's so far removed from being difficult that I'm just lost on why people keep bringing it up.
I mean,
No, I don't
I think they just.
I just think it's.
I think they just don't
unnecessary.
want to do the pit. I think that's all it is. I think they'd rather do hordes, which I can.
2 hours of an
everybody
entire
has it.
season.
Which I
for
can
one
somewhat.
character.
I can somewhat sympathize with wanting to do the hordes because the hordes are more fun.
I mean, I can too, but I also can. I lived in MMO days where you had to do content, like you had to do things. What the heck is 2 hours?
You doing Torment 4 or are you doing Torment 3?
I'll jump down to 3 in a second. I'm about to open a chest.
No, that's fine. I wanted to do 4 and farm for aspects. I want to sit at the maiden. I don't know.
I know. But now, like, we did it today, Jenner. Like, I've now done 2 characters, all from like low level glyphs to 46 within 2 hours.
You like my shirt? You like my shirt? Well, thank you. What's up, Irene?
I need time to do that.
Where is Milady at? There she is, over here. This is actually a really fun build to do this on because the charge bolts seek out targets. All I gotta do is make sure I aim them in the right direction. Kind of like firing bone spirits back in Diablo 2. I rather enjoy the seeking nature of them. I guess it's not really like worth it doing it right now since it's so close to the thing, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I kind of want to see what the maiden's like. What the hell is going on? This rogue showed up and is just like lagging out the whole game.
Dude, these Hellborn are actually insane.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, some distilled beer on the ground. Holy Jesus, can I like stop getting CC'd? And walled? They keep walling me.
Okay, we're going to 3 after this is over 2 minutes.
I did see the cow level items from the data mine. I did indeed. I did indeed. I thought about making a video on them, but there's no like. I mean, it's not. They're not actually in the game yet for people to play with. They're in the PTR data mine, but I probably should just to harvest views and be a turd.
Now, do you need?
I was gonna wait until there was some real information behind it.
Do I need what?
Need a boots, ring, or amulet for your harp?
I could use an amulet, yeah.
Ancestral?
Well,
Boots, ring, or amulet?
I don't have
chest?
any ancestral or any of it.
Do you need a chest?
Chest? No, not a chest.
So you want boots, ring, and amulet, ancestral?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, this World Tier 4 is spicy.
Rough. It's rough, yeah. I opened a couple of like chests.
I mean, just killing a maiden is spices. Spices. I mean, it's not impossible.
I'm doing the weapon through Bard Knight. It's kind of good. I like it.
Yeah, I saw one of the streamers doing that kind of one.
I converted my Deathblow character into it because it's basically both weapon mastery.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There should be 3 items on the ground.
Nice.
What else do you need ancestral?
My only ancestral is my weapon, my one-handed weapon.
I need 2-handed mace. Do you need another ring?
No. I'm using Starless.
Okay. I think I have anything else. Do you need a one-hand sword? No?
One-handed sword I have.
Okay. I actually might use this sword myself.
Pretty much all I need is two-handed mace and boot or glove.
Oh, you need 2-hand mace too. I need gloves too. That's funny.
And pants.
It's taking forever to kill this girl.
Yeah, that's why I said, well, let's go to 3. It's just way faster.
How did she despawn? Oh no, she died. Okay, good. I thought she despawned there for a second.
What are you guys doing in 3?
I need to find aspects. Can you play season 6 quests on PTR? No, none of the season specific stuff is in the game at the moment. And they're not going to be adding most of it. The only season specific thing that we're going to be testing in the PTR is the rune words, according to what they said. That is it. Just the rune words. Speaking of rune words, I'm going to go ruin the toilet. I'm just kidding. I gotta be. I'll be right back.
I need to get myself a new Banished Lords. Took it out of the wrong item. Encroaching Raft. I'm back. I'm already getting like 30 mil overpowers tonight. And my gear is garbage.
Crazy.
Once I get a 2-hand mace, I'll double my damage.
Yeah.
I get a ton of multipliers.
Hey Ginger, do you think they will ever make arenas or something in PvP, or do you think D4 is not the focus at all? I can answer that question. But before I do that, I'm gonna get me a fruit punch. 'Cause I'm thirsty. Demons, and fruit punch. So basically what happens with that kind of stuff is PvP is usually the last thing that they focus on when it comes to balance, right? So they got to get the game right first before they can focus on PvP. Game's not right. So the answer to that question is simple. No. They're not going to focus on PvP right now because the game's not right. Eventually, when they get the game right, yes, they will focus on PvP. But since the game has been in beta test for a year, it hasn't been the focus of the devs, which is rightfully so, because PvP always takes a backseat to PvE, because PvP is generally balanced around PvE. So once they get the PvE straight, and they stop making like systemic changes every single season, we might see some serious PvP revamping. We'll see. I like PvP in D4, by the way. Let me get some ice. I don't know it, but you guys, but I love cold drinks. It's gotta be like super cold. I want it like colder than Shiva's butthole. Like, it's gonna be real cold. Like I like the cold drink from the cold freaking like fridge, and then get the ice and then put that in the cold glass, and then freaking like then pour the cold drink into the drink with the cold glass. What are you doing? You're not in HellTides?
We're gonna do HellTide T3, but while we're waiting, I just launched a 60 real quick.
Did it finally restart?
Should restart in a second. I went into a 60 pit while waiting, instead of waiting in town. Figures I might as well do something.
Does D4 have the cal level? It will eventually. Seems obvious that they're leading up to it. My, oh yeah, 53 minutes. Okay, so yeah, it's ready. When I move down to tier 3, I'm gonna go start spawning the maiden. I'll probably demolish her on tier 3, so.
Yeah, it's such a large jump. 15 pit levels is quite a jump.
Time to press my button, do-si-do. Come on down and let's go. Press that button, do-si-do. Come on down and let's go. Charge bolts.
Barb damage, you like that?
Well, I'm down here whenever you guys are ready. Just join my party.
Join your party if you want a party. Are you hardy?
You can join my party if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. And then you're gonna transfer over to my state, because that's where I live. You can transfer to my party and leave your friends behind. But you won't get to any of the loot that's left on the ground, my friend.
You need pants, Night. Night fever, night fever.
You just got another,
Ancestral? Yeah, do you need pants?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, my rogue had a stash tab full of ancestrals in one night. Once you get farming, you get farming. You know what I mean? You put me to work, I give you the crops. It's on the ground right here.
I got it. Thank you.
Why can't I type in local chat?
I told Ginger, like, the first day of the season, I'm going to sell all my ancestral gear for like 10 billion gold each, because people will buy it. I'm going to farm like a stash tab and just be rich.
Most of them will probably sell. It seems like if you're trying to get ancestral uniques, they're
pretty hard.
really
We
hard.
got one for Ginger earlier. We did 10 runs to get his staff. Ancestral.
I would safely say that it's harder to get an ancestral unique of a specific type than it is to get a mythic, a random mythic. I ran a bunch of frickin' Tarshans earlier on tier 3. Whole lot of the frickin' Tarshans. And I got 3 mythics, but never got a single ancestral, like, Ring of Tal Rasha.
Yeah.
I got ancestrals. I got ancestral. I had Staff of Endless Rage. I got an ancestral, Raiment of the Infinite, etc. But I didn't get any of the specific one that I was looking for. It's very difficult to get an ancestral of the specific one that you're looking for, especially in a good state too. Like, because you also have to get a good roll on the effects. Yeah, this is just like mayhem. There's fireballs everywhere. There's your exploding weapons everywhere. My charged bolts are everywhere. Like, I need a seizure warning. Where's my seizure warning?
Exploding weapons are getting huge, and I'm still only not even at 50% size. I need to get 100% size. Does it take up the whole screen?
Dude, like the entire screen is covered with everything. There's an endless rage sword here with the bouncy fireballs. I can see that. There's you here. Like, I don't know what else that is. Like, there seems to be like some blood explosions. Is there a necromancer here? Because it looks like blood explosions, like corpse explosions or something. Oh my god, it's like, ugh, it's too much. My eyeballs are hurting.
World tiers and turn into Whisper. I gotta go check this out. I have to test. I'm here to test. I need to know.
It does look dumb. I gotta agree with you, man, but no name. It's too busy. There's too much stuff on the screen. I can't see anything. Well, they're gonna have to work on this. Like, it's just too much stuff going on the screen at one given time. I mean, granted, we've got like the worst possible scenario of like effects. We've got like all the AoE users here at the same time, which does exasperate the issue rather tremendously. But it's not like we haven't had these issues before with like the Necromancer. Remember blotting out the surface of the sun, like with his exploding DOT corpse explosions in the beginning, like in season 0, like nobody could see anything because the Necromancer's explosions were just covering up everything. I think we're looking at a similar situation where they need to work on the order and also the intensity of each individual effect, perhaps bringing down their visibility if they're coming from another class.
Yeah, or another player. Yeah,
Or
just
another
like
player.
the Necro Minions, right? The Necro Minions are like grayed out for people, but like for him, you can actually see them.
There's definitely some silliness here that needs to be addressed, that's for sure. In fact, I actually, can somebody on Twitch clip this for me as a example of the ridiculous number of things? Because I might actually refer back to this later in a video to just kind of highlight this as a talking point. I also don't like the way that a skill shakes the screen.
I turned off all that screen shake stuff. It shakes it for you.
I
That's pretty
know,
crazy.
and I'm pretty sure that I had turned it off at 1.2, but now that remember it resets all your settings. So I guess I forgot to return it back off. And let me stand over here for a second on my horse and hope I don't die while I dive into the settings. Where was the screen shake at? It is in graphics, I think, is where screen shake is. And I'm already getting attacked.
Ooh, wow, this game hates me, dude. I opened the chest over here. I got two-hand ancestrals, and they're both axes. Do you need an axe? Does anybody need an ancestral axe?
No.
Dad, will you guys stop? Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Alright, I'm standing over here by myself. Trying to look for the screen shake thing because my eyeballs hurt. Leave me alone. 2 seconds. I'm alive.
You have Grandpapa already, or you're not? What are you using for your sword? Right.
I'm actually using Ancient Zelda right now.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's nice. I always want to use it.
Don't have an ancestral push.
Hold on, I'm gonna go back to town because I can't find this green bass thing. Blasting. What the hell is that term? They even used it in the dev thing. It's just such a stupid term.
Yeah, people use that term. I don't remember where I first heard it. I can't go back that far in my mind.
Okay, where the hell is Screen Shake? Is it gameplay?
Yeah, somewhere at the top, I think, of that.
Yeah, Screen Shake effects, combat, hit, flash. I don't need that either. It's stupid. Where's that? Isn't there one also to highlight the player? Yeah, okay, got that one checked. It really kind of bugs me that it didn't just copy my settings over from the main game.
My settings changed from last night. Like, I had to do my keybinds twice today.
You had to redo it?
Yep.
Every time I get kicked out, I have to redo it.
I logged off normally and I had to redo it.
And when I made a new character, I had to redo it. I know that. Okay.
Right.
Screen Shake turned
Starts
off.
is next to me for some reason.
Kill him.
He's dead. He just died in like 2 hits.
Time to dance with them knives. Yeah, people are really liking the knife dance thing.
It's so
Be
good.
right back.
It's actually just the better Whirlwind. It's what Whirlwind should have been. Blizzard's like, we're gonna do a patch where we put barbs into the ground, into the dirt, and then the next patch we're gonna release a better Whirlwind in a different class. Barb's just sitting there in the corner.
Blasting is a D3 term. Came about during the age of the whirlwind barbs that were literally going faster than anybody could run. I hated those. Hated those barbarians. I ain't never hate nothing more than my life. I remember when I was for the first time I encountered them and I realized that my character was too slow to even keep up. Like, I'm not talking about like I couldn't attack and kill things quickly, because my character was more than capable of attacking and killing things quickly. That wasn't the problem. The problem was I didn't have enough movement speed to keep up with them. And I remember at the time I put in all my Paragon points into movement speed. I grabbed boots that had movement speed. I like used skills that gave me increased movement speed, and they were still many factors times faster than me. I literally could not keep up with them. And I remember at that time I was like, what is the point of playing with these people? I can't keep up with them. I can't even attack anything. It's all dead before I even reach it. And I remember just absolutely hating them to the point where I would literally leave the game if they were in the game, because there was no point in me being in the game if they were in the game. They were just whirlwinding around killing everything, and I couldn't keep up with them no matter how hard I tried. And it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't damage output. My character was more than capable of killing things. I just couldn't actually physically run fast enough to keep up with them. There's a dead guy over here.
I need time.
Don't die, Test Barb. Test yourself living. Did you crash, Knight? Knight! Did I make it worse by rushing him?
Ginger is a member named Laura Delaney. Okay, no, she seems to be advertising her, like, her photo editing service or graphic artist stuff. It's one of those, like, horrible bots. I swear they're bots. Like, I'm like almost 100% sure they're bots at this point, because they start every conversation exactly the same, ask the same questions, and expect the same responses. And like it's like the same exact conversation that I've held with about 30 other people, and I swear they're just bots. Either that or they're using some sort of like really bland script. I can literally tell you exactly how the conversation goes every single time. The conversation goes something like this. It goes, "Hello, how are you doing?" Fine. What's up? I'm also good. How is your day going? At which point you usually kind of get a little irritated because they're messaging you in the middle of a stream or something stupid, and you say something along the lines of, what is this actually about? Like I don't have time to have a whole full-blown conversation with you. And then they immediately follow it up with, oh, by the way, I'm a professional graphics artist. Can I show you my work? $100K subs and I do a hot tub stream? That's a long ways away. I mean, what kind of hot tub are we talking about here? Are you guys sure that you want to be blinded? Because you do realize I'm a redhead, right? Like, you do realize that, right? I have the blinding white skin of the reflective nature that will literally just blind you as the light reflects all off of my skin as if a mirror were in front of you, and your eyeballs will just bleed outward from your head.
It's going to be like Helm's Deep. You're going to look to the mountains to see Gandalf up there. He's going to come riding down.
Well, that was rude. I got on my horse to ride away, and that stupid, like, pirate thing, like, smashed the ground and knocked me directly off my horse as soon as I mounted.
Wait, you said you need gloves, right?
I do need gloves, yeah.
I will take a look at the
good
clip later, Wind Fury Hulk. I appreciate you clipping that for me, my friend. Oh, my meter just popped over here. Okay. Looks like I get to fight a Hellborn.
Oh, those are pretty decent.
You need Warcry boots?
I'm going to try to get to you guys before my meter expires so that I can spawn on top of your heads.
Like the other two stats are terrible, but it has Florida Warcry.
These are my current boots, so it's going to be hard to replace those. It's actually covering an armor issue I have right now because I don't have enough strength.
Oh. Nice. Yeah, I need a Fury per second too.
Oh yeah, it's much better since I turned off the screen shake. You spam that skill way too much for it to have screen shake. I don't know what they were thinking. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Maybe if it was something you used once every like 60 seconds or something, like it would be okay. But you're spamming it like with a proficiency. Oh, I just died. I didn't even realize I was dead. I guess that monster exploded when he died. I wasn't paying attention.
It actually doesn't need like such a big graphic either. Like just the weapons going into the ground is pretty cool. Just do that. Like the weapons going in the ground and just have the weapons like pulse a little bit and that's it.
The animations need work. I mean, will I be doing a lot of rune testing tomorrow? Yes, 100%. Definitely. I've got 2 characters leveled up, and I would be very happy to try out some rune testing. 100%.
You asked the D2 player if he's going to play with runes on the PTR.
I think that they did a good job with the runes. Like I know Llama's already put like a hate video on the runes, but like the rune words are basically a representation of what made the runes special in D2, and I think that they captured it well. The cross skills is probably one of the most beloved things about the rune words. If you boil them down and you refine them into like a rune paste, like what you end up with is the cross skills is really what people loved the most. You know, CTA is loved because it gives you battle orders. Enigma is loved because it gives you teleport, which I don't particularly like, but it's okay. You know, like you get Frenzy. I mean, you got Frenzy. You get Zeal. You get like Berserk from some of the rune words. You get like Fireballs and all sorts of other things. Like you can get Hydra from like the Shield, although that one's not a rune word. You can get Werebear from the Beast Weapon, and then you can get Werewolf from the Wolf Owl hat. Like, I think that the O skills was a good call, because the O skills I think is one of the main and redeeming features of rune words that people love the most. I need to go quickly and like deconstruct. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the only thing I agreed on with Llama's video was the fact that it doesn't make the whites and grays
useful.
Yeah.
My counter to that would be something very simple, which is if you make the whites and grays useful, which I mean it could. The other issue is that now the rune words have to be better than the items that you're replacing. Otherwise, you're never going to want to use them. So in this way, it doesn't take away anything from the current system because you're still using the current items in the system. You're just placing the rune word into the item, which allows you to have your cake and eat it too. It kind of like solves the problem of Enigma also, which is where, like, for instance, everybody wanted to use Enigma, but so then that like rules out any other piece of equipment for that slot. No matter how good that piece of equipment might be, no matter how much you might want to wear it because how cool it looks or what stats it gives, you just don't, right? Because Enigma is better. Well, now you can have your Enigma in an armor that you would actually want to wear. So they kind of, in a way, have solved the rune word problem of it replacing all of the other equipment and making it invalid. If you think about D2, that's one of the things that people complained about a lot about D2, was that when the rune words were, added into the game, they had inadvertently destroyed, essentially, a large portion of the regular items, usefulness. So they were just no longer useful. Which I agree with. I mean, there are definitely items in the game that because of the rune words just kind of like ceased to be useful. Oh, there's a silent chest. I'm gonna grab that. Silent chest in a HellTide? These are really good.
What's the most common chest piece in D2 for like early sorts and stuff? What's it called?
Skin of the Viper Magi.
Yeah, imagine you can throw a jaw and have teleport on a Skin of Viper Magi.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have you heard people say that? They're like, well, what if I could take a Rune Master Etnax and just put like a Grief in a Rune Master Etnax? I mean, how cool would that be if Rune Master Etnax actually allowed you to put a Grief in it?
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a better system.
And then Rune Master Etnax wouldn't be so garbage, then would it? I mean, it's okay.
Like, why are we still seeing yellow on the ground?
I don't know, dude. I got blues and yellows from the maiden in T4.
Well, you can put rune words in yellows, right? I mean, if you really wanted to. Apparently, you can take the runes out, which I don't really agree with. I think the runes should be permanent. I do like that feature of D2. It brings a finality to the runes of that you're spending currency to obtain a result.
I kind of agree. Or if you remove them, they're destroyed, and you can still use the item. Like,
yes, and then that was in D2 as well. You used a Hell Rune to remove them, which destroyed the item, destroyed the runes, but not the item.
Right.
Allowing you to reuse the item, which I think is fine because that also existed in D2, so there's no reason why it shouldn't in this game as well.
I think we're going to get multiple iterations. We're going to get additional runes eventually. We're going to get, iterations upon the initial launch of them. I was pretty happy with
My grandfather died of old age when the rune words were born. Well, guess what? Now you can have a grandfather with a rune word in it. So.
Yeah.
Now the grandfather's coming back for round 2, okay?
Breath of the dying grandfather.
That's right, a BOTD grandfather. An Enigma grandfather. My poor Blood Maiden. I mean, I can pretty much call it now. World Tier 3 is going to be the place where everybody hangs out. Assuming nothing changes. World Tier 3 is going to be the place where everybody hangs out, and World Tier 4 is going to be the place for, like, more elite established builds. And once you get your character into the elite established build category, you might still be playing in World Tier 3 just simply because World Tier 3 is easier and the rewards on 3 are still pretty good comparatively. But if you're capable of doing 4 with ease, you're never going to come back to 3. I mean, we're like right back where we started, basically. I'm going to go get my mystery chest real quick before I die again like an idiot. Because I'm looking at chat or doing something stupid.
I just went down south to get the other one.
Like picking my nose.
So many cinders. I actually want to see if I can switch world tiers and keep them.
Pretty sure you do.
Yeah, I think I do. I think I've already tested this, but I want to test it again. This is my old man memory.
Ring, ring, ring. Gloves, gloves. Will you stop pulling me while I'm trying to get my loot from my chest? You look, I'll shock you to death. I will electrocute your soul. Sucker. There's an amulet up here. Let me go get that too. I'm just gonna grab a bunch of these real quick. I'm hoping I get my charged flash aspect. That's what I'm really hoping for, but it's just not dropping. How does the PTR work? Do you have to download the whole game again? Yes. PTR is a completely separate client. It's not associated with the original client. The original client is on separate servers and a bunch of other things, and so the PTR is like a testing ground for you to actually go in and play around with stuff. You got to download the entire PTR client, and it's really easy to do. Like I can show you in just a second here. Let me try not to die while I'm doing this. So what you do, it's very simple, and of course I'm already dying because there's meteors on my head. Didn't take long for the meteors to land on me while I was literally trying to look at the other screen.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you guys done? You done? Okay, can I show? You just click here, right here. When you in the Blizzard launcher, you just go here where it says live, and you change that to public test realm, and then you're gonna have to download the client and go from there. What the hell's going on right here? Invisible wall? Can't seem to get past this point. What the hell's going on?
I'm getting some serious lag too.
Oh yeah, me too. Either it's lag or something else. Maybe I was thinking maybe it was the worm, and yeah, there's the worm. Okay, so I guess the worm was chasing me down or something. What's up, Stray Toasters? Yeah, you're the one who wants me to look at your artwork.
It might be this druid here that's making the lag. I'm getting a bunch of lag because of I think it's just those lightning strikes and the ground rumbling all over the place.
Yeah, so guys, just farm your 1,000 cinders and Torment 3 and just come to T4 to open the chest, okay? Okay, glad we had that talk.
No.
This has worked since the launch of the game and continues to work.
I thought they fixed a lot of that stuff. Like the people were doing it with the whisper chests, and then they fixed it, and then there weren't people doing it with some of the other chests, and then they fixed it. They were doing it with the world boss chest, remember? And then they fixed that. And so they still haven't fixed the HellTide ones, though. Okay.
I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare.
I'm at 14k health in other news.
I'm still at 2.4. Wow, I am lagging something fierce. Holy Jesus. Holy lag balls. It's got to be something with the AoE abilities going on. Remember how they said they nerfed the number, like the lightning spear thing, because they were, like, it was lagging the server out? I think that's where we're at right now. I think we're lagging the server out.
The HellTide lags like so much, and compared to if you go into like an instance dungeon, it's crazy. The world-like server. And if it launches with this though, I'm gonna be disappointed because everyone's gonna be able to farm the special gear so fast that I can't sell mine.
I mean, honestly, it seemed like the drop rate for Ancestrals, and the bosses at least, was pretty good for, like, the uniques. even in World Tier 3. I was getting like an occasional one like every couple of rounds.
Oh yeah, we'll be able to farm a full ancestral set in T3 within one day of playing, like one session. Easily.
And especially if we swap items. So.
Yep.
Like if we take time to swap items back and forth, I think we'll definitely get it really quickly.
Well, everybody's going to be playing Spirit Boards, so we're all going to be going through.
Speaking of swapping items. Speaking of swapping items, Razor, how's them fancy weapons I gave you working out?
Well, I haven't actually tried anything yet. I'm still trying to set my character up.
Oh, okay.
I just created my first mythic, and I got a greater aspect materials might on 90% resistance to all elements.
It's actually pretty useful right now.
Yeah, and then I crafted a greater affix ring of starless skies.
Nice. What'd you get on that?
26% to attack speed.
Oh, nice. Whoa, now says
Plus
I haven't been able to tune in until now. How are you liking the PTR? I got like a whole initial impressions. Whoa, now like it's there's definitely a lot to talk about. So you're still doing the minions, or are you doing the bone sphere now, or like what are you doing?
I'm thinking of doing.
Because if you can get a grandfather, bone sphere would be really fun with a grandfather. Can you craft a grandfather?
I probably could.
Because that would be a pretty epic grandfather item.
Actually, I only have 3 shards left. I'd have to get another shard.
You know, you never want to get another shard.
Out of
because then you gotta clean your pants.
Oh, I need a spark. That's right.
Boston
no, out of all the mythics I had, I guess I only had 4 at the time they snapshotted this.
Yeah, they snapshotted it really early in the season because my Kubus character isn't leveled. I think I had only just leveled my barbarian, which means I don't even think I had all 5 characters leveled yet. I think I was because I had made 1 of every character and then 2 of some of the others.
Yeah.
My Hoth character is not even leveled up at all. It's very sad.
The characters I put the most work into, like I have like crazy items on, don't even exist, so it's whatever.
I got it. I finally got the aspect. I got it.
It won't matter though tomorrow. I want to see how the vendors work and get all that stuff for free.
Well, it looks like the only thing I can use the sword and shield on would be like a bone splinter necromancer.
Okay, so
every other build I look at has a 2-handed weapon. So,
what do I put this on? I don't even know. Now that I have it, I don't even know what I put it on. What do I put it on?
But another problem I'm having here, I have more Paragon points than I can put into boards.
Yeah, that does happen.
Yeah. I'm not allowed to add any more boards. So you
have to beef up your existing boards.
Yeah. Well, I have to get glyphs, so I guess I have to do Nightmare Dungeons first, right?
Yeah, you can occasionally get them in the pit, but it's very unreliable. I got like 1 or 2 out of all mine in the pit on my road.
Do the HellTide?
I got most of them in Nightmare Dungeons and a few in HellTide.
Okay. Most in the Nightmare Dungeon.
That's what I decided to do, yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if I drop Tal Rashes. I mean, it's a lot of multiplier to drop.
I have, for this build, I need a, what is it, a Lucian's crown or something?
Oh man, you need all the items that you just can't get your hands on. Good luck with that. So that comes from Infernal Hordes. You get it tomorrow.
Crown of Lucian and a shard of Verathiel.
Yeah, both of those items come from your favorite place that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah, but will it exist tomorrow? Doubt it.
The place won't exist, but we're supposed to be able to get any unique we want tomorrow. That's what the patch note said.
Okay.
Man, I gotta see this. I gotta. At
Yeah, I'm
least
trying
test
to
it.
follow Rob's build guide here, Ray, but it leaves me doing a lot of guessing.
For what build?
The bone splinter
I'm gonna
necromancer.
try to do the basic one. That thing looks cool.
The bone
Yeah,
splinter build.
Yeah, that's probably something you shouldn't even be building until tomorrow. And hopefully you can get the items. You might not be able to build it on PTR if tomorrow doesn't give you the items.
Yeah, well, if I build what I can now, unless they're going to take my character right back down to
Well,
rank 1 again.
Turn
They wouldn't do that, would they?
It turns my charge bolt into like a, I don't even know what to call it, like a frontal nova?
A frost nova?
A frontal nova, like it's a nova, but it only goes in one direction.
What, the explosion or what?
No, it's like a frontal arc, a rather large frontal arc at that. It's the aspect I've been hunting for the entire time.
Oh, yeah? Well, I think I'm going to socket a shield and a sword. Or is that a dagger? Oh, it's a sword.
So Razor, interpret it how you will, but I linked exactly what was put in the PTR notes. And basically, there's commands you can do at the vendor, and one of them is grant all uniques.
Oh, wow.
Grant all runes, grant all temperamental, generate legendaries.
So we're going to be testing out runes tomorrow. It's going to be crazy. I don't know when the commands are going to be active, but I'll be online no matter what. So.
Well, I have to make myself some notes here on leveling up so that I don't make the same mistake I did this time.
Well, I wouldn't.
I mean, I did get there.
Well, you don't have to be like fastidious about BTR because things are going to change, I'm sure. Also tomorrow you can literally just level yourself immediately to 60.
Yeah, you can boost.
So you can just boost yourself right to 60. You don't even have to worry about leveling up. The first couple days was for us to test things out and leveling the system. They wanted us to level, so they didn't give us this stuff. After today, so tomorrow, they're going to give us all those commands. If you look in Discord, Leon posted them all. There's things like level your character to 60 immediately, give yourself all uniques, give yourself all aspects, give yourself all runes, give yourself all temper manuals, etc. You can just like completely, deck out your character and test out various, builds and all sorts of stuff. We'll be testing out tons of stuff tomorrow to play around with all the different builds. Today we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, which is leveling, trying to figure out like the system, understanding how the torments work, and leveling glyphs and all that other stuff. I mean, I'm a bit hesitant to max all Paragon glyphs. I don't think that's a good idea. It's not realistic, I think, for any character to have maximum Paragon glyphs. I think that's something that would only happen toward the end of a season. Like if you're grinding out like 100s. I don't even know if that's even technically possible within the realm of, because you'd have to start doing like tier 100s basically. So you'd have to be capable of tier 100s.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, it's only a few percent. Like you can probably I'll easily get one character. Like I'll get the glyphs at 80 or 90, but I probably won't go to 100. And the difference between like 80 and 90 and 100 is probably gonna be something like 5% on the multiplier, if that.
I don't understand how this aspect works. What is critical shock damage? What the hell does that even mean?
So shock skills? Is that what I mean by shock? Like any shock tag?
I mean, basically, how it works is when I hit at least one enemy, or I'm assuming maybe even multiple enemies with 50 charge bolts, which is really freaking easy to do, because I cast so many charge bolts per second that 50 is so easy to build up to. It's like I don't know if you can see it on my bar, but like you'll actually see a counter go up super ridiculously fast, and when it goes up fast, it counts from like one. There it is, right there. See it? It's already at 50. Like that was like what, two seconds, maybe less than that, and I wasn't even trying. And then as soon as I hit 50, I get 3 of these like pulses that I can shoot out that are supposed to be doing critical shock damage, and they honestly look like they hit a pretty wide area. And I don't know exactly how much damage they do, but they pierce as well, so they hit basically everything in that range.
Wow.
I don't know if it's worth it though. Like I can't tell. Can't tell one way or the other. Too much stuff going on the screen.
I have a dumb question.
What's the dumb question, Razor?
It says, complete the map. Includes campaign, stronghold, waypoints, and fog.
Fog of
What the
War.
heck is fog?
Fog of War.
Fog of War?
You never heard of the Fog of War?
Oh, is that new dungeon or
no.
mechanic? I don't know.
It's something we've done
It's
in the
only
game first
it's
time.
been
It's a
in
dumb question.
Fog of War has been in every game for like as far back as like Warcraft 1. Right? So if you were in like Warcraft 1 or something and you were exploring the map, you couldn't just like move your camera ahead and see what was ahead of you because you hadn't been there yet. So the map would be covered in a fog of war. The fog
Baldur's
of
Gate was
war.
like that.
Yes, the fog of war can be revealed by what exploring the area. Exactly.
Yeah.
So look at the map and see if you see any area that looks foggy. And if you see a foggy area, then you can go to that area and unlock that zone by going to the zone and clearing the fog. I wouldn't really worry about that kind of stuff right now, to be perfectly honest. Like in the PTR, that's something that you should do on live, because once you unlock the entire map, it's unlocked for all of your characters. So, but if you want to see a clear example of the Fog of War, we're not allowed to see the new expansion area, which is Nahatu.
Right.
And if you look at Nahatu on the map, you'll see that it's clearly fogged out.
Yeah.
So that's what the Fog of War looks like.
So we'll have to discover that whole area.
Yes. And there's also going to be Lilith statues there, according to what they said, which are going to be new, and so we're going to have to get those Lilith statues. I think, what else was new in the area? Probably also a new renown system. So like just like we have a renown point system in this area, there's probably going to be a renown point system in the next one. Now you don't actually have to do the renown system anymore, because once you do it one time, you're set. But you'll have to do the new renown in the new area to get the points from the new zone, at least one time.
Right. So we'll have more strongholds.
Yes, there should be more strongholds in the new zone as well.
Okay. All right. Good answer there, Ginger. I appreciate that.
Well, you already knew what it was. You just weren't thinking. That's all. Because if you play Baldur's Gate, you know exactly what it is, sir. You may have just never heard it called the Fog of War, which might be the... But it's been called the Fog of War since as far back as like Warcraft 1. I think maybe even further back. It might even be a Civilization term.
Never played Warcraft, never played Civilization.
Civilization's old, like floppy disk old.
I was the mech guy in that game.
Mech Warrior 1?
Mech Warrior 1, 2.
I'm so sad that none of those games work on modern PCs. I cannot get them to work on modern computers.
My son has figured out a way. Mind you, you should see his, it looks like a pinball machine, except you can play video games on it. And he built it all himself right from scratch. He's got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of old DOS games and Nintendo games and you name it.
Yeah,
he's got it all on it. And we can play it.
The problem with those Mech Warrior games is they're not DOS. That's the problem I encountered. DOS games you can run relatively easily in something called DOSBox, and you can even run it on emulators. But Mech Warrior wasn't a DOS game. It was some sort of like hybrid between when it first came out. It was like it was on PCs, and I think it was like one of the most earliest like PC-based games instead.
That was like a Windows 95 game or something.
Yeah, and it's like dirt old too, so it doesn't really function properly on like modern PCs, which is unfortunate. Okay, well I finally got my aspect, and I'm not really sure what to think about it. I don't know whether it's good or whether it's bad. I just really don't know.
Well, I'm gonna have to go farming for aspects. I need to fill up my Paragon board. Okay, that'll give me something to do for the next 3 hours, 4 hours.
Oh, Kicks are. What's up, Kicks? Kicks are just for kids. Did you know that, Kicks? Kicks are for kids. Boom, 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 I'm not really sure what this ability is supposed to be doing. Like, I'm kind of confused. Like, the AoE effect that it's giving me doesn't seem to be doing a considerable amount of damage. In fact, it almost seems like it's bringing my damage down. Because it doesn't look like I'm casting charged bolts when it's active. I need to go test this in like in the training room, I guess, and actually see what the hell's going on.
Hey,
I just killed Kickstarter over here. Test Barb.
Hey, when did the wardrobe button start working? Don't know.
Might have been too far back.
Yeah, you might have been. It's right here if you want to grab it.
If you open your inventory, it's available. If you open it somewhere else, it's not.
There's a weapon chest there.
Gotta go put a socket in that sword.
I want to go ahead and open up a couple chests. Now that I got my aspect that I was hunting for, it might be time to push some bits. I mean, I don't know. See what my character's capable of.
You guys want to do the permanent bosses?
What kind of boss? What are you looking for?
Annie. I need
Annie, right?
You need an Annie? Okay, declone it is. Let's go. He said he needs an Annie, guys. Who's got sojas to sell to the vendor? Let's go. We need 175 sojas, chat. All right, just go ahead and send them straight to my mailbox.
I'd like to try and get Shroud of False Death. Would be nice.
Shroud of False Death? What is that? The mythic?
That's a new mythic armor.
Oh, you want to farm mythics. Is there any uniques that you're trying to farm? Because they all drop mythics.
Ancient's Oath would be good, but I don't know what boss it comes from.
We'll look up the traditional... You can look up the traditional bosses and then check the list, because the list changed. They took out redundant drops. And then just take away the redundant drop, because it's in the patch notes. I had to do the same thing for mine.
I'm not ready yet.
The weapon's kind of big, kind of important.
Yeah,
You're actually swinging Ancient's Oath?
I don't know.
It's not on Grigori anymore. They removed it from Grigori.
So what was the other one that it dropped from? It was Grigori and what else?
Beast, I want to say.
Beast, I think it was Beast, nice, yeah.
That's coming off my Barb memory. Beast in the Icers.
Anybody figure out what gem fragments are for? They have something to do with the rune words?
You said they took it off of Grigori?
Yes.
Alright, so that's from Beast then.
Dude, gem fragments? Gem fragments are the things you use to craft gems.
Okay.
You know the things we put in our armor and our weapons? Those things?
Yeah, I'm sitting here wondering, why do I have 216,408 of them to convert into something?
takes a lot to craft the new gems, the grand they call them.
Yeah.
Takes like 100,000.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
I'm
what
not gonna
does
worry
the
about
vendor
them.
of cheats do right now? He does nothing.
I don't think you can even click on him.
It just says you can't do that yet.
Yeah.
The vendor of cheats. I like that name. It's a good name.
I think
It's a
he's
solid
kind of
name.
like Kadala in D3, maybe.
I like his dancing. It's very cute.
He must be tired because he was doing that last night.
No, he's got infinite stamina for dancing.
Infinite stamina.
But when it comes to other things, he doesn't have infinite stamina for those things. But he has infinite for the one thing. All right, I'm gonna go into the test room and real quick and test this. I don't understand how this works, so I need to understand. That's what I need to understand.
Yeah.
It might not be worth using. That's really quite sad.
All this talking, I forgot what I was going to do.
I spent all that time trying to find it, only to find out that it doesn't really work very well. After hearing all the items roll back to 540, if you're playing Eternal Realm, which doesn't matter for the majority of the player base, MSL. Asian server players dropped 80% yesterday in one single day. Yeah, because they don't want to spend a whole bunch of effort farming items that are just going to get destroyed. That's common at the end of a ladder season. There's nothing uncommon about that. I mean, if somebody told you that, like all the items were going to be reset tomorrow, are you going to continue playing? Or are you going to stop playing and instead, wait for the reset? You're going to wait for the reset, right? That's what most people would do. That's just standard logic. So this is rather unfortunate. The attack is completely just worthless by comparison to the damage that I put out. So if I fire off a charge bolt and I do several hits of say like 12 to 25,000 just with like no real stacks, I'm getting off like anywhere between like 100 to 200,000 depending on how many charge bolts hit the target. When the main like thing happens and it actually gives me like the effect, we're actually getting 23, 46, 25. It's worthless. Like it's basically doing less than each individual charge bolt that I'm currently firing, and it doesn't fire the charge bolts. So it's not in addition to the charge bolts; it's replacing the charge bolts, and so it's useless. And I'm going to take it out of my build. I'm sad that I spent many hours farming that, only to find out that it was useless.
You need an ancestral version, right?
I just got a 750.
Yeah, I got two 750s.
I mean, I'll come with you for some runs. I could use. I don't know. I want to see the drop rates and stuff. I want to see and I'm still, obviously small sample size. People will say like, oh, well, that's a small sample size. You're not really getting a good feeling for how things work. So I've gotten like 3 mythics so far, like in I don't know, maybe like 50 runs, maybe 100 runs, if that. I'd like to see a little bit more than that if more mythics are dropping, especially with multiple people. It'd be interesting to see how the mythic drop rate is working with multiple people.
Yeah, we're already in here.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm just going to respec this aspect off that sucks, and I'll be right there.
I don't know if it's related to T4 or anything, but I got 2 mythics and 3 runs in T4 when I was doing it solo.
Okay, teleport down, you guys. You got 2 mythics when you were soloing the bosses?
2 and 3 runs total. 3 runs, 2 mythics.
That was what, World Tier 3?
4.
Oh, okay. I was doing 3. I got 3 mythics in World Tier 3.
Yeah, but I got 2 and 3 runs, I'm saying. It was like a high drop. I don't know if it was just like random or what.
Yeah, mine were all back-to-back too, which was weird. but I did do a lot of runs before that point. So I'm just gonna stand here and eat it. I want to see how
Is he
much
still
damage I
one-shot?
take. That's what I just stood there. It knocked me back pretty far. That was about it. 3 stacks. I'm just gonna test. Okay, so the 4th stack killed me instantly with full defensive buffs. And that was the same thing that I experienced when I did Varshan. It felt like 1 was okay, 2 was okay, 3 was instant death. As soon as I had 3, the fourth one just killed me instantly. I don't know if that's just simply because the damage is stacking to a point that's crazy or what, but I actually like the reduced drops on these bosses so much.
So good.
It's so good not to have 18 trillion items drop every single time we kill the boss. I know some people are like, what? You want less items? I feel like it's a Seinfeld moment. What? You want that they should drop the last items? Like, yes, I do. Like, I did not enjoy having my entire inventory filled up every single time I killed a boss and then having to go back to town and sort through the inventory. I much rather prefer this.
This is where we're going to do most of our mythic unique farming in the beginning of season. I was on T3.
I'm getting Oculuses, Tacits. I do notice though that I really notice the refinement of the uniques that are dropping from these bosses though. It's a very static, like no legendaries. It's dropping the same uniques pretty much every single time. You know, there's a slight variation because there's like maybe like 4 or 5 uniques that it's dropping, and it only drops 3 items. But I mean, if you look at my inventory right now, I've got Tacits, Tacits, Oculus, Fist of Fate. And it's just like a repetition essentially at this point.
Is it fire barb time? I got the L hammer. El Fuego Barbie.
El Fuego. There we go. There's the gloves of the Illuminator. The decent Starfall Coronet. $1.3 million on that one. That's not bad. Die.
Oh, I got your axe. Ancient Oath. Cooldown reduction 60. Oh, wow. Look at that knight. Look at that thing.
He said, give it to me!
Look at that thing.
That's like perfect.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus.
You owe me 5 billion gold.
5 billion.
$5 billion.
Can we go get me a Banish Swords now, Knight? Can you give me a Banish Swords, please?
Everybody can get that, right? We can just go to Duriel? Yeah, we can go to Duriel. Why not?
I got a bunch of Duriels and Andes I can spawn.
I haven't killed Duriel this season. Not yet. Or this PTR.
Well, Xylor and I were having fun in a T4 Duriel earlier. That was quite the adventure.
I mean, I think I could do T4 bosses. It's just not going to be...
Yeah, it's not efficient.
It's not efficient at the moment. And it's going to be a challenge. But I think that if I really put my mind to it and I sat there and I like, you know, dodged the mechanics, made sure I didn't get my stacks, like, I think I could pull it off easily. Holy Jesus! Hoo baby! Oh,
what'd you get?
Oh wow!
Wow!
A quad! That's going straight on my chest. This is going straight on my boobies, on my big man boobies.
That's hacked, dude. That's
Beat the game. The game's over.
A quad, greater affix, freaking materials. Holy Jesus.
Streamer client.
Time to destroy my old one. I need to go back to town and destroy items.
Me too. don't even need this guy anymore. Let's move on. I got you your weapon, you punk.
Yep.
Don't be greedy.
Yeah, don't be greedy. Don't be greedy.
Don't be greedy, punk.
I can't even pick any items up, okay?
I got 308 still on me. And like a 301.
So you already got your item. So I'm gonna go upgrade. I'm gonna go destroy my old one. I
do need to kill him one more time to have an even amount of dolls.
Hold on, let me pick like my best Fists of Fate and actually put these in here because let's see, I got a 295. Stats are pretty good. Is anything better than 295? No. Okay, I got 1 Pain Gorgers, which is really bad. And I got 1 Glove Illuminator. Was it 85 versus 82? Okay, the 85s are better. I got like 18 Oculuses. Holy Jesus. I don't even know which one's better. Like, I guess I'll just keep the 12 to teleport one. All the rest of them don't have high levels to teleport. All the rest of them are like 8 or whatever. I got 1 Starfall Coronet, 9.8, 14.6. Okay, so 14.6 on the Tacits win. Everything else gets destroyed.
Right, where are we going now?
Duriel or Induriel?
Grab my Mascot.
Well, that's redundant. I got 2 rolls on the maximum resistance for 18.4%, which is more than the cap allows, so I'm just sitting at the cap, basically. Whatever. I'll be really tanky. Shush. I put my gems in there. Either one of you guys down there yet? I'm coming.
I'm going to the gaping crevice soon.
I'm going to the gaping crevice. Alright, that's a bad place to go. It's not it's not a nice place. Dude, that thing is beautiful though. Like, oh man, look at that. I went ahead and put some gems in it. Oh, can I not link it anymore? What the hell?
You broke it.
Oh, it won't let me link it no more.
Now drop it in the season.
Boop beep boop beep boop boop boop. Can we bring this Tyrael to Eternal? No, PTR is only PTR. You don't get to keep anything that's in the PTR. That's not how it works. Can't believe I dropped a quad Tyraels. I'm gonna have to clip that and turn it to a little short. I was pretty excited. You clipped Tyrael for me? Thank you. Appreciate it. I will check my clips later. How dare you dig into the ground like a mole? Mole, 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 mole. So you need a 60 times banished lords.
That's hard, yeah.
I did get a banished lords on the first try. It's a terrible 24, but it's there. It's terrible. It's awful. He said blah. He said that is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life, all my days on this earth. Why would you ever drop that in my face? I'm gonna need PTR therapy.
Oh, he dropped me a 60, but it's +1 to core skills. How say?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. So you got a 60, so I'll just trash anything. It's not a 60 at this point, man. Unless it's ancestral.
Ancestral.
Speaking of ancestral, I just got an ancestral. It's not yours. It's not yours. It's an ancestral blue rose. Hoth
Only
build?
2 egg.
Hoth build, maybe? Didn't they add that new ice spike aspect, too? Like, that could be fun. Oh, I got 2 4-second flickers if anybody wants a 4-second flicker. I know you guys are probably going to get them too, but it's a perfect 4-second aspect, so. Save you the trouble of looking
This
through
guy's
all of
being
your
a
roots.
Xyler and just putting his loot anywhere he wants.
Well, I'm dropping it for you guys in case you need it, okay? If you don't want it.
Ooh, I got an amulet. Oh. Oh.
He said, "Aw." That's what she said. I got a soul brand with an 11% damage reduction. Ugh. Sorry, I'm slacking. Another ancestral ring.
Ancestral has your wrath. You need that for a build? Cold resist. Sad.
Critical strike chance. Meh. There's a 16% to bolts. A really crappy, really
Soul
crappy
brand.
Banish Lords. Holy crap.
See why that lord was banished?
Wow, he's got so much knockback. Like, just God. Stop. I feel like I'm a ping pong ball half the time when I fight this guy. Literally just bouncing all over the place. He's not doing any damage to you, but he bounces you all over the place. That's a pretty decent Godslayers. 57%. A very low rolled Ancestral Azure Wrath, which I guess I'll hang on to just because it's a ancestral item. I don't see any reason why not. This is Public Test Realm Djibouti 81. This is not World Tier 4. World Tier 4 doesn't exist anymore, my friend. Not in this Public Test Realm. World Tier 4 is gone. Torment 4. We're doing Torment 3s because they're just faster and easier, so. We can do the 4s, but it's kind of a chore at this particular moment. And honestly, the mythic drop rate is really good for 3s, so I've gotten 4 mythics so far in not even really that many runs, and one of them was a quad greater affix, which I do. Look at that beautiful thing. It's so pretty. Look at my boy. Look at my boy. I don't even need that resistance.
Banished Lord, where are you? You got some.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
I like that it's only 2 eggs and 2 shards. That's so good. We're gonna be spamming this stuff. I see as
52% Banished Lords.
see as in 1 month on T3, just farming our first uniques this way or mythics. Or T3
How can I
Duriel,
see when I'm facing away from the screen? It dropped. Wolf. Ahu. It dropped from, what was it, Beast in the Ice? We did tier 3. Torment 3, Beast in the Ice. I'm trying to get used to the new names. Trying to get used to the new names.
These Azure Rafts that I keep getting, they're such are good for people who are just starting out that need like 800 weapons.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like it just if you're trying to get like an 800 weapon, they're not terrible. I'm trying to like make sure I'm hanging on to like some of the uniques too. I don't know if that unique system is going to give us perfect uniques or not. It might take a while, so having some already kind of saved up in the stash might not necessarily be a bad idea. It might just give you like random ones, and you might have to do it several times until you get like perfect ones. Which I imagine is going to be a pain in the butt if it's going to give you every single unique. Like, wait a minute, stop! Stop! Just keeps giving you uniques. It's like, here, you said you wanted all of them. Here you go. Here you go.
So when do you think they add Stone to Jordan when Diablo comes out, his expansion?
I don't know, maybe. I mean, they're definitely hanging on to it for something. Unless it's a surprise for this season and we just don't have information on it yet. I mean, I'll call it right now. If they keep it as a surprise, it'll probably suck. So. Because they just don't know how to properly make items. And usually we have to be like, hey, you know, that's not very good. And then they gotta fix it, so. They still don't really know how to balance out or the Spear of Ashavarion yet. I feel like that thing's still not in the best place. It's better than it was before, but it's still not in the best place. They need to make that shrine effect work on bosses is what they need to do.
World's a boo-boo.
Okay, let's just delete all these. No reason to hang on to any of them.
I can summon him 50 more times. You gonna match that, Leon?
Oh yeah.
Why are we matching? What? What's going on?
I raise you.
I don't know how many I have. I've not even been paying attention. Shoving stuff in my stash at this point.
How many ancestrals did you get that you're still in town, mister?
Well, I was trying to put in like the first ones into the thing. Plus, my girlfriend asked me if she wants to go watch the Beetlejuice movie, and apparently it launches tomorrow. So I'm like, I was like, Rune Words launch tomorrow, babe. Like, I was like, can we do Saturday? I mean, we're going to test out all the runeworks on Friday, so we're just going to spend all day, like, playing around with all the combinations and having fun with it, so Saturday won't be that big of a deal if we spend, like, all day Friday doing it. The way the items drop from the reel irritates me so much. I don't. It's fun. It's fun when it's for gold, but it's not fun when it's like just stupid little items like a elixir and like veiled crystals and stuff. Like how they like pour out of them like a fountain. Like if it's gold, that's fine in my opinion. But when it's items, I want to see the items fall. Like I don't want to see them like pooping out of them like pellets out of the back of a rabbit. Amulets drop from a level 93 TZ can be crafted into 220. Yes. As long as your character is high enough level. If your character is not high enough level, then no. Ooh, 60% Godslayer crown. The formula is very simple, and I'll write it down for you, Sean. It is your character level divided by 2 plus eye level, the items level divided by 2 equals total output. Okay? And the total output needs to be at least, I believe it's 88, which is what you're looking for. So as long as your C level divided by 2 plus the eye level of the item divided by 2 is greater than 88, then you're absolutely fine. The eye level of those amulets that you find at a 93 TZ would be 93 divided by 2. And then whatever your level is, now if you're the one making the games, then you should be level 93 or 91 or something like that as well, so you should be fine. If you're not the one making the games, if somebody else is making the game, then you need to divide your level by 2 and find out the number. Do I know how to calculate thorns? I mean, my girlfriend says I do. I'm just kidding. What kind of thorns character are you trying to build? Are we talking D2 or D4 thorns? And what kind of character are you trying to build thorns on? Like what class character are you trying to build thorns on? D4 thorn damage necro. So necromancers, it's when the monster gets hit or it's when you get hit. Your minions inherit all of your thorns, which is good. So however much thorns that you have, your minions also have the same amount of thorns. Needle flare aspect is really nice because it explodes the thorns in a radius outwards from the monster that's being hit, which is really nice. One thing that you need to know is that some monsters won't hit you, or they don't, or the attacks don't count as a way to trigger thorns, which means that the thorns will not work for that specific purpose. You can combine thorns together with something like Iron Maiden, which works fairly well. Iron Maiden is also a thing that they take damage when they get hit. And there's also like a new aspect that you could potentially use with it, where you do like your curses do damage, which could be kind of interesting. Not entirely sure about that one. There's also some bonuses that give you enhanced thorns when you're fortified, which you want to work on trying to be fortified if you want to get that, because those bonuses are pretty thick. They're thick boy bonuses. You look in the tempering system, I think they're under, I think it's utility. You'll find things like thorns in 14% enhanced thorns while fortified, or something along those lines. Those are pretty nice. Your thorns damage is going to be whatever your total thorns damage is, plus any bonuses that you currently have. Sometimes when you look at the panel's not going to display for you all of the thorns bonuses that you have. So when you look here, it's not really going to give you like an accurate number, unfortunately. And then Razor Plate is also going to multiply your thorns damage by, what is it now? Is it 200% now, or is it?
Yes.
Yeah. It's going to multiply your thorns damage sometimes way up to 200%, which is going to be a really nice bonus. I mean, all in all, your goal with the Necromancer is minions. You want as many minions as you can. because each one of your minions can apply thorns. So imagine, if you will, you're doing 100,000 damage with thorns, like when somebody hits you. If they have an AoE attack which triggers thorns, and they hit your entire minion pack, which has maybe like, let's just use a round number of 10 minions, and they hit all 10 minions, and all 10 minions will proc the thorns, then you're going to get that 10,000 damage times 10, which is going to give you a pretty nice big number of how much damage you're going to be doing thorns-wise. The Needle Flare aspect also applies its damage in an AoE at the source, which is actually really useful. So, as an example, the bonus damage that you're getting from thorns with Needle Flare aspect is really good for like AoE stuff. You have a bunch of monsters clustered together, and they trigger thorns, and all the monsters around them are going to take that thorns damage too, which is really useful. If you're talking about like multipliers and things like that, your multipliers are just going to apply directly to the damage output. In the same way that it would pretty much any other item. When you're looking at a piece of equipment, like say for instance you have like Ring of the Starless Skies, which actually you can't see that properly. Okay, let's take this one in particular. So this one is a 67.5% increase in damage. It's a multiplier. I believe it's actually written as trying to remember here, 0.065% or something, or is it 0.65%? It's like 2 decimal points over what it actually states. Of course, that doesn't work. Number. I looked this up one time, the math of it, like trying to figure it all out. And it also depends on whether the multiplier actually applies to the thorns, which is not always the case. So sometimes multipliers don't apply to the thorns, and you have to test it. So one way you could test that is you could, say, put a bunch of intelligence gems in your equipment, or actually you're a necromancer. Yeah, so intelligence gems. So you're a necromancer, you're going to put in intelligence gems, you're going to put all those intelligence gems into your equipment, you're going to, go outside, see how much damage your thorns is doing with the intelligence gems. Then you're going to take the intelligence gems out and see if it's the same. If you're getting basically the same numbers with the intelligence gems, then the intelligence isn't scaling it. And you can do that for all the multipliers too. You can test each one of the multipliers individually that way. I mean, I don't have all the answers for you, but I mean, utilizing a methodology, you could definitely figure it out. I believe the training dummies actually can now hit you now. So you can program the training dummies to smack you, and you can see how much thorn damage you reflect onto the training dummies. Which would definitely be helpful for thorns testing. It's in the options in the menu now. You can like tell the dummies to smack you around. Come on, law. I can't remember.
I don't think we're getting a better one than just a basic.
I haven't seen a really good one. You said you already have a times 60, right?
Yeah, this is the best one I have right now. So it's basically the best it's gonna get, unless we get like a core skill greater affix by luck.
So you got 2 core, yeah, but it's not an ancestral. So you would probably still prefer an ancestral 60, so you could masterwork it up 12 times.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I still got plenty of runs.
I need time to prepare.
Hold your mouse over the intelligence to see how much of a percentage it's increasing, Dark Vandover. You just hold your mouse over the intelligence. It tells you what percentage it increases your damage by. It says it right here. Increases skill damage by 690.9%, which is an additive bonus, not a multiplicative bonus. Or actually, no, it is multiplicative, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, it's multiplicative. So that's a multiplicative bonus. It's right there. You just hold your mouse over your intelligence, or your main stat on any class, and it'll tell you the percentage. It's different for each class, by the way, because they wanted to compensate for barbarians being overpowered and rogues. So all the classes, except for barbarians and rogues, got a buff to how much they were getting per stat. And since the rogue doesn't have 4 weapons, they got a slight buff over the barbarians, but still a nerf compared to the other characters that have less weapons to kind of balance out the number of weapons that they have access to. It's not 10% from intelligence. No, it's not anymore. They changed it to 8. So it's every 8 points instead of every 10 points. It was one of the changes that they made in Season 5. It was a systemic change. I was just talking about that.
You can get a ton of primary stat.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes you can. So much
metric
primary
ton.
stat. So much. I can link you to the patch notes where they made the changes if you want, Dark Vandover, if you don't believe me. But it's in the season, I think it's 1.5 patch notes. 1.50. That's where they changed essentially all of the classes to have a different scaling based on their primary stat, depending on how many points you're getting. The easiest way is just to hold your mouse over it, to be honest. But if you want to like run the actual math in some sort of formula calculator, it's all written in the patch notes. I will pull them up for you and show you what I mean. So these are the 1.50 patch notes. And if you look for, I believe it's, let me just search for Rogue. These patch notes are so long, it's ridiculous. I forgot how frickin' ridiculous the 1.50 patch notes were. Dear Lord Jesus. Wah 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 wah. Wee wee. Wah wah. Wah 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 wah. Wee wee. Wah wah. Yeah, let me just search for this. It'll probably be easier. There we go. Okay, so here it is right here. I'm gonna copy and paste it for you. For every class except for Druid, or sorry, Rogue and Barbarian, it is now 8, 1% per 8, and for every, for the Rogue it's 1% per 9, and the Barbarian is 1% per 10. So that's what you're looking for in there. I have found it and pasted it, and I didn't die. Look at me. Like some sort of genius. So y'all killed him like 2 times while I was sitting there doing that too. Hilarious.
It's more like 10.
There's like a friggin' a bunch of really bad, just really terrible banished lords on the ground.
Just needs to starve, man. Needs to be banished swords with a starving.
Yeah, so I got, like I said, it's 8 for Druid, Necromancer, Sorceress, 9 for Rogue, and 10 for Barbarian.
Hey, Grandpapa.
They basically said that Barbarian was overpowered, and he was a big poopy face, and also he had stinky underdrawers. That's what they said. They needed to wash him. Much wash. Many stink, much wash.
Another papa.
I mean, I think it was a rather elegant solution to the problem of the barbarian just having access to way too much main stats. But then they gave everybody way too much main stats. I don't even know what the hell's wrong with them. They're weird, is what they are.
Yeah, my barb has way less main stat than my right. It all depends on your glyphs now too.
On PTR, it's double? What do you mean it's double? I mean, I can run the math and check it real quick, I guess. Because I should be at 8 per main stat, right? So, just like run the math and see. So, 2,763 divided by 8 should equal 345%. And looking at my panel, I'm at 690%. Times 2, 690%. Yeah, you're right, it is double.
What the whole change they made with the items and stuff?
No,
maybe?
it's double on the PTR. Well, I got a Crater Graphics one. It's not a 60, unfortunately.
What a roll? It's probably better
The
than
maximum
28.
life. It rolled the maximum life, 15%.
No, the multiplier.
Oh, it's not 60, but it's 40.
It's pretty good.
40 with a 15% maximum life. I don't know if you want it.
Sure, it'll be better than the one I'm holding on to.
I mean, that 15% maximum life will help with your overpowers, so you're losing 20% multi, though. So they changed the formula yet again on PTR then, okay. I mean, I'm talking about live right now. Like, that's what I'm talking about. So, this is PTR. We don't know if this is going to change or not, so I wouldn't base it on this. They might scale us down even more, who knows. It kind of makes sense, though, because they lowered all our damage on our weapons and then doubled the percentage multiplier, so like at the same time, they're trying to keep us somewhere in the same realm, I suppose. So what are you running, the Iron Maelstrom build, Knight?
No, I just wanted to try and make a build around the new key passive for Thorns, and so far I'd say it's very weak.
Oh, so whirlwind, they're like moving around. What was the conditions of the key passive? I can't remember. It was like when you move through the enemy.
No, it's for every 25 fury spent, gain 10% Thorns. Up to 120%.
And then it's also like when you move through the enemy, or is that an aspect?
There's an aspect for channeling. You gain 1,000 Thorns while channeling.
Oh no, you're missing the good one then. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up real quick.
How many? Are you constantly casting cooldown skills?
Yeah.
Let me go back to our little things, because I'm pretty sure there's an aspect or a key passive or something that makes it so that you can apply your thorns as you're passing through a target.
How much thorns are you hitting?
I'm seeing like 200,000s.
That's really low.
Yep.
How much thorns do you have? Do you have a razor plate?
I don't have razor plate, but my thorns are up to, when I'm channeling and have like berserking and all that, it's at like 15,000 Thorns.
Yeah, it's the key passive, Barbed Carapace. It's casting a skill with a cooldown grants you the unhindered status for 5 seconds. During this time, you deal 100% of your thorns as physical damage to any enemy that is close every second.
Yeah,
so you want to spam cooldowns all the time, and then you want to constantly run through the monster basically, because you want to make sure that you're in like close range. So you're just going to be constantly doing this, and it's going to be like pumping out your thorns damage the entire time you're like moving through them.
I'll say Whirlwind's the worst one to use with that. You should use Kick, because Kick is going to spend the Fury the fastest. It says for every 25 Fury you spend, you gain 10% up to 120. So you want that to happen 12 times, 24. So you literally just
25.
need like 300. You need around 300 Fury, and then you just kick once, and you have the max duration of it. Like, that's what you want.
Yeah.
Like, you want to kick every 8 seconds.
Yeah,
then you keep that buff.
you can still kick with whirlwind. So like if you want to use the whirlwind to get the channeling effect to add the additional thorns, that's fine. But you still want to spend you want to spend your resources as fast as you can to get that bonus as high as you can possibly get it. So your kick is probably your best bet because it's going to spend all your resource in a single kick. And then you're going to stack your resource as high as you can get it because that's going to give you, what is that, 120% bonus to all of your thorns, which is going to be pretty massive.
So what you would do, Knight, is you literally would just channel for half a second, and then you would kick. And then you would channel 3 seconds later, and then you would kick. And you would always have the buff. Like, you always have both buffs. You'll have that pants buff or whatever, and you'll have the carapace buff all the time.
Yeah. And then you're... Then you're just going to be focusing on trying to get your recovery. So you just want to make sure you're filling your bar back up as fast as you can so that you can kick again in the next 8 seconds. Because you don't have to kick repeatedly. You just have to kick once every 8 seconds with full fury. And you can activate
channel every 3 seconds.
and channel every 3 seconds. And you're going to have like a really large amount of thorns.
Well, whirlwinding, I see the 12 after I whirlwind for like 10 seconds or so. Like,
well, this is going to get it for you immediately, though.
This is instant, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Kick is going to give you all the stacks immediately, and then you can focus on doing something else.
Yep. You can focus on spamming your cooldowns.
Yeah.
Because while you're spinning whirlwind, you're not spamming cooldowns. So you literally don't want to be using skills more than a half a second. It's whirlwind half a second, kick, and then spam cooldowns.
Yeah.
And then whirlwind.
The channeling bonus Thorns doesn't require you to channel all the time. It only requires you to activate a channeling skill for, what is it, 3 seconds?
3 seconds.
Yeah.
So you only have to channel for 3 seconds, and then you stop, and then you start spamming more cooldowns because you want to make sure you're getting that. You always want to make sure you have that 100% Thorns being applied as physical damage active, because that means that the monster doesn't have to hit you. Instead, you can actually apply your thorns directly to the target. Now, obviously, if the monster hits you, then that's good too, because that's extra damage on top of the whole equation.
You don't even have to channel for 3 seconds to do it. You get the buff for 3 seconds after channeling.
So he just has to. So he just has to go like channel, and that's it. And then he's got it.
This every 3 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah. So you just need to. You just need to tap it. It's going to be a skill in your rotation. Yeah. Honestly, that means he'd probably be better off with, a basic skill using Hectic? So he could reset all his cooldowns as quick as possible?
Yep. Or he probably just has permanent cooldowns, too, because he has that Steel Grasp thing going.
He's using the Steel Grasp amulet?
Yeah.
I think that's why he's using Ancient's Oath.
Not the amulet, no.
I'm
using Ancient's Oath for Steel Grasp for cooldown, and I needed...
Isn't there something else that gives thorns, too?
If you get a Shaco, you'll have max cooldown.
I could have sworn there was something else on the barb tree that gave thorns. Isn't there like what is it called?
Lots of thorns.
Thorns for life.
The shout. One of the shouts has thorns on it, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, challenging shout.
Hold on. The challenge. Yeah, you got the challenging shout on there too.
Yeah.
And then are you tempering on the what is it? There's the passive. You can temper the passive onto your equipment. I can't remember what it's called. It's either the Iron Thorns one or the other one. I can't remember.
His thorns while fortified, tempered on his boots and stuff.
That too is very nice.
You need. What's your weapon tempers going to be? Because the whirlwind one is garbage.
I can't see any tempers on there.
Yeah, there's no tempers on your one-handers. Temper on your two-handers.
Because I didn't know what to use.
Yeah, that's not good for your build. I'd have to go look at tempers. Let me see if I have a.
Here, I can pull them up on Diablo 4 Without Life, and I'll show you on stream. Because there's some really good tempers for thorns. There's a lot of really good ones.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's very, very good tempers for thorns. So first off, you're going to be looking at the utility category. I'm pretty sure that's where most of your tempers are. And we go to body. And in the utility category, you have 11% additional thorns while fortified, which is really nice.
I got that one.
You also have 2 to Outburst and 2 to Tough as Nails. Both of those are thorns related. Now, I don't know what the math would be on those, but I know that one of them actually does give you a really nice bonus. I'd have to look at the build plan.
Yeah, I was looking at that. The only problem with it is the Outburst is just a flat thorns, which is very small right now for some reason. It's like you gain like 20 thorns every level up on that. It's not worth it. And then tough as nails gives you 1%, but it's only like 2% per level.
So what I would do is I would either temper on the earthquakes and do earthquake scaling with the build. That's probably your best for your weapon tempers.
I'm going to be getting earthquakes from the runes, so I don't have that yet.
Well, you get earthquakes a million ways on Barb. You don't even need the runes. The runes will just be another way to get it.
Tough as nails is 3% per point, and you can get 2 points. So that's 6% to your thorns, and then it also applies as bleed. With a masterwork, it would go to 9. So I guess
I dropped your razor plate.
I guess that's still not technically better, even though it does give you a bunch of bleeding. But the bleeding isn't really going to help you very much. Yeah, I guess the Thorns Well Fortified is definitely the best option. Are you maintaining permanent fortify as well?
Yep.
So I mean that's a no-brainer. You probably even want to try and get your masterworking to land on that to get your thorns even higher.
Do you have any? You don't have any sparks. You said, right? You don't have you're not able to get a Shaco.
No.
Yeah.
I think I might have my Shaco on my Sork. I don't know.
You're gonna have.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're gonna have max cooldown reduction with just Shaco and the stale or the ancient oath I gave you. Those 2 items will give you max cooldown, and you'll have permanent cooldowns for spamming.
You also want to work on things that increase your life too, because obviously you get thorns from every point of life you get as well. So that's another way you can edge in a little bit more. So you want to make sure.
Doombringer.
Well, yeah, Doombringer would be nice. You also want to make sure you choose that. There's the Barbarian Key passive that gives you like a huge percentage of HP. You want to make sure you grab that. 3 into the obviously the Outburst and the other one, because those are just free thorns. And then more HP that you can get on all your equipment helps out as well, like in the grand scheme of things. Because you're just gonna keep scaling.
I've got almost 11,000 HP right now.
I'm trying to think the other things. There's the thorns is a weird one. It's definitely something that you can scale really well, and that new key passive is amazing for it. It definitely is beautiful.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's any good because it's 10% plus, and it goes up to
120%.
But it's not multiplicative.
So it's just 120% additive thorns.
Yeah.
So you can tell me what your thorns amounts before you have the buff, and tell me what it is when you have the buff. Let's verify that.
Right now I'm at 3,000 with buff and
It's hard to get a point of reference because I knew what the thorns were before, but I don't know what they are now that they've adjusted all the numbers. So I can't really. It's also a base number, and your razor plate is going to be randomly enhancing that if you have a razor plate. You do have a razor plate, right? Okay.
I gave him one. I gave him 200% razor plate.
Okay, nice. Oh.
Is razor plate even worth it?
An item I can't use.
Oh, a new one.
I got the, can I use that? Can I get free berserking?
That's crazy.
And other classes can get berserking, you know.
I mean, I can use a pole arm, though, because I put that on. I can put it on. Interesting.
Oh, you got the new one with a double.
Up to a 66% chance to, what does it look like? It looks like some sort of, like, orcish weapon. Like, it looks really, like, crude and, like, rusty. It looks like a stick. Did somebody put, like, a thing on the end of?
That'd be good if you have a lot of burning.
I'm going to try it out right now. I'm going to be berserking. Look at me. Already. Ready for berserking Ginger? Oh, I can't attack with it. What? Oh, it won't let me attack anything. Is it not what I don't understand? Why can't I attack anything? It won't let me use any abilities.
That's weird.
I can put it on, but it's not for me.
It's probably not even supposed to be here. I don't know. Because I can't craft them out the guy. Maybe it wasn't supposed to drop. Like anything with that pH stuff on it is bugged.
Okay, it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't do anything. It's sad. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it at least. I think I already had one in there, but at least this one will be my screenshot. And plus it's got 2 greater affixes on it, so. That's unfortunate. Maybe I have to put that on a barbarian or something and see if you can actually use it. If it's bugged, does that mean it's not bound? No, it's bound. Just as a joke. Can you guys see it? Can you see it? Is it purple on the ground? Is it purple? Is it purple?
Yeah, fully buffed up. I'm at almost 20,000 thorns.
Oh, Zyler's online and he's not hanging out with us? Rude. Holy crap, I blinked and I looked over and there's like 1,800 people in chat right now.
There's so many in the channel. They're not even saying a single word.
Hello, creepers.
Lurkers.
Another 40% Leon, but it has a greater affix on the core skills.
Ooh, that's good. That's a good one.
That could be 4 if you get the greater affix to roll on there, or the master working.
Yeah, well, it'll go up to 6, right? Because I can master through up to 12 times. Up to 6, easily 6 or 7.
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna. I can't believe I can't attack with it. Does it say anything down at the bottom? Doesn't say that it's locked to a specific character. I can totally put it on. I mean, I guess maybe I was thinking maybe it might just be because the sorceress doesn't have access to pole arms. Maybe she's not allowed to wear pole arms or something, and it's like letting her do it anyway.
I think everyone does nowadays.
Everybody can wear pole arms?
Pretty sure everyone can nowadays. Season 5 brought a lot of changes to what classes can wield.
Yeah, I know. I'm still trying to catch up.
Me too. Like, I'm still trying to memorize it.
Somebody made fun of me one day for making a mistake, and I'm like, the game is changing every 5 minutes. Cut me some slack.
It's a new game every 3 weeks.
I'm trying. Okay? I am trying.
You're not very much a good mentor. Can I speak to Chinchilla? Evil mentor? He's
evil
much
mentor.
better.
Who's evil mentor? Who's that?
I don't know.
Ginger evil mentor.
I don't tell him I was there.
God, he keeps dropping me all that trash loot. I think I'm full. I gotta go back and sell.
Oh, okay.
It don't matter. I mean, we can do one more. I'll just leave an item on the ground. I don't care.
I only got like 2 more spawns, so. But you gave me a couple good ones that I'll just use. Whatever.
I mean, hopefully a 60 drops. I never got my 25 Talrashas either.
So hard.
Thing just doesn't want to fall. Yep. 184% damage to distant enemies is inferior to 165.8% critical strike damage if my criticals. It really depends on whether you're scaling that particular stat or not. So if you're like a character that actually scales based on that stat, you might be getting a multiplier from it. For instance, if you're a druid, you might be getting the Thunderstruck, which is in the legendary Paragon node, which scales based on distant and close damage. That could be a thing. Also, depending on if you have any other multipliers that are multiplying off of those things, like critical strike damage, you could definitely have a lot of things that multiply off of critical strike, which means that critical strike could be better for you depending on if you're like building that. So like take for instance the necromancer who builds critical strike damage for his bone spears, right? Well, in that case, you're building critical strike damage, you're scaling critical strike damage, you have critical strike multipliers, you might even be using Grandfather, which is a 100 times multiplier to your critical strikes, at which point critical strike is probably going to be better for that specific avenue. Hopefully I explained that properly.
That's my last one.
I used to try and get really deep into the math of how the skills work, but quite honestly, they change so much stuff every single patch. I'm waiting for it to settle down before I really dig too deep into it. Another big problem is that a lot of the times the multipliers don't actually apply to what you think they apply to, which I would strongly recommend that if you're trying to see whether or not something applies to what you're using, you should probably test it. The training dummies are there for that purpose, you know. Just test it. Go in there and check a like a ding dong it.
Welcome to another episode of Skills and Ability.
Skills and abilities. I got a Varian Spear of Lycander. I'll lock that because I don't have one of those yet.
Man, if this was the season started, you'd already have like 6 or 7 mythics from the drops.
I got 2 Tyraels have dropped so far. One with a 4 Raider affixes. I've got a Spear of Varian. I also had a Harlequin Crest drop. I also had a Spring of the Starless Skies drop. I also had the new one drop, and so then the Varian Spear. So yes, I've been like, I don't know if they didn't say that they artificially inflated the drop percentages, but they have done that in some of the PTRs before. But it definitely feels like really high percentage. Seems like getting to the point where we can farm Torment 3 bosses is not exactly a bad thing. We can start farming the mythics early.
Yep. We'll be here within 6 hours of season launch. Well, not quite that quick, because we're going to enjoy the campaign. So it's going to be more like 10 hours.
I want to level the campaign.
Yeah, we're going to enjoy the campaign. So.
If you're rushing all the time, I'm gonna boot you out of my group.
Oh, we're going to enjoy the campaign, dude.
Freaking meow, man! Like, oh my god, dude! In the launch of Diablo 4, Meow was in my group, and I was like watching the opening cutscene, and he's just like screaming in the background, "I found a flower!" And I'm like, Meow, I'm trying to watch the cutscene. He's like, "I found a flower!" I'm like, Meow, I kind of want to watch the stuff for the first time. It's like first time playing. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm watching the stuff too." I can hear him in the background, literally killing monsters. So you watched the cutscenes, huh? He's like, yeah, I already watched them all. I watched all the cutscenes. I'm like, and you're already like in Kyovashad, like with a horse. I don't think you watched the cutscenes, Meow. He's like, I'll watch them later. I'm making fun of Meow. I hope you're listening, Meow. I can't make fun of you if you're not here. Nah, I don't want to enjoy it for the first time because later on, after that, we're gonna skip it. Like, once we see it all for the first time, we're just gonna skip through the campaign.
Oh,
like,
speaking of new,
you got the Shroud of False Death. Nice.
Nice.
Is that the one with the +1 to all passives? We want to see that.
Yes. Oh, yes.
We want to see the +1 to all passives. And you got the 333 maximum life. Seems like that's more of a meme stat because they gave you like an exact number just for the meme. Xylar's gonna be super jealous now. Auriel alone saw past Lucian's disguise. It's cool looking. I'm not really sure about the stats on it. I feel like the stats on it are kind of garbage. I don't know what to think about the stats on it. Like, the passive effect is amazing. And I think that passive effect alone carries the entire piece of equipment. I'm not really sure about the rest of the stats. I feel like the rest of the stats are kind of meh. It's neat to see the items, though. Did you already put it on and, like, play around with your stat panel?
Yeah.
Put it on! Immediately!
I kind of want my skill panel open when I equip it. That's impossible in this game.
Oh, you're fine. Stand over in the corner and die like the rest of us.
Yep, it gave me 1 to every single passive.
Barb's got some crazy passives too.
Yep, 1 to everything.
I mean, that's damage
working.
reduction from Berserking. That's damage reduction from Elites. That's life. That's Thorns. That's Thorns bleed damage. That's frickin' resource generation. That's just... Honestly, it sounds insane, especially when you consider it from a certain perspective of like the sheer number of skill points that are required to put 1 point into every passive. Like, how many passives do you actually have? Like, I mean, as an example, like, let me count my sorceress ones. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I've got 29. I've got 29 passives. Oh, no, wait, sorry, I missed the whole traits. With 30, 31, 32, 33. 33 passives. Basically, that's 33 skill points. That's what that represents. That represents 33 skill points added to your tray. Now, granted, not all of those skill points are in things that you would preferentially prefer, but that's still a lot of freaking skill points.
Still insanity.
That's insanity. 33 skill points is a lot. And I'm sure it's going to vary depending on classes, because I don't know if everybody has the same number of passives.
And some of them have no way of going to 4 unless you get that.
I mean, it sounds absolutely insane.
I'm in stealth. I don't even realize it. It looks so cool.
Oh, wow, you are in stealth, aren't you? Cool. That's kind of cool.
What, I just stayed in stealth the whole time? It didn't break?
You are just still in stealth. Why are you still in stealth? Oh, there you go. You
just-
popped out. No, you popped out for a second there. I saw you.
When I popped berserking, and then it would put me right back in.
Huh.
I'm just a stealth boy now. You guys can't even see me, okay?
Ew, you guys can't even see me. Or just you need to rename your character to John Cena. That's all there is to it.
John Cena build.
That's right, the John Cena build. Let's go.
But where am I gonna get all my resistances?
You've got to find a way.
Resistances,
That's your
boy.
problem.
That's your problem. You're the one with the fancy new mythic you First
my
world,
problem.
first mythic problems.
Uh-huh.
These guys got no resistances now, dude. I have to redo my
You're
own
in stealth. Who
Paragon board.
needs resistances?
Who needs it? You're invisible.
Yeah, you're invisible. They can't even see you, bro.
They can't see me. They can't hit me.
They can't even
John-
see you, bro.
John Cena.
Get on my level. You can't even see me, bro.
Oh, that's crazy. I gotta mess around with that item.
Honestly, I think that, like, depending on the character and the passives, you know how, like, we built the character Trilogy? I think Trilogy would work really well with that. Because, you know, he's scaling everything, right?
Oh yeah, so many passes.
So many passives would apply to his abilities. He would scale everything that's being put in there. I mean, that's just amazing. Fortitude. You know what's really interesting is that, like, from a perspective of, let's say, like, the Druid. Let's just use the Druid as an example. If I'm trying to build, you know, my fortification, right? It's going to give me, like, +1 in every single one of the passives that gives me fortification. I can just take out whatever I had in those fortification things. I wouldn't even have to worry about it anymore. I'd have, like, permanent fortification no matter what. You could like, it would not only give you 33 skill points, but also functionally, if you used it to your advantage, you could pull points from those particular passives that you don't need to stack anymore because you have 1 in everything. Then you could take those points and put them where they're more needed. I think functionally that thing is insane. Straight up insane.
Can't wait.
A rogue would probably really like that thing too because of all the passives for the imbuements. Like, I could see using that on, like, an imbuement build. Get, like, all the bonuses to all the imbuements, the lucky hits, the innervation, like, the whole 9 yards, all those beautiful passives just, like, pumped up and throw 3 points in everything that you need capped out. But, like, I have a feeling that one's getting nerfed. I don't know. I mean, you're
I
gonna
think they intentionally built that way. Like it's an implicit, right? So you can't
masterwork it. Yeah.
Like it's an implicit. They cap you on it.
Mm-hmm. Do you think we could still get wings from the Ultimate pre-order or DLC when it's not on sale? Not pre-order. I mean, it's not out yet, so you can still pre-order it if you want to. If you want to get the wings, you can probably still get them. Yes. Speaking of wings, can I make my character look like a hoochie? Hoochie, 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 hooch, hoochie, 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 hooch. Wait, she already looks like a hoochie. Never mind. Oops.
It's pretty good masterworking, right?
I'm always like just insanely drawn to the blue. It has like blue armor. Like it's kind of a cute little set, the one that came with the Vessel of Hatred. Kind of upset I didn't get it now, but I don't want to. I don't want to. It looks kind of neat on some of the characters. I asked my girlfriend to dress my character one time. She refused.
What the heck?
I was like, come dress up my little girly. Some clothes. She's like, no, I don't want to. It just says pants. That's what it says. Pants. Pants, pants, pants. Are we still killing more, or are we done, or are you playing with your Shroud of False Death, Mr. Invisible Boy? I see you over there. I don't see you being all invisible.
I'm not ready yet.
You can't see me.
Your invisibility looks like it came from Fallout. Like I'm using the stealth boy. That's what your invisibility looks like. Like you got a stealth boy on.
You can't see me, bro.
Oh, well, I'm on your level. Okay. I'm on your level. Your face looks like a giant ear, right?
All those poor resistances.
Too bad. You got the new mythic, so now you have to use it. Cry me a river.
Look at me, dude. I guess I got no resistances, but I'm still.
Who needs resistances? Okay, stand in the poison like a man and claim that it doesn't hurt. What's up, Eric Burton? My thoughts on the PTR. I did an initial impressions video yesterday. It has some of my more deep thoughts on the PTR. I mean, other than the difficulty debacle and the forcing you to level up to level 60 in baby mode, I mean, there's some good things to say about the PTR too, but there's also some bad things to say about the PTR. I think I said most of them in that video. I'm not really sure what new I could add. We're going to get rune words tomorrow, but we haven't had a chance to test those yet. Those are coming tomorrow, so I'm going to prep up a thumbnail for that that's going to make God blush. It's going to be covered in rune words. So many rune words. I want to see your rune words.
Yeah, this is so cool. I am invisible barbarian.
I mean, who could take advantage of that the most? The rogue, basically? Because of the
rogue and druid.
Because of the stealth, and the druid has a stealth option too with the
Waxing
waxing
gibbous.
gibbous.
Yep.
So So you could combine it with the waxing gibbous, or you could also combine it with like a lot of the rogue stuff that has to do with stealthing up and coming out of stealth.
Yeah, I think the druid gets guaranteed crits when they're stealth too. The rogue has a whole build too, where I think they drop like smoke or like poison clouds when they come out of stealth and something. Or they go into stealth inside the poison cloud. I forget exactly how it works.
What's the condition for stealthing up on that thing?
Not attacking, but it just stays up. Like it doesn't matter.
So it's
like,
bugged at the moment?
I don't know. Like it's not behaving how it's worded directly. Because like it activates after 2 seconds of not attacking, but it doesn't go away.
Let me see if it's in the known issues. I'll do a quick search for stealth.
I mean, it is reactivated.
Tempers that extend last range duration cause the character to be immobile after gaining stealth. That's it.
Yeah, it is going away, but it doesn't look like 2 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like way faster.
I think this is my last run. I don't have any more after this. I'm sorry you didn't get your 60 times multi-ancient ancestral boopy poopy doopy boopies.
You got me 2 good ones. I'm happy with what you got me.
Fine, you know, whatever. Drop a 60, Doriel. Drop a 60. And drop me a Shroud of False Death. Also, that would be nice.
No, it's my false death.
I want a 4 greater affix false death.
You want resistance problems? Is that what you're saying?
Resistance. I'm a sorceress. I'll be okay. Maybe.
I am ninja. I am ninja. Look at you guys. You guys aren't even stealth.
You know what? It's not nice. Say that.
Duriel can see you. He can't see me.
You know what? Maybe he still sees you deep down to your core, okay? He knows how horrible a barbarian you are and how you betrayed your barbarian race for the rogue wildness. He knows.
He sees you while you're sleeping.
He sees you while you're roguing on your WoW rogue with mists of misty mistness. I'd love to just take that and put it, just smack it straight on my trilogy bar druid and just see like how ridiculous it is. I bet you it's ridiculous on the trilogy bar druid.
Yeah, druid really does have a crazy amount of multipliers.
Yes, and
How does rogue?
I think the trilogy would just be insane with that. The trilogy. He's a trilogy. I can't believe the trilogy. Did they make that new ice spike? I might have to test that tomorrow too. They had like a new ice spike thing. Let me go back up real quick and look. Not like you guys need my help killing this guy anyway. Let's see, ice spike thing. There was a sorceress something that had to do with ice spikes.
Someone got the new helmet. Arrow partition.
Not that one. Is it this one? I could have sworn there was an ice spike something. Why am I not remembering what it is? I guess there wasn't. I don't know. Maybe I have just imagined it. Or maybe it was in the patch notes. I have to like check the patch notes. Need to finish all my unique item videos. I got so many more coming, my friend. So many more. Cody gave me a grumpy grumps. He said, grumpy grumps. What's the matter, buttface? You got a toodus in your pootus? You got a donk in your bonk? You got a trunk in your lonk? You got a flea in your bee? He said, if you use one more stupid rhyme, he said, I'm gonna stick my paw in your jaw. How about that? Cody, you want a jerkums? Do you want a Dukes? A Dukes jerkums? Got some Dukes. Gotta come get it. Come on, gotta get it. So, give me that. I said, no, give it to me right now. Take it. Come on, get it in there. Got to get it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Time to die in the HellTide with my 0 resistance.
He's going to test. I mean, I would imagine the monsters would be constantly losing aggro on you all the time if you're just stealthing up back and forth. Like they'd like go to try and hit you, and then you'd re-stealth, and then they'd go to try and hit you, and then you'd re-stealth. I don't know. Sounds kind of neat. What stick is that? What, the stick I'm wearing? It's a Staff of Lamazem. It's for the charge bolt build. Ba 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 ba. Have we played around with any of like the pinnacle bosses or anything yet? Like does Lilith of Hatred, does the Hatred Lilith like scale with tier?
Yes, on T1 she's a joke. She just falls over like a wet noodle.
Really?
Yeah, it's so funny.
Let's go kill her real quick on tier 1 then. That sounds fun.
I did it last night. I just wanted to see. It's like so easy.
Let's just go down there real quick and smack her around. I'm so curious to see this. I also want to see if we can do it in a group in T1. I mean, T1 should be so easy, right? Then that's literally just all we got to do is do the mechanics and we don't die.
Yeah, she's just insta dead. It's not even close.
Nice. I would have thought that they would have excluded her from the scaling. Especially considering they usually tie like a resplendent spark to her and stuff.
That's why, because so many people complained they couldn't kill her.
So everyone's going to be able to kill her on Torment 1? That's what I'm hearing?
Oh yeah. It's Torment 1 and 2 are very much a joke.
Wait on. Night.
I can't even get up the stairs. She won't allow me because I'm stealthed.
Alright, well, you'll get teleported in anyway. Wow, she jumped out fat. Whoa!
You see?
God.
Yeah.
Dude, we bursted her right past the phase, too. She didn't even do the mechanics.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke on T1. I did this last night.
So what about T2? Is it the same?
I can go to every tier.
I kind of want to see. You want to see?
I mean,
Looks like we're going to kill her in about a half a second, so it's not like it's taking us much time. So now we just got to do the mechanics, right? She actually does force us to do the mechanics.
Yep.
I got 3 stacks already. It's terrible. 4 stacks.
Man.
4 stacks. I'm at 4 stacks. Oh god, run! Oh no, I died it. I think I crossed too. I crossed too soon.
You have to wait until you see the actual tar in the ground.
Yeah, I didn't. I crossed it a little bit too soon. It's my fault. I was being silly about it. I mean, honestly, we killed her so fast that it's literally just mechanics at this point, right?
Well, it's one mechanic, and it's the homing missiles. It's easy. It's the, it's a homing missile mechanic. Either you get hit or you don't.
Oh, she dropped me an ancestral wand. Well, that's kind of nice.
Oh, you hacker. Leave dungeon. Or technically. I have to change the tier.
Yeah, we're gonna change it to 2.
I think 2 would go the same way. I don't even.
I don't
know if
think
it's
it would be hard either. Honestly, I think 3 probably is gonna go the same way as well.
3 is gonna go the same as Duriel was going.
Mm-hmm.
That's how 3 is gonna go.
Your entire party must be present and alive. And alive? Who's dead?
Which town are you in?
Saragar. Okay. We're just gonna check 2 real quick.
I wonder if you have to reset.
I can't believe that we skipped her phases, though.
Yep.
Like, that was so fast, we skipped her phases.
You should reset the dungeon.
Okay.
So that's
Go ahead. I'll hit it.
No.
Yeah, it won't even be a challenge to get your first spark if they allow it on Torment 1. I wonder if they're going to put a restriction on it. They're probably not. There's just so many people who want this game to be so easy.
Did it fail?
I think Knight's not here.
Oh, sorry.
That guy triple masterworked his grandfather who had a greater FX life, and he hit 1788 life. That's a lot of life nowadays.
How much life?
1788. 1788.
Yeah, that's a lot of life. I only have
Greater
2,472. That's like, I'm a baby compared.
What's this Doombringer have?
All right, restrictions. We'll do a real one in a minute. Restrictions. I want to see. I want to see how much Thorns damage Knight does to her when she smacks him.
Oh, okay.
So you gotta get smacked. Okay, that's your job. You go in there, you get smacked.
Yeah, probably won't be much.
That's actually pretty good. I mean, she's dying pretty quickly. I mean, granted, you know, like, that's not instantaneous like it was in World Tier 1, but...
Yeah.
I mean, you took off a quarter of her life in relatively no time. That was pretty good. And now I'm at 2 stacks.
And I'm pretty sure she doesn't even hit. Like,
very often, no, she doesn't. So you'd have to, like, apply the thorns to her by using your cooldowns and stuff.
Yeah, just don't ever hold down Whirlwind. It's the worst button in the game, unless you use Dust Devils.
Yeah, your build's gonna end up being a rotation, for sure.
If you like Whirlwind, play Dance of Knives. It's just a better version. Rogue does Whirlwind down that part.
No, 4 stacks. No, 5 stacks. I had too many stacks when I started this phase.
Yeah.
Leon spent so long trying to perfect this fight back when it was really hard.
She's bugged. What is this?
Dude, is she like immortal?
No, she didn't cut the platform. She just stayed on the main platform. She didn't fly and cut the last platform. That's so crazy. I've never seen that.
She didn't drop any loot.
Well, she only drops loot the first time. She's not a farmable boss.
That's rude.
Yeah, I spent the time. I learned to fight. I reap the rewards when I fight her. Every other noob gets the cry.
Let's try her on tier 3. I just want to see. We don't have to beat her on tier 3. I just want to see how hard she is. We're actually going to go in and we'll try like everybody full DPS. We'll see how quickly she dies.
I feel like it's going to be the exact same as the Duriels. Like everything is balanced the same levels now.
I mean, I think you're right. I just want to see.
I'll reset it too.
I'm resetting it. It's just fun stuff to do in PTR. So basically, she's a joke up to tier 2. Is she a joke on tier 3? She's probably the only difficulty she's probably not a joke on is tier 4.
Yep.
Alright, I'm even going to pop a potion. Like, let's really hammer her down. Hold on. We get like a crit strike chance. There you go. Alright, ready? Oh my god. Oh my dear Lord Jesus, that's baby mode. What the hell is this? She's already dead.
Welcome to the new Diablo. I wonder if they're
no
gonna
stacks.
change it.
I might actually survive this time. I got no stacks.
Um,
Do we dare check it on tier 4?
I mean, I could probably do it. I'd have to
Did we
put back
break
on
her?
materials.
Oh, there we go.
But I don't. I could do it solo. There's no way I could do it with you both in the party before.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see how much damage she takes. Like, we don't have to complete it.
Oh, no.
Oh, I didn't make it?
Yep.
Oh, I thought I made it. I've tried to kill a couple world tier 4 bosses and they were pretty. She's just standing in the center, not doing her mechanics.
Yeah. She doesn't actually cut the platforms off. She just stands in the center now. This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I get maybe they changed it on purpose. Like if you do her health pull, that's how she behaves now? I don't know. That's definitely new.
Alright, well, last one. Let's go see what she's like on World Tier 4. Honestly, that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to be more close to the Duriel fight. The Duriel fight was harder.
True. That's true. If we're going to tier 4, I'll just put on Terios. I'm not trying to get one shot.
I don't have capped armor, so she might one-shot me. We'll see. I think our main issue is going to be damage. I think that's going to be our main issue.
Well, when you say our main issue, you're down.
Well, I mean,
for
I was
me,
able to kill the tier 4 bosses. It was just going to take me a while. It was going to be slow.
I like Knight's little chuckle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're on P3. Can you take her down by yourself on P3?
Maybe.
Probably.
I mean, I don't have a two-hand mace yet. If I had a two-handed ancestral mace, I would say yes, guaranteed, because I would double my damage instantly with a two-handed ancestral mace. Like, double.
I'm just over here eating pretzels. I don't care. I'm just having fun. I guess I could, is there armor? Oh, the armor potion sucks. I'll drink it anyway, though. Just to give us an optimal chance, so I don't die so much. Okay, so damage output, not terrible?
Yeah, I guess.
Not awful. We're still going to have to do mechanics, but...
Wait, who was struggling on this? The whole reason Zyler asked me is because some streamer was struggling on this. This is a joke.
I mean, we're 3-player in this. This is, like, easy for a 3-player. Okay, I'm gonna go hide outside. Haha. Oh god, no, the damage out here is insane. They fixed the bug, guys. They fixed the bug. The last season there was a bug. You could just stand outside, take one stack, and you just stood there, and like you didn't really take very much damage. It does not work. Sorry, Leon, I left you by yourself.
She's just flying up over and over again. Can you just let me kill you already? Some.
Oh, at least we found out that the Outer Edge is like super deadly now. It's really, really deadly. Like I died really fast.
Yeah. That's how it should always be.
Yeah, that's how it should have been. It just, you know, it wasn't before. So I was used to like, sometimes I would run out, take a stack deliberately if I couldn't avoid it.
This actually feels like like the old school like amount of damage because it's 3-player. I feel like I'm a noob.
We're lead weights for Leon. We're holding them back.
How'd you take so much damage at the start there? Was that all Ginger?
What, me?
I don't think it was me. Like
You talking about the boss?
Yeah.
That might have been me. My boss damage hasn't been bad on this character. I took the Eliminator and a bunch of other things with like the
He
lead damage
almost
on him.
one-shot me.
Remember, you want, we can try it again. I won't run outside like an idiot this time. I mean, you've almost got her to the next phase. You could res us and we could probably do it.
Yeah, she was doing way too much damage to me at that point. I had too many stacks.
No big deal.
This is actually really easy. I gotta reply back to Xylor. I'd easily be able to solo this.
All right. Do mechanics this time. Don't run outside the thing. Let's go. Okay. Damage output. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Damage output. Go, 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 go. Keep on charge vaulting. Don't stop. Don't stop. Charge vaulting. No. Alright, first set of spikes. Do the mechanics. I know the mechanics, okay? I'm not a big dummy. Okay, I'm mostly a dummy, but... Or 0 stacks so far. Yay, mechanics! I'll try and get test bar up since we're on a cooldown phase. Cooldown phase, he's up. Alright, she's probably gonna go to, yep, next spike phase. Oh, come on! What? I had no stacks! What?
I'm at 0 stacks.
I was at 0 stacks too, and that spike just straight up one-shot me. Ooh, I was doing good. I was doing good. I'm not doing good anymore. He's dead.
Yeah, she just hits really hard when I'm not armor capped.
I think that's my problem too. I'm not armor capped either. That skill is so cheatery for dealing with the old blood pustule things. You can straight out. Did she gain health back?
Yeah, she's healing.
It looks like she healed up.
Who allowed that to happen?
Me, because I died like a noob. I got hit by one of those spikes and instantly got KO'd. I didn't even have any stacks.
Well, the echo of Lilith kicked my butt.
You almost got her. She's almost staggered too.
And that was on Torment 1.
Why is she out of the circle?
There you go. Staggered up.
She just won't come in the circle.
Well, that's bull crap. She's literally almost staggered. There you go. Hey, next phase. Res me, res me. Okay, stop eating pretzels. Serious mode.
We're so dead here.
Yeah.
I got so many stacks going into this. I'm definitely going to get hit by a missile with multiple people here because I can't control them.
Oh no, no, no. She sucked me into the damage over time thing. That was... I didn't realize that was the damage over time thing. That hurt a lot. I should have kept my booty cheeks away from her. That's what I should have done. We don't have to kill her. I just wanted to say, she looks eminently killable. Definitely solo. That would be something that you do solo. She's got a lot more HP because we're in the group together and we're not helping you. I think you'd have it if you were by yourself.
Yep. I'll go do it real quick just so I say tell Zyler to do it. Zyler's always
Tell me how her HP goes down when you're by yourself too, because I'm curious. Normally it's pretty drastic when you're by yourself, so. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna check it too. Because I was doing pretty good damage to her. It'll be interesting to see how much damage she takes when I hit her solo.
You hit her so low she couldn't stand it? Oh, oh, oh.
Right in the cankles. That's kind of crazy. I didn't expect him to do this. To scale her. I thought they would keep her on a pedestal, like high above everybody else. That's crazy that World Tier 1, 2, and 3 are basically jokes. Man, if that doesn't exemplify exactly what we've been talking about like everything's just like way too easy until you get to the end game, and the only thing that matters is the end game.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not killing her like ridiculously fast, but she's already at a quarter. Working, yeah. It's not bad. It's not terrible. She definitely hits me hard because I don't have a lot of armor. She's most certainly physical. I don't know what if she has any resistances, like elemental damage, but she's definitely hitting for really high physical. I'm having trouble killing the ads. It feels like the ads have more HP than she does.
Always. The ads are the hardest part of the fight for phase 1.
Well, I've successfully managed to take 0 stacks the entire time, but the ads are still up, so...
It takes me about 5 to 10 seconds to do half her full. So I kill her in probably 10 to 20 seconds.
Oh, first stack. Dang it.
And my
well,
gear
I
is
got the
bad.
first set of ads down. Okay, not bad. She's currently at like 50, 60%. I'd say 60% to be fair. I got 1 stack and 11 of the blood stacks. I don't even know what the blood stacks do.
You just have you take increasingly more damage from her abilities. Her abilities actually hit hard because of those stacks.
Oh, yeah. That might be why I got 1 shot, because I had a bunch of blood stacks, but not the other. She's about to get staggered, which means she's about to go down some serious HP points. Or maybe not. Thanks. She didn't take any damage from that, though. That's unfortunate.
Ha ha, fooled ya.
Pretty much. I mean, is this fight doable? Yeah. I think I need more damage output to really, like, get through her thing, and I definitely need to cap out my armor. I'm getting killed a lot by just random physical attacks, because they're not... I just don't have the armor value.
I did the phase 1 with no stacks, so it was really easy. Now I'm in phase 2. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, it looks to me like once you start scaling up your characters to a certain point, T4 is going to be super easy too.
Yep.
Because I'm not even close to maxed out.
Yeah, I can probably do like 3 or 4 times more damage just with a couple upgrades. And I'm not even counting runes that are coming tomorrow.
Those runes are going to be so nice. Dude, I was thinking about this earlier. I don't know if you realize this, but have you thought about the enchantment for Charge Bolt? The hitting an enemy with a Charge Bolt. I'm sorry, when you stun an enemy, there's a 48% chance that you release 3 Charge Bolts from them.
That's nice.
Think about Petrify. What does Petrify do?
Stun, yeah.
So every time 5 seconds, I'm stunning an entire field, which is going to push out Charge Bolts. 3 Charge Bolts for 48% chance from every enemy. That's what? If there's like an entire field of like 100 monsters around me, I hit Petrify, bam, all 100 monsters are petrified. 50% of them basically emit 3 bolts, which is 50 times 3. It's 150 Charge Bolts on the battlefield.
I did the whole fight with no stacks and killed her. Easy.
Nice.
0 stack.
I have trouble with the second phase. I don't really have trouble with the first phase. I don't like those stupid little spindly things that chase you around. I suck at the little soul orby things.
0 stacks, and this is a mediocre character. I will, by tomorrow, and in the actual season, I will have like 10x the power.
Oh yeah, I mean, once you start getting all your glyphs maxed out and everything. That's why I'm hesitant to actually max out the glyphs, but maybe I'll do it just to see how far you could push.
Well, you don't have to do it on every character you do. You can literally copy your character and boost a new one to have one with max glyphs on WoW, and you can compare them. Then you can actually have a basis. Like, this is my glyphs max, this is my glyphs 46, you know?
Yeah, that'd be neat.
You could just boost a clone of your character. Easy. You can even share the gear between them. Have exact comparisons on when you compare.
I was reading some of the descriptions for these difficulties. Normal difficulty says for new and returning players. Hard says Hell has awoken for experienced Diablo players. Expert for skilled Diablo 4 players that have acquired several legendary items. Penitent for players that have mastered Diablo 4 and have acquired several legendary items that have been enhanced by tempering. Torment 1 for characters with the highest level of skill and equipment enhanced by tempering and masterworking. Level details, the start of Diablo 4's endgame. New activities and items become available. Torment 2 for the most skilled and powerful wanderers of Sanctuary. The fires burn hotter. Torment 3, abandon all hope for the most skilled and powerful wanderers of Sanctuary. Torment 4 for the most skilled and powerful wanderers of Sanctuary. The abyss stares back. The descriptions are priceless when you actually think about like how difficult they are. Apparently, you need to be an experienced Diablo player to play on hard. No. 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 No, bad. Bad, no. Yeah, I can't wait to try out these the runes. The runes are gonna be fun.
My magics await your return.
I'm not really sure what I would want. Like right off the bat, I don't try to think about it. I mean, I think testing out Petrify is gonna be fun. I also think testing out the Spiritborn skills on characters. We're gonna be able to test out Spiritborn skills. You guys know that, right? Because some of the runes have Spiritborn skills on them. So even though we're not actually gonna get access to the Spiritborn, we're gonna get access to the Spiritborn skills, which is nice. Makuna did a tier 100 pit already with mostly legacy gear, so it's safe to assume the difficulty scaling is going to change. I mean, there are certain builds that are just broken right now, so I don't know exactly what that says. Some builds are just way better than others. I mean, I went in with a mediocre build and I was able to clear 50s with ease, using some pretty garbage tier equipment, so I would assume also they're going to increase the difficulty across the board, like systemically, because I feel like all the difficulties that they have are too low. Torment 1 is way too weak for an entry level into Endgame. I don't even know what that is exactly. Torment 2 is not even like mentionable. Like usually if you're capable of Torment 2, you're capable of Torment 3. It's like you just go right into 3. I don't even know. I'm going to take Cody out to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And we'll continue doing some stuff. I don't know what. Maybe I'll get my characters in order. That sounds like fun for tomorrow. We'll figure out what characters we want to play. Maybe, because we're going to have access to unlimited uniques for tomorrow, right? So I can set them up however I want. Might as well get them, like, prepped in advance.
I'm back. Oh, Leon, are you still here?
All right, I'm back, and I have a chinchilla. And what am I doing? I don't know. This character is going to be really fun tomorrow. But I do want to set up other characters. Let me go, I think I'm going to go take a look at my other characters real quick. And since we're going to have infinite gear tomorrow, and be able to level up our characters to max, I'll just take their equipment that they do have and just, like, drop it in the toilet. That way I can get them all set up.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason why not.
I'm gonna pack her in early tonight.
All right.
I'll be up earlier in the morning.
Have a good one.
I got my Torment 1 here anyways, which is good. This build seems to be pretty tough.
Oh, nice.
Doing some decent damage. I haven't looked at the numbers. All I know is I can move around the HellTide, no problem.
Yeah, you can kill stuff.
I did my Torment 1 hit, no problem. Just got to get some glyphs and start filling in my board. Yeah.
Yeah, Nightmare Dungeons seem to drop glyphs pretty good. That's
Yeah,
pretty much the only thing I was using them for right now.
The only one I got, I only got one out of the HellTide. I was in it for like 20 minutes and nothing. I got a corporeal and an eliminator is the first one I had. I don't think I use either one of those.
I'm hesitant to destroy my 60% banished lords because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get another one of those. Well, yeah, I'll keep that. The rest of them can go. So you gotta get them set up and naked for tomorrow. They're going to be naked.
I suppose they won't start anything new until like 1 o'clock again, eh?
I'm not sure when the rune words are going to be coming out.
That's like 10 o'clock their time. That's pretty standard
I
for
mean,
them.
the actual PTR started on, was it 1? It was like 1 EST. So like
Yeah.
probably around the same.
That was about about 10 o'clock Eastern time. Yep. So I'll get to play around in the morning before they change everything again.
Why you so fluffy, Mr. Dusties? Why you got
All right.
all the fluffs?
See you tomorrow then, okay?
All right, see you.
Bye for now.
All right. I took the dogs out too.
Who took the dogs out? Leon. Leon did. I got some chinchilla. Cody's cuddling with his mama.
What's up, man? What's up?
So, what weapon tempering would be any good?
So I think my personal opinion is you go Earthquake multiplier on the Paragon board, and you can do Earthquake cast twice if that's a thing, or duration, whichever one you got.
Use the Earthquake
that's
glyph.
my opinion.
Because you can scale that one up to 30 times.
50 times now. 50% multiplier now.
I think it's 30.
It's 50 now.
They changed it again?
Yep. Let me find it. What is it called?
Oh, it is 50, yeah.
Yeah.
I have it on. I already have it on, yeah.
I mean, that would be a good way to build resource too, which would help out your build of spending resource. So you could use leap to generate earthquakes, which is a way that you can generate large amounts of resource as well, because each leap can give you a large amount of resource every single time you leap.
What was the only channel ability Barb has?
Whirlwind, right? There's no other ones, right?
There's no other one.
That kind of sucks.
I mean, it's fine because you don't actually need a channel, dude. The whole
Yeah, I know.
The whole key passive, you don't want to be doing any channeling. The only channel thing that comes in is because you're a pan, and you can either not use that aspect or just every 3 seconds you got to keep up the buff. So you just think of Whirlwind as a cooldown. Whirlwind is just another cooldown because you're just getting a buff.
I mean, you're not using cooldown for damage. You're not using it for lucky hit. Like, you probably shouldn't even put 5 points into it. I would go ahead and back out and put 4 if you're putting any points into it, because it's not your damage ability. You might not even want to put any points into the passives. It depends on what the passives are and what they do.
Yeah, he doesn't even need it.
You're basically just going to be using the whirlwinds to trigger the extra thorns that you're getting. You also want to make sure berserking is up all the time, because you also have that one that massive one that gives you lots of thorns when you're in berserking state. So either using that thing that lets you stay in berserking state all the time, or having some way to generate berserking. You also kind of want to keep that shout up all the time, challenging shout, because it doesn't give you like a huge amount of thorns. Also gives you maximum life too, right? And the maximum life also gives you thorns.
Yep.
Yeah. He'll have max cooldown reduction and can have permanent shouts as soon as he crafts a Shaco.
I mean, let me go over to a barbarian real quick and I'll see if there's anything we missed. But I mean, it seems like you're getting things set up really nice. Let me go over to Exsanguinate. What's up, big boy? 54, 54.
Do I want to drop Steel Grasp?
You want to not use it? It's a cooldown, so it buffs it gives you thorns, and it's a very short cooldown.
Yeah,
it's a short cooldown with.
You probably don't want to use an ultimate either, because ultimates have longer cooldowns unless you're spamming your ultimate. Like maybe if you're using the Iron Maelstrom thing where you can spam your ultimate all the time, but Iron Maelstrom's a little lengthy. It's a little lengthy. Yeah, let's take a look at that real quick.
Maybe I could take out a Wrath of Berserker.
Wrath of Berserker will only be good for you if you put Kick into your build, because then Kick will give you the full buff right away. It'll give you both full buffs right away.
So
one kick, like Ginger and I have been doing this forever. One kick will give you full Wrath of Berserker buff and your full Keystone passive buff.
And if you can reset, if you can get enough cooldown reduction and keep Wrath of the Berserker up constantly, that would be worth it as well. So you probably want to put at least 1 point in Enhanced Whirlwind. That would probably be worth it. Just so you can get the Fury back when you cast it, so that it's not draining anything. So you're gonna, tap it, and then you hit something, and you get like some Fury back. It's not that's not a big deal. But the other two you don't need. Like, I don't think you need either one of those other two. So you're pretty much just 2 points there. Yeah, I think Leap would be a good option for you, because Leap gives you the 40 Fury back when you hit at least one enemy, which isn't bad. And it also, if Leap doesn't damage any enemies, its cooldown is reduced. So either way, you're either going to reduce the cooldown of Leap if you don't hit anything, or you're going to give yourself Fury back if you do, which means you get more cooldowns. So
and Earthquakes if you want.
I would honestly go Ground Stomp Leap because you can use the aspect of perpetual launching, which puts you into a cooldown spam mode. You can literally just spam like between ground stomp and leap at any time you want to. It's just going to give you free cooldowns to use anytime you need to. I mean, challenging sound is a given because you get 20% bonus maximum life with feeds into outburst, and then you also would want the strategic challenging sound because it gives you the thorns equal to 30% of your maximum life, which again is just another way that you can scale your thorns.
I have too many abilities now.
What abilities do you have? What's your?
I have all 3 shouts, Wrath of the Berserker, Whirlwind, and right now Steel Grasp. To get Leap and or Ground Stomp, I'd have to get rid of Wrath of the Berserker, maybe?
Does he need all 3 shouts?
No, he could sacrifice some shouts. Like he's not using resource generation. Like he's not really using Rallying Cry. I guess only for Unstoppable.
Yeah, you could probably drop Rallying Cry.
You could also drop War Cry if you do put in Leap, because Leap is going to give you Berserking. It all depends. If you get the Shaco, you'll have permanent shouts. So
Rallying Cry gives me 10% health and
rallying.
Yeah.
Rallying.
Oh wait, no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It's just like resource gen.
Yeah, it's just resource gen.
You're not even using resource.
Yeah, I think you could drop Rallying Cry pretty easily. I was looking at some of the other ones to see if there was anything else for you, but I mean, heals aren't really important. The thorns can the thorns crit? Have you tested that on like the training dummy? Do they actually show up yellow numbers, or is it only white?
Pretty sure they're only whites.
And you have like permanent fortification, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you probably want to take 3 of Invigorating Fury if you're going to be using Kick, because that's going to give you like massive ways to heal yourself. That works.
I already have.
Yeah, that works as really good sustain. You probably put 5 points in Wrath of the Berserker if you're taking that. So if you do take Wrath of the Berserker, I would 5-point it so you can get the extra cooldown reduction. Because you want to keep that up at a full-time basis as well. Why are you biting my chain, sir? With Power Leap, you can get the Fury back, and if you're using Ground Stomp, you can also grab the other one, which is the... Wait, they took it away. Oh, okay. So Ground Stomp doesn't restore resource anymore. Alright. However, it does reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 4 seconds. Well, that's
the
actually...
second one generates 60 Fury.
No, well, it doesn't anymore. Oh, no, that's right. They moved it to the second one. That's right. So, yeah, you do Strategic Ground Stomp, which is going to reduce your ultimate skill by 4 seconds per enemy up to 12 seconds, which is going to help you spam your Wrath of the Berserker. That's perfect. Mm-hmm. And then you can spam those 2 back to back, so you can spam your Leap and your Ground Stomp back to back. And then your Ground Stomp and your Leap become your Earthquakes, too. So you can use the aspect of the Bolcathos and the Earthquake aspect. So that gets you 2 Earthquakes running non-stop, and you should have plenty of Earthquakes active to get the multipliers. You might also want to look at Belligerence. I don't know if that affects your Thorns, but that looks interesting. That's the 3% multiplier for 4 seconds whenever you damage an enemy with a basic skill. I don't know if you have any kind of basic skill in the build. No basic skill?
Nope.
How are you generating resource then?
Just the 4% on my, or 4 Fury on my boots, and then resource gen on from when I'm berserking.
So what is your skill bar look like? What do you got? You got kick and right click?
The only thing that uses resource is his whirlwind, and he doesn't really even need to
kick uses resource. Remember
he wasn't using kick. He's switching now, yeah.
So he might need a basic then.
If I use kick, probably would.
Well, it's just a way to ensure that you're hitting your maximum resource with each kick, which is what you want to do. because the game with the kick. It all becomes a resource generation game, which is where you do get as much resource as you can, and you spend it as fast as you can. And you do lots of damage with kick. It's not exactly terrible, but the thing about kick is you're spending, like, you're going to get your resources as high as you can. You're going to spend all that. You're going to get your key passive activated constantly, so it should always be active, and also your Wrath of the Berserker, Supreme Wrath of the Berserker bonus should always be active too. So between the two, you'll have a constant uptime of your 100 times multiplier from Wrath of the Berserker, and you'll have a constant uptime of your 120% additional thorns from Barbed Carapace. It should stack up really nicely. You can also potentially go with expertises that help you generate resource as well. Like, for instance, the one-handed sword expertise is lucky hit up to a 10% to gain 5 fury when crowd controlling an enemy. And then there's the other one, which is I think it's the two-handed hammer, which is up to a 10% chance to just gain 5 fury when hitting an enemy and double the amount of fury bonus when you're berserking, which is kind of a nice one if you're struggling for fury generation.
Wait, what was that?
That's the mace expertise.
Oh, yeah.
And then on top of that, there's also one. It's called Endless Fury. Basic skills generate 36% times more fury. Which, if you do decide to go with the basic, you can grab that, which will increase the amount of fury that you're generating with your basic skill tremendously. I'd probably just recommend using, like, Frenzy if you're going to be doing that, because it's going to give you damage reduction and it's fast. Nothing really more to think about other than that. But you are going to get a substantial amount of fury from the leap ground stomp combo. So you're going to get 40 every single time you leap, and you're going to get 60 every single time you ground stomp, and you're going to be going back and forth with that constantly. So that will help out tremendously for your fury problems. And then you'll also get, like you said, you got some fury per second on some of your equipment and stuff. Huh. Did you take 3 in Booming Voice?
Yes, I believe so.
Because that one, I think, is going to be important to keep your Challenging Shout active, which is going to obviously keep your bonus HP active, which is also going to keep your Thorns active. That 30% of your maximum life as Thorns that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So keeping that up all the time is definitely going to be helpful as well. There was something else in here I was thinking of. Oh yeah, counteroffensive. You have 3 in counteroffensive, right? It's passives next to Steel Grasp.
Yes.
Yeah, so that one's really strong for additional multipliers as well, and you're going to be fortified all the time because you want those fortify bonuses. So, like, that's a no-brainer too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know. You could also take Furious Impulse. That's kind of an interesting option too. Each time you swap weapons, you gain 2 fury. So Leap, believe it or not, has a weapon associated with it. And so what you would do is you just need to make sure that you're assigning Leap a different weapon than your Whirlwind ability. So put your Whirlwind as one thing, and like don't have your Whirlwind as like your mace or whatever. Put it as your sword, and then put your Leap as a mace. And then every single time you Whirlwind and you leap back and forth, you'll be gaining fury back and forth like that as well.
Does Steel Grasp have a weapon?
Just check your S key. So just press S and then hold your mouse over it and see if it has a weapon assigned to it.
Assign it.
I don't have any. Yeah, if you can assign it, then yes.
No, you can't.
Oh, you can't? Okay, so then no, it doesn't count.
But Kick does?
Kick does not. Leap does.
Leap does?
Leap has a weapon assigned to it. So you can swap back and forth between Leap and Whirlwind. That'll give you at least like the swapping thing going back and forth where you're getting, what is that, 2 for, so 6 per swap. So we give you 6 per swap constantly. And all you're doing is tapping Whirlwind to maintain your buff and then going back to kick, or the leap, and then tapping Whirlwind. And then you should be using leap all the time anyway because it's a movement ability. So that'll be fine. And then you're using Whirlwind all the time to keep your thorns up. So that's also very useful. It should work fluidly. Like, you shouldn't have to think about it too much. I'm not sure if you could add anything else in, but like if you did decide to add in a basic, just as an example, you could put your Frenzy as like dual wield. Your Whirlwind would be like your two-handed sword, and your Leap would be your two-handed mace, and then you would have 3 swaps going like constantly. Like that could be an option, but it's all like how you want to set it up. But that I think that would be good to help with your Fury generation as well. And getting as much Fury generation as you can is good because you're going to want to kick all the time anyway. You know, you're going to like it's really good damage. It's not bad damage at all to just like Sparta stomp something in the face. And I don't know how you're getting your berserking, but kick can also give berserking with the leap, and kick can both give berserking with the battle fervor, which is a pretty easy way to maintain permanent berserking. So it's just every time you kick and every time you leap, you're getting like a couple seconds of berserking. I don't know how many skill points you have left, but it's a way.
Yeah.
We're just helping you out because we want to see your Thorns build work. We are greedy.
You just need to get as many multipliers as you can and as much health as you can. Those are your goals.
Trying to figure out what 6 skills to use. So I have like 8 skills I want to use, and
it's skills you can spam because the more times you press the skill, the more times you activate Thorns. So it's the lowest cooldown is what you want to do.
So I'm thinking almost get rid of Wrath of the Berserker.
I mean, I think Wrath of the Berserker is a longer cooldown that might not be as useful, but it does have the multiplier on it, so it's kind of going to be whether or not you can get enough cooldown reduction on it. If you can't keep it up with like a near permanent basis, it might not be worth it. I don't know.
All the Ancients might be better because they'll give you Earthquakes and Dust Devils and stuff. They'll give you more Earthquakes if you're going that route.
Right now I'm leaning towards having Ground Stomp, Leap, Challenging Shout, Steel Grasp, Whirlwind, and
so
either Warcry or
so you're
kick.
using Steel Grasp for the pull-in, right?
And he's got the multiplier.
Isn't there an aspect that makes
Steel
Whirlwind
Grasp
pull in?
Yeah, there is.
So you could
But
potentially.
Steel Grasp gives me 2 charges, low cooldown, so it's spam cooldown. Gives me pull in, gives me vulnerable, and gives me berserking. And I have multiplier with Ancient's Oath, which is
he's using the unique that's built around it.
Yeah. So you got more tines, and
60% multiplier too.
well, what if you went with the other thing, the unique? Isn't there a unique amulet that's specifically based around Steel Grasp and Iron Maelstrom?
Yeah, there's the new one, Unbroken Chain or something. It's from Grigori.
The Unbroken Chain is based around that. Let me pull it up real quick.
That's also another way to get unlimited cooldown.
It's Steel Grasp cooldown, 22.5% reduced cooldown on Steel Grasp. Also, casting Steel Grasp reduces the cooldown of Iron Maelstrom, which would practically keep your your cooldown of Iron Maelstrom just like constantly up, so you could spam it whenever you wanted. You also it's got a nice damage reduction on there too. 30% less monsters do 30% less damage for 6 seconds while on Iron Maelstrom. They're hit by Iron Maelstrom. That's not terrible. It gives 3 to Pit Fighter, which is the one that's what, close damage multiplier. So that's another 9% multiplier from Pit Fighter.
So right now, What's the highest thorns you've ever seen with all like full stacks on your keystone? Like your pants active? Like what's the highest thorns number you've seen?
Let me go to a training dummy real quick.
Yeah, go to a training dummy. Make sure all the buffs are up. Everything you can do. Every multiplier. I want to know the highest number.
I mean, casting a skill with a cooldown grants you unhindered for 5 seconds. During this time, you deal 100% of your thorns as physical damage to close enemies every second. I mean, I don't necessarily think that that's going to be like too difficult to obtain. I mean, you just need a cooldown once every 5 seconds with 4 different abilities on your bar that would be cooldowns. I mean, that should be up with 100% efficiency as long as you're making sure to maybe just space it out a little bit, not use them all at the same exact time. But, I mean, I definitely setting up for cooldown spam could facilitate 100% uptime on that and having the ability to spam all of your abilities at the same time. I mean, it's a really neat Dookie passive, that's for sure. I guess they saw the barbarians making Thorns builds and they're like, yeah, it's a good idea.
You also don't need like 4 cooldowns on your bar, even 1 cooldown that's spammable, such as leap or kick, because you can easily spam leap with just the ring aspect alone. Like anything that's spammable is good enough too. You're just looking for the highest multipliers you can at this point to increase the Thorns damage as high as possible. Like the philosophy of the build is 100% uptime on the keystone, 100% uptime on every multiplier. That's like any build philosophy, right?
Yeah.
You just have to achieve that.
I mean, I think that kick is your best bet with the 120%. There's nothing else that you're going to find that's going to activate that 120% bonus and keep it up all the time like kick will. So no matter what, I think kick is on your bar. So like, I mean, let's look at it that way, right? So number 2, you need the channeling ability to activate the thorns, because that thorns bonus that you're getting from what was it called, the sticker thought aspect, that's really nice. That's a really nice amount of thorns. So you definitely want at least 1 point in whirlwind, and you want whirlwind on your bar. So we've got like 2 abilities that you definitely 100% want. Number 3 is challenging shout. Challenging shout just offers too many good bonuses for the way that your build works. It's a mandatory. So there you go. You've got 3 abilities so far that like have to be on your bar, right? And let me kind of like just for the sake of argument, I'll pull some points here and kind of like mimic what I think you would probably put on your bar. All right, so I'm going to clear my bar off. All right, so you definitely want a challenging shout, and that's going to be up with 100% uptime if you can get it. Whirlwind is going to be up probably on your left click, or I don't even know like where you would put it. Can you move around with Whirlwind without it triggering automatically? Actually, I don't even know if that's a bad thing since it's a movement ability. You would just move with it. Is that really even a bad thing, just moving with the Whirlwind ability? That's not bad. Okay, so you put that on your left click, and then you would probably have kick on your right click as your main spender, just because that's your spender, right? So that's the ability that you're actually going to spend with on a regular basis. Which those are your mandatories to get like the most out of the build that you need. And then going from there, at that point, you're trying to get multipliers, right? So like ground stomp could be a way that you get earthquakes, which could be a multiplier. Leap can give you multipliers. If you choose Wrath of the Berserker, that's also a way that you can get multipliers, and that synergizes with your kick, so you're going to be spending, which is going to get you a lot. So every time you kick, you're going to spend all your resource, and that's going to help you keep that multiplier up. So that's one way. You're using Steel Grasp for the multiple cooldowns, because you got the Ancient's Oath. So, I mean, that's a way that you can get a lot of cooldowns out of it. Steel Grasp, does it have any way for you to generate resource as well? No resource gen, but you do get an additional charge. And it's probably the most spammy cooldown that you've got. Although, actually, I'm not sure. I think kick, leap, ground stomp might be more spammy. I don't know. But that's like a triple combo. You don't really need Rallying Cry, but it might be nice if you had some kind of unstoppable ability. Warcry is, what, just a flat damage multiplier?
Yeah.
Couldn't he get enhanced Warcry through the runes?
I mean, he could if you wanted Warcry just as an additional skill. He absolutely could.
So, I mean, you don't even really need to grab that, technically. I mean, this is kind of your working point. So, like, the only things that you really 100% need on your bar is kick, whirlwind, and challenging shout to make, like, the whole thing work. And at that point, it's pretty much just what do you want on there other than that. Like, you don't necessarily need ground stomp in the mix. Kick can reset leap as well. So if you're using the aspect of perpetual stomping, although it might not be as effective, every time you use kick, you'll still reset leap. So you'll have that like synergy going there where you can constantly at least get some of your fury back. Each time you do a kick, you'll immediately have a leap active. And you can do that in sequence too. So you can like leap, kick, leap. So that's like 3 cooldowns, like back to back, essentially. And then you're still going to get earthquakes from leap as well. So you don't necessarily need the ground stop to make the earthquakes happen either. Although you will get more earthquakes with ground stomp. But as Leon said, you don't have to use the ground stomp to get earthquakes or the leap. You can also use Call of the Ancients, which if you're using those pants, you could potentially force more earthquake leaps that way. Which also works. And the cooldown reduction on those pants is insane, isn't it? Like if you get like a GA.
Yeah.
It goes like, I think it's like 75% easily, and you can get your Call of the Ancients cooldown really, really low. Do they also inherit your thorns?
I don't know. That'd be interesting. They are considered minions. I think they get the same thing from that one patch.
So if they count as
though?
They attack and stuff. If they count,
can they be attacked?
Yeah, I think so. You could test it in the training room now that they got the attack thing on the training room. Here, let me put a point into it, and I'll go test it.
I don't think they have a health bar.
Let's see. I will grab the thorns ones real quick, and we should test it.
I definitely need Shaco though.
Craft one new.
Well, you need Shaco.
We can get one from all those bosses.
No, I didn't get a single Uber.
Honestly,
they're mythic.
Well, no, you can't use that item. But so you can actually set these guys up. I haven't tested this. Attacks, physical.
They hit pretty hard. I don't think they can kill you though, but they hit really hard.
Oh, I need a weapon. I mean, I have no clue whether they were doing thorns damage. I don't even... How much thorns do I actually have? I currently have 70 thorns. Well, I don't even know. Um, 38 is what I'm currently doing when they hit me. So let's see if I see... It's at 38 exactly. So let me, let them hit the Ancients, and I'll see if I see a 38 exact pop up.
I'm not ready yet.
Am I gonna play Warhammer? What Warhammer game? Am I gonna do a Warhammer game coming out? I don't know. There's too many numbers popping up. I can't really tell. They're like whirlwinding and doing all sorts of crazy things on the screen. I can't tell whether or not they're getting hit or whether they're just like hitting the monster. All of them are doing things.
Leon, you want to see this? Like my numbers are pretty terrible, but able to see what. Here's what I have so far.
I mean, we don't know if your numbers are terrible.
Where are the numbers? I can't see the numbers.
I can't.
$20K? $40K? That's way too low.
Yeah, like the biggest ones I see is like
383, 620. All right, so 620 with all the multipliers.
I see 140s, 26s, 180s.
And then obviously my cooldowns aren't great right now.
I don't know what that was. Some sort of feedback loop in the speakers.
You put everything on the bar except kick.
Yeah, I don't know what to like take off.
What's your fury? So the whole point of us suggesting kick is so you can instantly spend fury. You don't have to spin.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Like,
I'm not.
You don't
I'm
want
literally
to be doing
clicking.
whirlwind unless you build dust devils.
Like I'm just clicking. I'm not actually holding it. I'm just spamming everything.
You still have to cast that. How many times is it? How much resources again? Let me look.
I mean,
25 fury times 10, right? So 250 fury. Or no, it's times 12. So 300 fury you need to spend.
Mm-hmm.
That's your goal, is 300 fury. Whirlwind is probably the worst spender of fury.
Like this is all I need to keep up right here.
For speed, because it's like a channel thing.
This right here is all I need to keep up, which it lasts a long time. Like it's still up, and then I click once, it's still up.
Oh, it just refreshes it?
Yeah.
Rebuild it?
I mean, he does have the 12 buffs up. I'm looking at this bar. It's up all the time, but
Yeah, because
I mean,
refreshes.
I think you're still wasting your time, like, spamming whirlwind. Like, I feel like you could be doing something else useful there. Would probably
I have to use
be more
whirlwind for
helpful.
the channel, unless I get rid of the channel.
No, you're still tapping it, but like it's basically a cooldown at that point. You tap it every now and then, like you don't gotta press it all the time. But I
I'm
guess
still just tapping it right now.
But I guess what I'm saying is you're kind of like I feel like you need something else there to use in place so that you have something to do while you're letting the monsters wail on you. I mean, I don't know what exactly you would have there, but I mean, trying to think here.
What boots are you using?
So here's a
just now.
I was thinking of a silly idea. What if he used like the third blade so that he could spam Steel Grasp as fast as he possibly can to pull the monsters in so that he's actually hitting them all with the thorns? Because the needle flare aspect. No, it's not going to count as a cooldown, but I mean, you already have plenty of cooldowns though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you only need to perform one cooldown every 5 seconds. So the 12 stacks of the Barbed Carapace refresh. Does the cooldown 5-second one refresh? Or does that one 5 seconds and then you have to immediately cast another cooldown?
I honestly don't even see that on my bar ever.
Well, just stand there and don't do anything and just tap something and see what happens. Just tap one cooldown. Does it pop up on your bar then?
No.
How many earthquake stacks are you getting?
I have no idea.
Do you have the aspect for leap generating earthquakes or no?
Yeah, you have to have that one, otherwise it won't. Or do you have to have the glyph for the multiplier?
Yeah, the leap one goes on the pan, so you can put your channeling on your boots. You could do that. Put that on boots and put leap on the pans.
Mm-hmm.
So you get more earthquakes.
Yeah, also the glyph. Like, if you're using the earthquakes, you gotta have the multiplier glyph, otherwise it doesn't do anything. It's the one that gives you 10% multiplier per earthquake active up to, what do you say, it's 50 now?
Yeah, he's using it.
Okay.
What's your amulet? Critical strike rate. What? Oh no. Oh no. That doesn't help your thorns at all. Ugh. No.
What's
put the ground stomp earthquake multiplier on the neck or something. That's
This
like
one?
yeah, because that'll be
Oh, yeah.
25% damage. It'll be like 30 something.
Well, I don't even have max yet.
45% if you had max.
30.
It'd be 45 on the neck multiplier.
Yeah.
If you had max.
What's the leap?
It's defensive, so it has to go on like your pants or something.
Yeah,
What was
aspect
it
of
called, though?
Cathos.
Top right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aspect of the bull Cathos.
So that actually will give you earthquakes
Yep.
from leaping.
then-
Your neck should be the ground, the one for ground stomp, because that's at least a multiplier. That's big.
Wait, what?
Yep, ETH.
Oh.
You forgot the R.
Do you have a Doombringer?
Yeah, he has an old one though, not a new one.
Oh, okay.
He has like old. He doesn't have, I guess, enough sparks to craft up. We could do more bosses with him.
Well, a lot of your thorns is going to come from that Doombringer buff, I think. So you want to like triple greater ethics the life.
What would I want on my gloves
masterwork.
then?
Just more multipliers. So all we're doing is multi. So did you fix your boots yet? Did you get your channeled boots? Make
Oh,
that
no.
the channeled.
Or I could put the channel there, or no?
You could put it on gloves, but gloves you can get another multiplier. I'd rather.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get you damage, boy.
Okay, so
So we just need to look for an offensive multiplier. Another one.
don't need this.
I'm looking at all the
ring.
uniques right now to kind of see what he's got available.
So we can go. So I need to find you 2 more multipliers. Is what you're telling me.
Yes.
Okay. Are you making the enemies vulnerable? And with what?
Yes.
What's
Steel
proper
grasp.
vulnerable? So grass. Okay.
And then also, core skills has a chance.
Oh, do
So
you have
we're
the
all-
leap cooldown thing on the ring? It's like permanent leap.
No.
Yeah, you can put that.
Have the runes been unlocked yet? I don't think so.
And then on your gloves, you can put aspect of elements. Until I find something better.
I'm looking at all the uniques to see if he has.
Would
Do the Fist
Ancestral
of
Ethics
Fate?
be any good?
Do the Fist of Fate affect his thorns?
What are you looking for? Leap resource. If it's ring, it's resource for the leap cooldown. And what was your question?
Would
Giant strides. Giant strides resource. Giant strides
Yep.
resource. And
Why-
then that elements.
elements?
Yeah, it's just another multiplier. I'm just trying to find you multipliers.
You want to fight? Mr. Dusty Bones, you wants to fight? Because I'll fight you. I got a pinky, that's it. My pinky
Retribution's
versus you.
good too. If you can keep up stun. Can you keep up stuns?
I can stun with this, doesn't it? Yeah, 1 second though.
If you can keep it up, then retribution. If not, go elements.
So
Probably not.
another way that he could potentially scale his damage, and I was just thinking about this, is bleeds. So not bleeds as in like stacking bleeds, but he's going to be making everything bleed. So on his Paragon board, he could be pulling all the like damage bonus while monster is bleeding stuff. There's a couple boards that have that on it. I don't know how many boards he currently has access to, but you're probably limited already in like the number of things that you can get access to. So like when you go to the Paragon board, I can't access the Paragon board on this Barbarian. It sucks.
I have bleed. I have the bleed stuff.
Yeah, so you can grab all the damage increased while monster is bleeding, which is going to help you out a lot.
Right here.
I mean, you got also while berserking, you're doing the blood rage node too, right? You got that scaled properly with the berserking damage.
It will be once I fill this board out.
Okay.
Which.
And then your barbed carapace is also technically a close attack. So damage increased, like damage increased while close. There's a couple things on there that scale with that. I'm trying to think like off the top of my head. Probably better if I just pull up a Paragon board, but I know the ones on Diablo 4.life aren't updated for the PTR. And why would they be? Because that's silly.
I think D4 builds did update theirs.
For the PTR?
Mm-hmm.
Leon, this is ridiculous right here. Just these four nodes are just nuts. Earthquake duration.
That's kind of crazy. So you basically have max earthquake duration.
Yeah, just from right there.
Cool.
So it didn't look like from the video I saw that you can crit or overpower the thorns damage. So you're left with like vulnerable.
That's what I'm stacking pretty much.
Yeah, he has to stack vulnerable. He has to stack life. He has to stack generic multipliers.
Yeah, so like decimator. Trying to see here. Man, there's really not a lot in here for the thorns, is there? I mean, obviously you could take...
Honestly, I feel like they need to make this a times instead of a plus. Then maybe it'd be viable.
Well, you have a times from the razor plate. That's where, like... I think that's where your big hits are coming in. So that's where you're seeing your, like, 600, 700 Ks. I think that's when your razor plate is triggering.
I'm not even using razor plate right now. I wasn't using razor blade.
Oh, well, you definitely want to be using razor blade. That's a multiplier. That's one of your biggest multipliers right there, is a 200 times multiplier.
But does that apply to...
That applies to all your thorns. So when you hit a target with thorns, it's going to multiply your thorns by the 200% times. Not only that, but it gives you a large amount of thorns as well. I don't think you can run that build without razor blade. The sheer amount of thorns that it gives you combined with the multiplier that it gives you is too much. And then on top of that, you can masterwork it. So you definitely want to masterwork it to 12, get an ancestral version, bring it up to 12 ranks so you get as much thorns from that thing as you possibly can. And then you're looking at like a massive amount of thorns just from the razor blade itself. It's really the multiplier, not the thorns itself, but it's that multiplier that they added that's the most amazing thing, because it's a 200% times multiplier specifically for your thorns. Which I'm assuming is also going to apply to your barbed carapace. It's also going to apply to your needle flare aspect if you're using that. Which, honestly, the needle flare aspect's kind of insane. I'm trying to think here. There's so much fun stuff with the barbarian. I made so many fun barbarians.
Oh, I saw him over a million there. That was the percent from the razor blade, I'm guessing.
Yep. I can't believe you even got 600K without the razor blade. So you're getting millions now with the razor blade.
Oh, he didn't have the razor blade on when he was showing me?
No, he didn't have the razor. No, he didn't have the razor blade.
Well, we can fix up your character.
Look at the resist without the
We gotta just go to your Paragon board.
You're gonna have to fix it in your Paragon board, and you're gonna have to put gems, and that's just how it's gonna have to work. You're
gonna have to use 3 all-res gems. We have to go to your Paragon
you
board.
chose this life, okay?
Yeah, you have to.
And I have every. What is it?
So on the Warbringer board, unless they moved it, there's a resistance to all elements in the glyphs area. And you want to make sure that the glyph that you put in the Warbringer board is a bonus to rare or magic that's going to help the the resistances, unless they moved it. They did move around a bunch of stuff, so check some of the other boards. See if there's a resistance all next to a glyph socket, and make sure you have the magic one, or the increase all magic or increase all rare nodes to that one, because you just want to shift it around a little bit. So it's not on the Warbringer anymore. It looks like they moved it. What about the other ones? That's elites, berserking, so that's not it either. They might have moved it out. I don't know. That's damage while berserking. Okay. So it's not next to any of the glyph sockets anymore? That's really unfortunate. Damage to elites, a physical damage. What's that one? Not next to the glyphs. Physical damage, and yeah, so they moved it outside of it. That sucks. So you can't scale it anymore.
Just the one that's there.
That's what they did. They basically moved it away from it deliberately. Well, you're going to have to look for individual resistances and see if there's any. One. Yeah, there you go. That's one right there. So you're going to have to take that. You might also have to take... I was actually thinking about this for your build. It's not, like, terrible. It really depends on how aspect starved you are, but doesn't Rakanoth's Wake have, like, 35 all-res on it? And it also spams fire damage every single time you use a cooldown, and you're spamming cooldowns.
I was thinking about that one too, yeah.
But I don't know if that's going to cause you to give up something that you need. Those Ariat pants also have a high amount of resistances on them too, the Ariat's bearing. Boop, 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 boop. What are you using on your boots? I know Leon just told you to put it on there. Oh yeah, the channeling. Okay. And then you got the Volcathos on the pants, and you've got the, what's on your gloves? And you just got like the generic multiplier on your gloves. I was trying to think if there was a better, like, multiplier that you could put on your gloves, but...
Retribution, but he can't keep up stun, he said. You'd have to... Look, maybe you can temper lucky hit stun chance on your pants and stuff.
Well, what if he uses that rune word with the Petrify tomorrow? Free stuns every 5 seconds? Use the cooldown thing so you can spam it with cooldowns? I see you got Ring of the Starless in there too. It's not a bad choice. Thorns while berserking. What was on your amulet again? The ground stomp damage? That's the man with the multipliers, yeah. I mean, so Steel Grasp is interesting with this because you get free, and it also gives you the 60 times multiplier. I forgot about that.
And all cooldown reduction. And damage to close is pretty nice too with this.
I'm just curious if, like, more thorns would be better, because it's a whole, like, base increase thing. The 60% multiplier is probably better. But I was just thinking, like, from the top of my head, what if you took the thorns while channeling, and you put that on the amulet, and then you took because you can put that on an amulet, and it will give you more thorns that way, and then you keep the thorns while berserking on the two-hander. Then you could take the ground stomp one, and because since you can't put that on a two-hander, you could put that in place of the steel grasp, which would give you a 60 times multi there from the stomps. And I don't know if that would be better. It might not be better. But you would then have a higher thorns from the channeling, which would be a higher base, and you would get a 60 multi from the ground stomp. Then you could put something else in the place of the boots. Not entirely sure what.
I don't know if Deathwitch is even worth it because that's 900 from doubled.
I mean, it's hard to underestimate base. because you get so much with base. Also, I'd like you to test something out real quick. So just like, so right now you're getting hit. So you have, what, 120602. Like, you don't need to do anything. I just want to see, like, that was a 5. So it's pretty static between like 5 and 16k, right?
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay, just go grab a bunch of just rubies, or I think it's rubies for strength, right? Just throw rubies in all your equipment real quick, just to see if they stack your thorns. It should be pretty drastic.
That small number just went up when I did that.
6, 2, 3, 8. That was a 42. So it does look like your strength is scaling the thorns as well.
Yeah.
So in your case, stacking strength gems in all of your equipment is going to make a big difference as well. So if you grab grands in all 6 of your slots, which means you might not want to put the rune words in your armors. You might want to put the rune words in your weapons. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what most barbs are going to do, because their strength is just way better.
Yeah. So you want to grab another socket in your razor plate and like deck that out, and then see how much further you can push it. Also on your Paragon board, you're probably going to pull like all the strength that you possibly can too. You may want to get a necklace that has +% strength on it.
I do.
And like a greater affix it and like masterwork that jank up, because that'll help out a lot as well. I'm trying to think. There's something else I'm forgetting. I know there is. Hold on. For Thorns builds, if your resistance to physical attacks is higher, does that mean your monster's lower damage? It's not a reflect in this game. In Diablo 2, it was a reflect. It's not a reflect in this game. So that what you're talking about is like a reflect. Oh, where's my Diablo 4 life?
So what's your damage now? What was your highest numbers now that you made all these changes? We'll fix your resistance in a little bit.
410. I'm saying 410. That was before he got everything stacked. That was pretty good. 1 million.
Yeah, so we already improved this build massively. We just have to fix your You're gonna have to focus your Paragon board and rush all the resist nodes.
Yeah, we're making progress. So, what are the boots for Barbarian? I want to take a look at
1.6. That's way better than you were at.
Oh hell yeah! I still want to. I still want to see if maybe switching around the thorn stuff for the higher base is better for him or not. It'd be a good check.
I mean,
I know the multipliers are important. I'm not saying that like that's a bad setup. It's actually a really good setup. But it could be interesting to test to see how important those base numbers are to the total output. Just swapping around that and losing a 60% multiplier, but gaining even just a small amount of thorns. Is he going to see higher numbers, or is he going to see lower numbers?
Where do you want the thorns? I'm sorry.
So the idea is that he would move the ground stomp to his two-hander where the Ancient's Oath is, and then he would move the channeling to the amulet for the extra bonus.
Oh.
Because the channeling does have 1,165, and it would gain the amulet bonus, because you can do that because anything can go in the amulet slot. But he can't put the boot one on his two-hander, but he can put the ground stomp on his two-hander.
So he can put the ground stomp on his gloves, because elements is only 15% multi. He can put the if you want to try it, just put the ground stomp back on the gloves and put the boots on the neck, and then the boots you can go back to your. I don't know if that 10% multi when you pull in is going to help you that much. I can look for something better.
Well, are they changing that too? Because in my build planner it says that what is it? Wild Bolt.
So what was his current? Yeah, Wild Bolt is really nice with a pull-in, the constant pull-in.
In the planner that I have, it says that it's 30%, which is weird.
Well, try that real quick. Swap your ground stomp to your gloves and swap the channeling to your neck. I just want to see how much of a difference it makes to put the channeling on your neck. It might not be worth it, but we're testing, right? I mean, this is PTR.
Yep.
What about also, like, if this works, what about Yen's Blessing to help out with his resistance issues? It'll also cast a free cooldown.
Yeah, because we're freeing up the boot slot, we can put resistances on the boots. So Yen's Blessing would be nice. Or Rakenov's. They both have resist now, right? Both of those boots? They have like 36%.
Yeah, they're really nice.
Yeah, 52 if they're, greater affix.
So yeah, see that? Look, that's an extra like 640 some odd, or not 640, like 540 thorns, like going from the base thorns to the new thorns. So that's interesting. Yeah. So change that to the amulet, and then change
this
your.
Will help Victor's res. Yeah, we should do this. Yeah. And then ground stop goes on the gloves.
Yeah, ground stomp goes on the gloves. So that's earthquake, I think, or you can just type ground. Yeah. What are you doing, little turd boy? Why you smell like a chinchilla? Smell like a baka. And see what.
Could the ground stomp go on two-hander and gain 60%?
But you're using the thorns on the two-hander.
You're using the thorns, so we don't want to take that off. That's all.
Let's just try it like this for right now, and then you can grab something else on the boots for the moment. I mean, there's a lot of different aspects for the boots these days.
Yeah, there's like
there's some. Honestly, I think. Is he using needle flare anywhere? He's got it on the sword or something.
Yeah, it's on the one-hand sword.
Yeah. So like pulling the monsters in is actually surprisingly effective if you have like the wild bolt or something, because what it's going to do is it's going to like pull them in, and then the needle flare is going to explode and it's going to hit all of them. It'll actually be a lot more effective than you think. So that might actually work out nicely. Let's see what
Yens for him, Ginger.
Yens. I think I do have some Yens. Hold on.
Yeah, because we may fix his resist, and Yens will just fix them.
I have a new pair. Hold on.
That's an old.
I got some newbie boobies.
Wait, where's the resist? There's no resistance on those.
Those are a really old one.
Yeah, I got a pair of 750s right here. Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
I got 750s with a 48% chance, and they have 31.5% movement speed. I'm actually in the training room right now, so. I mean, alternatively, what are the other ones? Do I have them? I don't know if I have them. I don't think I have the other ones.
Let me see your Yens. Let me see them.
Oh, you're in normal. I was like, how did my armor go up?
Oh yeah, my bad. Aaron, let me leave because I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. This guy hasn't been leveled up yet at all. He's just. I only logged into him to look at the skill tree for you. That's all I was doing. You're still in normal.
Oh, change your world chair.
Yeah, I thought it would have transferred you back. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Mr. Nimoy. I mean, Mr. Dusty Bones.
Oh, and I'll be gaining armor once I get a Shaco.
Would you like an almondo? Don't like almondos. Would you like a cashew? You don't like cashews. Would you like a hazelnut? You don't like hazelnuts. Would you like a pecan? You thought twice about that one. They're pretty good. They taste like buttery goodness. All right. I mean, that 35 all res is going to be clutch on a barb. I certainly would be sad about it.
I would masterwork the heck out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Also hope for greater affix versions.
Does Yens give you more resist than Rakenov's?
They both are similar, I think.
Yeah, but the other thing is the Yens works into your build because it gives you free cooldowns. What's up, King Vicious? We're testing.
Yep.
We're doing our best heckin' job to testy besties. So what are your resistances on Torment 4 now? That's not bad. That's workable.
And look at his jewelry. He doesn't even have like.
Yeah, you're gonna as a barbarian, you're gonna stack strength and you're gonna get tons of armor. So you need to like move those.
Armor on the Paragon board.
Yeah, once you start working into the Paragon board.
Well, Shaka will take care of the armor, and then I
Yeah.
can put in. Well,
What do you got?
yeah.
Tuskel Majorance the Mighty on?
Yeah, it's garbage.
Oh my god. Why you got that? Hang on.
I gave him a double greater affix one.
Wait, you gave me a double greater affix?
Yeah,
What?
you picked it up. Someone picked it up. I saw you.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I gave you one.
When?
Was
When
it
we
in
were
your
doing
stash?
bossing. It's probably in
I
your
didn't
stash.
see it.
Someone picked it up. I watched it.
This is
tell us
all
what
I got
Tuskel-
today. This is all I got today.
He destroyed it.
Somebody picked
No.
it up.
This is all the graders I got today.
Somebody picked it up.
This is
Did
all
you
the old
destroy
stuff.
it?
No, I didn't destroy any of the graders I got. Look at all these stupid soul
Dude,
brands.
someone literally, it was you picking it up. I watched you.
I don't have it.
You destroyed it.
No, I didn't. This is
You
all the graders I got today.
you
Why would I
picked
keep
it
all
up.
these stupid soul brands?
You picked it up.
Hmm.
You picked it up in town, right by the blacksmith. Did you just go straight and destroy it? You're like, I don't need this.
No. I kept all my graders. They're all right here.
Why would you destroy it?
I would destroy it. Oh my god! You would have like here's a quad greater affix George the Mighty. I'm like, oh, that's nice. Thank you. I'm gonna destroy that for materials. I appreciate it. This thing looks beautiful in the dirt, ripped up to pieces. Will you stop
Honestly,
chewing
you
on
should
my
be
stuff?
using something like Godslayer, where you should have gotten 1 million of them today. It's probably
I didn't
better.
get any. I didn't get any graders. Yeah, I should have kept a regular one.
All right, come on.
I have an old version.
Quit keeping us in suspense. Let's see your new damage output.
Stop pulling out the old
Yeah.
garbage.
Yeah, set up the dummies again like you had them before.
Oh, yeah.
So the highest number I saw before was 1,000,006.
physical.
It's like 1,006,222 or something.
I'm just curious if this is higher or if it's not. I mean, if it's not higher, it's not higher. But I don't know if the base is gonna like increase his multiplier better. I saw at 927. There was a mill. You said he had 1.6 before.
Yep. But this is also just helping his resist situation, so it may be better for now. There's a 1.1.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like the earthquakes are providing a large amount of multi. More multi than it seems.
With the earthquakes on my weapon.
1.231. Well, that's what I was thinking, is instead of putting the earthquake on your gloves, you put the earthquake on your weapon, and then maybe you don't lose as much damage output, but then you lose the multiplier from the Ancient's Oath, which is 60.
Ancient Oath.
Your axe.
Oh no, I meant put this down here.
You can't put the channel. You can't put the channeling
No.
one on the hander, but you can put the earthquakes one on your two-hander. But then you'd have to take your channeling one or your thorns while berserking and put that on your gloves.
Mm-hmm.
You lose like 400 thorns, 425.
But he
You'd
would
lose
gain.
400
But he
base.
would gain another 25 multi. I don't know. It's definitely something you got to play around with.
Try it. What's the largest number we've
Yeah.
seen this time? Was 1.2?
Yeah, 1 point.
So we went from 1.6 to 1.2, but that's because you lost the multiplier. I mean, it says like we sacrificed a multiplier, but we also helped your resistances. So
Actually, yeah,
Oh, yeah, we
that
also
35
changed the
all res is
multiplier.
nice.
and you got to masterwork it.
Yeah. Let me go switch these two and see what happens.
You could do some Lord Zier, see if we can get you better ones.
Gooderest or bestest. Yeah, that one that's on your two-hander doesn't seem as powerful as the channeling one.
Not
I
even
was looking
close.
at your channeling one on the amulet is like 1700 plus, and that one even on a two-hander is only 850. So that one might actually not be a bad idea to throw on the gloves because you're not
Well,
really losing as much.
But he has a low version of that because the weapon base is low too.
Because it's
As a
based off the
Oh.
weapon.
Yes, because
It's
it's
a
a
item
flat
power?
it's a flat damage thing. Yeah.
How much would the item power actually affect that, though?
I don't know. Try swapping it though. Let's see how it goes. Because I think that's gonna up your damage.
So rank 16 is 466. It goes up to 21, or 494. Sorry.
So 494 times 2.
Yeah, so it'd be almost 1,000. But then
Not
I
much.
gotta see.
Just let's give it a try. So 1.2 like something is your current. We'll give it a try and see and switch it around. If it gets worse, then it's not as good. So you want the ground stomp one there, or earthquakes. That one, yeah. You need a better earthquakes too, because you're only at 25 times. Because when you get 30 times, that's going to be 60% multi, which is going to be a much nicer than the 50%. And then did you put the one on your thorns on your gloves? Yeah. So try that now. Let's see how that works. He also doesn't have any gems in his weapons. Like, is there any gems for his weapons? I think you want vulnerable gems.
Would be runes.
Vulnerable blues.
They would be runes though.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Because we're switching to the runes to make sure that you have your strength in your armor. You got vulnerable gems
in your armor. So like, what are you trying to troll us? Like, just
don't put anything in your armor right now because we're doing tests. You're gonna mess up the test.
Yeah.
We already have the numbers for the current equipment that you're wearing. So, but you do want to put strength armor gems in your chest.
He's trolling us.
He is trolling us. He should have done that to begin with. So 660. I saw 1.1 already. You haven't even like built up full momentum yet. Looking for the big boy numbers, the chonky boy hits. 630, 766. A 1.5.
1.59. It was 1.6. So he got back to
2
where
mil,
he was.
2 mil. He's at 2 mil now.
So he's above to where he was. So
Yeah,
this is just a better setup.
Yeah, so go ahead and throw some more strength. Get 2 strength gems for your razor plate. And let's see how far that pushes you to.
Yeah. Just multipliers, baby.
Not even
Knight was sitting there like, I'm only doing a couple 100K, and then we go in like 2 mil a night. What do you think about that, Knight? What you think about
Hi, dude. I'm first time trying PTR. Don't know how long it'll last till Expo releases. Expansion is like in October, my friend. Derek Bendover, how often do I change the bath dust? You don't leave it in there permanently. It can cause damage to them. You only put it in there for temporary, and then you take it out when they're done. You don't leave it in there all the time.
Unsocket the ones.
And you throw away the dust when you're finished. You don't reuse it.
Unsocket for materials.
Oh yeah.
Let's unsocket.
Noob.
I forgot that they were in there.
Your materials doesn't look like it's favorited to me too. Make sure you start favoriting your gear before you delete it.
Yeah, before you accidentally delete your materials.
Those boots aren't favorited.
I never do this. I always just do this. See?
Okay, just favorite your gear. Please, you're giving me a hard time.
You're giving me anxiety. You're scaring me, and like you're hurting. You're hurting my feelings. Stop doing that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop. He keeps junking his materials. He's gonna destroy it by accident.
It's legacy. Like this is legacy too.
Why are you keeping all those legacy mythics? Craft a new one.
We're trying to get your highest damage output, right? There's a thorns potion. Isn't there a thorns potion or a strength potion or something? Like there's a one that gives you a bunch of thorns. Yeah, increases your armor by 50 and 250 thorns. Yeah, grab that.
Knight, do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Do me a favor, Knight.
Mm-hmm.
How many mythics do you have and how many sparks? Like that's one. The materials is 2. No, don't show me that because you need that. That's it. And how many sparks do you have?
None.
What the heck, dude? We got
0. You only have 3. You only have 3 mythics, really? What did it get snapshotted really early in the season?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you've got gems in your gear. You got pretty much everything set up. You got your tempers set up on like your gloves and stuff for the fortified thorns?
No. No.
All right, so grab the fortified thorns on your gloves or your whichever one you're missing. So you got it on your pants. What about your gloves? Can't you do it on the gloves too?
I'm not sure.
What are those gloves? Isn't there something better you can roll in there? Or that's like your best stats?
Oh no, they're not.
Well, just see if you can roll fortification. Yeah, you can in the utility section. Yeah. So go ahead and roll your thorns on there as well. So you want thorns well fortified.
Dang, now you weren't even trying, man. Well, my build does no damage. He wasn't even trying.
He didn't even have gems in his equipment. He wasn't even using razor plate.
Dude, this is like the mess I gotta deal with. This is like walking into work in the office and somebody just has like the
Hey, look,
computers all
don't
over
you
the
want
floor.
Outburst, Razor? Huh? I'm just joking. I'm trolling you.
gonna
It gave him
move
Outburst.
second.
It gave him. There we go.
Oh,
11. Nice. All right. What about your rings? You can roll what? Resource and defensive on your rings.
Can you roll strength on those gloves? You're giving me a heart attack. Stop. One item at a time.
Yeah. Roll strength. Go enchant
Go
the
to
gloves.
please, my head, dude. You say you do no damage, but your gear. You need to. People need to start paying attention.
Yeah, and you have the percentage on your amulet too. So, yeah, just go ahead and enchant.
Please put strength.
Please put strength on there.
Please, you're giving me agita. Please. Just strength.
He's got 1.5 billion gold. 1.5 billion.
Just strength. How are you not getting strength? It's like the most popular thing. What are these gloves made of? Titanium?
I never get what I want.
All right, and then the next thing that you need to do to kind of max out your
Gain
damage,
20 armor.
you got to go to your amulet and you need to masterwork the strength bonus. That's what you need to masterwork. You need to like reset it.
Yeah.
You need to reset it. No. Well, yeah, I guess you could do that. I thought you were gonna roll off the strength for a second there. I was like, oh my
You
god.
can do that. We can do that.
You gave me a
while
heart attack. You stop giving me heart attacks.
Dude, night is dangerous to watch, man. This is like
Don't
if this
do
was
it.
a streamer, I couldn't watch.
I'm cringing. I'm like squinting and cringing.
Okay. What else did you roll
Please,
with the amulet?
please click the button. Please.
I mean, you can get passives on here, so getting maybe like outburst or something might be good. I don't know. Your maximum life. I don't know if you can get the maximum life one.
That's pretty good. So survivability is always good next. Armor.
Yeah, grab that.
You're not armor capped. You're not armor capped. Take the armor. Take the armor.
Just take the armor and move on. There you go.
You're armor capped.
Now you're
Good.
armor capped. Look at that.
You're well above.
Well
Okay.
above.
You can always reroll it later.
Okay.
Now go masterwork it.
Yeah, you need to masterwork the strength because that's where you're getting a lot of your multiplier from. So if it doesn't masterwork the,
any masterworking yet.
I mean, masterworking is important.
Wait, you haven't done any masterworking? You're in T4 and you're like, my build does no damage?
Okay, well, before you do the amulet, okay, take your armor and masterwork the armor to 4 because that's where a lot of your thorns is coming from. Just go ahead and masterwork the armor to 4 because that's going to give you a bonus.
My heart hurts right now.
His build doesn't do any damage. Okay, shush.
My build doesn't do any damage. I haven't done anything to my character.
Now masterwork your amulet. Do the amulet next. Actually, yeah, amulet, and then you hit strength right off the bat. Nice. Okay, now you already have your Doombringer masterworked. It looks like.
Dude, we're powering him up.
This is the old one, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess that's not an ancestral amulet, so you can't really do anything else to it. Fortification on your pants and the fortification on your gloves can be enhanced. So do the pants and the gloves next because those have your Fort Thorns bonus. So you're going to enhance your Fort Thorns bonus. You might not get it, but it'll still enhance your strength and other stats, so that's fine. And then do your gloves next. Even just the passive masterworking will enhance the percentage bonus to your fortification, which is going to...
Remember he was under armor cap? Look at his armor right now. 2K.
Holy crap, he's at 2K. Okay, so now let's go test out your guy and let's see what kind of numbers you can hit.
Do I want to masterwork this? Probably?
Yes. And put you have unlimited materials tomorrow. Don't worry about your materials. You
got unlimited. You probably also have a bunch of masterwork materials in the alchemist that you can convert that you probably didn't convert.
It's good enough for now.
I think that's the worst thing you could have rolled.
Yeah. I mean, reroll it, sure. Strength would be probably best, or cooldown.
Cooldown reduction, yeah, beautiful. What are you doing, little buddy?
It looks like you need a new ring because that ring looks brick to me.
Yeah, it's broken. It was when I was using Wrath of Berserker. I'm not using it anymore, so.
What are the other temper recipes for
I have a
weapons
generic
besides
ring you
whirlwind?
can use.
I have a ring actually. I think.
I just want to see
one.
like if there's anything else that
Yeah,
could be
it's
better
Earthquake
for
can
him.
cast twice is what he should be having. It's
Yeah,
an
Earthquake.
right now.
Earthquake quick cross, yeah. What he said. Earthquake can cast twice, that's what you want. Why are you trying to bite me, sir? Don't bite me, I don't like it.
And this is painful. And please put blue gems in your weapons, please. You don't have runes right now? You think I was playing without gems in T4? You think I just went to the hardest difficulty, the hardest bosses, and just said no tempering, no gems? We did that for fun all the way up to like T3.
We did it for fun.
But once you get to T3 and T4, please try. Put some effort in.
Why are you trying to
damage.
bite me? Weirdo. Bitey biter. Bitey biter. Is the I don't really know if the did they take out the natural schemes on the tempering panel? Like the thorns, the flat thorns bonus? Did they take that out?
His resists are almost good. This is sweet. Flat thorns, where was that, Ginger?
It's in natural schemes under the utility section. I don't know if that's better than the one that he's using. What is it? What does it say for you? Because mine's like not geared up properly. It's under utility natural schemes.
Natural middle-ish, yeah. Up to.
Oh, it's only 70. That's
like
pathetic.
70 raw thorn.
I don't know if that's going to be better than 11% thorns well fortified. I don't feel like it is.
No,
not with the amount of thorns that you're pushing out.
And that percentage scales probably way harder than the other one.
All right, let's see your big old thorns numbers now. Come on.
Let's go again.
Okay.
Wait, temper that ring.
I'm gonna pull it up so you guys can see it, but
What's
unfortunately, when I pull it up,
one you add. What's the most generic?
when I pull it up so you guys can see it, they can't hear me.
Vulnerable, right?
So
vulnerable damage is your most generic.
Do
you use damage while berserking? Do you have that
Yeah.
bonus? Do you have that maxed on your Paragon board? Do you have that multiplier?
Yeah.
Is it capped?
It will be. I don't know if it is yet.
Well,
'Cause I haven't
don't
gone
tell me it
down
will
to-
be. You're saying your build does no damage. No, we don't live in that area.
Oh, I don't even have it yet. I don't even have it yet.
Okay, you're missing a 30% multiplier. Can we please get that?
Yeah, can we get that?
So how am I going to get to it?
There's no way you didn't get that. All I did was rush my glyphs in my legendary node. Stop. Oh, maximize the screen. Maximize the screen. Maximize the screen. Okay. Now you have all these extra blue points I'm noticing. Can we get rid of all these extra blue points and get them later and go get your 30% damage,
This one
please?
for sure, yeah.
Can we go get your 30% damage, please? All right, start putting points towards it. Let's see how many you need.
Hold on. Go back down to that.
Stop giggling, Ginger.
All right, you need what? Oh, you need like 5 points. Just start taking like -1 blue from each section. Go to each section and -1 blue 5 times.
Life? Get rid of life.
No, I didn't say to minus all 5 life nodes. I did not. My heart.
Knight's gonna kill us.
Somebody help me.
I can't watch. No, I don't want to watch.
All right, which ones?
Can I just take control of your mouse?
Remote in, let him in. Oh man.
I don't know why that willpower one was there.
Yeah, just do things like that 5 times. What you just did. Damage to elites. Who cares? 30% multi versus additive damage. Like, all right, you got 3. Find 2 more, please, from the heavens. 3-shotter.
There you
go. Okay, go. 30% multi. Look, where do I get the points from? I don't know, Knight. Where'd you get the points from? You got 2 extra points out of it. Put some points back into your health.
I already did that.
Oh.
Wait, damage to elites is better than that.
Okay, now go to the training dummy. Or temper something on that ring, because you already had Berserking Cap, it looks like. So temper vulnerable, I guess? Whatever's higher. Is Berserking higher than vulnerable?
Yeah.
Which one's higher?
Not close.
What's the highest like relevant damage?
60 for two-handers.
No, I don't think that applies.
70 for Berserking.
70 Berserking. What's the other one? So Berserking just higher. Do you have a percentage thing that increases vulnerable though?
You're
Is
killing
damage
me.
what
You're
War
killing me,
Cry
Mike.
bad?
You're killing me.
If I can keep it up?
I'm dying.
You dead?
I'm over in the other chat watching for the stream so they can see.
Ginger,
But like I'm over dying.
He pumped his boards up for like 8 damage to elites in like 7 decks instead of getting 30% multiplier.
Multipliers are always better.
This is why people hear me say the game is easy and they're like, I'm dying on baby mode. I'm dying on hard and expert. This is what happens. This stuff.
Well, the problem I'm having right now, like that you just saw, is in my build planner I have all of that, but I don't have the Paragon points to get to it.
You had the points. You chose to spend them unwisely, sir.
No, I just spent them on following the path that I had on my planner.
No, that's not how you play the game. You get the most important things first, and then you go for the little things later.
Yeah. Okay. So
temper something. I don't. Some kind of damage. That one's a 1 in 4. That's pretty hard to hit.
Dust devil damage. Woo! Life is like a hurricane. Dust tails. Ooh woo. Life is like a hurricane.
What's the other one? Hold on. Before you spam it. Hold on. What's the
Oh.
other worldly finesse? Go down to worldly. That's a 1 in 3. It's probably a little easier.
But that's 55. Wouldn't just close. Oh, that's the same. And that's
45 or 55. Yeah. I would just go for the highest percent chance. I mean, the first one's probably your best because they're all relevant, right? They're all relevant except for distant.
Mm-hmm.
Just grab it before you brick the ring. Just grab some kind of damage. Yeah, good enough.
And then
whatever you're using, whatever's relevant here. Cooldown. Warcry cooldown. That's relevant. You're using Warcry, right?
Yeah.
Warcry cooldown, very relevant. It's actually a 2 out of 3 because both are relevant. Brawling or Warcry. Those are both relevant to your build. You want Brawling, actually. That's good. Good. Because you're using a lot of Brawling.
Yep. Because this is considered Brawling if I'm using the...
Yep. Yeah. And so is your Leap. And your Cry. So three things on your bar is Brawling.
Yeah.
Brawling.
Okay.
Okay. Did you do? Wait, hold on. What? Check. You change gear. Check what's on your ring. What's the aspect on your ring?
Oh, good shot.
Yeah. See, you can't pull the wool over an eyes of a Gambini.
It's so stupid. Oh my god.
What did I have here?
Check your other ring. He can't hear me.
Look at your other ring.
I can't hear me.
Check your ring. Leap.
Hold on, leap. What?
Oh, no, I love you, dude.
Okay. That everything? Masterwork?
Yeah, a little masterwork, just a little. All right, that's good enough for me. This is acceptable. Go to the train dummy. This is acceptable. If this is where you started, then you tell me your build did no damage. I would say yes, your build did no damage. But now let's see what your build does. Already 1.6. Already before he's pumped. Already 2 million. Already 2 million. He's not even heated yet.
Not even heated.
Oh baby, this is so much better.
I'm waiting. Oh, the
2.6.
2.6. 2.3.8.
3 what was that? 3 points?
4.1.
He's doing 4 million, boys, in the
4.1
chat. 4 million. Oh my God. He was doing 300,000. Now he's doing 4 million. What happened, guys? He applied a brain cell to his build. 1 brain cell.
Oh, actually, he applied 3 brain cells. Okay, we got 3 between us.
Man.
I want to join in the chat. Hold on. Come on, give me my mouse. 3 brain cells. Thank you very much. 3 brain cells. We applied 3 brain cells. Mine, Leon's, and Knight's. Okay, that's what you get when you apply 3 brain cells. So now you're at 4.1 million, and you're honestly not even like maxed out scaling. You can definitely get farther. What level are his glyphs? I didn't even look at those. Are his glyphs 46? Well, once you hit 46 on your glyphs, that's going to be a huge boost as well.
Damage you're currently doing now is enough to delete T3. Like, you actually can start competing in T4 with your current damage. Like, you will delete Pit 50.
I was doing T3 before.
Yeah, you're gonna delete.
Not easily, but
you're gonna delete it now.
That's good damage.
Go play with it right now. Go play with your little ridiculous. Yeah, go to a pit or something and laugh
go
at
do
the
a
monsters.
pit, you know.
Watch as the monsters like punch you in the face, and then you just like flex a muscle and their hand breaks. You're like flex a pec.
Oh.
We did it, Leon. We did it.
Dude, I a sigh of relief, man.
How high?
Ooh, Lordy.
His build was literally like we were earlier when we were just not even like trying to. We were deliberately trying not to.
I'm not trying. Like, I don't even need a try in T4, guys. What you and Ginger
What are you
trying?
talking about? You guys are trying?
I'm not gonna try it, bro.
I want to go try now. I'm gonna go try. You made me want to try. I'm gonna go try a tier 68 and get my butt smacked.
No masterworking. No gems.
I'm gonna get my booty cheeks clapped.
No enchanting. I'm not trying. You try it.
You're at 4.1 million, and I think you could get a lot higher. I think you're looking at an upper of like 10, maybe even much higher than that once you start getting all your multis in place.
Why'd you have no potions already?
How did I? I'm not.
You had no potions?
More survivability.
Yeah, and you had no healing.
Armor's good. That's not good though.
We also fixed his resistance issues too. Well, at least mostly. I think with a little bit of work. Did he ever put resistance gems in his equipment and his jewelry?
Yeah, he did. We would just have to probably get him an all res roll on one of his gear, or masterwork his boots. He didn't masterwork his boots. You're not spending Fury fast enough for that to help you.
Yeah.
Did you take the shout heals? Take the shout heals at least. At least take those.
Does that take this off?
You still have 8 points.
Yeah, you still have 8 points.
Oh, why do I have 8 points?
You have 8 points, dude.
Yeah, why?
Did you masterwork your boots for the resist stall too? Can we do that as well?
No.
Yeah, that would help out a lot with your resistances too.
Let's cap your resist by masterworking it on your boots. And then after we do that, we spend your skill points. So skill points are this thing that make your character stronger. And when you die, you spend them.
You know, Knight was this amazing fireball sorceress. I think there's just something lost in translation. He went from Sork Brain to Barb Brain, and it just didn't really translate very well. He was like me. He was like sorceress, fire, lightning, sorceress, fire, fireballs, and now he's like Urka Durka Barb.
I feel like I'm like a kindergarten teacher. So class, you spend your skill points, you temper your gear, you masterwork, you put gems in, you re-roll things, and all of a sudden you're doing damage.
It reminds me, I remember when Adam showed up and he had like no tempers, no anything on his equipment, and he was like struggling with like tier 1 hordes. We like got him hooked up with some tempers, taught him about some of the stuff. He was like murdering tier 4s.
All these points came from when I lost.
How's your fortify?
When you lost what?
When I took off Wrath the Berserker, I had 5 points in that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, then you can stack those in something else.
Yeah, I don't know where.
Are you always fortified or no? Talk to me.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, honestly.
Put the berserking points in. Put the berserk three berserking bottom left, so you're always berserking.
Yeah, I mean, you're
Bottom left.
spamming brawling skills, so that like berserking while brawling is probably the easiest way for you to get full uptime on berserking.
Points, and if you have nowhere else to put points and leap actually reduce its cooldown, I believe.
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't be super mad at points and kick too if you just had a whole bunch of extra points, because that doesn't scale poorly.
He's not using kick. He's not using kick.
Oh, he's not using kick? Oh.
Yeah, he never put it on his bar.
Okay. Do points in challenging shout reduce the cooldown on that, or is that not a...
Good to go. Good to go. That.
Oh, I'm not even using the new multiplier belligerence. Damage with basic increases your damage. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I was thinking he could do that, but he doesn't have any basics in the build, so...
Yeah, I do right now, so I could definitely do that in mine.
Do I even need Fury Generation, I guess? I don't. Probably don't.
I mean, I think you're using Ground Stomp and Leap mainly to get your Fury Generation, so... As long as you're spamming Ground Stomp and Leap, you're fine.
It doesn't crit, so that doesn't do anything.
Holy Jesus. Look at all my beautiful damage numbers. They're still pretty. They're so pretty and witty and bright. They're so pretty.
Ginger?
Yes?
When the raids come in the expansion, we're doing a stream inspection check before someone enters the raid.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's either that or you guys drag us down into the dirt. I mean, I've played enough raids, and Leon's played enough raids, we know from experience, that one bad member or two bad members can just like drag the whole group down in a raid. So, maybe a little bit of inspection beforehand wouldn't hurt.
I don't know, Thorns just confuses me. I really like it, but yeah, stuff that applies to it, stuff. It's really confusing.
Generic multipliers, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, you should have a better understanding of it now, though. I mean, we just took you from 300k to 4.1 million, so... I think if you had a fully masterwork razor plate, it would make a big difference, too, which you don't have.
And ancestral one,
You need an ancestral razor plate fully masterwork to 12. And that's going to make a huge difference in your damage output.
We can do a few.
You need to run some Zeers.
I mean, I'll come with you for some zeros if you need. I don't know. I'm doing a tier 68 right now. I'm just seeing what I can accomplish. I seem to be doing fairly well. I'm ahead of the timer at the very least, which is good.
I have masterwork. I'm used to live where I can't masterwork anything. Did they reduce the cost of masterworking?
I don't think so. I think it's all scaled with objects.
Would Harlequin Crest really be the best option for him? Because doesn't he get?
I don't think he needs it.
But doesn't he get another 11% like Thorns bonus while fortified from the helmet? I think he might be better off with a legendary in that slot.
think a generic helmet with cooldown reduction as well.
Yeah, he
Other
would get
things,
cooldown
try
reduction on the helmet, and then he
life,
would get
try
life,
and
thorn. You
thorns.
could maybe get thorns as well. Roll a the fortify on
Pepper,
there,
fortify,
obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just way more fortify.
You
It'd
could
be
also
like another
you could also
1,000.
temper on some life too, maybe. That
You
would
could
also
access another utility aspect.
yeah, that would also give you another utility aspect, which wouldn't be terrible.
You probably should do that now over Tuskhelm, but
Tuskhelm is pretty much garbage.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. It has a small multiplier on there, but it's. I mean, if you really wanted a multiplier, I feel like there's other multipliers you could do which would be better. I think maybe even Godslayer might be better at this point. I'm trying to think like what other helmet options he has available. And what other aspects are available too for his build? I mean, defensively, you've got a lot of various like defensive aspects, which could be kind of interesting. Obviously, giving you more survivability or more healing.
did you hit the resistance on your boots or no? That's probably your most important thing right now to fix your res.
Yeah, if you can hit that resistance on your boots, that's going to be massive. And if you could get a greater affix one, like come launch, if you want to do that on like a launch build, that would be massive too, like greater affix Yen's resistances.
Yeah, because it starts at 52% before you masterwork, which is crazy.
Yeah, and then like your boots would basically solve all your resistances, and you wouldn't have to worry about it so much. This is a Charge Bolt build. Charge Bolt has always been a graphics spam name, even in Diablo 2. In fact, I would dare say that Diablo 2's version of this is even more spammy than this one. Having played Charge Bolt on Diablo 2 quite a bit, it's actually kind of ironic that in this one scenario, I do think that the Charge Bolt in this game is less spammy than Diablo 2's. Now, the numbers on the screen are a whole nother matter, and if I turn those off, I think it would be mostly okay.
Oh, man. He's getting bad luck. Yay! Good. Good. 44. That should help your res. Ooh, you're so close. Just a little bit of a nudge.
So he's armor capped and he's res capped pretty much now, I think.
Two of them are 70 and the three are 66.8, so he's like 3.2 off.
So, wow, well, dang, I tied at the end because I wasn't.
You could go get a little intelligence on the Paragon board,
What
or
about-
you can find an all res node.
What about this? If we move if we take off Tuskhelm of Jorrits the Mighty, okay, and then he puts on a cooldown helmet, he could potentially take off the pants, move the aspect of Bolcathos to the helmet. I'm pretty sure it works on the helmet.
Yeah, and then
He could wear like tassets maybe or something. Don't tassets have all res on them too now? Which would also give him cap res, more cap reses.
He could wear tassets. He could also wear Tibolt's Will for just another
For a generic multiplier. Yeah.
There's a lot of options.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of options for that. I think Tuskhelm is like one of your worst options there. So it gives a multiplier, but it's like I don't even really know like what.
But he's missing crucial stats. He's sacrificing everything for the multiplier. He's sacrificing life, right? He's sacrificing strength, thorns.
I think
thorns.
I think that Thorns Well Fortified is more important than the Tuskhelm multiplier because that's another 11 to like 15% extra thorns that he could be getting on top of everything else.
Picture your pants. Your pants as a helm. Like if you had that as your helm, that's just way more damage right now. Like your pants stats. You can gamble helmets.
I need to take a look at the other aspects to see what other like ones he can put on the helmet. I bet you there's something really good he can throw on there that would probably
I wonder,
help him out
you
a
get
lot.
greater affix. You get ancestral.
You can get ancestral from gambling. You can.
Oh, wait a minute. He's not using the aspect of Perpetual Stomp. What about that one? That's where Ground Stomp resets leap. Then he wouldn't need that leap cooldown thing on his ring. And he could put another offensive aspect in the ring slot instead. So you swap the pants to the helmet, so the aspect of Volcathos goes to the helmet, and then you put the aspect of perpetual stomping on the pants. Then you take the leap cooldown off the ring, and once you take the leap cooldown off the ring, he now has access to an additional something, either a multiplier or maybe like another resource ability or something of that nature. I'm not exactly sure what right off the top of my head.
Kick, or which one's perpetual stomp?
Ground stomp resets leap. It's ground stomp and kick reset leap, but he's not using kick, so it would just be ground stomp resets leap. So every time he ground stomps, he'd reset leap. So he could literally just go leap, ground stomp, leap, ground stomp, leap, ground stomp, leap, ground stomp. They would just reset each other constantly. It's just one way that he could remove that leap cooldown thing, because he would just reset the leap on its own. I mean, isn't there something else better that he could be putting in the ring slot?
He could put another multiplier there, like elements. There's like so many multipliers, right? We sacrificed the multiplier. We sacrificed elements when we made all those changes.
I mean, elements would definitely help with the physical damage for the time being, but... Okay, I finally killed my 68 plus. That was close. I think 68 might be my limit. I was like seconds away from failing that.
Where's the Thorns one? It's a utility? It's a utility, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I died. That's right, I only get 3.
Nice. And if he's having trouble living, he put another defensive there on the helm too.
And then... So put...
Don't go swapping everything for now. Just throw on something on the helm that's like defensive, or
maybe undying.
Undying if you need healing. Yeah, you said you needed healing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just throw that on for now. Let's get you in a pit again. Let's upgrade it, or you don't want to waste your materials. Go to your go to the alchemist to the left, up to the left. See if she. Do you have any left over? If on transmutation. Do you have anything under transportation? The next one? Crafting? Next one? Down. Yeah, you have plenty. So just type 999 on each of those. Like, type 999. 99. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Just do it. You're going to do it multiple times. You can only go up to 999. I don't know why. Yeah, 312, whatever. Then do the other one. This is going to give you plenty of materials for now. Yeah, look how many you're getting each time, like about 9,000. Yeah, you should have like 30.
That's weird.
That's because it's the leftover neat iron you had and stuff in Ingolith.
Wait. No. Masterwork.
Just masterwork it a little bit. 4 times. It's good enough. You don't have to reset it. Just do it once. Whatever you got. Oh, you're going to reroll at the strength, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just go reroll that. That's fine. Yeah, good. Let's go back into the pit and see how this feels. Oh, how's your sword? Is that sword crappy? Why'd you... Oh, you didn't masterwork that at all. And that's essential. You can have 2 tempers.
Yeah.
What? So temper earthquake or something on it. The weapon
so
one.
What if he uses instead of using the leap,
earthquake back?
Like just honestly, instead of using the leap at all, what if he swaps that for Bear Clan Berserker's aspect?
Perfect.
I think that would be better. Because that doesn't affect just one of his abilities, that affects all of them.
3 of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 32% increased cooldown reduction for all of your brawling skills for 2 seconds.
After you kill an enemy, though, right? So it wouldn't work on bosses.
Yeah, killing an enemy while berserking has a 40% chance. I'm looking at like some of the offensive ones he can put there too. I'm kind of like trying to see if maybe there's something else he could use.
Well, also, if he doesn't have 100% berserking uptime, which he probably should, if he doesn't, he can use anger management too. That just gives you 100% uptime.
And then he could pull some of the passives that are in those berserking things.
There's so many choices. Like we're talking, we're at the point where right now we're just like really min maxing at this point. I just want him to get back in the pit and see if he's living and stuff. Which tier did you launch?
Just T4.
Elixir. Just T4. 65 is pretty challenging. But you are doing good damage.
Conceded could be interesting.
To get rid of that purple guy down there.
Hard to see him.
This is not bad damage for T4.
I want to see. Hold on. Let me pull this up.
You got through that pack pretty easily. Always focus the purple guys because they apply damage reduction. Like everything else takes less damage if they're alive. Yeah, this is pretty good. Your healing seems good. Your fortify seems pretty good. Your survivability is
bad at all.
Pretty decent.
That all from the Undying, though?
Yeah.
I don't think it is.
I mean, if it were me, I think I might swap.
It's not like that.
Yeah, a shout up that gives you. Yeah.
I think I might swap Warcry for Iron Skin.
Yeah, this is good. I wouldn't call it a speed running build, but this is Thorns. This is how Thorns plays. This is good.
Better than Thorns has ever been. Well, pretty much, yeah.
I think he could swap Warcry for Iron Skin, and he'd probably be better off during those situations where his HP goes low.
Yeah, he can get a source of unstoppable with that too, and damage reduction.
Iron Skin is something that you use when your HP falls really low, and it gives you like a huge heal and a huge barrier. As long as it rewards you for being patient, so the longer that you wait for to press the button, the better it has an effect.
He has a lot of Warcry synergy right now, though, so you'd have to get some new pieces of gear, I think, for tempering and stuff.
I mean,
it's working, dude. He's doing this.
Yeah. What is it? What tier is he on? I didn't even.
65. He's doing a T4. 65.
Nice. So we got him. We got him set up. Nice.
Yeah. Anyone who can do a T4 right now, without even the runes, is like a good build.
Did you swap out his helmet, or is he still using them?
Yeah, no, he's using a 750 legendary helmet. It's way better.
What aspect did we put on there?
I think he just put Undying on for healing right now. He needed some healing.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. You could also do Iron Skin grants Unstoppable and 35% damage reduction.
Oh, you got Bramble. That's the worst boss for Thorns. I mean, this is impressive.
Doesn't Undying not really work very well with his build, though, because he's using Whirlwind?
Well, he's not really using Whirlwind. He's using
spamming it,
all
just because he's
everything
spamming
else.
it.
He's spamming, like, chains. He's spamming leap. All that shit proc with Undying. He's not technically channeling.
I'm just looking. Knocking back enemy.
I mean, we could look for another source of healing. Iron Skin's probably the best source, but.
Well, I thought if he went with Kick, he could have used that one for healing, but he's not. You know, the one that's like where you healed for X amount of resource that you spend?
Yeah.
He's not doing that, though, so that's not going to help.
I just got an Ancestral Helmet, but it's not didn't real good stats for him. That sucks. He would have loved that. I have actually an Ancestral Helmet somewhere. I mean, what's the highest tier you could clear before all these changes?
I was in around tier 3, so
So 50. So you just went up like 15 pit levels.
Yeah, probably.
Well, honestly, the pit levels don't even really matter until 50
And
anyway. So it's like 50
the
is
only
like the
thing that
start.
was, the thing that was hurting me mostly when I was doing before was the bosses. So we'll see if that's a lot better or not. Wait, why am I hit the end? What? I didn't know that was possible in a pit.
Yeah. Some of them are annoying. This one looks like an annoying one.
You might have to go back and find some additional monsters to kill. How often do I keep some damage reduction legacy for sentimental value? No, I've been destroying everything. As a content creator, I probably should keep it for videos and stuff, but I don't got the inventory space for that. I got too many characters I want to make. I got too much stuff I want to do. I don't got no inventory space for that. Alright, buddy, you gotta go potty. Put Mr. Dusty Bones back in his cage. Needs to get rid of the screen shake crap. Yeah, I don't like the screen shake stuff either. But in his defense, the settings are constantly like resetting on the PTR. They're not staying. So he may have already turned it off, but it may have turned itself back on, and we're just too lazy to keep turning it off. I've turned it off at least twice so far myself.
Yeah, the screen shake, and then also some of my key bindings that I just gave up on changing. Oh, okay. I have to use Whirlwind more. I didn't have my stacks.
All right. I mean, we made plenty of progress today. Tested all sorts of neat stuff out. A lot of stuff that just questions that we wanted to have answered, like like how easy is what's her butt face, Lilith. I was actually surprised at how easy she was.
That wasn't bad, and
she's honestly, with a little bit of min-maxing, I think I could blow right through her without any kind of issue whatsoever. I was already doing enough damage to make it through if I did all the mechanics correctly, but a little bit of extra work, I think I could just blow straight past her mechanics and just move straight to the end in the last phase.
Oh, what's the Thorns Glyph? Did you level that one first already?
Yeah.
That one needs to be maxed, by the way. So you need to get all of the...
It's legendary.
Well, no, I mean... So when you look at the Thorns node, it should say something like increases your Thorns based on, what, strength or something like that. So you want to make sure that surrounding the node, you choose every single bit of Thorns that you can, or every single bit of that stat that you can around that node.
Yeah, that one's just rare nodes. I mean, I think he has another one.
Oh, it's
that
just
you're
rare
working on,
nodes?
right?
Okay.
Are you working on the strength
Yeah.
one? Are you doing Ire for... Or no, Ire wasn't strength. Are you using...
Oh, that one's just rare nodes, so that one doesn't help out as much, does it?
What are you using?
What
You're
do
not
you mean?
even... So the Twister is just giving you a multiplier? Is that why you're using it?
The multiplier, yeah.
Is there any... There's not other multipliers you can use? I'd have to look
And
at all the
then-
glyphs.
Rumble for the multiplier.
That one's good. You should probably level that one next, because that one's probably staying.
Ire for the
So I would do
British
Ire,
notes,
or
man.
I would do the Earthquake. The Earthquake one's probably more important because we know that one's staying in the build.
Mhm.
The rest of them may be changed. I would do the Earthquake.
Yeah. I was just looking.
His Berserking Blood Rage one is capped, right?
So he just went from 1 to 15.
Yep.
I'm not a liar.
1 to 15 on what?
On his Rumble Growth.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's nice. I'm telling you, every time I've tried it, I go from 1 to 9. I don't know what the difference is.
Oh,
Yeah,
he just ran a
one-
65.
Would this be better than a multiplier?
Yeah. So what's nice about that one is you'll be able to get a massive amount of strength with that.
Mhm.
The one-handed thing, I don't know if it's gonna apply. Do you have anything that swings with one hand right now? Is your whirlwind? You should probably
I
make your
can make
whirlwind
the whirlwind.
one-hander. Huh?
I can make it one-handed, yeah.
Yeah, you should probably make that one-handed, then you'll get that multiplier too. I think that would be really good because you're getting 15 times damage elite, 8 times damage when you have a one-hander, and then you're getting the normal bonus, which is gonna give you like 300 or 400 or 500 strength or something. It's gonna give you an insane amount of strength when you beef that up.
I did not realize that
I
the
don't want that
Eliminator...
one.
The Eliminator gives a 300% bonus to all normal nodes within range.
Yeah,
I
the
did
normal nodes is
not
insane.
notice that at all. That's insane.
That's how come my dex
I
or
thought
my
it-
rogue has so much dex.
I thought it was magic or something like that. That's redonkulous.
Oh yeah.
Holy Jesus. I need to take advantage of that. That's like... There's so much extra stats I could be getting here if I just spent a little bit of effort on this.
You just put a little work in, man.
Just a little bit of elbow grease.
What do you think's better, the exploit glyph or the twister glyph? Twister's a multiplier.
I don't think any of those. I'm not even convinced that. I mean, I wouldn't get rid of a multiplier right now, but I'm not even convinced that you chose all the right glyphs. I'd have to go look at the glyphs one by one. All I can tell you is the Thorns one's guaranteed, the Earthquake one's guaranteed. So level those two first, and one of them you already leveled, right? So do the Earthquake one.
Yeah, I did.
Then I'll look at glyphs and I'll tell you. I mean, Ire is pretty much guaranteed too. So you really only have to find you 2 of the other glyphs. I think the one you highlight is really good because of the strength you can scale.
Mm-hmm.
The one-handed one, ambidextrous, is it?
Ambidexterity is
No.
Yeah. I don't know which one was it.
Holy crap! I'm spending a little bit of time trying to min-max this eliminator glyph, and I'm just getting. I'm currently at 280 intelligence. What the hell is even going on right now?
It was ambidextrous. Ambidexterity. I'm pretty sure. Ambidextrous. Yeah, I think it's that one.
Magic though, so.
But when you look at it the other way, like open the glyph thing. Is this
one.
Oh, it's Brawl? Wait,
No.
you're not ambidextrous, right? Or no? Which where's the one that you showed me? No, you're not. You don't have it equipped.
That one.
This one. Challenger.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Wait, is Challenger the same as ambidextrous? One-handed weapons? Did they give you 2 of those now? There's 2 glyphs that are exactly the same. Blizzard. You're breaking my mind. Challenger is ambidextrous. Ambidextrous is Challenger. I feel like I'm doing Einhorn is Finkel. Finkel is Einhorn.
Finkel, Finkel, Einhorn, Einhorn, Finkel, 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 Einhorn, Einhorn, Finkel.
Whoa, why do I get 2 mic glyphs? If you give me 2 one-hand glyphs, why can't I have 2 two-hand glyphs? What, Blizzard? Blizzard? Hello?
There is, because there's a specific one for bases, and then there's also one for two-hander.
Mace, that also works for one-hand mace. That's not applied to just two-handers.
Oh.
Yeah, so Blizzard just literally gave one-handers 2 times glyphs and gave two-handers 1 times glyph. Thanks, Blizzard.
Okay, so
I'm up to 340 intelligence from this. What are you doing?
You already have 200? Yeah, it goes up to like 300 plus. It's insane.
Dude, it also gives willpower. Like this is also giving me literally like 20 points per Paragon point in willpower.
Yep.
Dex, which is critical strike chance, and of course I could also get strength, which is armor if I'm trying to cap out my armor value.
And it only goes up, Ginger. Like it scales.
Dude, it's ridiculous. I'm currently at now 2,901 intelligence. Like that brought me up massively. And I only had to do like a minor rework to get access to that stuff too. Not that bad. And honestly, that 300% bonus has me very interested in maybe just tagging the rest of these non-intelligence glyphs inside this panel. Because it's going to get me more crit, it's going to get me more resource generation, it's going to get me more overpower, it's going to get me more armor. Which isn't necessarily terrible. Maybe I don't take the strength ones if I'm already capped on armor, but...
And tomorrow when we have like the max Paragon points, we're gonna be taking everything. It's gonna be crazy. Because there's like nowhere to put the points. I've already ran out on my characters. They're gonna give me 100 more points, and I'm just gonna be grabbing every little node.
I mean, I'm interested to see what the maxed out characters are like, and it doesn't seem impossible to get there. I mean, I'm already at 220, and it's only been like, what, 2 days, so...
Yep.
I've gotten like 20 Paragons or like 19 Paragons or whatever. I think we started at 201, didn't we, or something stupid like that?
And even if you do the Ginger thing where you level like 10 characters, they're all progressing the same Paragon.
Yeah. See, now I'm gonna catch up. That's all that means. I've really convinced you that Diablo 4 is still broken? Well, I'm sorry that that's the case, man with no name. Because that's not what I've been trying to convince you of at all. I feel like sometimes people get the wrong impression. We're hard on PTR because we have to be. We're hard on PTR because we need to be. We're hard on PTR because that is what we were asked to do. You know, the developers are literally asking us. They're like, hey, come on in. Put the game through its paces. Break the crap out of it. Toss it on the ground. Chuck it into the wall. Like, do whatever you got to do. We need to see what needs to be fixed. And that's how I see it. And that's how you should see it, too. This is public test realm. Nothing in public test realm should be taken as an indicator of what is to come in the nearest patch. Season 4 public test realm was nothing like Season 4. Season 5 public test realm was nothing like Season 5, and it was horrible. Season 5 public test realm was so bad it made me gag in my mouth a little bit and I had to swallow my vomit. Season 5 was amazing. So we cannot assume from this anything that Season 6 will be terrible. What we assume from this is that right now it's terrible, but from the past we can also infer that they're going to make the appropriate changes, which we of course hope that they do. And we're still putting the game through its paces. We're going to keep putting the game through its paces too. We're not going to stop. We're just going to keep on testing. We're going to keep on pushing the boundaries. We're going to keep on finding out where those edges are. Like we're freaking playing with an Etch-a-Sketch and drawing a picture of a giant octopus or something.
Anybody else notice that the flat damage increase doesn't vary?
You talking about your thorns?
No. Like on this pole arm right here. It says 50% damage. It doesn't have a variance of up or down. It's just 50.
50% damage for what? I'm
just
confused.
Flat.
On what item? Or what?
Just any item.
I mean, if it's additive bonuses are...
Yeah, I just think it's weird that that doesn't have a...
You probably don't have the variances turned on, because it probably turned them off.
I do.
It probably turned them off. It did it to me several
times. I turned them back on.
He has them on the other two stats, just not the damage stat.
Oh,
I see what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know
not showing range on the damage. Weird.
Yeah, the damage on any of my items don't seem to have it on 750 items. It might be a 750 thing. No, it's actually... Well, no, that's a greater affix. I can't. That's another greater affix.
They do attack faster. I mean, my 7... Do I have any 750 items left still on? I mean, mine have ranges. Range. No showing range.
Seems to be just that stat. Like on my one-hander 750s, there's no range either. It's just 25%.
I wonder if I took off Harlequin Crest and just threw on Andariels just for lulls for the attack speed. It's got like 45% attack speed. Let's go. It's less cooldowns, less damage in general. More poison damage though. 2.1 million poison damage ticks going off just from the Andariels. Just simply because I have so many friggin' lightning bolts firing off. That's kind of funny.
Shouldn't probably be doing a 68 yet.
What?
No, Knight. He's pushing pit.
No, I mean...
You should be leveling your glyphs first, or just wait till tomorrow when you have free glyph levels, but...
Yeah,
like,
you want to get all your glyphs maxed out. You're probably going to start passing me, because I have mine at 46 right now, and you don't even have yours at 46.
He has one at 46, he's missing 5. Like,
yeah,
or 4 more.
You get multipliers for every single one of those, like, pretty much. So, that's going to be a huge amount of damage that you're going to add on.
Yeah, you shouldn't push before you had your glyphs all 46. I would never even do this, where you're trying.
Yeah, you could just, like, dial it back to, like, 56 or something like that. Start running for glyphs if you wanted to, like, see how far you could push it. In fact, that might actually be a good idea. Like, see how fast you can do, like, a slightly lower tier. Like, are you flying through it, or...
Change it to 55, 56. 56 is pretty good, because once you get to 46, it's, like, guaranteed. Like, you shouldn't have any failures, you know, all the way up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at least 10 levels higher than even level 46, so you're never going to have a failure. But it should be low enough that it's super fast for you, so you should be, like, flying through it. My build doesn't have perfect aspects either. The charge bolt aspect is not perfect. It needs a higher roll. My Tenacious Destruction isn't perfect. It needs a higher roll. My Talrosh's Iridescent Loop isn't perfect. It needs a higher roll. I still haven't gotten myself a non-legacy temerity, which I don't know if that's actually going to change my damage output or anything, but it might make me a little bit more survivable. I mean, I guess theoretically I don't necessarily need Ethereals, even though it's amazing. I certainly do love it. I'm at 33.3% all res in World Tier 4 without it, so I might be able to get away without it if I messed around with my stats a little bit. I mean, granted, I certainly love being super tanky and have lots of damage reduction, though. That's certainly not something that I hate.
The Ancient Oats is considered an axe, right? Not a polearm.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the best one you can add in is definitely the Challenger one you showed me.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think Mr. Cheater is going to be active? You think he's going to be active like at 1 o'clock?
Oh, the booster? Yeah, probably the usual, right? Because they always get in the morning, then they slack for a couple hours, and then they do it before noon, and then they all go to lunch break. They hit the button and they all go out to lunch.
Well, I'm assuming, of course, that we've got, like, you know, he's going to have all our runes. So that's probably when the runes are going to be activated. I would like to get the runes from him, obviously, for testing, but I'd also like to see, like, I want to really test and see, like, what the drop rate is of the runes are. So we're going to have to, like, play with that, too. Because honestly, that's gonna come down to some really fun stuff, like finding. You know, obviously in Diablo 2, it's very fun to find like a jaw rune or a burr rune or something like that, and those are extremely rare, and it's very exciting when you finally find one. I'm kind of curious, like how common they are. I'm assuming with all the various tiers that we've got. I mean, there's definitely going to be common ones, and there's definitely going to be ones that are more rare. We've got the magic runes, which I'm assuming are going to be really common. Because obviously they're magic and you know whatever. Then you've got the legend or no, the rare ones. So the rare ones are probably going to be less common, but common enough that we may have a decent number of them. And then I'm assuming that the legendary ones may not drop very often at all.
The question is, are all the legendary ones the same drop chance? Like, is it just from a legendary pool? Like, if you drop a legendary, it could be a jaw, or is it like D2 where jaw was much
rarer than like a low rune or something.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll find out. I don't know how they're weighted. I mean, it's going to make a big deal.
And they also gave us a target farm area, Ginger. So, like, the Undercity
is going to be where they're going to come from specifically.
Is a target farm for runes, yeah.
And of course, you can also upgrade by taking 3 of the same type, which is gonna make for collecting them. So you're gonna collect as many of them as you can. I mean, how many are there on this list?
Like, I thought there was 20.
I'm kind of curious
27?
as far as inventory spaces go. We got the rune tool on Diablo 4.live. Let me see.
Well, once it's less than 33, we can keep them where a gem tab is and just not have gems in there.
A rune word builder. Look at that. Beautiful rune word builder. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So there's... Oh, wait, there was a scroll there. I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind. Okay, so this was 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's a lot less ritual runes than there is invocations. That's basically what I'm saying here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So there's only 17 ritual runes, which is not bad. That's not bad at all. So 17 ritual. It looks like, however, there's a whole lot of invocations. So invocations is... what was that? 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So there's 28 invocations.
Your helmet has no strength gems. You can do 2 sockets in strength.
Yep.
Which is what? A total of, what, 38... 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. So 45 slots, if they're all going in their own individual slots. How many slots are there on the consumable tab? Or not consumable tab, the socketable tab. So it's what, 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 33 slots. So that means that there's an overflow of, what is that, 10, 12? So there's going to be an overflow of 12 types that you won't be able to stack. I'm assuming that they stack. I think they said they stacked. So there's still going to be too many, so you're probably going to have to dedicate a stash tab for runes.
Ring of Starless is bad for you, I think. It's a 50% multiplier, but nothing on the ring helps you.
Yeah. Multiplier
I mean, no core skills doesn't help you.
I guess.
The lucky hit
Crit
bonus you
chance
don't
doesn't
care
help.
about. Crit chance doesn't help. Attack speed doesn't really help either because you're not attacking.
Yeah.
I feel like none of it really helps you all that much. I mean, the only thing you're getting is a 50 times multiplier, but you could probably, I think, through the combined effort of tempering,
Yes,
an
and then like
aspect, and a bunch of
retribution or
others, you'd
elements,
probably get more than what that's offering.
and more consistently, because you have to keep up that Ring of Starless, right? You have to channel for a couple seconds to get all 5 stacks, and
I'm not entirely sure. Like, what else would he put there? I mean, there's a
that's
lot of
another generic multiplier.
Elements would be the only one, I think.
Or the brawling, just more cooldown if you wanted the brawling one you mentioned. You can go for damage, you can go for cooldown.
What about the one unique ring? I mean, I don't know if that's any good for him. Let me look at it real quick. I was thinking of Ravenous. Ravenous comes with +2 to all of his brawling skills, which is going to reduce the cooldown of leap. He also gets vulnerable damage, critical strike chance doesn't matter. And then all of his brawling skills would be making everything bleed all the time. He's not necessarily scaling bleeds, but he is spamming brawling skills. I don't know.
It wouldn't be bad, I don't think.
I mean,
Could be good.
It's an idea.
I think I have one. I'm gonna try one.
I don't know if that would replace the multiplier, though. That's the problem. Because you're losing a 50 times multiplier for essentially no multiplier. I mean, what other rings does the Barb have access to? Mother's Embrace? No. Ring of Red Fur? No. Ring of Ravenous is the only one that applies to brawling. Exile's Corroded Signet doesn't really help you at all. So let's take a look at your aspects. Barb. Offensive. I mean, Elements is going to give you like a 15 times multi, basically. Since it alternates.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. So we moved the Earthquake aspect to your two-hander.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, that doesn't really help anything, because that's... I mean, it is an extra offensive slot, but...
He could also go for the brawling cooldown thing, but I don't know if he needs it. He could just go for...
What about Edge Masters?
It doesn't apply to Thorns, right? Because it's
It
not
doesn't?
skill. Because Thorns not a skill.
Yeah, it's not a skill.
It's unfortunate.
That's why I went with Elements originally. You either go Elements or you go Retribution. Retribution's 35% multiplier when enemy's stunned. But you need, like, stun consistency to get the most out of it. Where Elements is just passive.
I don't think he wants to go for anything that stuns the enemies, because if they're not attacking him, then he's not getting damage.
Oh, that's how it used to be. He still can get damage now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's still going to slow down things that they're not beating on him. What about these resources? Let me take a look at the resources.
If he gets another ring, he just throws on Elements and he throws on, like, just a tempered strength ring and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Just see how it is. Just compare it.
I don't think Ravenous would be better than Starless.
No, it won't. The whole point of getting a ring is you get, like, a massive, like, 200 strength on there. You can get more, like, vulnerable damage, you know, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
like,
think
you pick the stat.
Yeah, we're talking about not just the ring itself. It's the tempering, the additive bonuses, and then also like curtailing those additive bonuses to more what you actually need. So you're losing strength by not using the ring, which is a direct multiplier decrease. So like you're currently getting 1% for every 10, and you could have at least 100 on the ring, like bare minimum. So that's another 10% multiplier that you're missing. So then subtract that from the 50. Also, most of the stuff on that ring is useless for you. So the Ring of the Starless Skies just doesn't really have a lot of bonuses to help you. So you could be stacking things that are actually helping you. Like life is going to help you because it's going to increase your thorns.
Yes. More life. Yeah.
You could also potentially stack
more damage, more additive damage,
more additive damage, or what you need for a
Vulnerable
multiplier. And then the tempering too. I was thinking about that. I'm like
more
looking,
cooldown reduction.
I'm looking at options. So
he'll get more Warcry cooldown reduction or brawling. Actually, more brawling cooldown reduction with the temper, and he'll get more vulnerable damage with the temper, the other temper. So he'll get like, if it's all masterworked up, this will be the end result. It'll be something like 200 plus vulnerable damage, 200 plus strength, 1,000 life, and like 15% brawling cooldown, and then elements. Like that's what the end result would look like, which I think is better than Starless.
It's the base stats.
I mean, I still feel like a pull-in that's pulsing periodically could definitely help you a lot too. And I just don't know how you could like. I was thinking maybe aspect of the grasping whirlwind, but that doesn't go on a ring slot, unfortunately. It really just has to do with pulling them towards you constantly is going to help tremendously for your thorns, because they're all going to be within range of the needle flare, and they're all going to hit you, and they're all going to hit each other because they're all triggering needle flare, which is going to multiply your damage significantly. Pulling them all together constantly is definitely in your favor, although it's not going to help you on bosses. But when you're traveling through the regular world, it's going to help you tremendously. Womp, womp, womp.
Somebody once told you, not the sharpest tool.
I mean, another option, which I know is a little bit difficult, but it would give you more damage, is aspect of inner calm. But I mean, that would come down to you figuring out exactly like when you could stand still or not. I mean, it is a 30 times multi, but I don't know. I think you move around too much with Leap and Whirlwind. It's just not going to be possible for you.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I want to use the rune for moving 5 meters.
I think your only option really is conceded. I think if you can find a way to have an active barrier all the time, you get an extra 25% multi there. I mean, you could get that barrier through Iron Skin if you replaced Warcry. You could get that barrier a couple different ways. I mean, there are... But that's a 25% multiplier that you could definitely add in.
The runes I was thinking about using was the Earthquake, Spawn Earthquakes, and then the other one was Max Life, 20%. But if I'm just spamming Earthquakes for Leap and Ground Stop, I might not need the Earthquake rune.
I mean, the alternative is... Well, you're using Bulkathos for the damage reduction, and for Leap to cause the earthquakes, and you're using the Earthquake one for the damage multiplier, and for Ground Stomp to cause the earthquakes. But if you were to use one of the Earthquake rune words, you could potentially pull one of those if necessary, most likely the damage reduction if you can survive without it. And then you would put something else in the place that might be beneficial to your build, because you're going to have plenty of earthquakes if you're doing the rune word version. I mean, that is a really strong one, though, and it's kind of hard to beat the damage reduction you can get from all the free earthquakes, which you're going to be spamming all the time anyway.
Actually, instead of the earthquake rune word, what about the necromancer rune here? What is it?
Iron Maiden?
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be hitting you, and they're going to be reflecting damage to themselves, yeah?
Well,
It's not
I mean,
quite
the
this.
beautiful
It's
thing,
not quite the same thing as thorns, though.
yeah, you're gonna have every rune, so you're gonna be able to try them all. I'd have to go look at like what your best options would be.
The invoke druids earthen bulwark, giving you a barrier.
I mean, technically, if you're gonna go that route, you just do Warcry, and then you put Iron Skin on your bar. You won't have Warcry on your bar. You just have passive Warcries.
Yeah, that's probably better because you are a barbarian.
And then you get an extra skill basically, and you get your Iron Skin barrier, and you get your Iron Skin heal, and you can even get your Iron Skin damage reduction if you want. Iron Skin's like the tankiest thing a barb has, and considering your builds, hit me, come on, stop trying to hit me and hit me.
Yeah, and then then it also becomes a skill-based thing, which I like, which is where you don't just spam the button. You wait until you're hurt and then you hit it. So it's a reactive. I always liked it because as soon as my HP went low, it was way better than hitting a potion. You're like, oh, HP low, Iron Skin. Immediately Iron Skin.
I'd have to go look at all the runes again. Just getting so many third blades on the live season, and now I can't get one because I'm not in hordes.
All right, so let's see here. I mean, tech is the one that invokes the earthquake. So, with free earthquake all the time. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot about the spirit-born abilities. Oh. There are thorns spirit-born abilities. Hold up a second. Let me write these down. So the two spirit-born abilities that are on here are Pestilent Swarm. Let me check these and make sure they don't have thorns attached to them. And the other one is where's the second one? Oh, there's also a Spirit Wolf. You might consider taking the Spirit Wolf so he could get beat up for thorns. The Seh rune that summons a Spirit Wolf to attack enemies for 8 seconds. Since you don't care whether he dies or not, you're just going to use him for thorns. So it would just be another target for them to hit for thorns, which would probably work. Concussive Stomp is apparently the other one. Okay. Horde Decrepify might be an interesting one for you too. So Horde Decrepify has an interesting effect, which is basically that like you and your minions have a chance to just simply like just execute monsters. It's like once they fall below like 10% health, it just automatically executes them. And I'm pretty sure your thorns will count. So, like, as you're attacking monsters, like, you could potentially have that Horde Equipify casting on them, and then it also lowers their damage output as well, so they do less damage to you. But then it also, like, gives you the ability to execute them if they fall below a certain amount of life, and it's a pretty high chance to execute them, so you'll just have, like, executions going on all over the place, which could speed up your runs tremendously. Wouldn't help you versus bosses, but could be rather interesting. Zal, that one that gives you the gain 20% maximum life, is really cool too. Obviously for you with your thorns.
Yeah, that one seems like my best option.
Well, let's check the Spiritborn stuff first.
Well, I
Because
can use two.
there's some
So
really
that
good
helps
ones in there
us.
for the Spiritborn stuff. We need to check.
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch of things in the Spiritborn section that have thorns, so we definitely want to take a look and see what we have for the thorn stuff. So
Yeah, I didn't look at the Spiritborn ones.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it just now. Okay, so we got Pestilent Swarm. Toxic Skin, I think, was what I was thinking about. So Toxic Skin has a really cool one. It's while active, Toxic Skin's poisoning is increased. Toxic Skin passively increases thorns damage you deal to poisoned enemies by 100%. So that's pretty amazing. But that's not one of the
Is that
skills.
on a rune? No.
No, that's not one of the skills. So Pestilent Swarm is one of them. What's Pestilent Swarm? I'm looking for it. I don't see Pestilent Swarm. Where the hell is Pestilent Swarm at? Pest. Swarm. I don't see it in here at all. What the hell am I looking for? Let's try a Google search. Maybe they changed the name. Whatever it is, it looks like they changed the name.
Grinding Locust.
Hmm?
Grinding Locust, Seer Tal, Evoke, Spirits Born, Pestilent Swarm.
I'm trying to find it on the list. I don't see it.
It's
Scourge. Call forth a wave of insects. Could it be
Seer
Scourge?
Tal.
Could it be Scourge renamed? I mean, it sounds like Scourge. Call forth a wave of insects that bite, fearing and slowing them for 3 seconds, applying poison damage. I don't think that's it, though. It's unfortunate, so we have outdated information. Outdated information. Withering Fist, Thrash, Thunder Spike, Rock Splitter. Armored Hide, Concussive Stomp. Alright, well, there's one of the abilities right there. Concussive Stomp. Stomp in front of you, releasing a shockwave that deals 23% damage and knocks down enemies for 4.2 seconds. Did it say whether it was enhanced concussive stomp or is it just regular? Some of them specify specifically whether they are enhanced, and some of them do not. And they said during the campfire chat that if they specify that they're enhanced, then they are enhanced with a really nice bonus. So you get that beautiful bonus on the Dujank. Does not say whether it has the enhancement. Pestilent Swarm.
I'll be right back.
All right. I do not see this dude jank alright. I don't see this dude jank at all. I don't see this dude jank. And your mama might be a hub. I mean, if they did just rename Scourge, which is the only one that even looks like it's remotely close, then it's basically just a poison slash fear, which is probably not what you want. I don't see anything called Pestilent Storm. Meh. Meh. That'd be fun going over the Spiritborn. We're gonna be playing around with the Spiritborn for days. Days, my friend. Days and days. I know I am. I'm just gonna be like just diving into the Spiritborn. I think that's where most people are gonna be when the expansion launches. It's gonna be Spiritborns everywhere. You're gonna open up your computer monitor and a Spiritborn's gonna fly out and hit you in the face. You're like, dear Lord Jesus. Spiritborns. Spiritborns everywhere.
Ravenous.
Catch you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm about to hop off too. I got
Yeah.
I only got a couple minutes left on the live stream anyway.
There's a passive.
Somebody said this is it and timestamped my video. Let's see what I said.
Uh-oh.
Useless difficulty, and then they added 4 useless difficulties. Useless difficulty, and nobody wants to play it penitent. They removed 1 useless difficulty, and then they added 4 useless difficulties. Look at my face. Look at my face. I'm very serious right now. I got a very serious face. Okay, that's a very serious face right there. I was I had been streaming for like 12 hours, so, and I was a little upset by the time I finished because, you know, like, I just wanted to get it all out. You know, you got to vent, right? You guys are my vent audience. I just had to vent to you guys.
All right, I'm out.
I'm literally just looking at some of the funny comments on my video. Being stuck in expert till 50 is so bizarre. And then you go to penitent for only 10 levels. Now we gotta do pits to get a higher torment tier. Not a fan of that. I actually like the capstone bosses, even though they became a joke after the power creep, but still there was something about it. I've never been a fan of pits / rifts, didn't like GRs in D3, then moving materials to nightmare dungeons is cool though. That is a positive change. This PTR though, and I think a lot of people are talking about the new tier levels. Hopefully they take note of it. Profane mind cages remind me of bonfire aesthetics from Dark Souls 2, probably why I like them so much.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Everybody's gone except for you and me.
Oh.
I got a whole like 10 minutes anyway.
Yeah. I'm normally the last one. Working third shift, I always stay up late.
Well, it's like your body like remembers, I've noticed. It remembers like when you go to sleep and when you like do, you know, what the like it's just like you'll just literally wake up for no reason, like when you're supposed to wake up or when you like normally wake up anyway. And you'll be up when you're supposed to be up and you'll be asleep when you want to be awake, but
So I only work 3 days a week, but it's 6 at night to 6 in the morning. So when I'm not working, I'm normally up late and sleep in.
so many cuss words. I just went to the held for review section. Man. That was so many expletives, I don't even know what to say about that. That was a lot of expletives. What's the video doing anyway? I haven't really been paying attention. 3.3K? Not bad. I've been gaining and losing subscribers non-stop on this video. First I lost 2, then I gained 2, then I gained like 3 more, then I lost 1, then I gained 1, then I lost 1, then I gained 1, then I lost 1, then I gained 1. My total subscriber net, I'm a net 2 positive though, so pretty good. I like it.
Some people disagree, some people
Well, some people see a lot of, like, if it's negative, they just immediately dislike it because it's negative. But I don't think they realize that I'm probably the most positive D4 streamer out there. Like, if I'm being negative, then it's probably for a good reason. Because I want to see them change the game, and I want to see them make a positive change. And I want to, you know, see the game become better. I don't want the game to fail. Like, I'll tell you right off the bat. I do not want the game to fail. I want the game to succeed. I am invested. I like the game. I have fun with the game. It's not just that I'm playing the game for you to pay me money. In fact, that's actually the furthest from the truth. Believe it or not, I make more money if I went to go stream Diablo 2 Resurrected because more people watch me play Diablo 2 Resurrected than they do watch me play this game. As of right now, I only have 31 people on YouTube and I have 9 people on Twitch, whereas the last day that I streamed Diablo 2, I had about 100 people on YouTube and I had about 100 people on Twitch. So I was streaming to a constant, like nearly constant 150 to 200 people on Diablo 2 Resurrected, whereas now I'm streaming to a solid 42. So take that as you will. So I obviously am enjoying the game. Like, you really can't argue with that. Like, why would I give up money to play a game that I hate? That's stupid. And I'm just trying to like do the best I can in the testing. I'm testing everything. Like I've tested literally just about everything I can think of, with the exception of the rune words. And tomorrow, when they come out with the ability to like make all my characters 60 and all that other stuff, we'll get into some of the other things. Because I already tested the leveling process, gave my thoughts on the leveling process. Now we're going to test the other stuff, which is like all the, getting like an end game character and like maxing them out with like highest tier equipment and see how those builds run. I'll probably redo my ice spikes build. I'll probably redo my rain of arrows build on my rogue. Throw my Nucromancer back together, which is Bone Spirits. I'll probably throw my kick build back together to see how he does. And also, I'm very excited to see how the full summon druid does. I want to see how he's what he's capable of. I may also use Necromancer to throw together a full summon Necromancer too, because I want to see how what he's capable of at this point. We'll see. And I am actually pretty excited to put back together Trilogy to see how powerful he is for this like PTR. Now, obviously, I expect them to make some pretty large and sweeping changes, so I'll take whatever I learn in this with a breath, grain of salt. But what it really comes down to, though, is they make too many changes. It's hard to keep up. Nobody's keeping up. Like I don't care what streamer you watch, they're not keeping up. There's too many changes. We're trying to keep up. We're doing our best. And when the patch comes out, when all the patches come out, we're going to look and we're going to react and we're going to come up with good stuff. So, we need to do this so we can learn about the changes and all the stuff that they're making, so that we can make recommendation to you guys on how to like do stuff. Do I have Sins of the Flesh for the Sorceress? I don't. What is that? Is that one of the shop items? Probably not.
Yeah, once we have access to all the uniques, just buying them, that'll make good testing on that stuff.
Did anybody from Blizzard watch my video this time?
Or the most unique helm is that the one that you can steal like others' favors to give you multiplier.
Yeah, you would need multiple people with the helmet, though.
Yeah. But like if somebody's just carrying somebody, like 2-3 other people.
They all had the helmet on? Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be interesting. So Shattered Vow just doesn't work right now, huh? Doesn't, when you put it on, it won't let you cast any abilities, or at least on this character it doesn't.
What? It's weird. Shattered Vow is considered a polearm, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I don't know if Sorks can use a polearm, can they?
That's what I thought too, and that's why I'd originally thought that maybe that's why it wasn't working on that character, which it was a thought. Maybe go to my Necromancer. I doubt he can use it either, but... Have I tried the Stormcrow aspect? No, I'll be testing that out tomorrow with the companion build, so be sure to stop by.
But it's weird that you were able to equip it on your Sork if they can't use it.
I cannot do that here.
I'm putting it on my Necromancer right now. I mean, it's a placeholder item. Who knows? It could be bugged.
Yep.
I mean, it literally says PH on it, and it has like a purple image instead of an actual like image on it. So it's probably not something that I was actually supposed to be able to find, which is probably what's going on. And Jay said, "Can you just suck it?" So it's always good to know. The graphic on it is really bland, and I don't really think that's the graphic. I don't know. It looks stupid. Oh, okay. So I can use it on the Necromancer. Interesting. So maybe there is some kind of bug with the sorceress. Well, that's neat, I suppose. Now I get berserking on a lucky hit and attack speed while berserking. It's kind of neat, actually. Need my army up.
I need more time. I'm out of essence.
Yeah, I'm basically just berserking all the time. That's kind of neat.
I'm out of essence.
Increases damage and movement speed. Huh. Execute enemies afflicted by more damage over time than life remains. That actually might be very interesting for a shadow damage build. Because you could definitely put it together with a shadow damage build or a poison damage build. So I guess the sorceress just can't use a polearm. That's really all there is to it. Because you can put it on her, but despite the fact that you can put it on her, she must not be set up to accept using that. Why is the necromancer capable of using a polearm though? Does it technically count as a scythe? Or scythes polearms? Maybe that's like a small caveat that they kind of forgot. Unfortunately, I think using that would delete the majority of my aspect slots. Alright, Night, I'm going to call it a night, and I'm going to go get myself something to eat, and I'm going to get some sleep, and I will be on tomorrow for the patch notes or the rune words. So, I'll see you there.
See ya.
Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been 12 hours, literally. Or 11 hours and 52 minutes and 15 seconds and counting. If you enjoy the content, please be sure to hit the like button and the subscribe button. It really helps out. And for you guys on Twitch, the follow button. Maybe throw me a Prime sub if you are feeling cheeky. And, you know, be on tomorrow. I think it's going to be around 1 o'clock Eastern Standard. I'm assuming I'm going to try and be on before that, obviously. I'll try and put the live stream up as soon as I end this live stream so you guys can, like, hit the favorite button or something, or like the notification bell so when I go live. And we're definitely going to be testing all the rune words, all the combinations that we can think of, like playing around with all the various stuff, the skills, playing with how they could potentially like mesh into the builds. It should be a really fun day of, you know, just playing with all the rune words, because why not? Anyways, always, I appreciate you guys watching, and keep watching.